Chapter 1: The Immortal's Inheritance. In front of Assad were two legs. One was a pair of white shapely legs, and the other was also a pair of white shapely legs. Standing before him was none other than Evelyn, the petite nurse from Hayward High Clinic, who was also the doctor's daughter. Tall with a height over 175 centimeters, her features were delicate, her skin fair, adorned with black hair, and she possessed a gracefully curvaceous figure, especially when wearing a white lab coat, stepping in black heels, and holding a medical record book. She exuded a special charm. Amidst a wafting fragrance, Assad abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground with a flip. Because he got up too quickly, he missed much of the scene, but vaguely he still caught sight of that hint of color. It gave him an inner satisfaction. Assad blinked to appear composed. "Why did you come? Do you have the nerve to ask me?" The petite nurse Evelyn, dressed in a miniskirt, tank top, and white coat, glared at him angrily, speaking without good temper. "Patients have been waiting for half an hour. You should be attending them, not sleeping here." Assad scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "It's too hot. I just overslept." With that, he ran out like a streak. Assad, as a proud temp worker at Hayward High Clinic, had been working here ever since graduating from medical university, having lost the chance to work at a big hospital due to being framed. "I am the ancient immortal green dragon. From today onwards, you are my successor, inheriting my greenwood eternal scripture and Hayward death jade, pointing straight to immortality and controlling life and death." As these words faded, Assad felt countless pieces of information flooding into his mind. Immortal techniques, martial arts, medical skills, esoteric arts. Numerous and varied. It seemed all wondrous skills in the world were contained within, though mostly obscured by mist, revealing only a tip of the iceberg. Finally, the green dragon jade pendant penetrated his heart and transformed into a dragon-shaped mark, making Assad groan in pain as he came to. He found himself lying in a hospital bed, covered in wounds. Ouch! Severe pain spread throughout his body, distorting his expression. And as he regained consciousness, the dragon-shaped mark on his chest lit up, emitting a green radiance enveloping him, rich vitality gushing forth, healing his injuries slowly. Was that dream real? Assad hardly believed his eyes, moving his body slightly. It was indeed healed. Simultaneously, the greenwood eternal scripture began circulating within him, absorbing death chi and converting it into life energy. The death chi generated from severe injury turned into a torrent of life force, flowing through his body. Moreover, he now had gained fortune from this mishap, so it wasn't all bad. On the other side, Barbara had already braced herself for a hefty compensation demand, but when she heard Assad's words, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She didn't think there were still such honest people around nowadays. "The hospital fees have been paid. Here's my business card. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Barbara paused, then handed her business card to Assad. As Assad took it, he noticed the jade bracelet on her fair wrist, exuding a lush green glow. The jade was lustrous and bright with a hint of vivid red in its center, resembling a piece of red jadeite. However, as Assad looked at this jade bracelet, an instinctive disgust surged within him. Suddenly, what was once a precious jadeite appeared black, with a shadow clinging to it. The red part now resembled a drop of foul blood, emitting an unsettling stench. What's going on here? Assad frowned, recalling relevant information in his mind. Jade, inherently yin in nature, is suitable for nurturing yin energy. Some people specifically use jade to harbor ghosts. Wearing such jade over a long period can lead to being drained of yang energy by the ghost inside, gradually weakening the wearer until they become parasitized by the ghost, a particularly malicious method of killing. "You take care of your health. Call me if you need anything." Seeing Assad staring intently at her wrist, Barbara raised an eyebrow, instinctively pulling her hand back. She felt displeased and stood up to leave. Assad realized she had misunderstood him and hurriedly said, "Miss Cheen, there seems to be something wrong with your jade bracelet." "Something wrong?" Barbara cast a doubtful look. "This was given to me by my best friend. It's top-grade jade bought from abroad. How could there be any problem? Is it really fine?" Assad sat calmly on the bed, asking, "Have you recently felt anxious, restless, and had trouble sleeping with many nightmares?" "How do you know?" Barbara blurted out, turning to face Assad again, surprise evident in her eyes. "It's obvious. You're not sick. You've been bewitched." In Assad's eyes, the dark shadow on the jade bracelet clung to Barbara, a trace of black chi subtly appearing between her eyebrows. If this continued, she might fall seriously ill. Bewitched? Barbara's face changed instantly. Chapter 2, First Display of Talent. Whether or not, we will know after a try. Assad asked Barbara to take off the jade bracelet and put it on the table. He stepped forward. "Go out first. Come back when I call you. I hope you won't deceive me." Barbara frowned slightly and warned Assad before she walked out. Assad looked at the empty room, moving his fingers in the air over the jade bracelet, faintly outlining a talisman. "Edict." He gave a light shout, and a green light suddenly struck the jade bracelet. Hiss. Roar. The previously quiet jade bracelet abruptly emitted an odd sound, black shadows suddenly appearing and completely covering its green color. It turned entirely as black as ink, and vaguely, a little ghost was seen waving and baring its fangs at Assad. If Barbara were here, she would probably be greatly shocked. No one could have thought that what she carried with her was such a terrifying thing. Annihilate. Assad gave a light reprimand. A green light fell from his fingertips, while the black shadow let out a pitiful scream and disappeared into nothingness. The originally lush jade bracelet became clearer, the red emerald returning to pure red. All the murky aura attached to it swept away. Done. Assad called Barbara back in, pointing at the jade bracelet on the table, smiling confidently and said, "Try wearing it." "That's it." Barbara looked at Assad with suspicion. If the jade bracelet hadn't changed, she would have doubted whether Assad intended to perform some sort of deception. However, when she put on the jade bracelet, she indeed felt the difference. She felt refreshed all over, the feeling of a huge rock pressing against her chest suddenly disappearing. Hey Kai, something happened. Your mom was pushed down the stairs. What? Hearing this news, Assad's mind buzzed, and his eyes turned red. Since childhood, his family had been poor. His mother worked day and night to support him and his sister's education. He had not yet made her life happy, and now he heard such terrible news. They are Conan's group. They wanted to demolish your house, and your mom tried to stop them. They actually pushed her down the stairs. Come back quickly. Assad hung up the phone and rushed home, seething with anger. In no time, he arrived home. This was on the outskirts of Hayward High City, which was reportedly planned for large-scale development. Many places had already built high-rise buildings, and many enterprises started relocating here. And his home was next to a newly constructed mall, with the surroundings still awaiting demolition. However, the developers offered too low a price, only compensating 1,000 yuan per square meter. This was like daylight robbery, and because of this issue, the residents and the developers had clashed. From far away, Assad saw a group of people gathered in front of an old residential building, led by Conan's gang. Opposite them was Assad's mother, Daisy. But Daisy didn't look well. She lay on the ground, covered in mud, with a head wound and blood on her hands and feet. With that, she made as if to kneel down. Mom. Assad's face changed, quickly pulling back Daisy. Not willing to kneel? Humph. Conan sneered menacingly. Brothers, what should we do? Brother Norma, leave it to me. A few thugs circled in with sinister grins, each wielding sticks or machetes. If they struck, it would mean broken bones. Mr. Norma, we will move today, right now. Please, don't hurt my son. Daisy clung desperately to Assad, pleading tearfully with Conan. This was the tragedy of being insignificant. They didn't dare have high hopes. Even in the face of cruel threats and insults, their greatest plea was merely for mercy. Tisk. Conan spat almost into Daisy's face. You old fool, where were you just now? It's too late now. Conan, you're asking for death. Assad could no longer hold back, exploding in rage. A fierce slap flew toward Conan. Smack. The slap sent Conan reeling backward. Assad then grabbed and pulled, gripping Conan's neck like a vice. With a powerful downward tug. Bang. Conan crumpled to the ground, and Assad mercilessly stomped on his leg. Crack. A crisp sound. The bone fractured. Smack. In the end, Conan's face swelled like a pig's head, too scared to speak anymore. Ai Kai, enough, stop hitting him. Only then did Daisy react from the side, hurriedly pulling Assad back. Assad knew Daisy was afraid he would hit too hard and cause trouble, so he stopped for now, looking coldly at Conan and ordering, get lost now. You wait and see. The few thugs immediately helped Conan flee hastily. Assad supported Daisy back inside, and seeing the wounds on her body, his face turned grim. It's okay, just minor injuries. They'll heal in a couple of days. Daisy instinctively covered the wound on her arm and said nonchalantly, Mom, let me treat your wounds. Assad sighed inwardly, fetched the first aid kit, treated Daisy's wounds, while secretly using the Hayward Fandeath Jade to absorb the dying energy in her body, injecting vitality into her. After a while, Daisy felt thoroughly relieved. Even her chronic ailments seemed to disappear. Silent for a moment, she suddenly said, Ai Kai, let's move house. Mom. We can't win against them. Daisy's voice was full of fatigue. This time they narrowly got through, but what about next time? Sooner or later, they would be driven away. His tone was calm but carried a chill. You, what are you here for? To visit you guys, of course. Assad grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Upon seeing this, Conan and the others couldn't help but shudder. Assad, you'll gain nothing by crossing me. Let's settle this privately. I'll give you 1 million. Will you move? Conan wasn't foolish. He knew Assad had come for revenge. Taking a deep breath, he spoke surprisingly. Isn't it too late now? Assad sneered. These people were despicable. They ruthlessly bullied you when you were weak, but only showed respect when they were hurt. We don't have any deep-seated grudges, right? Conan spread his hands, knowing it was wise not to seek an unwinnable fight. On the contrary, this time we suffered greatly at your hands. Assad shook his head and said in a cold voice, if it were the old me, I might have accepted your conditions. But now I know, if you don't finish off a tiger, it will surely cause future troubles. You people all deserve to die. Before entering the ward, Assad had heard every word they had said clearly. These people had no bottom line. For the sake of his mother and sister, he had to get rid of these people. If the Norma family didn't come, fine. But if they did, he would send them all to reunite. Back at home, his mother Daisy was already asleep. He quietly returned to his room and began practicing the Greenwood longevity scripture, absorbing death energy and converting it into vitality. He could feel powerful energy spreading throughout his body. It seemed like he was getting stronger with every passing moment. In the darkness, a screeching sound of brakes reached his ears. Assad opened his eyes, and 2 flashes of light shone through the dark room. His expression became cautious as he quickly approached the window and looked outside. A woman's silhouette came into view. She was stunningly beautiful, with a slender figure. The deep V-neckline revealed a glimpse of astonishing whiteness, especially her long legs wrapped in a long dress, which were gracefully straight, making one unable to look away. It was Barbara. Why had she come here? At this moment, her face carried a hint of anxiety as she headed directly toward Assad's house. Assad hesitated for a moment before flipping over from the balcony and jumping down. Barbara was startled by a black figure jumping down from the 2nd floor. Just as she was about to scream, Assad covered her mouth. With the beauty in his arms, the soft warmth of her body, and his arm deeply sunk in her gentle peaks, Assad helplessly said, Don't shout, it's me. It's so late, If a man and a woman alone together are misunderstood, not here when her father is so ill. Looks like this daughter isn't as close as we thought, probably off with some rogue man. A young man with a frivolous expression spoke up. He was Alessio, Brit's son. Who would have thought, said a heavily made-up, provocatively dressed woman nearby, cooing in agreement. Nonsense. Zhu Qing is not that kind of person. Kimber, Barbara's mother, glared at them angrily. Enough. If you continue bickering, all of you get out. At this moment, Magdalena spoke, striking her dragon head cane on the ground with a loud thud. Instantly, everyone fell silent. As the head of the Qin family, Magdalena held absolute authority. With those words, no one dared speak further. The red light above the emergency room door turned green, and Christopher emerged, his face grave. Kimber rushed forward. Christopher, how is he? It's not looking good, Christopher sighed. Mr. Qin is in severe shock, and I can only do my best to maintain his life. You should prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, Kimber staggered, almost collapsing. However, Brit and Alessio exchanged glances, a trace of delight flashing across their faces. Once Ulrich died, the Qin Corporation would be theirs. Why did his condition worsen so quickly? Magdalena asked sternly. Huh? Alessio couldn't help but laugh sarcastically, saying, evil energy inside? Zhu Qing, where did you find this old-fashioned fool? What nonsense is he spouting? On the other side, Christopher's expression was also displeased. He said gravely, young man, don't make wild claims. Matters of saving lives aren't for jokes. Assad glanced at him and said seriously, as the saying goes, everyone has their area of expertise. This isn't an illness you can treat, which is normal. However, that doesn't mean I can't save him. Young man, arrogance will get you nowhere. You'd better not trip over your own tongue. Christopher replied somewhat unhappily, I have been saving lives long before you were born, and you dare talk about areas of expertise in front of me. Assad checked the time on his phone and said calmly, he has half an hour left to live. Whether or not he gets saved is up to you. What? This remark visibly startled everyone. Christopher flung his sleeve and coldly laughed, simply trying to attract attention. Barbara knew of Assad's abilities and quickly interjected, Assad, I believe in you. Please save my father. Trusting him means not trusting us, does it? Christopher, thinking of this, said unhappily, I'm barely maintaining your father's life now. If someone else intervenes, I can't guarantee his safety. The ward became instantly eerie and bone-chillingly cold. What a fierce ghost. Assad's eyes flashed. The dragon seal on his chest rotated. With one reach, green light formed an invisible dragon claw which lunged forward and grabbed the Buddha pendant. The fierce ghost residing there refused to yield, transferring its sinister ghost hands, revealing its terrifying ghost face, then fiercely lunging toward Assad. Come well. This was what Assad had been waiting for. Longevity True Chi surged out, his fingers like a knife slicing down toward the fierce ghost. Zayap. A tearing sound echoed through the air. The fierce ghost was instantly annihilated, and the Buddha pendant shattered. The massive death chi within Ulrich was directly absorbed by Assad. He felt like he had taken a potent tonic, becoming radiant and healthy. After being swept by Assad's longevity true chi, Ulrich started to recover gradually. He's better. Assad stood for a moment, calming the surging longevity true chi inside him, then opened the door and came out. How can it be so easy? What a joke. I think you're a fraud. Zhu Qing, is this the kind of friend you make? Are you two trying to conspire to kill Uncle? Before Alessio could finish speaking, a cough interrupted him. He even knows it was minimal effort. Alessio sneered sarcastically from the side. Your eyes are green, your heart is hot, and your complexion shows weakness. Clearly, you have severe kidney deficiency. I advise you to seek medical attention as soon as possible. Assad gave him a cursory glance, his words causing Alessio's face to flush with embarrassment, especially under the doubtful gazes of those around him, making him almost wish to crawl into a hole. Weak? How could he be weak? What nonsense are you spouting? You know if I'm talking nonsense or not. If you don't believe me, press firmly 3 inches below your ribs, Assad remarked nonchalantly. Press sure, who's afraid? Ah. Alessio pursed his lips and pressed hard, thinking nothing of it. However, an excruciating pain surged, nearly making him howl. Seeing everyone nodding and understanding, he trembled, unable to speak, pointing at Assad. You? Christopher watched this scene with some suspicion and secretly pressed the same spot. Ouch! The pain made him inhale sharply. Was he weak too? 9 out of 10 men suffer from weakness. You two shouldn't feel too inferior. Seek early treatment, and there's still hope. Upon hearing this, both Alessio's and Christopher's faces turned black. Cough, cough. Assad couldn't help but avoid Barbara's gaze. Barbara blushed profusely, even her ears turning red. Only now did she realize her words were prone to misinterpretation, and a faint hint of ambiguity filled the car. Watching Barbara drive away hastily, Assad couldn't help but smile. He turned back and went to sleep. The Greenwood Longevity Sutra naturally circulated. Dreams undisturbed. The next day, after washing his damp bedsheet, Assad reminisced about last night's beautiful dream before striding confidently to work at the Hayward High Clinic. You're actually all right? Nurse Evelyn gazed at Assad in surprise, blinking her large, beautiful eyes. Of course, a fortunate man has divine protection. That's what they say about me. Assad looked into Evelyn's large, watery eyes and couldn't help but recall the time he had been unconscious after a car accident, wondering if he had been given CPR by anyone. Since you're fine, hurry up and start your consultation. If you keep sleeping in the office, watch out for wage deductions. Evelyn reminded Assad. Then, wearing her white coat, she swayed her slender waist as she walked out. What a little demoness. One of the reasons Assad initially came to work here was because of Evelyn. After all, there were many places one could work, but only 2 places that were both big and white. TSK, these young people nowadays? He's still young. Women can be too much to handle. The onlooker's comments turned Alessio's face completely black, making him wish he could turn and run, but Assad grabbed his wrist. Interested in our tough guy package? Alessio originally wanted to sneer and shake off Assad's hand, but his feet stayed firmly planted, and he forced a laugh. Sure, I'll learn about it for my friend. Chapter 6, A Long Night. Assad didn't expose him, but casually wrote down a prescription on a piece of paper after some thought. Lotus seed hearts, a pinch, cinnabar, a portion. Grind them into powder. Take it with distilled water as the decoction vehicle. Take for 7 days. Alessio craned his neck to look at the prescription and couldn't help looking at Assad with doubt upon seeing that there were only 2 or 3 sentences. He said, "Is this all? What about the promised potent remedy?" Assad frowned in displeasure and said, "Believe or not, your choice. I believe you. I believe you. Even if you say you are my second uncle, I would believe you." Alessio rolled his eyes, quickly took over the prescription, paid for the medicine, and left eagerly. No matter whether it works or not, he could try it first. To everyone's surprise, Jameson fell into deep thought after listening to the prescription. Then, he looked at Assad and said confidently, "Is this the prescription from the hygiene prescription?" Still, Dr. Fong is well informed. Assad immediately flattered him a bit. "Well used." Jameson nodded. "Does it really work?" Evelyn blinked, not daring to believe it. Looking at Assad, who usually acted carefree, it didn't seem like he was someone who could study medical books. Of course. Jameson looked at Assad with a new appreciation and said, "Work harder in the future. Learning has no end. Don't slack off." Assad smiled smugly. Jameson then said, "By the way, I'll be away on consultation for a few days. Assad, stay here at night. If any patient comes, you can take care of them." "Dad, how can you leave him here at night?" "I don't agree." Evelyn's voice rose sharply. Although she knew Assad had lustful intentions but lacked the courage to act, it didn't change her perception of him. He was still a small lecher. Leaving him overnight was like sending herself into the tiger's mouth. No returns. Evelyn was naturally 1,000 times unwilling. "I also feel there's a problem." Assad's eyes twinkled as he spoke diplomatically to Jameson. "Dr. Fong, if I stay here at night when you're gone, although it's for work, being a single man and woman, it might not be appropriate." Seeing this, a dark cloud formed on Assad's forehead. "Sis, it's the height of summer. Are you out of your mind? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke?" "I do as I please, none of your business." Hayward to Letcher, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, it's impossible." Evelyn looked at Assad triumphantly. Unbeknownst to her, her rosy cheeks were flushed, like a ripe apple, incredibly alluring. Reality proved that wearing so much in the scorching summer was sheer self-torture. "It's so hot." Even with the air conditioning on, Evelyn felt drenched in sweat, twisting and turning uncomfortably, as if every breath she took was filled with warmth. Tiny beads of sweat dotted her white forehead. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. In contrast, Assad sat at the table, holding a medical book, with his longevity true chi circulating naturally inside him, creating a hint of coolness around him during the sweltering summer. "Why don't you take off some clothes?" Assad couldn't help but suggest. It wasn't that he really wanted to do anything to Evelyn. It was just that watching her suffer made him uneasy. Wrapped in the thick coat, Evelyn looked like a cooked shrimp, her face flushed red, unsure whether it was from the heat or anger. Taken in reverse. If she said don't come up, then you should definitely go up. Selling medicines here. Super strong drilling capsules, blue, fruity flavor. 1 capsule works as effectively as 5. Quick action, potent effect. All users highly recommended. Dozens of replies emerged almost instantly. Assad nodded with satisfaction. By this logic, Evelyn actually meant for him to come up? Sigh. It seemed that he was such an outstanding person that he would be missed by others. Just like that freshman girl back then. Bang. At that moment, a sudden flash of lightning appeared in the sky, followed by rolling thunder. Then came a deafening roar, after which heavy rain poured down. Assad put his phone away, stood up to close the windows and doors, and just as he returned intending to sit down again, the light above flashed twice before going out. The entire clinic plunged into darkness. Power outage. However, Assad found that the darkness had no effect on his vision at all. Everything around him remained visible as if it were still daylight. Ah! A scream from Evelyn echoed from upstairs. Oh no! Assad quickly got up and rushed upstairs. He went straight to Evelyn's bedroom on the 2nd floor. He had been to Evelyn's bedroom before. It was a room with pink wallpaper, decorated warmly, and the furniture style was Western, making it feel cozy and dreamy. There was a faint fragrance lingering in the room. "Mick, watch your step, or I'll make sure you lose your parts." Evelyn snapped angrily. "Ah, alright then." After some internal struggle, Assad finally gave in. Holding a white towel, he cautiously pushed open the bathroom door. Sure enough, he saw Evelyn lying on the floor, with shampoo sticking to her hair and face. My goodness, this big, this fair-skinned. Definitely worth it. Love it. Assad silently chanted, Umitba, and then approached Evelyn closely. He covered her with the towel, and fetched a basin of water to rinse her hair and eyes. In the dark, Evelyn's heart raced to her throat, pounding rapidly. However, noticing that Assad's actions were consistently proper, she slightly relaxed. What she didn't realize was that darkness couldn't obstruct certain eyes. Though he closed his eyes after rinsing Evelyn's eyes, what use was it since he had already seen everything? Cough, cough, the floor is cold. How about I carry you out first? Bending his body slightly to hide any noticeable changes, Assad gently supported Evelyn's smooth arms and slowly moved her towards the bed, holding a beauty in his arms. He felt that he made the right choice with this job indeed. Huff. Evelyn sat on the bed and immediately grabbed her phone. Hide area. Instantly, the pain subsided. Evelyn lay on the bed, unable to suppress a sound. feeling as if all her strength had drained away. She felt incredibly comfortable, lazy, and wished it would last forever. After a moment, with a faint crackling sound, the twisted bone was restored. It's all better now. I'll go out first. Assad got up and exited Evelyn's room without hesitation. The moment he stepped out of the room, he let out a long breath. This little temptress, she didn't even realize her bath towel had slipped off. Although he wanted to sneak another glance, if Evelyn discovered him, he'd really be in big trouble. Let them call him Mr. Luther Upright Gentleman. Why did Assad leave? It took Evelyn a while to come back to her senses. Suddenly, the lights came back on, illuminating her. She squinted her eyes, noticing that the bath towel on her body had somehow slipped off, exposing large areas of her skin to the air. Was I like this the whole time? Then Assad. Evelyn's face turned bright red, almost dripping blood. Chapter 8. Beauty's Invitation. When Evelyn thought about how she had just lain there while Assad treated her foot injury under the bed, she felt completely disheveled, unsure if he had seen anything. Such an embarrassment. In a mix statue cost. This old fong will definitely dock my pay again. He quickly kicked the broken pieces of the God of Wealth statue under the bed with his foot, then walked out of the room as if nothing happened, even humming a happy tune. If my sister comes to see me, don't take the bus, there are many perverts on it. I'm afraid they might touch my sister. Cough, cough, cough. Evelyn, who was walking downstairs, almost choked. What a rotten scoundrel. After hesitating for a moment, she turned back upstairs with her long legs. Even though she had been doing psychological preparation since she got up that morning, she still didn't know how to face Assad today. Especially after her dreams last night were all about her and Assad. Just thinking about that dream made her legs feel weak. She quickly ran back to her bedroom, firmly closing the door, letting out a sigh of relief. Evelyn, you're still a maiden. How can you have such dreams? She secretly troubled herself. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, at the clinic on the first floor, a knock suddenly came from the door. Assad frowned, stood up, and looked toward the door. Through the glass window, he could see a tall figure, muscular and robust, radiating a sense of sharpness. I have met Mr. Luther. You are? My young lady invites you. The tall man smiled politely and pointed toward a distance. Assad glanced at him, then followed his gaze, seeing a black luxury car parked about 10 meters away, with Barbara standing gracefully beside it. Assad, over here. Barbara was wearing a casual black fitted long dress, showing off her long, slender legs. She wore high heels, and her long black hair flowed down, looking charming and seductive. She was waving at them now. They got in the car. Sitting in the car, Assad felt the comfortable backrest and quality interior, inwardly admiring the true standard of a luxury car. In the car, there was even a small tea table with expensive wine and a pile of documents. How luxurious. Assad, you saved my father's life, so I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Please accept this small gift. Barbara said as she handed over the documents from the tea table. Assad wanted to refuse, but he froze when he saw the words on the document, as it turned out to be a real estate development agreement. And the address was none other than Assad's home area. I know you are reluctant to leave your homeland, so I asked my father, took over this development plan from the Norma family, so your family can live there in peace. Barbara said with a smile, as if taking over such a project involving billions from the Norma family was no big deal. Mr. Chin really has great means. Assad marveled aloud. He once again recognized the status of the Chin family in Hayward High City. Indeed, as the leading family in Hayward High City card, its low-key black surface bore a golden dragon with finely detailed golden scales. The card itself was nothing short of a work of art. Thank you then. Assad casually put it into his pocket. His expression was calm and composed, as if he didn't think much of it. Seeing this, Barbara's smile deepened. Truly befitting a master. Perhaps he could indeed help her. They walked into a courtyard that felt like stepping into a Jiangnan waterside town. The ancient-style architecture exuded a gentle and graceful charm. They took their seats according to guest and host protocol. Being only about 10 centimeters apart, the intoxicating fragrance wafted over, making Assad's heart skip a beat. In such a quiet environment, a man and a woman alone. Instinctively, he pulled back slightly. Barbara smiled wryly, her eyes twinkling, and said, Assad, why do you distance yourself so much from me? Are you afraid I might eat you? Not really afraid. Assad shrugged, but thanks already. Now, could you tell me why you invited me here? Not enough thanks yet. Barbara's red lips parted. You saved not only me but also my father. Without you, we would have been dead. What's a little gift compared to that? Assad raised an eyebrow, curious. So how do you plan to thank me? Barbara stood up, placing her hands on the table and leaning forward, looking at Assad with her beautiful almond eyes. Perhaps this question should be for you. How do you want me to thank you? Assad glanced at Barbara, feeling somewhat dry-mouthed. That expanse of snowy white before his eyes. What a surge. What a female demon. He couldn't help but slightly curl his lips upward. Suddenly, he moved forward, stopping just a centimeter away from Barbara, almost brushing her invitingly full red lips, and said, How about if I take you? Chapter 9. The Great Qin Palace. Want me? To his surprise, Barbara did not retreat, but instead looked at him with a blooming smile and a flirtatious expression, saying, Not impossible, but I'm the only daughter in my family. If you're willing to be a part of our family by marrying into it, then there's no problem. That face was right before him, fair and exquisite, not a bit inferior to big stars on TV. As she spoke, an aroma like orchid seemed to emanate from her. It made him want to agree to all her requests in one breath. However, when he thought about marrying into her family, black lines appeared uncontrollably on Assad's forehead. No matter how rich and powerful she was, or how beautiful and well-figured she was, he, as a real man, the only son of his family, could never do such a thing. I still need to think about it. Assad hurriedly sat back down for fear that he would lose control. He secretly... Barbara smiled slightly. Be available 24 hours a day. Come whenever I call you. As for your work, it's to ensure my safety. Isn't this just a bodyguard? Calling it a personal assistant? But the treatment was indeed generous. Assad was instantly tempted. Despite inheriting the legacy of an immortal, having exceptional abilities, even immortals need food and money to support the family. So, money was still a huge temptation to him. How do you feel about it? Barbara looked at Assad. Based on the information she had, Assad was unlikely to refuse such conditions. No problem, Assad agreed directly. Making money was not shameful, but he continued, however, I have one condition. What is it? Feel free to say. Assad spoke solemnly. I sell my skills, not myself. Barbara's face froze, seemingly not expecting such words from Assad. After a long silence, she said, as long as you're happy. The two quickly reached an agreement. Barbara also revealed her plans. Due to Ulrich's poor health these past few years, under the decision of Karina, many industries and powers were handed over to others. She took over part of the business, mainly focusing on fashion and jewelry. With the rising prices of jade in recent years, she increased her investments, but due to channel issues, much of her jade business has been conducted in partnership with the Norma family. After the Norma family's treachery, their relationship was now extremely strained, making further cooperation impossible. So, I must open my own channels. Barbara said earnestly. I've already contacted the dealers in Pingzhou, and her presence likely indicated trouble. What are you doing here? Sure enough, as Barbara's car approached, Elira blocked the way. The driver had no choice but to stop, and Barbara got out of the car with an unpleasant expression on her face. Zhu Qing. Elira tried to grab Barbara's hand. Don't call me Zhu Qing. We aren't close. Here is your stuff. Barbara ignored her and took off the jade bracelet from her wrist, throwing it directly at Elira's feet. Elira's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly retreated. However, she tripped somehow and fell to the ground, injuring her elbow and bleeding. That's a setup. Assad couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Elira looked tearfully at Barbara and said miserably, Zhu Qing, I'm also a victim. The gifts I gave you were obtained from a master, and I didn't know there would be any problems. Do you really think I would believe such nonsense? Barbara's eyes were cold and resolute, saying, if you did it, you must face the consequences. You, and the Norma family behind you, won't get away with it. What a dominant girl. Assad couldn't help but smile. Haha, Miss Qing has quite the audacity. At that moment, a young man in casual clothes walked over, helped Elira up, and held her slender waist gently. Looking at the wound on her arm, he showed concern. Elira buried her weighty face in his shoulder, sobbing. Relax, with me here, your family will be fine. Whoever dares to harm you, I'll make them pay tenfold. The young man patted Elira and said coolly, Keaton. Barbara saw him and her eyes flashed with apprehension. This is between the Qin family and the Norma family. Are you trying to intervene? The Zhao family. Assad suddenly understood. As a resident of Haywardenhai, he naturally knew the Zhao family, reputedly the foremost aristocratic family in Haywardenhai. And this Keaton was the third son of the Zhao family. Keaton said, I'm not intervening. Since Xinlan is now my fiancé, the Norma family's matters are my matters. So, I will definitely handle the Norma family's affairs. It looks like the Norma family found a powerful backer. I'll remember this. Barbara's face darkened. Facing the threat from the top family in Haywardenhai, she couldn't afford to be careless. She glanced at Assad and said, let's go. You injured my fiancé and want to leave? However, Keaton laughed coldly and said fiercely, Barbara, you're thinking too optimistically. Slap yourself 3 times and apologize, or you're not leaving today. This statement caused a stir among the crowd, and even Barbara's face changed. Chapter 10. The Hospitable Second Miss. As the third young master of the Zhao family, he represented the will of the Zhao family to some extent. At this moment, openly standing up for the Norma family made everyone present have plenty to think about. Although the Qin family also held a very high status in Haywardenhai City, compared to the powerful Zhao family, they were still slightly inferior. Hum. At this moment, Elira was still sobbing softly, as if she had a great deal of grievance that could not be released. This made Farouk more and more heartbroken. Hit her. Don't waste my time. Farouk looked at Malia impatiently, saying, if you refuse, don't blame me for sending someone to help you. Behind him, several tall men in black revealed cruel smiles. Looking at their sturdy bodies and fierce auras, it was evident that they were no kind-hearted individuals. Even in front of the core business of the Qin family, Daqin Palace, they showed no restraint whatsoever. They were simply too arrogant. And the people inside the Daqin Palace timidly hid behind closed doors, terrified to come out and offer help. You. Malia's face changed once again, her knuckles turning white from gripping her fists. If she really received a slap in public, it would undoubtedly trample her dignity completely underfoot, and even affect the reputation of her Qin family. Such a job worth $1 million per year is not lightly changed, urging Assad to leave. These people are guards nurtured by the Zhao family, all retired mercenaries. Many people in Haywardenhai have suffered at their hands. Seeing that Malia still cared about him at this moment, Assad smiled, patted her hand, and said, don't worry, I won't let down the pay you gave me. Just watch me. With that, he charged straight toward those big men. Bang! A powerful whipping kick sent one of the burly men flying over 10 meters away, lying on the ground unconscious. This unexpected blow startled everyone. No one had expected Assad's combat prowess to be so formidable. Even Malia was somewhat dumbfounded. Come on. Standing still, Assad tauntingly hooked his fingers at the remaining stunned individuals. Attack together. The leading black-clad man waved his hand, and several others surrounded Assad, launching attacks. Each move aimed directly at vital points. Assad scoffed. The legacy from the Azure Dragon Immortal had made him no stranger to battle. Although the men were ferocious, to him, they were child's play. Too slow, too light. Did you forget to eat today? Assad continuously punched, sending each man flying. They fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Then, he turned his gaze to Farouk. You? What are you going to do? Seeing his guards being defeated and Assad staring at Assad nodded firmly. You really have a serious illness, and it's beyond cure. Keaton laughed bitterly. Are you joking? Being called ill? His Zhao family made its fortune from medicine. Whether medical technology or pharmaceuticals, they were all top-notch. He enjoyed the best health services as an Zhao family member. How could he possibly be ill? Even if he did, it would have been detected immediately. When did you get together with her? Assad pointed at Elira behind Keaton. Looking at Assad, not far from him, Keaton, though wary, thought for a moment and answered, 10 days ago. Assad nodded and said with a sardonic smile, I see. Both of you seem to have the same illness. Huh. Elira was puzzled. Why did this bring her into it? Assad looked at them with pity from several meters away. Do you know why I'm not going over? I'm afraid of catching your disease. If you don't believe me, think about it. Haven't you felt a decline in energy lately, frequent cold sweats, occasional kidney pain, chest pain, even coughing up blood? You're talking nonsense. For some reason, Keaton suddenly felt uneasy. An ominous feeling crept over him because he indeed felt something wrong with his body recently. All exactly as Assad described. Fine, take it as nonce. Driving away, she finally asked, did they really get that disease? Chapter 11. The cargo was snatched. Surely you don't really believe it? Assad blinked his eyes and said innocently, I just made up an illness on the spot to scare them. Who would have thought they would take it seriously? Barbara was also speechless. At that time, Assad spoke so convincingly, and Keaton's reaction was too well played. Everyone believed it was true. It turned out it was just something Assad had made up off the top of his head. But this time, I bet these people were scared stiff. They might even have psychological scars from this. Thinking of the scene just now, Barbara couldn't help but laugh. Especially Elira. Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. She never expected Elira to be involved in such disreputable things with so many men. For years, she had regarded her as a close friend. The car was still driving when Barbara's phone rang. As she picked it up, her expression gradually turned from happy to gloomy. Something happened? Assad asked. Barbara took a deep breath and said, a batch of goods I ordered has been snatched at a higher price. I need to go check it out. I'll go with you. Assad offered spontaneously. To Antique Street. Yes, Mississippi. The driver turned the steering wheel, and the car immediately headed toward Antique Street. Hayward High City, Antique Street. Here, all kinds of people. Miss Chi, you've sold my goods. How could I not come? Boss Chin, I'm wronged. Austin waved his hands and loudly protested. That batch of goods, I indeed intended to keep it for you. But then the Norma family sent over Zhao family's note, leaving me no choice. After all, my entire family depends on me. I simply can't afford to offend the Zhao family. Just because Boss Chi can't afford to offend the Zhao family, does it mean you think my Chin family is easy to bully? Barbara said coldly. See what my mouth did. Austin quickly apologized, slapping his own face twice and said, Boss Chin, how about this? You pick any material in the shop freely, and I'll give you an additional 10%. These materials here are meant to deceive people? Barbara glanced at the materials on the counter indifferently. How could they be? Please follow me. Austin led the way, taking Barbara and Assad to the warehouse behind the shop. Inside, there was a pile of stones filling the entire warehouse. These are genuine old materials, all from old pits, guaranteed to yield plenty of goods. Austin explained. Barbara thought for a moment and agreed to Austin's proposal, saying, then this matter will be handled as Boss Chi suggested. Once I select $1,000,000 yuan worth of goods, this incident will be considered resolved. 1.1 million. Extra for my apologies. Austin waved his hand generously. Thank you, Boss Chi. TSK, it's almost equal to his monthly salary. If he loses, wouldn't this month's work be for nothing? The stone cutter held a cigarette and began rotating the stone, slicing along the scabbed area, cutting in half a foot deep. He calmly said, this is likely a dead scab, no goods inside. Keep cutting deeper. Assad stared at the stone material, knowing that the place with spiritual energy was further inside, so he urged him on. Already doing so, the stone cutter wasn't annoyed or disputing. He understood that newbies were often like this, unwilling to admit defeat until all hope was lost. In fact, even Barbara didn't have much hope left. If there was still nothing after cutting so deep, it was basically hopeless. Unexpectedly, after a while, the stone cutter suddenly exclaimed, dropping the cigarette from his mouth, staring at the green inside the stone with wide eyes. It's green. It actually turned green. Barbara snapped out of her daze and immediately looked over. It's an icy type. Moreover, it's blue water icy type material. Judging by its size, it can produce at least 2 bracelets and 2 pendants, worth a minimum of 1 million yuan. Barbara was also excited and smiled at Assad. Just this, 1 million? Assad showed a look of surprise. Yes, if you dare to take another risk, continue cutting deeper, produce a bracelet and a pendant, with the remaining parts making several necklaces. It was worth no less than 5 million. Thinking about how it slipped away from him made his expression uglier. He put on a forced smile and said, young brother, I'll offer 4 million for this material. How about transferring it to me? Barbara smiled faintly and replied, Boss Chi, are you bullying my friend for not knowing the market situation? Just look at the color and quality of this piece. It's worth much more than this price. Assad said in surprise, so valuable? Do you think getting rich or poor by one cut is just a rumor? Barbara couldn't help rolling her eyes. What a lucky guy it was, actually cutting out an imperial green from a piece of material that no one favored. Even for her jewelry company, obtaining jade of such grade wasn't easy. How about selling this jade to me? Barbara suddenly thought, and then asked Assad. Assad was taken aback, shook his head, which let Barbara can't help but show a disappointed look. However, what Assad said next shocked everyone. You paid for this, so if you like it, I will give it to you. This was imperial green emerald, worth at least 5 million, and he handed it over without hesitation. Everyone looked at him in disbelief, wishing they could crack open his head to see what he was thinking. Barbara was also stunned. Seeing Assad shake his head, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. But his next words deeply touched her. Barbara pondered for a while and said, "This jade has a blue light gradually changing into dark green, making it top-grade emerald green. Last time, a similar piece fetched 6 million at auction. Okay, I'll give you 7 million. Wow, 7 million. Assad knew that if he nodded, Barbara would definitely give him 7 million. However, he knew that the auction price was often inflated, so he shook his head again, saying, "If you really want it, then just give me 3 million. That makes it half and half." Barbara didn't expect Assad to say that. She watched him for a long time, and her smile grew brighter. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's do as you say." Assad directly handed over the material to Barbara and looked at the 3 million in his bank account, feeling immensely happy. Just like that, he earned 3 million. This was even easier than robbing a bank. Having acquired such fine material, Barbara was delighted. She said with a smile, "Assad, you have such good luck today. Why don't you pick 2 more pieces?" Assad's eyes lit up, replying, "Sure." While he was choosing the raw materials, Barbara's team had already selected enough pieces, picking out all 11 million yuan worth of original stones. Though it sounded like a lot of money, the number of stones that could be bought was not many. A rough estimate was only 20 to 30 pieces of raw stone. Austin still kept smiling, unmoved. He had been in the jade business for many years and was quite well known in Hayward High City. He did not care about Barbara's threat at all. What could you do even if it was clearly a trap for you? Without the supply channel from the Norma family, Barbara would still have to continue buying from him. This was Austin's confidence. What's wrong? As soon as Assad came out, he noticed something was off with the atmosphere outside. Barbara looked at the already invoiced stone material in Assad's hand and forced a smile. "Nothing. Have you picked your material? Just chose another piece randomly?" Assad nodded. Seeing the 300,000 yuan amount on the invoice, Barbara couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Then let's go back." She didn't believe that Assad would be lucky enough to find such a bargain again. It was only 300,000 yuan after all. Losing this much wouldn't hurt too much. "Don't go, young brother. Since you've had such good luck, why not just cut the stone here?" Austin hurriedly stopped her. Assad nodded. "All right, I also want to see what comes out of it." "Good." Austin was so happy that his eyebrows were dancing. Afraid that Assad might change his mind, he quickly asked the stonemason to start cutting the stone. "All the materials here are from old pits. Today you're so lucky, you'll definitely get a big surprise. Don't forget to give me a red envelope when you hit big." Austin stood next to Assad, watching the stonemason cut away. "Someone, prepare a red envelope for Boss Chi to thank him for his hospitality." Austin's face turned even greener looking at the 1 yuan in the red envelope. Chapter 13. Venomous Woman. Leaving the treasure-seeking studio, Barbara had a beaming smile on her face. Assad had just transferred the tricolor jade to her, and she was confident that with these 2 top-grade jades, she could easily erase the previous 10 million loss and even make a profit. Beside her, Assad was grinning like an idiot as he checked the balance in his card, not resembling a hermit master at all. 23 million yuan. In just 3 hours, he made so much money. It was easier than making money while lying down. Even the strong wind doesn't blow this fast. Indeed, if you want to earn money, you must choose the right boss. Moreover, Barbara was a breathtakingly beautiful female boss. Who knows? Maybe one day he can earn both her and the money, and life would be good even without working hard. The red flag remains unfurled in the city, while colorful flags flutter outside. Suddenly, Assad realized that his happiness could be this simple. "What are you grinning at?" Barbara felt something was off about Assad's gaze and instinctively frowned. "Nothing." Assad quickly pulled himself together, putting on a wise look. However, "President Chin, and you are?" Peggy curiously sized up Assad, noting his plain attire, height of about 180 centimeters, slender build, and gentle demeanor, giving off a boy-next-door vibe. "I'm President Chin's personal assistant," Assad casually replied. Personal assistant?" Peggy blinked her large eyes. Gossip flames instantly sparked in her mind. How did President Chin suddenly have a personal assistant? Could it be a life assistant? She discreetly examined Assad's nose. She had heard that the size of one's nose might correlate with, feeling scrutinized by Peggy. Assad subconsciously touched his nose and said, "I just started, so I'm not familiar with the place yet. Could you show me around?" "No problem." While guiding him, Peggy secretly posted pictures in the chat group. Shock. "Sisters, come out. I found a big secret. President Chin suddenly has a handsome personal male assistant. And he has a big nose. Snap, snap, snap. 3 rapid shots. He looks very gentle. I wish I could give him a lashing. Brother is for spoiling. Quick brother, call me mommy." Supporting the post above. "Hey, you girls are exposing something inappropriate here. This isn't a ride to kindergarten. I want off. You're all hooligans. The doors are locked. Send paper messages if you need to. Let's go." Soon, the chat group conversation ran wild, even spiraling out of control. Assad accidentally saw the content when he glanced back and instantly broke into a cold sweat. Looking at the naive expression of the little secretary, he was speechless. Shaking his head helplessly, he continued walking. Huh? Why is there Shachi, negative energy here? Taking a few steps, Assad stopped and stared at an office facing the stairwell. A faint aura of negative energy seeped out and spread in all directions. Noticing his gaze, Peggy laughed and said, "That's President Chin's office. Want to see it?" "Sure." Assad nodded. Upon entering Barbara's office, the first thing that caught his eye was a large bookshelf filled with various books, and on the desk were numerous documents. Not far from the desk stood a sofa and a coffee table, forming a small reception area. Near the window, there was an aquarium. The room was simply decorated, looking slightly empty. Even the air inside felt somewhat chilly. As he walked to the window, a powerful wave of negative energy hit him. It turned out to be a feng shui trap. He glanced at the terrain outside. In front of the building was a curved road that looked like a drawn long bow from a high vantage point, pointing directly at this office building. This was known as the reversed bao sha in feng shui, reputed as, its evil is like an arrow, bringing death without hope of survival. Recalling the mirrored exterior of the building, Assad immediately understood that it was definitely set up by a feng shui master to counteract the negative energy using the reflective surface. However, why was there still negative energy seeping in? After careful observation, he instantly spotted the problem. This glass is wrong. It's newly replaced. Assad stared at the transparent glass in front of him, realizing the issue right away. Originally, the mirrored glass on the exterior of the building could indeed neutralize the negative energy of the reversed baosha. But one pane of mirrored glass in this office had been replaced with transparent glass, creating a gap that allowed the strong negative energy to pour through. Over time, this place would become a haven for negative energy, causing those within the building not only to suffer constant misfortune but also serious illnesses, which could affect their families. Who knows if it was intentional? If so, the intentions behind it are truly wicked. A flash of severity appeared in Assad's eyes. Oh no, how did these fish die again? Peggy approached the fish tank and noticed all the goldfish floating on the surface, showing a look of dissatisfaction. It must be because the cleaning ant forgot to change the water, leading to lack of oxygen. I've told her countless times. Why doesn't she listen? They didn't die from lack of oxygen, but from the impact of negative energy. Negative energy? Peggy stared blankly at Assad. Yes. Assad pointed sternly to the clearly new glass near the window and asked, do you know what happened to this piece of glass? You mean this glass? It was accidentally broken by Miss Norma some time ago, so she asked me to have it replaced. Peggy recalled, cautiously asking, is there something wrong with it? There's a big problem. Assad shook his head and said, Elira sure has a cruel heart. If I hadn't come here today, everyone in this building might have faced great misfortune. Chapter 14. Toby the Old Taoist. Bad luck? Peggy's little face was full of confusion. It was just a matter of replacing a pane of glass. It couldn't be that exaggerated, could it? Wasn't it an exaggeration to say there would be bad luck? Assad said bluntly, if you don't believe me, you can check the health status of the company employees over the past period. Peggy wasn't some decoration. On the contrary, she was very smart. Seeing Assad's certain demeanor, she nodded immediately and said, I happen to have this idea. Soon, the statistical results for this period were presented to her. It can't be. When the statistical results from various departments appeared before her eyes, Peggy's expression changed. There were actually 40 people who had taken sick leave, or long-term sick leave. One had to know that their entire office area only had 400 or 500 people, which meant nearly 10% were affected and comfortable. But now, the air had become somewhat warm. Do you sense the difference? Assad explained, Sha Qi, negative energy, belongs to Yin and often produces cold Yin Qi. That's why the temperature in the office has been low. Now, with the Sha Qi blocked by the stone lions I placed, the Yin coldness dissipates, allowing positive Norma Qi to rise, and thus the room temperature returns to normal. Barbara nodded. So that's it. Feng Shui is truly mysterious. Assad couldn't help but laugh and said, Feng Shui may sound mysterious, but its essence is merely adjusting the environmental magnetic field so that it aligns with the human body's magnetic field. Just like two people in love, harmony brings comfort, while constant arguments lead to discomfort. Barbara couldn't resist laughing. You explain it so clearly. Peggy's gaze flicked between Assad and Barbara, thinking to herself that these two definitely had something going on. The way they talked and interacted revealed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. The assistant explanation was likely a facade. Just as the Sha Qi dissipated, an old man on the opposite building suddenly sat up straight on his sofa, gazing intently over. This person looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with a youthful appearance despite his white hair, wearing a Taoist robe that gave off an air of wisdom and elegance. The Sha Qi vanished without reason. Is there perhaps a master involved? Qin family's fortune does seem unusually good. He pinched his fingers and frowned. Unfortunately, our sect has strict rules about intervention. We should not act more than thrice. Since I've intervened 3 times with the Qin family already, I cannot continue. Otherwise, I'd have to see how powerful that expert is. At that moment, a fresh-faced boy around 16 or 17 entered respectfully, saying, Master, Miss Norma from the Norma family has arrived. Please ask her to come in. Toby the Old Taoist waved his hand, sitting calmly on the sofa. Greetings, Taoist Master. Elira walked in from outside, her face somewhat gloomy. Toby the Old Taoist said, Miss Norma, your face looks troubled and your eyes have a hint of green. It seems you've encountered some misfortune. If there's anything this old Taoist can do to help, please speak. Of course, anything related to the Qin family is out of the question. Elira's expression changed. Why? Old Taoist Toby shook his head and said solemnly, according to the rules of my sect, we shall not act more than thrice. I have already intervened with the Qin family 3 times, and each time they have turned misfortune into fortune, which shows their luck is still present. If I were to interfere again, it would bring me misfortune and unforeseen disasters. Unforeseen disasters? Elira said unwillingly. But Master, my Norma family supplies millions in offerings every year. Can't this outweigh a mere rule? Old Taoist Toby looked at Elira deeply and said in a calm but unapologetically harsh tone, rules are rules. Without rules, there can be no order. If there were no rules, your Norma family would merely be one of my possessions. What's more about some trivial goods? These rules may seem like restrictions on the strong, but they also protect the weak. Elira seemed to recall something, shivering involuntarily. I'll change the target then. She took out a group photo from her bag, pointing to one person on it. None other than Assad. It's him. I want him to die miserably in endless despair. Elira's face twisted hideously, her normally beautiful features now resembling a vicious demon. She almost hated Assad to the bone. The humiliation she suffered that morning at Daqin Palace was so severe that she almost dared not go out anymore. Those scenes were etched deeply in her mind. She could clearly remember the looks people gave her when Assad deceived everyone saying she had a disease. Disgust, contempt, as if avoiding a poisonous snake. Who was she? She was the second miss of the Norma family, a distinguished lady of Hayward High City. At that moment, She felt inferior even to the lowest level. Fear flickered in his eyes. He merely wanted to divine this person and ended up suffering such a severe backlash. Who could this person be? Master, what's wrong with you? The boy rushed in, startled, quickly running over to support Yalius Toby. Yalius Toby wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, appearing rather disheveled as he said, "Return the gold card to Miss Norma and tell her I cannot do what she asked of me earlier. Tell her to find someone else." Master, it's 50 million yuan. Is money more important than life? Unmoved by this, Yalius Toby stood firm, and the boy, helpless, had no choice but to take out the gold card again and leave. However, Yalius Toby didn't notice that before leaving, the boy had carefully glanced at Assad's photo twice. In the office building, Assad loitered around for 2 or 3 hours under the guidance of the young girl, Peggy. After acquainting himself with the surroundings and exchanging a myriad of contact details, he nonchalantly finished work. These are Thelma's, Raylan's, Adelia's. Looking through their self-portraits and posts on social media, Assad felt he'd gained much more than just new contacts. It was like hitting the jackpot. Look at the skin, the curves, the figures. They were practically heaven on earth. He almost suspected their posts were only visible to him. Of course, he was slightly puzzled because when he added these people, Peggy seemed to have an odd look in her eyes. Could it be they knew him? Wait. Suddenly, Assad remembered that all these girls were in one of Peggy's chat groups. This realization instantly dampened his mood over adding beautiful women to his contacts. These women thugs. He might not be able to handle them. Walking down the street, it was about a few kilometers away from the Aliena High Clinic. Assad considered buying a car for commuting, as having over 20 million certainly warranted improving his lifestyle. Give mom 10 million, so she can start a small business. Then she won't have to work for others, especially since she's getting older and deserves some rest. Also, give 5 million to my little sister. She's in university now, a time when she needs to look her best. There's too much competition in university. We can't let her be looked down upon. So far, I still have 8 million left. Perfect. As Assad walked and muttered, he finally settled on how to distribute the money, revealing a happy smile on his face. You're Assad? At that moment, someone blocked his path. Looking at the teenager, who appeared 15 or 16, with pale skin and a cold gaze, dressed in an ill-fitting green robe, Assad replied without answering, "Who are you?" It seemed her eyelashes fluttered, and her moist, full lips felt slightly dry. He couldn't tell if he was looking forward to it, or resisting it. Assad blinked his eyes, thinking what was wrong with this little vixen Evelyn. He hugged her, and she didn't get angry but tried to seduce him instead. Could old Fong be back? He glanced into the room but saw no one. Strange. He felt that Evelyn was plotting something against him, but since she came on her own, even if it were a honey trap, it wouldn't be right to refuse. Although he wanted to stay innocent, it was better to strip off the sugar coating and enjoy the candy. As they say, when the enemy is ashamed, I will take off her clothes. Just as he was about to kiss her, there was suddenly a loud bang from outside. Evelyn sprang away from Assad's embrace like a startled rabbit. Taking this chance, Assad quickly pulled his hand out of her blouse and said, "It seems something happened outside. I'll go check." With that, he turned and ran. Evelyn's face turned almost scarlet with blood. This bastard. She was imagining a perfect first kiss, yet he dared to use his hands. She was infuriated. Indeed, 2 wheels of the moon in the courtyard. One hand covers the universe. Heart moves all things easily, while the stream water remains silent. Seeing Assad slip away, Evelyn narrowed her watery eyes, ready to chase after him. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped and somewhat awkwardly went back upstairs. Assad, you just wait. What a close call. Outside the door, Assad let out a sigh of relief. If old Fong had found out, he might have been beaten to death by him. Just thinking of how old Fong used him as a needle target when teaching him medicine made his skin crawl. Old Fong, you don't even know what I've given up for you. Assad chuckled, but as he surveyed the surroundings, his laughter faded and his expression darkened. In front of the clinic lay a dead rooster. Only its wings remained. The head and feet had been cut off, and blood still dripped from the wounds, creating a gruesome scene. Balk. As Assad emerged, the rooster jerked violently, seemingly sensing human presence, preparing to pounce on him. The scene was eerily unsettling. To Assad's eyes, a resentful spirit clearly infested the dead rooster, with sinister black aura swirling around it. If it touched anyone, it would surely corrupt their soul. Thus, he circulated the vitality true chi within him, fixing a cold gaze into the darkness and said icily, "You ghostly imposter! Since you wish for death, then I shall grant it." Chapter 16 Class Reunion. In the darkness, a slightly mocking voice came from all directions, making it hard to identify its source. "Just you? Ha!" With a swoosh, no one knew what he had done in secret. The dead chicken in front of the clinic suddenly jumped up, standing on its broken legs, with its headless body facing Assad. Zzz. The wings flapped once, and more than 10 streams of black blood gushed toward Assad. Assad watched this coldly, stretching out one hand. His arm emitted a streak of golden light resembling the shadow of a dragon, as if clouds were born from the sea, full of mysterious wonders. Clap! He flashed to the dead chicken, slapping it down. The golden light engulfed it like raging fire, burning the vengeful soul and black aura to nothingness. That pitch-black death chi was instantly transformed into life chi, which Assad absorbed into his body, feeling his strength subtly enhanced. The Hayward and Death Jade, transforming death into life, was not just talk. It was the true path of life and death. A petty vengeful soul's death chi could do nothing to Assad. On the contrary, Assad was their nemesis, manipulating chi into external energy. It's impossible. How could he be a master-level powerhouse? Hiding in the dark, the evil child saw this and his expression changed abruptly. He subconsciously tried to escape, but as soon as he turned, he felt his collar tighten, and an enormous force pulled him back. Bang! He was dragged back by the immense force and fell onto the ground. Oh no! Senior, spare my life please. Sensing Assad's determined intent to kill, the evil child begged repeatedly. However, Assad remained unmoved. Seeing this, the evil child decided to run, but Assad pressed a palm on top of his head. Be a good person in your next life. Chi. Emitting the eternal true Chi, the evil child died instantly. My master will take revenge for me. Before dying, the evil child shouted resentfully. If he dares come, then I'll send him down to join you. Assad said coldly. After disposing of the evil child, Assad returned directly to the clinic, having a vague guess about the mastermind behind it all. During this period, the only ones who might have grievances with him would be the Norma family. Just as he was pondering this, Evelyn came downstairs in high heels, clearly groomed and dressed, wearing a black knee-length fitted skirt and a white jacket on top, looking youthful and beautiful. Assad, come on, let's broaden your horizons. Evelyn waved her hand, looking very cool. Where? Assad sat behind the table, reluctant to move. He had promised old Fong he would be on duty tonight. What if a patient came and couldn't find a doctor? Evelyn parted her red lips and exhaled delicately. To sing at the nightclub, wanna go? Her large, captivating eyes looked at Assad. I'm in. Assad's eyes lit up, standing up immediately. Seeing Evelyn watching him with a smile, he hastily added, it's not that I want to go, but mainly because I'm worried you might encounter bad guys, so I can protect you in time. Well then, hurry up. At Evelyn's urging, Assad half reluctantly followed out. Evelyn drove the red beetle bought for her by old Fong, while Assad sat in the passenger seat, watching her drive with interest. Wearing a knee-length skirt, driving exposed her two long white legs. Not bad, actually quite a sight. You're still looking. Evelyn pouted in mock anger. She had been focusing on driving, but Assad's gaze was too intense. She felt as if his eyes had some kind of magical power, like a pair of hands gently resting on her legs, making her feel weak all over. Cough. Assad awkwardly shifted his gaze and looked out the window. For some reason, Evelyn felt a tinge of disappointment when she realized he wasn't looking at her anymore. After a while, they arrived at the nightclub entrance. Evelyn, over here. A group of fashionably dressed men and women were standing there, waving at them. My friends. Evelyn's eyes lit up as she quickly pulled Assad toward them. Wow, Evelyn. Who's this cute young man? A cute-looking girl linked arms with Evelyn, eyeing Assad with interest. Evelyn shot a quick glance at Assad and said, he's my friend. Friend. The girl elongated the word, teasingly saying, not a boyfriend, right? I'm Evelyn's best friend, Luther Cianyu. Nice to meet you. She smiled and introduced herself. Meanwhile, Evelyn also introduced the others. One was a tall yet cherubic-faced boy, Luther Cianyu's boyfriend Terry. The remaining two were Emil and Quinn. Emil was from a local influential family in Hayward High, the Sun Clan, with a company running in the family, making him a second-generation rich kid. Quinn, on the other hand, was more of a socialite type, working as a professional model after graduation. With her good looks and outgoing personality, she aimed to become a wealthy lady by joining high society. I'm Assad. Assad nodded, acknowledging their presence. However, his nonchalant demeanor clearly annoyed Emil. Emil had always had a crush on Evelyn and had specifically organized this gathering for her. To his surprise, she brought Assad along. It felt like he had been slapped in front of everyone, his face burning with humiliation. Now, he glanced at Assad's clothing, adjusted his expensive wristwatch and asked, this is the first time Evelyn has brought a friend along. Quite unusual. Are you also from around here? Where do you work now? His question was clearly loaded with malice. Clearly, he had noticed that Assad came from an ordinary background and was deliberately asking such a question in front of everyone, aiming to embarrass Assad. Assad saw right through his intentions, but he remained unfazed, calmly replying, I'm a doctor. Just a smelly doctor. Emil inwardly seethed, Evelyn, how could you choose to be with this poor ghost rather than accept my advances? Since that's the case, don't blame me for embarrassing him in front of everyone later. Let the others see that not choosing me was your biggest mistake. Chapter 17 Nightclub Turmoil. Several people walked into a nightclub named Imo Se Runjian, Ink World. Though it's called a nightclub, it also provides KTV services. At this moment, the dynamic music was continuously stimulating people's nerves, with flashing lights and an evidently exuberant atmosphere. Emil was a regular customer here, and was also the organizer of this gathering. He had booked a position in advance, a relatively independent luxury private room on the second floor. Through the windows, one could see the dance floor downstairs. Come on, everyone, take your seats. Waiter, bring me 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Emil scanned the drinks menu and then passed it around, saying, everyone, order whatever you want to eat or drink. No need to be shy. When he got to Assad, a smirk curled up at the corner of his mouth as he said, bro, looks like you haven't been to a place like this before. What would you like to drink? Don't be polite. That tone and posture were obviously somewhat condescending. I only want water. Assad's expression remained calm. Kid, you're tough. Emil felt his temples throbbing. Everyone was out to have fun, but here was someone acting all high and mighty, drinking water while others drank alcohol. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His eyes flicked towards the door, where he walked over and whispered a few words to the waiter. Before long, the beer, fruit platters, and snacks everyone ordered arrived, along with 2 bottles of Royal Salute, worth over 10,000 each that were opened. Simultaneously, several pretty princesses also walked in, all wearing identical kipayos, showing off their legs and deep V-neck lines, looking very seductive. Evelyn and others didn't say anything upon seeing this scene, appearing quite accustomed to it. Soon, everyone started picking songs and singing, with these princesses being very good at creating an atmosphere, making the private room gradually livelier. Seeing Evelyn being pulled away by Luther Cianyu, and not familiar with the others, Assad sat in the corner of the private room feeling quite out of place. Suddenly, one of the princesses approached with a wine glass and sat down next to him. She bent her leg, her figure barely concealed by the qipao, exposing white skin which, under definitely lead to embarrassment in front of everyone under such circumstances. The sinister intentions of Princess Aline were almost laid bare. No, not me. Princess Aline, looking at everyone's angry gazes, waved her hands frantically, pointing at Assad with teary eyes and loudly shouting, "It's him. This is his drug. He wanted to put it in my cup. I discovered it, took it from him. It's all him, all him." Even at this time, she still refused to admit guilt and tried to frame him instead. Nicely done. Emil secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward and loudly accusing, "Assad, this is a bit too much, don't you think? As I thought, it must be him. Even if there were drugging involved, it should be a man drugging a woman. How could Aline possibly try to drug you?"
Yes.
With someone taking the lead, the others immediately began criticizing Assad.
Enough.
Evelyn suddenly spoke out, her gaze icy as she looked at Emil and the princesses who spoke up, saying, "I believe Assad wouldn't do something like this." Then, she turned to Princess Aline and sternly said, "I'll give you one last chance. Explain clearly what happened. If you dare to slander my friend, don't blame me for being rude." It was him? Princess Aline, tears still visible on her face, spoke timidly. Luther Qianyu and Terry exchanged a glance without saying anything, but their expressions clearly showed they were more inclined to believe what Princess Aline said. Quinn, standing nearby, seemed dissatisfied with Evelyn's attitude. She said, "Evelyn, isn't it obvious? Your friend was the one who acted improperly. Why are you intimidating this young girl?" A thought crossed Emil's mind, and he loudly said, all right, we're all here to have fun. Since nothing happened to Aline, let's just forget about it." His words implied that he believed Assad had done the drugging. "You guys." Evelyn looked at everyone, her face showing disappointment. She couldn't believe they chose to trust a princess over Assad. "Let me handle this." Assad patted Evelyn's shoulder and walked over to the private room screen, suddenly pulling out a USB drive from behind the TV. It was the closed-circuit surveillance video USB. Typically installed in nightclubs and KTVs, these surveillance cameras would be placed on the TV screen, catching everything unawares. Of course, some people had ulterior motives, while others aimed to prevent any unexpected incidents in the private rooms. After noticing the feeling of being watched, Assad found the surveillance camera, not expecting it to come in handy now. At this moment, Princess Aline and Emil's faces changed completely. They hadn't anticipated there would be closed-circuit surveillance. Assad plugged the USB into the TV and replayed the recent events. The pill had been in Princess Aline's hand the whole time. Everyone fell silent. Princess Aline couldn't find her voice, and the others' faces showed embarrassment. However, Assad didn't stop. Instead, he continued rewinding the video until they had first entered the room and ordered drinks. "You go arrange a princess, let her." He cranked up the volume, and a faint whisper came from the TV, revealing Emil instructing the waiter outside the door. Emil. Everyone realized they had been tricked, their faces turning incredibly ugly. Facing everyone's furious glares, Emil knew he had incited collective anger. Embarrassed, he tried to retreat toward the door, only to be blocked by Assad. "Move aside." Emil growled, hating Assad. "If you had just admitted your wrongdoing, why struggle? Why resist?" Crossing his arms, Assad replied coldly, "You can leave if you take your things with you." With that, he abruptly reached out, forcefully opening Emil's mouth and shoving the transparent pill inside. Chapter 18. Assad takes action. No. Emil, in a frantic rage, was on the ground trying desperately to dig at his throat with his fingers, but the pill had already been swallowed and was unreachable. "You damned bastard," changed, and he roared at Assad, "Kid, looks like you're tired of living. Why don't you apologize to Eric's son now? Otherwise, you won't be leaving this place alive today." These words cast a heavy shadow over everyone present, especially by the entrance. Many others had already followed in, all dressed in black, muscular men who clearly weren't people to mess with. Assad. Evelyn had never seen such a scene and nervously grabbed Assad's clothes. But Assad remained unperturbed, patting her hand calmly and said, "Don't be afraid, with me around, nothing will happen. They are no match for me." Brave indeed. "Kid, who do you think you are to talk big like that?" Anger surged in Marcus's heart. He had been guarding this nightclub for 4 or 5 years under Armin and had never heard anyone speak to him like this. Just a brat, daring to disregard him? Who I am? Assad gazed at him indifferently and said, "You aren't worthy to know." At this statement, the entire room burst into murmurs. This guy must be crazy, talking back to Marcus like that. He's done for. Marcus chuckled through clenched teeth, saying, "Bold kid, pretty cocky. Since you're asking for it, I'll gladly oblige you." He clenched his fists, which sounded crackling, muscles bulging like those of an adult thigh, and launched a punch that tore through the air at lightning speed. If hit, bang. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, Marcus was kicked flying 6 to 7 meters away, smashing heavily onto the floor. He barely managed to prop himself up and spewed out a mouthful of blood. "The target is tough. We need to fetch Armin." One of the underlings turned and ran off immediately. The surrounding group of burly men in black all watched Assad warily, gripping their iron rods and machetes tightly, filled with tension. "There's no need to fear. Let's all go at him together. He's just one person. He can't possibly make trouble now, can he?" Marcus leaned against the wall, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Assad's kick felt like being hit by an armored vehicle head-on. If not for his robust physique, that single kick would have cost him half his life. At this moment, he was both alarmed and furious, wishing nothing more than to chop Assad to death with multiple knives. At his command, the group of big men moved instantly, rushing forward with their iron rods and machetes. Lucindag, Luther Qianyu, and others were utterly terrified, screaming as they huddled into the farthest corner of the room, pale and scared. "Assad, run!" Evelyn, though also afraid, stayed where she was, her face filled with worry as she looked at Assad. "There are so many of them. You can't fight them all. The ones who should run are them." Assad moved like a dragon emerging from its lair, plunging into the crowd. His movements were lightning fast, almost breaking the sound barrier, exerting over 1,000 pounds of force. Each strike sent someone flying, and in a short while, he was the only one still standing. The ground was filled with groans, everyone's limbs broken, especially those holding machetes, looking utterly pitiful. How is this possible? Lucindag and Luther Sianu could hardly believe their eyes. Assad looked so slender yet possessed such formidable combat prowess, exceeding their wildest imaginations. Emil's expression was ghastly pale, his legs trembling. Seeing Assad calmly walking towards him, he panicked entirely. Don't come closer. His face was full of terror, but he clenched his teeth and darted out of the VIP room quickly. However, his body suddenly heated up intensely, his mind becoming dazed, producing strong hallucinations. Damn, the drug's effect has kicked in. At this moment, he saw a group of people approaching, led by a fat man with a bald head, wearing a floral sleeveless shirt and big shorts, looking exceptionally imposing. Emil's eyes turned red, seeing nothing but that round, white shape before him, instinctively pouncing and kissing it. Before Armin could react, Emil hugged him, planting several kisses on his bald head. Damn it! Armin was stunned. He had been groped. Not good, someone's attacking. Protect Armin. The subordinates beat away the frenzied Emil with a series of punches and finally managed to pull him off. Armin, looking at Emil's state, immediately understood what had happened, turning livid with rage and kicking Emil until he foamed at the mouth. You damned scum. Bring 2 men and take him outside to feed the dogs. Everyone else follow me. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my place. Chapter 19 Old Fong returns. In the private room on the 2nd floor. What just happened? Luther Siu, Lucinda, and others had somewhat evasive gazes. The truth was clear, they had wronged Assad. Evelyn ignored them and came directly to Assad's side, looking at the person lying on the ground and said, Assad, let's go quickly. With such a big commotion, it will be troublesome if we don't leave now. All right. Assad smiled and nodded. You want to just walk away after beating my men? A group surrounded Justin as he walked up. Seeing his subordinates lying on the ground, Justin face darkened, and he muttered under his breath, a bunch of useless trash. It was you who caused trouble in my place? Justin's eyes were cold. After surveying the scene, his gaze fell on Assad. Let's fight if we have to. Why so many words? Assad looked at Justin, showing an impatient expression. Truly, one little thug gone, and here comes a bigger one. He wondered if he beats this bigger one, will an even older one appear? However, the energy flowing within Justin caught his attention. He is actually a trained martial artist, especially his hands, which were noticeably larger and thicker than normal with calluses on his palms, indicating that he practiced hand techniques. To dare speak to Justin like this? A young henchman by Justin side glared, and was about to start yelling when he was stopped by Justin extending a hand. Justin thought irritably, you idiot, this guy is definitely an expert. Can't you see how many brothers are lying on the ground? And yet he's still so arrogant. The young henchman immediately shrunk back into the crowd. Justin turned to Ken in the corner and asked with a frown, Binzi, what exactly happened here? Tell me honestly. Ken's face turned ugly, but he recounted the events truthfully. Filthy brat. Upon hearing the account, Justin lunged forward and slapped Ken hard across the face, knocking him unconscious, then snarled, I let you watch over the place, not to act as someone's pawn. Then, he turned to Assad and the others. The harshness in his face melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. He clasped his hands together and said, Gentlemen, it's due to my subordinates' ignorance. Tonight's charges will be on me. What's the big deal? I haven't shown my best yet, especially a set of staff skills, with 3,600 moves, never repeating throughout the year. Assad had lost the aura of a martial arts expert, getting more animated as he spoke, demonstrating a few moves vividly, making Evelyn's face blush. Just nonsense, she scolded. After joking for a bit, Evelyn revved the car engine. Assad paused. Not waiting for your friends? Since they didn't trust you, they're no longer my friends. Evelyn said bluntly. This little devil. Assad's eyes flashed with something odd but found it amusing, watching Evelyn drive. What a reckless driver. Soon, they arrived at the clinic. Seeing the lights on from afar, Evelyn exclaimed, Did Dad come back? Oh no, if he finds out we went out late at night instead of staying to work, he'll get angry and might dock your pay. Assad, with over 20 million in assets, said confidently, Let him deduct. I'll deduct his daughter's time. Pervert. Evelyn shot him a fierce glance. Assad, on the contrary, was somewhat bewildered. How did he become a rogue all of a sudden? Did he say something wrong? It's just about deduction. Wait, how many times did he mention deduction? When they arrived at the clinic, it was indeed old Fong who had returned. He looked pale and haggard, his eyes dim and lifeless. He was trembling as he walked, clearly in serious condition. Dad, what happened to you? Evelyn was terrified and quickly went forward to support Jameson. Jameson waved his hand, coughed twice, and weakly said, It's nothing serious. I'll be fine with some medicine. Don't worry. Pausing for a moment, he added, You go out first. I need to talk to Assad for a few minutes. Okay. Evelyn hesitated, but still obediently left. In the small, cramped room of the clinic, Jameson looked at Assad with an appraising gaze. Assad, you've been coming to the clinic for almost a year now. Assad nodded. 11 months and 9 days. Yes, Jameson coughed twice, with an air of entrusting his legacy, even with a hint of pleading in his voice, and said, It's not short. Although you seem irresponsible and dishonest most of the time, I know you're a good kid. I can tell you care for Yaya. Would you be willing to take care of her for me in the future? Though I do smoke, drink, and went to a nightclub today, I am indeed a good boy. Assad didn't expect old Fong to read him so accurately. He ignored the comment about being dishonest and immediately agreed to the last question without hesitation. No problem. I'm relieved. Call Yaya in here. I want to give her some instructions. Before he could finish, Jameson fainted right in front of Assad. Dad. To everyone's surprise, Evelyn hadn't left at all. She was hiding by the door and rushed in the moment she heard the commotion, tears streaming down her face instantly. Dad, you can't leave me alone. She clung to Jameson, sobbing uncontrollably. Assad walked over and couldn't help but say, Hey, calm down. If you keep shaking him like that, he really will die. Evelyn froze, then suddenly had an idea, grabbing Assad's hand as if holding onto a lifeline. Assad, I know you've read many medical books. You can definitely save my dad, right? Assad thought to himself, what exactly have I been reading when I read those medical books? But never mind, it's enough that I can save Old Fong now. As long as I'm here, Old Fong won't die. He nodded and reached out to grasp Jameson's wrist, activating the Hayward Fandeath Jade. Chapter 20 Old Fong changes his mind. Sizzle. A beam of green light pierced into Jameson's body, and numerous threads of black death chi were extracted, vast and dark like a surging river. What on earth did Old Fong go to do? Assad was immensely shocked. The amount of accumulated death chi in the man's body was so severe that even dying dozens of times wouldn't accumulate such quantity. It took a full 4 hours for Assad to completely drain all the purification, exuding a fresh fragrance. His strength grew stronger, his skin toughened, and the powerful beating of his heart could be faintly heard. This is the Greenwood longevity body. Assad's eyes lit up. Foundation building was essentially transforming postnatal weaknesses into prenatal strengths. Although the foundation for prenatal strengths varied, even though he entered the foundation building stage with the help of the Hayward Fandeath Jade, he hadn't genuinely established the prenatal foundation before. Unbelievably, this time he accidentally cultivated the Greenwood longevity body, recorded in the Greenwood longevity scripture. Though it was only initially formed, it significantly enhanced his strength, and henceforth, his longevity true chi flowed naturally within his body, endlessly regenerating. After some cultivation, feeling refreshed, he walked out of the room. Downstairs, Jameson had also awakened. After drinking 2 bowls of ginseng soup, he felt better. Old Fong, you're awake. Assad immediately smiled broadly and approached him in an attentive manner, thinking silently that he would remember what Old Fong said before he fell unconscious. They were virtually family. Unexpectedly, Jameson pulled a long face and said, What Old Fong? Assad, you're getting more and more out of line. Yes, I should call father-in-law. Assad quickly grasped the cue. How can that be? Jameson's expression changed, waving his hands. Assad, we're actually ageless friends. I've always considered you my little brother. Damn, what does this mean? Is Old Fong going back on his word? What about the deal to raise his daughter? Startled, Assad hurriedly replied, Old Fong, this isn't fair. Before you fainted, you clearly told me to take care of Evelyn. Jameson gave Assad a surprised look and explained, I meant you should take care of Alana as her uncle. How did you get the wrong idea? Ah, it's my fault for not explaining clearly. We are ageless friends. How could I let you become my son-in-law and give you such a favor? Finishing his words, he revealed an expression as if saying, I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my son. After a while, Assad finally managed to say, Old Fong, you're ruthless. Seeing Assad's aggrieved look, Jameson's eyes sparkled slyly. This brat, wanting to take my daughter away like this, not a chance. Assad, are you alright? At this moment, Evelyn walked in and immediately embraced Assad around the waist with joy. Thank you for saving my dad. No problem. Assad patted Evelyn's back with a contented smile. Jameson's face turned green and he coughed heavily, then said, Alana, listen. Since Assad saved me, cautiously alert. It seemed this matter wasn't over yet. Returning home, Daisy was wearing a blue work uniform, about to go to work. Mom, Assad called out and ran up to her. Daisy was startled but then relaxed upon seeing her son, a surprised look on her face. Akai, aren't you supposed to be on duty at the clinic? Why did you come back suddenly? Assad held Daisy's arm and said, Of course, I missed Mom. Daisy smiled. You're always so talkative. Time's almost up, I still need to go to work. Stay home for now, I'll come back at noon and cook something good for you. Mom, quit the job at the garment factory. I can support you. Daisy laughed. Don't talk nonsense. Wait until you get married and start a family, then we'll see. Assad said seriously, Mom, I'm serious. Saying that, he took out his phone and showed the balance in his account. The number 23 million yuan left Daisy speechless. Suddenly, she looked terrified, grabbing Assad's hand and asked, Son, did you do something illegal? Assad couldn't help but laugh and say, Mom, what are you thinking? He briefly explained what happened, saying he got lucky and cracked open 2 pieces of premium jadeite. Only then did Daisy breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Assad also revealed his intention, saying, Mom, I know you've always wanted to open a clothing store. I'm planning to find one for you. No way. To Assad's surprise, Daisy's reaction was unexpected, leaving him shocked. Mom, why not? This was your dream before. Chapter 21. Dominant Assad. Dream? Her greatest dream was to see her son succeed, get married, have children, and be happy. Daisy held Assad's hand with concern and said, Akai, the clothing store thing is all in the past. Keep this money for when you get a wife later. Assad interrupted Daisy with a wry smile. Mom, the decision about the clothing store is final. I'm still young, and I can earn money. You don't need to worry. Moreover, New City is under development. We can grab a good location first. Zoe has studied design. She can help design clothes for the shop. If it runs well, we might earn a steady income of 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Really that much? Daisy's eyes lit up. Yes. Assad nodded repeatedly. Finally, Daisy started paying attention and decided to look for a suitable storefront in the newly developed commercial area. Assad didn't want to delay this matter, so he simply had Daisy resign over the phone, and then they went to the business district of Hayward City. Originally, Assad planned to take a taxi, but couldn't convince Daisy, who wanted to save money, so they rode on their small electric scooter. Enjoying the breeze, they arrived at the shopping street soon. The newly developed neighborhood looked clean and tidy, not very crowded yet, but stores were opening one after another, obviously betting on its potential growth. With a large sum of money in hand, Assad's mindset had changed. He didn't intend to rent but buy a roadside store. Even if the business didn't work out later, he could resell or use it for other businesses. They split up to find a place. Assad quickly spotted a store selling toys, 2 floors, ground floor for retail, second floor for living space. It was about 100 square meters, and because of fewer people around, the owner was idly playing games at the door while 2 clerks chatted softly. "Oh, what do you want, young man?" The store owner's eyes lit up as he saw someone come in. "We've got new made figures, cat-eared girl figures, and large custom life-size dolls." Assad cut him off. "I'm not buying toys." The owner seemed disappointed but persisted. "No problem, just browse around. You might find something you like." Assad walked around the store and felt satisfied inside. He asked, "Boss, are you selling this store?" The owner hesitated, sized up Assad, and shook his head, saying, "Young man, this store is in a prime location and does brisk business. You probably can't afford it. If it were really a thriving business, there wouldn't be no one here." Assad said, "If you want to sell, give me a fair price." The owner hesitated, considering, then said, 5 million yuan. Assad smiled and turned to leave. "Young man, why are you leaving?" The owner called out hurriedly. Assad stopped, smiling, flew into a rage, and tried to lunge at him. "Not only can I hit you, but if you get too aggressive, I'll kill you." Assad came from a single-parent family, and his mother and sister were his vulnerabilities. Touching these vulnerabilities meant certain death. This was why he had previously killed Conan and others. No one could threaten the safety of his family. You. The fat woman stumbled back several steps, frightened, looking at Assad, who was around 180 centimeters tall. Even though he looked somewhat slim, his fierce and aggressive aura was astonishing. It was clear he was someone who would do what he said. "Mom, are you okay?" Assad subdued the fat woman, and then turned to comfort his mother. Daisy shook her head and said, "Akai, let's go." "Go? Why should we leave?" Assad disagreed and said, "Mom, since you like this store, I'll buy it for you today." "Want to buy my store?" The fat woman's face was full of ridicule. "Do you really think you're some big shot? I won't beat around the bush. The price is 65 million yuan. If you can come up with it in 10 minutes, I'll give you the store right away." 65 million? Assad raised an eyebrow. He surveyed the store behind the fat woman. Its location was indeed better, covering over 150 square meters, fully furnished and decorated. The cost of the decoration alone must have been no less than a few $100,000. At this price, it wasn't too high. The fat woman waved her hand adorned with rings and said, "That's right, 65 million. Not a cent more, not a cent less." "Fine." Assad agreed without hesitation. His response caused a commotion among the onlookers. That was 65 million. Even though Hayward Thou City was relatively prosperous, this was still a substantial sum. Even families with assets worth tens of millions might not be able to produce that much cash instantly, especially within 10 minutes. "Mom, wait here for 2 minutes. I'll be back soon." Assad turned and walked toward the nearby bank. Daisy knew Assad had money and felt confident, but others didn't know the truth and looked at the mother and son as if they were crazy. Do they really think they can come up with so much money immediately? Look at her clothes, still factory workwear. Maybe she's poor and delusional, trying to attract attention here. The fat woman also sneered at Daisy and said, "Jamie, I advise you to go back to work in the factory. This place isn't for you." Daisy ignored her and watched Assad return with a leather bag. Bang! Assad threw the leather bag in front of the fat woman. The heavy weight hit the ground with a dull thud, and the chains of the leather bag snapped open, revealing stacks of 100 yuan notes almost bursting out of the bag. So much money. Everyone's eyes widened. No one had ever seen so much cash in person, advantage of, so she immediately said, "Hey Kai, we're not buying here anymore." "Not buying?" Seeing Daisy pulling Assad away, the plump woman panicked, eyeing the full money bag drifting from her reach. "No, don't go. We agreed. You have to buy it." She reached forward to grab Assad's bag. "What do you think you're doing?" Assad's face darkened. The plump woman's hand hovered midair, her face alternately pale and red, terrified of another slap from Assad. That last slap still stung, but letting Assad and his mother leave just like that wouldn't sit well with her. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar figure being surrounded by a group of people coming from afar, and her eyes lit up. Her support has arrived. "Brother-in-law." The plump woman leaped out of the crowd, shouting, "Brother-in-law, someone wants to buy my shop but refuses to pay me. Please stand up for me." "Anastasia, what happened?" Marcus looked over at the plump woman and nodded, speaking fiercely. "In Hayward High, who dares to bully us? I'll take care of him." After getting beaten by some punk last night and scolded by Boss Tiger for long, he was still boiling mad and looking for an outlet. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he gets what he deserves." Marcus puffed out his chest, saying, "Come on, brothers, let's see who's causing trouble here." His subordinates also sneered. Anastasia often treated them well, so they naturally had to stand up for her now. Otherwise, how would they survive? They surrounded the plump woman as they walked over menacingly, making passers-by back away quickly, afraid of trouble. "That's him. He has a bag full of money in his hand," whispered Anastasia to Marcus greedily. "If you handle this for me, I'll split 20,000 yuan with you." 50,000. Marcus gave the bag a glance, knowing it definitely contained a lot of money. Though related, he was no fool. Even close relatives should settle accounts clearly. "Okay, 50,000 it is." Anastasia gritted her teeth, thinking she'd earn more anyway. "Good, leave it to me." Marcus strode forward boldly, putting his hand on Assad's shoulder roughly from behind and rudely said, "Hold it, you can't go." His minions immediately closed in, surrounding Assad and Daisy. "Hey Kai." Daisy was scared and regretted not coming here to buy a shop, now having stirred up so many problems. "Mom, it's fine. I'm here." Assad comforted Daisy with a smile, turning around to look at Marcus and said coolly, "Looks like Marcus hasn't learned his lesson yet." You. Marcus recoiled as if burned, jerking his hand back several steps, as if he'd seen a ghost. Anastasia was smug on the side. She knew her brother-in-law was part of the underworld and followed one of the local bosses, making him quite a formidable figure here. Handling Assad should be a piece of cake. Anastasia, it's him wanting to buy your shop? Marcus frowned at Anastasia.
Yes.
Anastasia nodded, impatiently urging, it's him. Quickly get me the money. I won't forget your favor. Slap. Marcus swung and slapped Anastasia across the face fiercely, stunning her before kicking her to the ground. You bitch, dare to offend Brother Kai? Are you courting death? Recalling what Yusef who had said last night, Marcus shuddered inside. Assad should be an expert at the hidden strength level. Martial artists were divided into levels: Clear Force, Hidden Strength, Transformation Force, and Supreme Force Master. Even at just the hidden strength level, they were not easy to provoke. Injecting a burst of hidden strength into a person could leave them either dead or crippled, truly terrifying. Anastasia actually asked him to snatch money from such a person. It was like sending him to his death. You fool. Infuriated, he kicked Anastasia again. After dealing with Anastasia, he immediately came before Assad with a humble demeanor and said, Brother Kai, if you want this shop, I'll get someone to prepare the transfer contract right away, and I won't charge you a cent. What? Not a cent? Binzi, you? Seeing Anastasia trying to interrupt, Marcus instantly stomped on her mouth and looked at Assad with a flattering smile, sweat breaking out on his forehead. To his surprise, Assad shook his head and calmly said, We agreed on 65 million. I won't pay a penny less or more. Yes, Brother Kai is right. Marcus dared not utter a word of objection. Under Marcus's pressure, Anastasia reluctantly signed the agreement. Watching Assad and Daisy lock the door in front of them, Anastasia, filled with resentment, said, Binzi, you bastard, you made me lose millions. Marcus retorted unhappily, Stupid woman, I'm saving your life. I warn you not to cause trouble for me, or else you'll die without knowing how. Would he really dare to kill? Anastasia muttered under her breath. Marcus sneered, At least no one will find out how you died. How could an ordinary woman understand the lethal nature of hidden strength? Anastasia knew Marcus's capabilities. Since he didn't dare to provoke Assad, she could only back down and let Marcus and his men escort her to deposit the money. She wouldn't dare walk around with such a large sum alone. Inside the shop, Daisy cautiously examined everything, as if in a dream, and said, This place really belongs to us now? Of course, it does belong to us now. Assad nodded. With the shop bought, sourcing goods became simple. Daisy had worked in a clothing factory for over a decade and knew many connections. She started planning excitedly. Assad took the remaining money and but she was dressed fashionably with an air of arrogance in her mannerisms. Long time no see. Gary smiled noddingly and introduced the woman beside him. This is my fiancé, Luther Ye. This is my high school classmate Assad. We're from the same grade. Our grades used to be on par. Hello. Assad nodded. Luther Ye casually waved her hand as a greeting. Gary laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject, asking, Assad, you're here to buy a car too? Assad smiled. I'm just browsing. How about you? Gary couldn't hide his excitement and said proudly, Since I'm getting married, I'm here to look at cars, to buy a new one for appearances. Unlike his enthusiasm, Luther Ye pulled on his arm and said, Howrin, let's stop chatting. Didn't you like that E-Class Mercedes just now? Let's go for a test drive. Okay. Gary could only glance at Assad apologetically and got dragged away by Luther Ye. Why did you pull me? How rude in front of an old classmate. What rudeness, look at how he's dressed, even carrying a broken leather bag. You two are not in the same world. What's there to chat about? Luther Ye said contemptuously, but Gary smiled smugly and replied, Of course, I know this, but we were almost alike back then. After not seeing each other for so many years, the worse he's doing, the more I want to chat with him. Let him know how well I'm doing, don't you think? Oh, so that's it. My husband is truly wicked. The two whispered in low voices and were led into the test driving area by the salesperson. Truly an old classmate. Assad's expression remained calm, not paying attention to their words. At this moment, the previous female salesperson approached again with a polite smile. Sir, do you have any specific model in mind? Do you have a Mercedes-Benz on display?
Yes.
The female salesperson's eyes lit up. Buying such a car would definitely mean a big customer. A new one arrived recently. There was a client who made a reservation, but due to financial issues, he didn't pick up the car. The car is inside if you'd like to see it. Assad nodded and gestured for her to lead the way. Soon, the two reached the large parking lot behind the 4S store, filled with all sorts of Mercedes-Benz cars. The Mercedes-Benz Assad wanted to see was parked quietly there, as majestic and grand as a black dragon, exuding a sense of superiority. He fell in love with the car at first sight. I'll take it for a test drive first. If it's good, then I'll take this one. The female salesperson hesitated, saying, This model is a top-of-the-line one, with the highest configurations. The base price is 2.6 million yuan, and after all the necessary procedures, it will cost around 3.1 million yuan. As this is an imported vehicle, loans are not available currently, only full payment is allowed. No problem. Assad opened the door, jumped into the car, threw the leather bag onto the passenger seat, hit the gas, and the car smoothly drove out. The female salesperson watched excitedly, clenching her hands tightly, thinking, what a big deal this sale will be. Tisk. However, a mocking laugh sounded beside her. Looking over, the female salesperson found it was an old employee of the store named Zeus. Seeing the female salesperson's gaze, he smiled. Tosha, you really believe that boy will buy the car? Huh. The female salesperson Tosha was stunned. Zeus chuckled and said, I've run into him several times outside. He's been running around in several stores with no intention of buying a car. He's probably just teasing you. Actually, when Assad entered, he had noticed him. However, based on his experience, Zeus judged that Assad was unlikely to buy a car at all. Therefore, watching Tosha's enthusiastic and busy appearance, Zeus naturally despised it, filled with an old employee's superiority over a new one. Female salesperson Tosha didn't expect this reaction but still clung to a glimmer of hope, saying, maybe he really liked the car. Zeus curled his lip in disdain, saying, think again. It's a 3 million yuan luxury car. Look at that guy's shabby attire. Do you think he can afford such an expensive car? He doesn't even deserve it. Phew. At that moment, Assad drove back. The Mercedes-Benz brought up a gust of wind, parking smoothly in its original spot. Zeus wore a look of anticipation for a scene, while female salesperson Tosha approached hesitantly, fearing her commission would be lost. Sir, what about the car? I'll take it. Assad nodded, getting out of the car with his leather bag and asked, how do I proceed with the paperwork? You're really buying it? Female salesperson Tosha widened her eyes in surprise. Is there a problem? Sell. I'll process the paperwork immediately. Tosha was thrilled, nearly shedding tears as she rushed to the office to fetch the contract and procedures. Seeing Tosha tearfully walk back, Zeus sneered and didn't move from his chair. What did I tell you? Zeus said to Tosha. Tosha found the documents on the desk and then raised her head, barely containing her excitement. Brother Norma, we closed the deal. 3.1 million, full payment. What? Zeus's expression changed drastically. The cigarette in his mouth fell, and only after watching Tosha run off did he realize the impact. A 3.1 million yuan car, how much commission would that be? His face turned incredibly ugly. With that poor man's appearance, the old safe used for storing cash in the 4S store couldn't fit it all. Tosha gritted her teeth again, spending her own money to buy 2 new safes just to store all the cash. After finishing, she sighed deeply in relief. Quickly and efficiently, she completed the car purchase procedures for Assad, who then drove away in his new car. As he left the dealership, he saw Gary and Luther Yeya also coming out with their new car. They had picked a new car too, but not the Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth 60 or 70,000 they mentioned earlier. It was the C-Class, worth over 30,000. It's a pity Assad isn't here. Otherwise, he'd have been shocked for sure. Gary caressed the steering wheel of his new car as if afraid to break it, proudly saying this to Luther Yeya. In his eyes, even a C-Class was beyond Assad's means. That poor guy, he'd probably be dumbfounded. Luther Yeya was smiling at first, but when she turned her head, she noticed a large car parked beside them. A black, sleek curve that looked like a giant black dragon. Wow, it's a Mercedes-Benz, and it's the latest model of this year. Luther Yeya exclaimed. Damn, a luxury car. It must cost at least 3 million. I went close to check it out once. It would be great to have one like that in my life. Gary gazed longingly at the Mercedes-Benz. Compared to this Mercedes-Benz, his C-Class felt like a small dog beside a Tibetan Mastiff, barely making an impression. At that moment, the car window slowly lowered, revealing a familiar face. How could this be? Assad, why is it you? Gary and Luther Yeya both stood there stunned, their faces full of shock. Assad nodded slightly and said coolly, yes, what a coincidence to meet you here again. I've got some business to attend to, let's stay in touch. Just as he finished speaking, the traffic light turned green. Assad gently pressed the gas pedal, accelerating and disappearing from their view. Am I dreaming? How could Assad afford such an expensive car? Gary's jealousy made his face contort. Luther Yeya remained silent, but when she looked at Gary, she compared him with Assad in her mind. Clearly, in her eyes, Gary was far inferior to Assad. Back at the shop, Daisy was surprised to see the new car driven by Assad. Whose car is this? I bought it. When I'm not using it, it will be kept here. You can use it for transportation too, Mom. Daisy cautiously touched the body of the car and asked, how much does it cost? Over 3 million. What? That much? Daisy exclaimed. Mom, money is meant to be spent. There's a reason for its price. Besides, in the future, doing business and discussing deals, at least we need to keep up appearances. We can't ride electric scooters back and forth anymore, right? Otherwise, others might look down on us. That's true. Daisy nodded in agreement. Assad smiled and handed the remaining 40,000 yuan in cash from his briefcase to Daisy, then transferred 5 million to her as operating capital for the shop. At that moment, Assad's phone rang. He found it was a call from Peggy, her voice frantic. Assad, something happened to Dawn? What? Assad's expression changed instantly. He quickly informed Daisy and rushed to the company. Arriving at the company, he went straight into a meeting room. Inside, Barbara sat on the sofa, her face pale and trembling unnaturally, clearly still in shock. Peggy held her, whispering soothing words to calm her down. What happened? Assad sensed something was wrong and quickly asked. Rats, big rats, Barbara said fearfully, her beautiful face showing lingering fright as if she were still in the previous situation. Peggy sighed and recounted what had happened. It turned out that Barbara came to work in the morning and entered her office only to find a rat the size of a house cat gnawing on the stone lion statue by the windowsill. The big rat's mouth was full of blood, and half of the stone lion had been chewed off. Seeing Barbara enter, the rat pounced at her with bloodshot eyes, looking ready to devour her. It was terrifying. Luckily, Barbara reacted quickly, promptly backing out of the office and summoning several security guards to rush in and kill the rat. But there was still an unexpected turn of events. The dead rat actually jumped up and pounced in front of Qin Ziking, tearing off half its head right before her eyes with its claws. This horrifying scene caused Qin Ziking to faint on the spot. How outrageous! Assad's face turned cold as he immediately thought of the master of the evil child, suspecting that the other party had taken action. Was this an act of revenge? However, the most pressing concern was to treat Qin Ziking first. You go out for a moment. Assad asked Peggy to guard the door while he approached Qin Ziking and carefully examined her eyes. Sure enough, a cloud of black lines swirled within her eyes. It was the curse of Toby the Taoist. Once this cloud of black lines fully dissipated and merged into her body, Qin Ziking would be trapped in endless nightmares, worse than death itself. What a cruel curse. Fury raged inside Assad, boiling with murderous intent. Seeing Qin Ziking's vulnerable appearance, his heart ached slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he bit his finger, drawing a drop of blood. Chi. The blood drew a talisman in mid-air, which abruptly landed on Qin Ziking's forehead. Qin Ziking's body stiffened momentarily, the black lines in her eyes sensing danger and trying to escape but were enveloped by the talisman. Vanish! Assad pointed at the talisman, turning the black lines into nothingness. Qin Ziking's body seemed to lose all strength, falling limp. Assad quickly caught her, gently laying her down on the sofa. Luther, Assad, what happened to me? I think I had a nightmare. Qin Ziking spoke in a hoarse voice. Assad comforted her, his eyes warm like the morning sun. It's all over now. Just get some rest. I'm scared. Qin Ziking clung to his hand, refusing to let go. I'll stay with you. With me here, everything will be fine. Okay. Qin Ziking nodded, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Assad looked tenderly at Qin Ziking, gently covering her frail body with a blanket. He then rose and entered her office, gazing at the stone lion chewed away by the rat, a cold smile appearing on his face. Good thing I had a backup plan. This time, you won't escape. Cold-blooded murder filled Assad's tone, as the other party had clearly crossed his bottom line this time. Use Qi as the guide, pointing straight to the original form. Rise for me. Assad performed the tracing spell, and a beam of light emerged from the stone lion, swirling around briefly before shooting towards the opposite building. I found you. Assad's gaze was icy cold as he decisively ran downstairs to pursue. Assad. He walked in with a stern expression. It's you. Anderson had seen Assad's picture in Elira's photo and immediately recognized him. Assad glanced at the corpse of Sinclair and said, Indeed, a disciple reflects his master. It seems fitting that he died by my hand. Bastard, it was indeed you who killed my disciple. Today, I will avenge my disciple. Anderson's face darkened instantly. He clenched his hands and raised them sharply, releasing a cloud of black smoke that enveloped Assad, within which countless ghost faces writhed. This was soul-locking smoke, extracted from over 100 ancient corpses, using evil magic. If a living being were to come into contact with it, they would turn into a desiccated corpse within 3 minutes. Moreover, their soul would be locked in the smoke, unable to seek death or life, endlessly suffering. A truly vicious spell. Merely playing tricks of witchcraft and ghosts before me. Assad watched the black smoke without fear, his expression calm as if he did not take the smoke seriously at all. Brat, at the brink of death, you still speak tough. In my soul-locking smoke, I'll make you a living dead forever. Anderson glared at Assad with resentment. I will torment you for life, make you live in nightmares forever. What is this soul-locking smoke? Just a cluster of vengeful spirits. Assad smiled coldly. With such paltry skills, you dare seek revenge for your disciple? I won't resign to this fate. Assad, I will wait for you in the underworld. In his final moments, he let out a mournful scream. Foolish words at the brink of death. Truly laughable. Assad remained expressionless, circling the room until he found a Taoist book on a table, titled Ingtian Yale Shu, Book of Heaven Response. Below this book lay a ledger. After a few minutes, hearing the commotion outside, Assad swiftly wiped out any trace of his presence. He destroyed the harmful artifacts left by Anderson and took the Yaleist book and ledger before quietly leaving. Not long after he left, several people hurried over. Upon seeing the damaged door, they all inwardly knew something was amiss. Sure enough, when they discovered the bodies of Anderson and Sinclair inside the room, their faces turned pale with shock. Who on earth killed Yaleist priest Toby? One person clenched their fists in fury. While Anderson was here, he did no small amount of help for them with some private matters. Now that he was dead, who could they turn to for assistance? After all, matters concerning gods and ghosts weren't something anyone could solve. Wait. Someone suddenly remembered something and said, I remember that Yaleist priest Toby had a ledger documenting every one of his transactions. Find it quickly. We absolutely cannot let it be leaked. Those were records of their requests to Toby for dealing with their clandestine affairs, which included activities like profiting from others' misfortune, grave robbing, and damaging others' luck. However, after searching for a long time, they found no trace of the ledger. Oh no, it's likely the murderer took the ledger. When they realized this, their faces changed, exchanging glances, each revealing a murderous intent. At this moment, Assad had already returned quietly to the company building. Seeing Barbara still sound asleep, he sighed with relief and sat beside her carefully, reaching out to hold her small hand. It felt soft and white, her skin as delicate as a child's, and her gentle sleeping face showed none of her usual strong woman demeanor. As Assad was watching intently, the noise outside grew louder. He frowned and walked out unhappily. Not far from here, Alessio was loudly berating Peggy. I'm telling you, this is our Qin family's property. I can come and go as I please and look at any documents. Who do you think you are refusing me? Peggy looked defiantly at Alessio and said, the Qin family is one thing, but you are another. If you want to see company documents, you must have approval from headquarters. Damn bitch, do you want to lose your job? Give me those documents now. Alessio reached out. Alessio's arrogance weakened instantly. He knew well the methods of his sister. Back then, some elders from several branches of the Qin family had misbehaved and lived off the company without making any contributions. Even Ulrich couldn't deal with them, but Barbara forced them away. Not only did she recover all the money, but also erase their names from the clan's genealogy. After this incident, Barbara firmly established herself as a fierce career woman in the group. Barbara said coldly, so what? You wish I'm not in the company, and then you can behave wildly here? Looking at the torn marks on the documents held by Peggy, she immediately understood what Alessio had done. Which one could? Alessio chuckled dryly, glancing at Assad, shifting the topic. Sis, why is he here? Barbara responded indifferently, he is now my personal assistant. What? Alessio was surprised and hurriedly said, Sis, he is just an intern doctor from a small clinic. Last time, it was pure coincidence for Uncle's case. Don't be deceived by him. Are you teaching me how to do things? Barbara snorted and walked to Alessio with her high heels, exuding an overpowering queen-like presence, which made Alessio feel small and instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look into Barbara's eyes. Humph, hope you won't regret it. Feeling humiliated, Alessio left in anger, giving Assad a glance, determined not to let this matter go unpunished. Daring to trick me, Eric Cheen, using fake medicine. My first embrace. Peggy felt speechless towards the sky. Wait, it seemed pretty comfortable in his arms just now, even smelled nice. Who would have thought he looked thin but had those defined abs, and his nose was big, perhaps? Peggy, what are you thinking? What's going on? Assad touched his nose and entered the meeting room where Barbara was. Now, Barbara had recovered. Seeing Assad come in, she teased, so, I gave you a person, but you didn't dare to take her? What's there to be afraid of? I'll show you. Assad didn't want to lose his momentum. He moved forward and held Barbara's slender waist, feeling her delicate skin and temperature through the light dress. That perfect curve is mesmerizing. He could feel clearly. He smiled slightly. Barbara opened her red lips, exhaling sweet breath, actually wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning close, whispering softly, then where do you want to take? What a seductive beauty. Sometimes cold as an iceberg, sometimes sexy like a siren. Such a queen-level older sister could literally take one's breath away at any moment. Assad felt he couldn't handle it, yet his arm around her waist unconsciously tightened a bit, bringing them almost to the point of complete contact. At this moment, a scream broke the intimate atmosphere in the office. It turned out that the adorably Daimeng Xiaomisu Peggy had finally gathered her wits and entered. For the Pingzhou public auction, there are some private auctions. We'll go early to prepare, perhaps finding some good material. Then I'll go pack my luggage. Buy new ones. Barbara waved her hand, eager to set off, not giving Assad or Peggy time to prepare. The trio immediately headed out in the car. Passing by a mall, Barbara asked Assad to stop so she and Peggy could buy some daily necessities and clothes, asking if he needed anything extra. Boxers, the largest size, otherwise they won't fit. After a 3-second pause, Assad gave his answer, instantly turning both Barbara and Peggy red-faced and flustered as they hurriedly left. Chapter 27. Eric Norma. Pingzhou is over 1,000 kilometers away from Hayward High City, so it takes at least 10 hours by car. That's why Barbara and Peggy started resting in the back seat as soon as they got in. Fortunately, the rear space of the Mercedes-Benz was quite spacious, making it very comfortable to lie down. After a while, Assad glanced back through the rearview mirror and saw Barbara hugging Peggy, sound asleep, much like a queen cuddling with her adorable concubine. Since they set off late, by the time they arrived in Pingzhou, it was already nightfall. They asked several hotels one after another, but all were fully booked. Checking the navigation system, the trio headed straight for the Donghua Hotel, which was the furthest away. The Donghua Hotel was located in a rather remote area. Its star rating wasn't low, but things turned out not as expected when they arrived. Although it was billed as a 5-star hotel, its standards were comparable to that of an ordinary chain hotel at most. The parking lot outside was already full of cars, many with license plates from other regions, clearly indicating that many people had come here for the public auction. Assad and Barbara dragged their luggage, while Peggy went to book rooms. After a while, she returned with a peculiar expression. Barbara asked, "Is there no room available here either?" "Not exactly." Peggy stammered, "There's only one room left." This? Assad blinked. Could such a situation really happen to him? Though he didn't mind sharing a room with 2 others, letting the 2 beauties sleep on the floor while he took the bed made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "Let's stay here then." Barbara made the decision directly. It was already late at night. After all, they couldn't sleep in the car. Led by a male bellboy, the 3 of them headed to the room. Watching them enter one by one and lock the door, the bellboy couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. 1 against 2. Why can't I get such a deal? Shaking his head, he walked back downstairs, fantasizing about having a day like that himself. Inside the room, after putting away the luggage, Assad finally had time to inspect the entire room. The room was spacious, about 40 to 50 square meters, featuring a large bed, a standing wardrobe, an en-suite bathroom, and a small sofa lounge area. From the balcony, dense forests and streams could be seen outside. It was a pleasant environment. Assad nodded approvingly. Since Barbara and Peggy had slept during the journey and were still energetic, Barbara suggested going out for a stroll to explore the surroundings. Assad also found this border city intriguing and agreed, following the 2 women out the door. The streets here were bustling even though it was nighttime. Barbecue stalls and snacks lined the roadsides, inviting passers-by with their aroma. Along the street, some antique and jade shops were still open, with sounds of stone cutting faintly audible, followed by bursts of excited or disappointed cries. "Zhu Qing." Just as the trio was exploring, a voice called out from behind them. It came from a tall young man in white casual wear, looking sunny with a smile on his face. Behind him stood a short, Maxwell around 40, with dark skin and sharp eyes. Assad noticed that the Maxwell's knuckles were quite thick, suggesting he had practiced martial arts. Seeing the young man, a flash of apprehension crossed Barbara's face. Bryce. This man was none other than the eldest son of the Norma family. Bryce, the elder brother of Elira. He was sent abroad at a young age to study, earning a master's degree in business administration from Harvard University in the United States. Upon returning to China, would they have used such underhanded tactics to harm her and her father, Ulrich? It was absurd for them to play the victim now. "Zusing, you have too deep-seated prejudice against my Norma family," said Bryce, shaking his head and sighing without further words. His gaze then shifted to Assad, and he said coldly, "You must be Assad, who slanders and defames my sister, tarnishing a woman's reputation and smearing her honor in public. People like you are truly despicable." "Reputation? Ha, does your sister even have that?" Assad sneered and retaliated without any courtesy. "Everyone in Hayward High City knows what kind of person your sister is. I merely exposed her true colors. And besides, do you resent me for exposing her, or for telling the truth?" Bryce's face darkened at this remark. His once sunny countenance was filled with murderous intent. "You're courting death." Bryce knew his sister's character well, but he couldn't tolerate criticism from outsiders. It was an affront to the dignity of the Norma family. Whoosh! The short Maxwell behind him moved swiftly, rushing over with alarming speed, raising a palm to strike Assad's face. The sharp slap produced a crackling sound, piercing through the air, a sign of formidable power. Assad blocked the strike with ease, surprising the short Maxwell, who then thrust his other hand forward like a blade toward Assad's chest. Get lost. Assad grabbed the man's hand, shook it to neutralize the force, and then delivered a heavy kick, sending the Maxwell flying several meters away to land on the ground in a disheveled heap. Alexei. Bryce's expression changed slightly as he hurried to support the man. This was the martial arts expert he had invited from the Iron Fist sect to ensure his safety, usually untouchable by ordinary men. He never expected him to fail today. I'm fine. The opponent is a master. I was just a bit careless earlier. Alexei wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at Assad. He thought it would be an easy win, but almost ended up failing miserably. The confrontation was swift, lasting only seconds. Barbara finally reacted, scolding sternly, Bryce, what are you planning? Ignoring Barbara, Bryce looked at Assad with great apprehension and said, You have excellent skills. No wonder you dare to look down on our Norma family. But there are still many days ahead. Hope you know what's good for you. Alexei, let's go. With that, he turned to leave. Wanna leave? Did you ask me? But Assad darted forward, blocking their way, sneering, After attacking me, you think you can just walk away? Do you really think I'm easygoing? Chapter 28. A proper martial arts master. Young man, I was careless just now, which let you gain an advantage. But that doesn't mean you can mess with us at will, Alexei said sternly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Now, he had been sent flying by Assad's single palm strike. Just how formidable must that palm strike be? Manipulating chi into gang, a powerful form of energy. He has actually broken through the acquired limitations and reached the innate level, becoming a master-level martial artist. Clutching his chest, Alexei stared intently at Assad. Unlike his previous disdain, he now felt nothing but awe. If this were ancient times, someone like Assad would likely be considered a land-bound immortal. Thinking that he had inadvertently offended such a person, Alexei bitterly regretted it, but it was too late. He struggled to stand up, pale-faced and clearly severely injured, and spoke weakly, Sir, I failed to recognize your true prowess. Please forgive my rudeness and decide my punishment. After speaking, he knelt down in front of Assad in front of everyone. Alexei. Bryce's face turned extremely grim. This was his subordinate. Seeing him kneel before Assad in front of so many people made Bryce feel as though he had been slapped in the face, burning with humiliation. Get out. Looking at Alexei's pitiful appearance, although Assad knew the other party was trying to win sympathy, he did not want to argue further in public. Thank you, sir. Alexei got up and staggered away, pulling along the reluctant Bryce. On the other side, Barbara and Peggy looked at Assad with even more complex expressions, feeling that there was a mysterious veil over him, hiding things they could never fully understand. Mysterious, powerful. Assad, how many secrets do you still hide from me? Barbara sighed inwardly but did not press further. After all, everyone has their secrets. With Assad around, she felt very reassured. Let's continue shopping. Barbara pulled Peggy ahead, while Assad strolled leisurely beside them, looking around curiously. In the hotel, Bryce sat on the sofa, his expression darkening almost to dripping water, staring coldly at Alexei and asked, You mean he is an innate expert, a martial arts master? Alexei nodded weakly, saying, Yes, only a master of this caliber could leave me utterly defenseless. Martial arts are divided into acquired and innate stages. In the acquired stage, the focus is on practicing Mingjing, manifest force, Anjing, hidden force, and Huajing, transformative force, mainly converting essence into chi to improve control over internal energy. Only after mastering these three forces can one break through to the innate stage, opening the bridge between heaven and earth and officially entering the Gangjing, rigid force, phase, symbolizing a martial master. It was the sound of pulling the trigger. Danger. Alexei's face changed dramatically, but given his severely injured state, he couldn't dodge. Struggling to turn back, he saw the smoky trail dispersing from the black gun barrel pointed at him, and right over his heart bloomed a bright red flower of blood. Eric Norma, how venomous your heart is. After saying this, Alexei's body fell heavily to the ground. Bryce retracted the gun, looking hatefully at Alexei's corpse as though speaking to it or to himself, his voice sharp and piercing. No one can betray me. No one. At the Hualong Hotel, Assad and Barbara returned to their room after their stroll. Barbara took off her coat immediately upon entering, lying down on the bed, revealing her elegant curves. It's so hot. I didn't expect the weather here to be so humid. Peggy seemed slightly more reserved, sitting curled on the sofa with sweat all over her face, fanning herself and saying, Yes, a shower would be great. Sitting beside them, Assad said with utmost concern, I noticed the bathroom has frosted glass and a separate dry wet area. The space inside is quite large. If you're going to shower, you might as well do it together to save water. Barbara gave him an adorable glare, asking, Are you trying to join us? How could I? Assad showed a look of being hurt by suspicion, but then quickly added, Of course, if you ladies decide you need help scrubbing, I could reluctantly agree. Leaving aside other skills, my experience in scrubbing alone spans over 20 years. Not only does it provide sufficient force and high frequency, but also has the rough effect of a natural loofah, ensuring satisfaction. He wasn't acting like the master anymore, but started boasting about his scrubbing skills, stunning Peggy, the innocent secretary. On the contrary, Barbara was already used to Assad's split personality. She walked gracefully towards him, pulled out $100 bill from her exquisite little bag, placed it in Assad's hand with a smiling expression, and said, Since you put it that way, let me book you once. This is for your hard work. Follow me. Then she cast Assad an ambiguous glance and grabbed a towel, heading into the bathroom first. Big boss, giving me such a small tip. You even dare to book me? I am a respectable person. Assad pouted irritably, expecting him to scrub with just this much money? What a dream. But $100 is still money. No point wasting it. He rubbed the note thoroughly, confirmed it wasn't fake, and then slipped it into his wallet. Today's deposit, $100. He patted his wallet, satisfied, and then looked at the dazed secretary Peggy, wiggling his finger. What about you? Chapter 29, Private Disk Activation. The adorably dense secretary, Peggy, looked at Assad who was standing in front of her. She nearly burst into tears and didn't know where to put her little hands. No matter how fast she chats provocatively in the group, she's just a blank sheet of paper in real life. I don't have cash, Peggy said with a trembling voice. It's okay, you can pay by card or transfer money. Assad asked with a smile. By the way, do you want to scan a code? Though I don't seem to have one. Anyway, some people like having one while others prefer not having it. What about you? Peggy wanted to answer but felt something odd. Fortunately, Assad's phone rang suddenly, and he went to answer it, giving Peggy a sigh of relief. She quickly asked her friends in the group what had just happened. The little brother is so cute. Mommy is thrilled. It's hot there, Xiaoqin. You can wear less when sleeping at night. Just wear an eye mask. I suggest taking a sleeping pill first for better sleep quality. Are you serious? Just wearing an eye mask, even fish meat on the chopping board isn't as daring. I'm convinced. You are the strongest. Peggy covered her face in pain. These plastic sisters only seize the opportunity to be provocative. Wait until I get back to deal with you all. Xiaoqin, come give me the hair clip. At this moment, Barbara shouted from the bathroom. Peggy quickly put down her phone, took the hair clip and walked in. Once inside, she didn't come out again. After a while, Assad returned after finishing his call and found the room empty except for the seed. To master great power, one must have a strong mind. After completely calming his spirit, Assad could now view the shadows on the frosted glass calmly, even hearing the flowing water without agitation. However, to divert his attention, he got up, went to the sofa area, opened his suitcase, and took out the Ing Tian Yale Shu, Yale Book of Adapting to Heaven, he had taken from Toby the Old Taoist. Following heaven's will and serving humanity, completing all things cycles is the eternal truth of all Tao. The opening line made Assad raise an eyebrow. What a profound concept. Following heaven's will and serving humanity, completing all things cycles, truly lofty. Carefully flipping through, the Tao book was divided into two sections, Yale Theory and Yale Techniques. The first part discussed the fundamental principles of the Great Tao, while the latter detailed dozens of various Tao techniques. Though these recorded techniques were far weaker than the Greenwood longevity scripture, they were comprehensive enough to meet daily needs, such as qi divination, spirit summoning, puppet control, and mind capture. The techniques used by Toby the Old Taoist and Ezra the Child Sorcerer, involving dead chickens and rats, were derived from spirit summoning and puppet control, but due to their impure intentions and shallow understanding, they exuded a sinister aura. Just as he became engrossed, Barbara fumbled in the dark for his sleeping bag from the suitcase, crawling inside regretfully. A long night lay ahead, destined to be one with poor sleep. Secretary Peggy blinked her eyes, her heart racing wildly, fearing a night raid by Assad. Unconsciously, she imagined hundreds of different scenarios and herself in countless positions. The next day when she woke up, her eyes were red, sitting up dazedly from the bed, exposing her beautiful figure. You can't imagine how much depth there is under her innocent appearance. Even Barbara felt envious. Charmaine, did you not sleep well last night? Barbara asked with concern. I have trouble sleeping in new beds, not used to it. Peggy looked at Barbara and felt almost guilty, then noticed only they were in the room, so she asked in surprise, where's Assad? Barbara smiled and said, he went to buy breakfast. Let's get dressed. It's time. We need to head to the private disc place later. Yes. They quickly tidied up, and Assad returned just in time. After having breakfast, the three set off straight away for today's destination, Chuibai Manor. This was a privately built estate, vast in area, dedicated to private disc trading, making it one of the more famous private discs in the area. There were always many transactions here, especially before the Pingzhou public auction began, using its fame to sell extensively. Before deep expertise, seeing so many rough stones in the loose items area made her feel a bit itchy to try her hand. Let's go over there. As soon as she moved, Assad and Peggy followed her. How can the stones here be so expensive? Assad was taken aback upon entering. The prices ranged from tens of thousands to millions, or even tens of millions, with most being over $1 million. However, this was commonplace to Barbara. She said, these are materials from old mines and have been selected several times for this private auction. Naturally, their prices differ from those ordinary materials that have changed hands multiple times in Hayward High City. But remember, only browse the loose items area. Don't take it too seriously. The truly valuable pieces won't be placed here. I understand. Assad nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes. The Greenwood Immortal Scripture recorded a technique called Heavenly Eye, which Assad had practiced diligently after winning big last time by gambler's luck on a stone. He no longer needed to touch the stone to sense the jade inside. With a swift motion, he activated the Heavenly Eye, scanning the place. Most of the stones appeared dark inside, with only a few showing spiritual light, varying in intensity. This meant that if he gambled on a stone, there was a significant chance of losing everything. He specifically checked the stones priced in the tens of millions, finding that among dozens, only 3 or 4 showed spiritual light. The odds are too low, Assad thought to himself, shaking his head. Indeed, one stroke makes you poor, another rich, and another leaves you penniless. Any form of gambling always comes with risks. Next to him, a watermelon-sized stone caught his attention with its particularly strong spiritual light, almost like a light bulb. However, its outer surface was unremarkable, entirely green with cracked black stripes, resembling an unripe melon, clearly concealing something divine within. Assad glanced at the price tag, 2 million, and sighed internally. For an ordinary family, losing on this bet would mean ruin. I'll take this one. He raised his hand, and staff members immediately came over to process the purchase. Nearby was a stone cutting station. After purchasing, customers could choose to cut the stone on site, take it away, or arrange transportation through the organizers. Assad, have you made your choice? Barbara noticed his action, looking surprised. Yes, this piece looks promising. Assad nodded, weighing the stone in his hand. It felt heavy, around 10 kilograms, and in his heavenly eye, it shone brilliantly, indicating it surely contained a great treasure. Among the stones in the venue, very unusual light, suggesting that it might contain top-grade jade as well. Great. The staff member immediately issued the receipt and swiftly completed the transaction, seemingly afraid that Assad, this big spender, would change his mind. You. Seeing another 2 million yuan receipt, Barbara nearly fainted in frustration. Didn't you hear what I just said? As soon as I said this material isn't good, you bought it. What do you mean by this? More importantly, the 2 stones Assad bought were almost identical, green skins with broken black jade markings. Assad held 1 stone in each hand, like holding 2 watermelons. He thought this was truly a precious find, and when cut open, it might shock everyone. However, he jokingly said, Zhu Qing, don't you think these 2 pieces are quite interesting? It's like buying a pair of watermelons. Before Barbara could respond, a low chuckle came from behind them. They turned around to see an elegantly dressed Maxwell standing there, accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards. Realizing he had been rude, the Maxwell hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry. I happened to walk by and didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I apologize. President Wang? Barbara instantly recognized him. Hendrik, a top jade merchant in Hayward High City and president of the local jade association, enjoyed high prestige in the jade and jewelry industry. Can you afford to delay? Cut. Don't cut. Assad firmly negated Barbara's suggestion. Barbara glared at Assad with her beautiful eyes. This guy was becoming unbearable. He was her assistant. How could he contradict her in front of others? A pair of watermelon stones. What's there to worry about? I wouldn't even want it if it were given to me. Suddenly, an unmasked sneer came from beside them. Barbara, when did the proud daughter of the Qin family become so petty? Has our family fallen to such dire straits? A portly Maxwell approached under the protection of bodyguards. Seeing him, Barbara's face darkened. Pablo. The Maxwell frowned unhappily. Barbara, remember I am your senior. Do you address your elders by their names? Where is your upbringing? From his tone, he was also a Qin family member. Assad and Peggy exchanged glances, surprised. Why didn't Barbara mention him before coming to Pingzhou? Barbara's face remained expressionless. Manners are for humans, not traitors who betray their family and work against it. Bastard. Pablo's face was flushed with anger. Speaking to me like this, looks like I have to teach you a lesson for my incompetent brother. As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike. Assad would not allow such a thing. He grabbed his wrist and pushed him off balance. What mongrel bites everyone it sees? 8 points of clarity, true green. Wow. The atmosphere immediately heated up. Just this piece, weighing nearly a pound, was worth at least 8 million. With luck, it could sell for over 10 million. A $1 million stone suddenly multiplied in value tenfold. A great start. The owner of the stone couldn't hide his smile. Just luck. Inspired by the success, people started cutting stones, occasional excited shouts erupting. This was stone gambling. Once involved, emotions inevitably take over. Barbara was also tempted, eyeing a stone, ready to buy, but Assad stopped her, pointing to another. I think this one is better. This stone had a dull gray-green surface, smooth edges, looking unremarkable, marked as gray jade at a price of 5.5 million. Barbara frowned. The material of gray jade, the odds of gambling are too high. Especially at this price, even she was not willing to easily try the material of gray jade. The probability of losing was just too high. However, while hesitating, the piece of material she had her eye on was taken by someone else. Wow, didn't expect to get a bargain. It was none other than Pablo, who had returned. He had been watching Barbara's moves closely and indeed found an opportunity to snatch it away. You. Barbara's face darkened. What do you mean by you? You didn't prestige of Qin family jewels would be weakened. Don't worry, nothing too serious. We won't lose our means of living. Assad whispered comfortingly, even if we lose our means of living, no big deal. I'll accompany you in loss. Pfft. Barbara couldn't help but laugh, giving Assad a reproachful look. This rascal still tried to take advantage of her at such a time. Thus, she said angrily, if the stone you chose fails, I'll cut you instead. Assad was speechless, a chill running up his spine. Beside them, Peggy stared blankly at Barbara, unable to believe these words came from her revered Ice Mountain CEO. Brat, flirting with a man now, you'll cry later. Pablo watched this scene with a cold smile, waving to the stone cutter and said, cut. Chapter 32. A big gamble can cost Haywards. Sizz. The stone cutting machine started, and the master cutting the stone carefully opened a small window on the material. At the center of this window was a dense circle of green with excellent clarity. Surrounding it was an icy gnome base. It's paying off, it's paying off. The stone cutting master shouted loudly, his demeanor rather excited. But with this single window, the minimum value of this piece of stone had already risen to 5 million yuan. Compared to its listed price of 3 million, it was almost doubling in value. Seeing this, Gustav couldn't help but reveal a self-satisfied smile. He glanced at Barbara, who happened to be looking over as well. Their eyes met in midair, creating a spark between them. Goodness, it seems there's no suspense left in this gamble. You'd better admit defeat now before you make a complete fool of yourself later. Barbara coldly replied, Gustav, you're rejoicing too early. At present, only a small window had been cut into the stone. Nobody could guarantee what was inside yet. If the green could penetrate more than 10 centimeters deep, that would be fine. But if it crumbled halfway through, this piece of stone wouldn't even be worth 50,000 yuan, let alone 5 million. Since you're not afraid of being embarrassed, I'll indulge you then. Gustav sneered and said to the stone cutter, keep cutting. Follow the edge of the green downward. Given how large this stone is, this green should penetrate at least 20 centimeters. Assad used his heavenly eye to observe the stone and found that it only glowed on the surface. Below 1 centimeter, it was just a dark void. He couldn't help but laugh. Forget 20 centimeters, it doesn't even reach 2. What 2 centimeters? Hayward's secretary Peggy heard Assad muttering to himself and curiously glanced at him, her gaze inadvertently sizing him up from top to bottom. Assad's face turned black. What are you looking at? I was talking about the jade inside that Yeah, even I was fooled. I thought we'd witness the birth of an exquisite emerald, but instead, it's all just a joke. A few boss-like figures around them shook their heads, their faces full of disappointment. This can't be possible. Gustav stumbled back a few steps, disbelief evident on his face. On the contrary, Barbara let out a long breath, her face breaking into a smile as she said, looks like I'm disappointing you. With just that little, I doubt you can win me. With your gray card material? Gustav took a deep breath to calm himself, then said coldly, gray card stones usually collapse 9 times out of 10 when cut. Don't dream of winning me with that. We'll see. Barbara gestured for the stone cutter to start, who nodded and began cutting into the stone again. It's paying off. The stone cutter's eyes lit up. There's green, and it's ice glass quality. Gray card stones with green generally have great quality. This time, it might produce a big piece. In the world of gemstone gambling, big piece means a value exceeding 100 million. This caused a stir around them. Several bosses watching were getting excited. They hadn't seen such high-quality material in a long time. One boss couldn't wait to step forward. Miss Chin, how about selling this material to me? I'm willing to offer 30 million to take a chance. 30 million isn't much. I'll offer 40 million. 50 million. After all, it was just a small window they'd cut into it, and these prices were already considered astronomical. Nearly 10 times its original price of over 5 million yuan. This is gemstone gambling. Winning means soaring to the heavens. Barbara was also holding her breath tightly, barely controlling her excitement. She asked, puzzled, Assad, did you know this material would yield something valuable from the beginning? Assad smiled but said nothing. Barbara glanced at the bosses around who were constantly bidding, and she replied crisply, thank you all for your interest, but I plan to continue cutting this piece. Understanding Barbara's intention to take a chance, the bosses did not press further. Instead, they watched on the sidelines to see if a large piece could be cut out. Showboating. Gustav snorted coldly from the side. When it collapses, let's see how you deal with it. I just don't believe that a gray card stone could yield such a large piece. However, in the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Jinyang green. Glass-like clarity. The texture was uniform, and the weight was a full 3 kilograms. When the stone cutter finished cutting the stone and weighed it, he was stunned. In his more than 10 years of cutting stones, this was the first time he had cut out a big piece. This was absolutely worth over 100 million. He carefully handed this premium Jinyang green jadeite to Barbara, barely containing his excitement, saying, congratulations, boss. You got yourself a big piece. Send a red envelope. Barbara generously waved her hand, having Peggy seal a red envelope of 100,000 yuan for the stone cutter. Miss Chin, I'll offer 200 million. Please sell me this piece of jadeite. 200 million? Are you joking? Dawson, are you trying to bully Miss Chin? I'll offer 250 million. No one else better compete with me. Numerous bosses surrounded Barbara, competing to bid, all wanting to acquire this top-grade piece of jadeite. Barbara knew these people had astonishing financial power and deep connections in the industry, so she didn't want to offend them and dealt with each of them patiently. Gustav watched this scene with an ugly expression, intending to slip away. But just as he turned around, Assad blocked his way. Don't go. Assad laughed, spreading his hands before Gustav and said, 55 million. How do you plan to pay? Gustav's face changed. What 55 million? That was just a joke between my niece and me. A joke? Assad couldn't help but laugh, calmly saying, it seems you're planning to default on your word? I advise you to pay up sooner rather than later, or things might turn unpleasant. Seeing Assad's relentless pursuit, Gustav finally lost his temper, sticking out his neck and saying, no money, but I can give my life. My life is worth 550 million to you. Dare you take it? Chapter 33, A Small Harvest. Then so be it. I'll take 10 years of your lifespan in exchange for the 5.5 million. Assad's expression remained unchanged as he uttered 2 words. Seize. He lifted his hand lightly, and a green light that was hard for ordinary people to see appeared on his palm. This green light rotated swiftly, gradually turning into an ink-black color. With a whoosh, it slashed onto Gustav's body. Although Gustav felt nothing himself, to outsiders, it was as if he had instantly aged 10 years. His skin became wrinkled, and most of his vitality seemed to have been cut away. Insane. Gustav, looking at Assad's incomprehensible actions, unhesitatingly stepped away, without noticing that the 2 bodyguards beside him were trembling all over. Their eyes were full of fear and terror, and indescribable despair. At this moment, Hendrik, standing far away, seemed to sense something and glanced over here, seemingly by chance. Although he quickly withdrew his gaze, Assad still noticed him. Interesting. Assad narrowed his eyes. Though he knew from Toby the old Taoist records that cultivation practices were in decline and most people now followed martial paths, with his strength as a master in the innate transformation stage of martial arts, he could go anywhere in the world. Air Venue's auction area opened up, and many people rushed over immediately. The auction was today's main event. One item after another was displayed, everyone moving forward to examine them closely, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. These were top-quality pieces indeed. After giving everyone ample time for inspection, 2 hours later, a middle-aged auctioneer in a tailcoat walked up on stage, stood in front of the auction table prepared, raised a small hammer in his hand, and loudly announced, we won't waste words. Let's get straight to the items. Please welcome, lot number 1. Soon, A large wooden box was carried up, revealing a stone piece weighing about 100 pounds in front of everyone. A classic Hound River Old Pit material, base price 5 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 20,000. As soon as he finished speaking, bids came flying from below. 5.6 million. 6 million. 6.4 million. As bids continued to rise, the atmosphere of the auction grew lively, prompting even those who hadn't participated to join in eagerly. Barbara had her own calculations. Although the Cheen family jewelry shop was quite renowned in Hayward High City, its development was too recent to accumulate enough capital for bulk purchases. This time, despite bringing 200 million yuan in goods, it wasn't much in the high-stakes jade trade. Even the most premium stone piece might reach this price. Exactly. Assad nodded. The spiritual light inside these two stones was too strong. The jade cut from them would undoubtedly be top-notch. One successful cut could be luck, but several consecutive ones meant something more significant. Pingzhou was close to the national border, and it was not as peaceful as one might think. For safety, it was better to keep a low profile. Barbara nodded and swung her hand confidently. Today has been so profitable. I'll treat you both to a big meal. When we get back, I'll give you bonuses. Thank you, boss. Secretary Peggy had been dragging the suitcase sullenly, her lips pouting so much they almost hooked onto a kettle spout, but now she perked up immediately. Barbara smiled and said to Assad, "You're the biggest contributor here. If you want anything, feel free to ask." Assad didn't mind money since he still had 2 big watermelons yet to be cut, which would surely exchange for a huge amount of cash later. So, blinking his eyes and adhering to the principle that unmet demands would expire, he hesitated and asked, "How about a kiss?" Barbara shot him a glare, thinking he was taking advantage. "Didn't you tell me to ask?" Assad laughed awkwardly. Unexpectedly, a fragrant breeze approached, and a warm, soft sensation touched his face. Before he could savor it, Barbara walked away, pulling Peggy ahead of the feast, and only then returned to their hotel to rest. Wait. As Barbara was about to open the door, she was stopped by Assad. He noticed a layer of transparent adhesive liquid on the door handle, his expression turning grim. "What is this?" Barbara asked curiously. "It's the venom of a redback spider." Assad's face darkened slightly. Yesterday, while flipping through the Ing Tian Yale book, he found at the back of the book were Toby Yaleus notes, which contained extensive descriptions of numerous wicked techniques, with a significant portion dedicated to various poisons. One of these was the venom of the redback spider. This poison was extremely potent. It could enter the body instantly upon skin contact, seeping into the bloodstream and killing a person within 3 minutes. It was incredibly deadly. What? Barbara was startled. Although she didn't know what a redback spider was, it was clear what the other party intended if it was indeed a poison. "Leave this to me." Assad emitted a streak of true qi from his palm, covering the door handle. The venom was enveloped by his true qi, temporarily immobilized between his fingers. However, Assad was vaguely puzzled. This venom wasn't as potent as described in Toby Yaleus' notes. Could the poisoner have another agenda? Upon entering the room, all 3 of them wore grim expressions. Their morning joy evaporated. After all, nobody would be. "Assad, what are you looking at?" Peggy, noticing his odd behavior, subconsciously looked in the direction of his glance. Assad feared the worst, and sure enough, the young man disappeared the next moment. "Wait here. I'll be right back." Assad flashed forward, chasing after him to the edge of Tsuebai Manor. Following the footprints on the ground, they clearly led outside the manor. However, the footprints vanished shortly outside, indicating the man was experienced and had deliberately erased his tracks. If he could erase the footprints, why not the first set? It's too suspicious. Assad snorted coldly. "Tracking technique." Assad murmured these 3 words, moving his fingers. A strand of true qi lifted the lingering scent of the footprint, circling around the manor wall before heading straight for the outdoor venue. So it is. The opponent wanted to lure Assad outside the manor, using a diversion tactic. Assad immediately returned, but as soon as he came back, he froze. Beside Barbara and Peggy stood the young man. However, at this moment, he had changed into a suit, looking quite dapper, appearing somewhat close to Barbara. "Assad, you're back?" Barbara smiled at Assad and introduced, "This is my cousin, Darwin. I never expected him to also attend this private auction. He has been abroad for many years, and in the areas of antique appraisal person. This guy must be ambitious. He intentionally stays by your side for ulterior motives. Don't believe a word he says. So that's how it is." Hearing this, Assad finally understood. The reason Darwin went to such lengths, both poisoning and luring him away, was not for anything else but to completely defame Assad and distance Barbara from him. Unfortunately, he underestimated one crucial point. Assad sneered, "Who says I need solid evidence to act? I know you did it and that's enough." With that, he tightened his grip, and with a crisp crack, Darwin's wrist was snapped. "No." Chapter 35. You are unqualified. The sound of bones breaking was heart-stopping, and one could see Darwin's hand twisting unnaturally, causing people to gasp. Too brutal. Even from the perspective of modern medicine, treating this comminuted fracture would be almost impossible. In short, his hand was utterly crippled. Darwin looked at Assad with eyes full of resentment and anger as he shouted, "You are courting death." At some point, a black glove had covered his other hand, which emitted a faint green light. He suddenly lunged towards Assad. A pungent and poisonous stench wafted over. What potent poison? Assad's heart shuddered. "Die for me." The killing intent. Her thoughts were simple. This ugly Darwin pretending to be gentlemanly towards Barbara must not be a good person. How clever of me to have seen through everything long ago. She pushed up her glasses, showing a look of, the truth is only one. And that was, Assad is so handsome. How could he lie? At this moment, the security personnel inside the venue were finally alerted. "What are you doing?" Several burly men in black drew their pistols and rushed over. Darwin looked at them pleadingly for help. "It's me. Help me up." With both hands incapacitated, he couldn't even crawl up. Fierce killing intent erupted from within, burning his eyes red. Mr. Kian. Oh, how could this happen, Mr. Kian? Are you alright? Recognizing Darwin immediately, the black-clad men were alarmed and quickly supported him, checking his wrist injuries. Comminuted fracture. Each of them cursed inwardly. This was the esteemed guest of their villa owner. With such severe injuries sustained within the compound, they wouldn't get off easily. What are you standing there for? Kill him for me. I want him dead. Darwin roared. Just then, the security captain arrived, followed by over a dozen burly men in black, all armed, some even wielding automatic rifles. Their ferocity was unmistakable. Given the strict gun control laws in the country, who exactly was the master of this Tsuebai villa to have so many armed guards in a small compound? This unsettled the business owners who had come for the private auction. Exchanging glances, they quietly left this place. Soon, only Assad's group remained in the vast private auction hall. Barbara and Peggy panicked too. Anyone being pointed at by over a dozen guns would not be calm, unsure if those weapons might misfire. Qingtong, what are you doing? Can't we talk this out? Barbara took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure without further provoking Darwin's fragile nerves. Bitch, all because of you. Darwin gritted his teeth. If it weren't for wanting you, why would I do this? Now that I've lost the use of my hands, neither will you escape unscathed. He then shouted loudly, brothers, once this man is killed, these two women will be yours to enjoy after I'm done. Roar. His words caused the eyes of these black-clad men to gleam with excitement. Whether it was the mature and sexy Barbara or the pure and cute Peggy, both had top-notch looks and figures. Especially when they stood together, the two women with their different charms could easily touch one's heartstrings, making people secretly swallow saliva. Previously, they had refrained due to duty, but now that Darwin had spoken, what did they have to worry about? Qingtong, you. Barbara looked at him in disbelief. He had finally exposed his true self to the group of men. Ah. A series of agonized screams followed as the men's guns shattered and fell to the ground. Each of their limbs and throats was pierced by fragments of flower petals and leaves. Martial arts grandmaster, manipulating qi into a barrier. Even flying flowers and falling leaves could hurt people. In an instant, they were all annihilated. Only Darwin remained. No, it's not possible. Don't come near me. Darwin was frozen in fear, watching Assad approach. He tried to run but was pressed to his knees by Assad's hand on his head. No, don't kill me. He seemed to have some premonition, trembling all over. At that moment, a crowd accompanied by a well-dressed man rushed over from the villa. Hearing the commotion from afar, he shouted, "Stop! Mr. Luther, please show mercy." Bam! Assad released and retracted the chi from his palm, causing Darwin's body to collapse heavily. He then calmly withdrew his hand and looked at the newcomers. The well-dressed man saw Darwin dead and his face turned livid, demanding, "I clearly told you to stop." "Me? Stop?" Assad stared coldly at him, saying indifferently, "You? Do you deserve it?" Chapter 36, Escaping Unscathed. The well-dressed man, accustomed to a high position for years, never expected Assad to speak back so defiantly. His face turned purplish red from anger, and he shook all over with fury, enraged to the point of laughter. "I've long heard you're arrogant, but I didn't think you'd be even more audacious than I imagined. Don't you know this is my territory? You dare speak to me like this? Have you considered the consequences?" "Consequences? I have no idea what consequences await me." Assad smiled, revealing a hint of unbridled recklessness. "I only know that the distance between us is merely 30 steps, and killing you would be as easy as taking something out of a pocket." Such arrogance. The well-dressed man's lips curled slightly, openly mocking Assad's presumption. His guards also wore derisive expressions. However, their faces froze in the next moment. Assad moved swiftly, covering the 30 steps in an instant, and before the well-dressed man could react, his hand landed on the other's shoulder. "Is that so?" He applied slight pressure, but held back the force. "You." The well-dressed man's face turned completely pale, feeling the unreleased power pressing down on his shoulder. He signaled his subordinates not to act rashly. He finally realized that Assad was not someone who could be intimidated by words. Moreover, such a dangerous individual wouldn't hesitate to kill due to fear of rules. In short, he was like a hedgehog. Anyone who provoked him would suffer. "Since you have nothing to say, now it's your turn to answer my questions." Assad asked calmly, "Where did you hear about me?" The well-dressed man remained silent for a while, intimidated by Assad's ferocity, and finally admitted, "You killed Hayward and Bancheng, and the Iron Hand sect has issued a kill order against you." "Hayward and Bancheng? The Iron Hand sect?" Assad's eyes flickered. Last name Hayward. Could it be that Alexei from Bryce's side? But he only injured him. Yes, the Iron Hand sect. Since the well-dressed man had already spoken, he continued without hiding anything. "It's a mid-sized gang in our southwestern region, with considerable hidden influence. Many young men from influential families join to practice martial arts and expand their networks." Assad asked, "Is Darwin also from the Iron Hand sect?" "Not exactly. He was just a guest I invited to help with something. Who knew he would provoke trouble on his own? He got himself killed by you." The well-dressed man now harbored resentment towards Darwin. "Why did you have to provoke Assad over a woman? If you wanted women, I could get you any kind. Now look at you, dead, and leaving me to clean up the mess. Not only that, it delayed my important matters." Assad confirmed everything, making sure the other wasn't lying, then nodded and left with Barbara and Peggy. "Just let them go like that?" One of the well-dressed man's confidants spoke up. The well-dressed man glanced at him coldly. "What do you suggest? Should I willingly die? The information from the Iron Hand sect is fake. This Assad is far beyond the Dark Force level. I'd say he's at least at the Transforming Force level." But even as he said this, a voice inside him warned that Assad might even be a martial arts Isabellister, covering 36 steps in one leap, swift and precise, untouchable. Even a falling leaf can take a life. Only a Isabellister level fighter could achieve this. But how could someone so young possibly reach this level? What? He's that strong? The confidant's face changed. "Should we spread this news?" Spread it? The well-dressed man gave a cruel laugh. Why should we? I've already lost so many people. Why should others stay safe? He surveyed the surroundings and ordered, forget everything that happened today. Pretend nothing occurred. If I hear even a whisper of it, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines and agreed. Leaving Chui by Mountain Villa, all three members of Assad's group remained silent. The two women were truly shaken after witnessing Assad's decisive killings. Even knowing those people deserved it, they still felt their hearts racing when thinking about the dozens Assad had eliminated in an instant. Barbara, who had seen much of the world, gradually calmed down and asked with concern, Assad, will there be any repercussions after such a major incident? She frowned, worried that if the well-dressed man reported the matter, Assad would be in danger, especially since he had acted to protect her. If something really happens, I will immediately arrange for you to go abroad and take care of your family. Once the heat dies down, I'll arrange for them to reunite with you. As soon as Barbara made up her mind, she immediately thought of various contingency plans, and her expression became more relaxed. Assad was very calm and said, don't worry, it'll be fine. This area of Pingzhou, being a border region adjoining foreign countries in the southwestern district, has always been unstable. It wouldn't be considered a major incident even if dozens of people died. It was self-defense. Moreover, his actions were justified as self-defense wherever he went. After Assad explained, Barbara sighed in relief. That's great. I thought you would have to flee overseas. Assad, without blushing, replied, how could that happen? I can't bear to leave you. Being improper again. Barbara couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Assad blinked. What's so improper about that? I don't want to leave my monthly salary from you. Thanks to Assad's deliberate guidance, the worries of the three gradually dissipated. Back at the hotel after an exhausting afternoon, Barbara and Peggy were quite tired and started resting on the bed. Assad, however, was thinking about the Iron Hand sect. Although he wasn't afraid of such a gang, he couldn't bear the thought of endangering his family. The problem now was how Hayward and Banching had really died. Was it from severe injuries, or was there more to the story? Assad's gaze deepened, realizing he needed to visit Bryce. In the dead of night, Assad quietly left the hotel. Bryce's whereabouts weren't a secret. After a little inquiry, Assad found out that he was staying at the nearby Luthorxing Grand Hotel, not far from Longhua Grand Hotel. The Luthorxing Grand Hotel appeared much more luxurious than the Hualong Grand Hotel, with stricter security measures, guards posted at almost every passage, and video surveillance. But for Assad, these security measures were virtually non-existent. He easily arrived at Bryce's room. Just as he reached the door, he heard soft, enticing sounds inside. A woman's coquettish voice was clearly audible. Eric Norma, you are naughty. Teasing me like this, if you continue, I won't tolerate it. Bryce's voice followed. I didn't expect to find such a charming girl in this southwestern place. When things here are settled, come back to Hayward High with me. Really? I've heard Hayward High City is beautiful. You really mean to take me to Hayward High? Of course. How could Bryce lie? The woman, too excited to speak, served Bryce even more devotedly. Unbeknownst to her, Bryce's eyes flashed with silent mockery. Master Norma sure has high spirits tonight. At that moment, a shadow silently walked into the room, the door making no sound whatsoever. Who's there? Bryce's face changed instantly. Chapter 37. A Restless Night. Ah. The woman let out a startled scream and hurriedly tried to cover her body, but before she could react, she was struck by a forceful gust of wind at her sleep point and collapsed. It's you. Bryce sat on the bed, his heart sinking as he saw Assad walk in. Assad dragged over a chair and sat down gracefully, completely ignoring the embarrassed state of Bryce and the woman. He said, I seem to have come at an inconvenient time, disturbing Eric Norma's refined interests. I'm truly sorry about that. Though apologizing verbally, there was not a trace of regret on Assad's face. It was as if finding him was a favor from past lives. A flash of anger crossed Bryce's eyes, and he said, Can I put on my clothes first? No. Answer a few questions first. Assad asked softly, First, how did Hayward and Banching die? Second, what's the deal with the Iron Hand sect? Third, what role did you, Eric Norma, play in this matter? He paused for a moment and continued in a distant voice, Think carefully before you answer. I hate trouble. If I have to ask again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bryce felt a chill run down his spine, realizing this was a warning. Alexei had once mentioned that Assad was a grandmaster-level martial artist. At such close range, if Assad wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. So, he could only suppress his fear and anger and said, As for Alexei's death, I really didn't know what happened. That day, after he was injured by you, he left on his own accord. Smack. A light sound came. Bryce felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Indeed, something like a steel nail had pierced it. The steel nail penetrated deeply into his body, no less than 5 centimeters. And Assad still held more than a dozen similar steel nails in his hand, casually turning them over. Don't try to deceive me. Because your bodily reactions are all within my control, including your heartbeat and blood flow. If they change even slightly in a moment, can you guess where the next steel nail will go? Assad's indifferent words came like a nightmare. Assad. Bryce endured the intense pain, raging inside. Assad, just wait. If I don't die today, one day I will kill you myself and destroy your whole family. Assad said indifferently, Continue. What happened after Hayward and Banching was injured? I killed him. After a long silence, Bryce finally told the truth. This response took even Assad aback. In his memory, Hayward and Banching was loyal to Bryce and suffered serious injuries protecting him. He never imagined that Hayward and Banching was killed by Bryce himself after being gravely injured. Why? Assad looked at Bryce in confusion. Bryce fell silent again, unable to say that Hayward and Banching couldn't defy Assad, so he was betrayed and killed by him. After a while, he spoke up. Alexei was injured and planned to call his fellow disciples for revenge. I didn't want any trouble, so I had no choice but to kill him. After speaking, He looked at Assad and the steel nails in Assad's hand. Haha. Suddenly, Assad laughed, saying softly, "Is it true that everyone from prestigious families can lie as convincingly as telling the truth?" Whoosh. A steel nail hit the center of Bryce's chest, making him feel as if he were struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning pale. "Even though your heartbeat hasn't changed, I know you're lying." Assad looked at Bryce and said calmly, "The one who tried to use the Iron Hand sect to kill me, it was you, right? As for Hayward and Bancheng, it seems he didn't want any trouble and was killed by you for that reason." What a poisonous heart. Boom. That sentence made Bryce's mind go blank. A voice inside him shouted, he knows everything. Through Bryce's reaction, Assad already knew the answers he wanted. He stood up, raised his hand, and let the remaining steel nails fall to the ground. He looked at Bryce indifferently, as if looking at a dead man. "No, you can't kill me." Bryce felt fear. Between being killed and cowering, he chose the latter, saying, "Right, I am useful to you. Just spare my life, and all the wealth of the Norma family is yours. I can be your dog and handle matters you can't conveniently deal with. Want to be my dog?" Assad flicked his finger, sending the last steel nail flying into Bryce's forehead between his eyebrows. Watching his body fall heavily to the ground, Assad continued coldly, "You're not qualified yet." With that, he turned and walked away. As for the unconscious woman, since she had not seen Assad's face, Assad left her alone. However, he vaguely felt that her face seemed somewhat familiar, as if she were a local female celebrity. After quite some time, the woman finally regained consciousness. She looked at the long-dead Bryce on the bed, her expression abruptly changing. She hurriedly dressed herself and, after confirming that no one had discovered the scene, managed to calm down. "No, this must not be found out. If it comes to light that Bryce is dead, once the Norma family starts investigating, I will surely be implicated." The woman gritted her teeth, took out her phone, and made a call. "Is this Hollis? I have a favor to ask of you." Assad, of course, was unaware that the woman, to protect herself, had decided to cover up the incident. He instead leisurely enjoyed a late-night snack before returning. Back at the hotel, Aiko and Peggy were sleeping soundly. Their thin sleepwear barely concealed their figures, with large patches of skin exposed to the air, creating an ethereal fragrance that seemed to permeate the room. "This is testing my self-control." Assad, aggrieved, glanced a few more times before burrowing into his sleeping bag, filled with resentment. Why should they get to expose so much while I have to stay in this sleeping bag? So he crawled out of the sleeping bag, unfolded it, and simply lay on top of it. The night was deep. Just as Assad was half asleep, he suddenly sensed someone getting up from the bed. He immediately woke up, squinting his eyes toward the bed. It was Aiko. Why did she get up? Assad was puzzled as he watched her walk cautiously over, still wearing a strapless sleep dress, carrying a blanket, seemingly haunted by a nightmare, her face still bearing a trace of fear. She looked incredibly pitiable. She laid the blanket next to Assad and then lay down beside him, pressing close against him. Assad could distinctly feel the trembling of her body and the softness and elegance of her curves. It almost overwhelmed him. "Boss, please, this way I'm bound to make mistakes." Assad couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After some time, Aiko's breathing steadied, indicating she had fallen asleep. But Assad couldn't fall asleep. Despite the dark room, he could still clearly see everything within the 10 centimeters between them. Aiko's smooth skin, long eyelashes, delicate nose, full red lips, and what lay beneath the sleep dress, all stirred his senses. Just as Assad was trying hard to fall asleep, Aiko suddenly turned over in her sleep and wrapped around him like an octopus. Great. How am I supposed to sleep now? Assad stiffened, eventually deciding to give up on sleep. At this moment, he suddenly had a craving for barbecue, remembering how the spicy grilled octopus tentacles from his memories resembled this exact situation. Skewered and delicious. So hungry. Chapter 38. An accidental encounter. The night passed quietly. Barbara's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She then gently turned over. Assad woke up with a start. A beauty was in his arms. "Why can't you stay still?" He looked down and saw the charming beauty fully before his eyes. Barbara's nightgown was disheveled. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her snow-white shoulders were exposed as he glanced down further. He only saw white jade pebbles and flowers blooming on top. Barbara also noticed the abnormality. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself hugging Assad like an octopus. "Why am I here?" Recalling last night, she couldn't help but blush purple. Seeming to think of something else, Barbara quickly looked up at Assad, only to find that his eyes were still closed, sound asleep. Relieved, she breathed a sigh of relief. Not daring to disturb the two people in the room, she carefully got up, picked up the blanket, and returned to bed. After a while, she got up to tidy up and wash up. Phew. Assad sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had been smart. Otherwise, he might have been discovered. If that happened, the furious Barbara might do who knows what. "Humph, I knew you were awake early." Hearing the voice above him, Assad secretly panicked, but turning his head, he found it wasn't Barbara but Peggy speaking. Peggy supported her face with her hands, lying on the bed, blinking her big eyes, and looking at him as if inviting bribes. "I'll report this to the boss later." She looked like the perfect model of the most loyal secretary. "Charmaine Sheen, you're exposing yourself." After watching her for 5 minutes, Assad finally reminded her. Similarly wearing a nightgown, after getting up and supporting her face on the bed, her body hung some distance from the bed, allowing Assad to almost see everything below you. The goal was the high-quality stone materials inside the venue. "Sorry, only 2 people can enter from each group." The security personnel checked the invitation card and told the trio. 2 people? Barbara frowned slightly, her perfectly beautiful face showing displeasure. "But it isn't specified on the invitation." The security personnel looked at Barbara patiently, explaining, "It's a rule. There's limited space inside, so we can't accommodate too many people simultaneously. Only 2 representatives from each company can enter. Assad remained calm. Then you 2 go in. I'll walk around in the loose goods area. Maybe I can find a bargain. Alright, I'll take Charmaine Sheen. Barbara nodded, unwilling to leave her secretary outside where her cute, innocent appearance might get her kidnapped. Seeing the 2 women enter, Assad strolled towards the loose goods area. The loose goods area was extensive, and Assad found the materials here indeed poor, both in quality and size, hardly suitable for formal occasions. Its main target audience here was tourists interested in gemstone gambling. As he walked deeper in, the quality of the stones gradually improved. Assad noticed this. With Tianyan activated, he scanned and found that the chances. Without waiting for Luna's response, his hand already reached out and held her waist, his greasy fingers landing on her back. Boss Kian, it's inappropriate to do this in front of so many people. Luna tried to protest, but Boss Kian's hand was firmly on her waist, ignoring her objections. Instead, he kept rubbing her back, causing Luna to twist uncomfortably. At that moment, Luna noticed Assad staring at her. Worried that someone had recognized her, she hastily turned her head away. Boss Kian saw this scene and immediately became furious, glaring at Assad. He said, "You brat, what are you looking at? Can't you see a lady? Go home and look at your old mother." Originally, Assad was merely musing about how quickly this woman changed men compared to changing clothes. Who knew trouble would come out of nowhere? Especially after hearing Boss Kian's filthy words, Assad's expression darkened. "Slap yourself." He delivered a heavy slap, holding back some force but still managing to knock out half of Boss Kian's teeth. "If you can't speak properly, then don't open your mouth again." Assad glared at him coldly. You dare to hit me." Boss Kian was dumbstruck by the blow. "So what if I hit you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll break your jaw so you won't be able to speak ever again. Got it?" Assad spoke menacingly, feeling a strange satisfaction after ish. Her face changed drastically as she took several steps back, stuttering at Assad. What do you want to do?" "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Assad said calmly. Exposed. Luna's mind buzzed, her heart tightening abruptly. This was someone who dared to kill the Norma family's young master. How much more could he do to a third-rate actress like her? I don't understand what you're saying." Originally panicked, Luna regained her composure in public, not believing he would dare to do anything to her here. She quickly resumed her airs as a minor celebrity. "I warn you, don't harass me, or I'll call for help." Having said that, she turned around, ready to flee hastily. But just as she had taken 2 steps, Assad blocked her path. He raised his hand and softly commanded, "Look into my eyes." His voice had an almost magical quality, and Luna involuntarily lifted her head. Snap. When she looked into Assad's eyes, she saw their depth and distance, causing her mind to go blank instantly. A segment of memory was forcibly erased. It was the heart-seizing spell. This peculiar Taoist technique from the Audiobook was perfectly suitable for use here. A mere woman wasn't enough to make him resort to killing to cover up evidence. Erasing her memory was sufficient. Moreover, there was no major wrongdoing on her part, and casual killing violated his principles. When Assad retracted the spell, Luna scoffed disdainfully. Don't underestimate her status as a third-rate actress. She had perfected a domineering attitude despite everything else. Now that her memory of Assad was erased, she felt no fear and immediately showed her usual arrogance and capriciousness. Hollis walked up and stared at Assad. "You dared to hurt Boss Kian? Looks like you've lived too long. Now, kneel down and confess, then sever your own arm, and I might spare your dog life. Otherwise, Crack. He squeezed his fist, and the knuckles cracked loudly, threatening without words. "Hemph brat, you're done for this time." Boss Kian, holding onto Luna, wore a self-satisfied smile, seemingly already seeing Assad begging on his knees, arm broken. Hollis urged, "Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Kneel and confess, sever an arm." What grandeur. Unfortunately, he was facing Assad. Hollis, huh? Making fists isn't done the way you think. Assad's lips curled upwards as he watched Leopard Brother demonstratively cracking his knuckles. Chuckling, he advised, judging by the sound, "You obviously need more practice. Would you like me to teach you?" Single punch from the opponent. What else could they do but concede defeat? Meanwhile, Assad continued patiently guiding Leopard Brother. "Once you've healed, repeat this a few times. Next time you crack your knuckles, they'll make a satisfying crunch." Lowering his head, Assad spoke gently, almost like a benevolent teacher. "How do you find my guidance?" Leopard Brother's eyes nearly popped out. He thought, "Is this guy some kind of devil? You're going to break them again after I heal? Big brother, I offended you this time. Please don't take it personally. Just let me go. Treat it like a fart." Leopard Brother promptly admitted defeat, forcing a smile despite the searing pain. Clearly, this expert came from elsewhere. If he killed him and left town, who could he complain to? Dead was dead. Who would avenge him? Ridiculous. Even if someone avenged him, what use would it be when he was already dead? Scram. Assad stood up, waving his hand in disgust. Leopard Brother fled immediately with his subordinates trailing behind him. Only Boss Kian and Luna remained, standing stiffly as Assad approached them apprehensively. Boss Kian held his chin high, his jowls trembling. "This time, I admit defeat. What do you want with me? If I frown, I'll stay on my knees forever. Just get up first. We can talk." Assad's lips twitched, and he still hadn't repented. It seemed that the lesson he gave him wasn't profound enough. "Uncle, why are you here?" At this moment, Barbara noticed Boss Kian and tensed up, wondering if he had found out about the murder of Darwin. "Zhu Qing, it's you. I just came over for a stroll." Boss Kian's eyes lit up, nodding and saying, "By the way, do you two know each other?" He glanced at Assad. Barbara said, "This is my personal assistant, Assad." "Oh." Boss Kian immediately perked up, dragging out his words. "So you're my obedient niece's assistant." Truly water has rushed into the Dragon King's temple, family not recognizing family. He glanced at Assad with his eyes, thinking to himself, "So this little punk is just a personal assistant, Let's see how you manage to get out of my palm this time. Assad's gaze turned cold as he flexed his wrist. SSS. Boss Kian shivered instantly. He still remembered Assad crushing Hollis's fist, and his expression quickly became obedient, thinking it best not to provoke such a fierce man. So he turned around and pulled Luna away. Just after a few steps, Boss Kian suddenly turned his head to look at Barbara. Oh right, where's Qing Tong? He heard you were coming to Pingzhou, and immediately returned from Wugu Min. Why isn't he with you? Barbara's heart sank, glancing at objections internally. After all, Darwin was considered a close branch of the Qin family, and the Qian family had considerable influence in Pingzhou, which helped Qin family's business here. Don't worry, a small fry like the Qian family doesn't concern me. Assad wasn't concerned. Darwin's death was what he deserved. If Boss Kian wanted revenge, then let him come at him. He'd make sure the other party knew what nightmares were. Can only deal with things as they come. Barbara nodded, saying somewhat dejectedly, let's go back then. There's been no gain today in private sales, so we'll just have to wait for tomorrow's public auction. By then, I won't believe Gustav still has enough money to intentionally inflate prices. Once he provokes the crowd, he won't end well. Let's see how tomorrow goes. Assad nodded. Just as they were about to return to the hotel, Gustav appeared. Deprived of 10 years of his life force by Assad, he looked even more decrepit. Just a day apart, and his head was already full of white hair. The wrinkles on his face seemed to multiply by dozens, and he walked unsteadily, as if on the verge of death. Behind him was a small cart carrying several pieces of stone material. Judging from their quality, they were all top grade, each worth at least tens of millions. If these stones contained valuable finds upon cutting, their value could soar several times. Gustav. Barbara looked at him with an unfriendly expression. Anyone who had their items snatched 4 or 5 times in a row wouldn't be in a good mood, especially if the opponent was a traitor to the Qin family. Cough, cough. Gustav covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughed twice, and said, Niece, there's no need for this. The auction field is based on the highest bidder. I just happened to set my eyes on these few pieces of stone material. As he spoke, he looked at Assad. To tell the truth, I bought these few pieces of stone not for any other reason, but to give them to Mr. Luther as gifts, to make amends for what happened before. What? Gifts for Assad? Barbara and Peggy were completely shocked. As participants in the auction, they knew very well the value of these stone materials. Each piece was valued over 30 million, and together, the 4 stones amounted to 140 million. They were to be given as apology gifts to Assad? What it meant to spend extravagantly, to throw money around carelessly, this was it. The crowd around them buzzed with astonishment. What an extravagant gesture. They looked at Assad curiously, wondering how much skill he must possess to make Gustav, known for being tight-fisted, offer such a lavish gift. But Assad remained unperturbed. He raised his eyelids slightly and said, We are even. There's no talk of making amends. Qin Boss's gift is too valuable. Please take it back. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished once again. This was a fortune worth over 100 million, and Assad refused it without hesitation? They admitted that they would find it difficult to make such a decision if they were in his shoes. Mr. Luther, you're mistaken. Gustav hurriedly said, These are just a few stones, nothing valuable. They have unique shapes and high aesthetic value, perfect as decorative items for Mr. Luther's appreciation. It's just my humble token of respect. Mr. Luther, you must accept it. Hearing this, people didn't know what to say. To treat stone materials worth 140 million as mere decorations surpassed anyone's imagination. Especially Barbara and Peggy, they were utterly speechless. They knew how tyrannical Gustav usually was, yet why was he so submissive in front of Assad? Are you trying to force my hand? Assad said coolly. Gustav inwardly realized his mistake and dared not say anything more. His mind raced. Suddenly, he turned to Barbara with a pleading look and said, Niece, the past events were indeed Uncle's fault. Here, I will kneel down to you, begging you to forgive me out of family ties. Saying this, he was about to kneel. Seeing the white hair on Gustav's bald head, Barbara couldn't bear it and quickly supported him, saying, What are you doing? Despite being excommunicated, Gustav was still her elder. If he knelt today, what would the other elders of the Qin family think? For years, my heart has been tormented after betraying the family. Despite my achievements in Pingzhou, I've suffered inside. I plan to turn over half of my wealth and return to the family. Niece, can you help this old man? Gustav glanced at Assad, steeled his heart, and directly revealed his final proposal. What? This time, Barbara was thoroughly stunned. Chapter 41. Hayward extending magical herb, handing over half of his assets and rejoining the family. What tremendous courage this Gustav has shown. After so many years of establishing himself independently in Pingzhou, his wealth is certainly more than just a few billion in assets. Yet he is willing to hand over half to the clan? Is this still the same illegitimate son of the Qin family who betrayed them for a few million back then? Barbara was somewhat shocked, pondering for a long while before speaking. I will discuss this matter with father. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Barbara did not refuse outright. The stakes were too high. It could only be decided by her father and the elders. Back then, she had expelled these old-timers from the family to establish authority. To date, many people criticized this action, which had both advantages and disadvantages. If Gustav truly rejoins the family this time, it might not be with died, made up her mind, and said, Assad, given his sincerity, forgive him, please. All right. Assad nodded and told Gustav, give the stones to Zhu Qing. You owe her, not me. As for your apology, I accept it. Pausing, he said indifferently, your lifespan shall be fully restored. The jade of life and death rotated. His hand gently landed on Gustav's body, gradually restoring the 10 years of life that had been cut short by death energy, until it was completely restored. It is easy to go from life to death, but hard to bring back the dead to life. But for Assad, it was just a word. In no time, The originally graying hair gradually turned black, and the wrinkles on his face faded away significantly. Everything returned to normal. Only then did Assad stop. Gustav felt the changes in his body, trembling all over, looking at Assad with awe. The ability to control life and death. What an immense power. At this moment, he revered Assad like a deity. To outsiders, Gustav appeared wealthy and influential, commanding respect in both the legal and illegal circles of Pingzhou. However, before Assad, he couldn't even control his own life. He lost 10 years of his life when ordered to do so, with absolutely no ability to resist. Ultimately, he was just a mortal, while Assad, controlling life and death and breaking the cycle of reincarnation, was truly like a living deity. How could such a divine figure not command reverence? Barbara and Peggy also noticed Gustav's transformation. Exchanging glances, their eyes filled with shock. This Assad seemed to wield increasingly mysterious and formidable powers. Thank you, Mr. Luther. Gustav bowed deeply, a thought forming in his mind. If his lifespan could be shortened and restored, could it also be increased? At his age, with billions in wealth, wouldn't he want to live longer? You take care of yourself. Assad shrugged. This magnificent power came from the jade of life and death, and it would be some time before he could fully master it. However, reversing life and death this time brought him considerable gains, giving him a deeper understanding of how to use the jade of life and death, which was quite beneficial. Rest assured, Mr. Luther, I, Gustav, promise that wherever you point, I will strike without hesitation. Gustav patted his chest doggedly. He knew very well that Assad was a significant figure whom he must cling to. Even if others looked down on him, he didn't care. Barbara and Peggy exchanged glances again, finally understanding that Gustav's decision to return to the Qin family was not for the family but for Assad. However, with the matter of rejoining the family, the atmosphere among the few individuals became much more harmonious. Gustav was clearly going all out this time. He gifted stones worth over 100 million to Barbara and handed over half of his wealth to the Qin family. Now, seeing his lifespan restored, he immediately got excited and planned to celebrate. Under his enthusiastic invitation, Barbara couldn't refuse, so she took Assad and Peggy with her in the car to the Pingzhou International Grand Hotel. This hotel had 30 or so floors, its decor elegant and luxurious, with marble floors that could reflect images, making it even more splendid with the furnishings. Compared to Dajing Palace, it seemed no less impressive. Gustav was obviously a regular here. As soon as he walked in, he was guided straight to a private room. This private room was massive, taking up half a floor, decorated like a Jiangnan water town, even featuring artificial ponds, rockeries, pavilions, and terraces. As they ate and chatted, Gustav treated Assad with utmost respect, frequently praising and flattering him, which left Barbara speechless. Wasn't Gustav acting too sycophantic? But thinking of Assad's capabilities, she felt Gustav's behavior was justified. Anyone else would likely act the same way. Beside her, Peggy propped up her chin. She suddenly found Assad incredibly attractive at that moment, almost on par with Tony Wu, a mysterious and powerful man, holding a small whip. Smack, smack. How exhilarating. Peggy looked dazed, trembling slightly at the thrilling thoughts. At this point, the conversation turned to the Pingzhou public auction. By the way, Mr. Luther, is there anything you're interested in at this auction? Gustav patted his chest, saying, if there's insufficient capital, I can prepare some funds in advance. I can manage at least 4 to 5 billion, ensuring that Mr. Luther won't leave empty-handed. 4 to 5 billion. Barbara was speechless. She only had 2 billion available for this trip, while Gustav was truly sparing no expense to please Assad. Assad thought only one thing. What despicable capitalists. Seeing Assad not responding, Gustav awkwardly smiled. I admit, this amount isn't much. This auction is huge, with top-tier treasures inside, possibly exceeding 10 billion in value, and there are quite a few of them. He seemed regretful about not being able to participate. Top-tier treasures? Barbara was also taken aback. She hadn't heard this news before. Did something change during the Pingzhou public auction? That's right. Gustav nodded and said, it's rumored that these are materials from an extraordinary old pit. Someone found a life-extending herb inside. Pausing, he emphasized with a serious expression, a genuine life-extending magical herb. Chapter 42. A tiny gesture. Simply absurd. A mocking smile flashed across Barbara's cold and beautiful face as she said, how can an immortal herb be cut out from stone material, let alone one that can extend life? Who says it isn't? Gustav bitterly smiled and said, however, such an immortal herb was indeed cut out from the stone, and even consumed by the old patriarch of the Gung family in Pingzhou on the spot. Overnight, he became decades younger, almost rejuvenating the already declining Gung family for several more decades. It's truly terrifying. Yet, Barbara still did not believe it. Assad tapped the table, thinking deeply and asked, if there really is such a treasure, how would the Gung family share it? Because of such a valuable treasure, the Gung family had to bring it out. Gustav shook his head and laughed bitterly, saying, after all, faced with the united threat of the major families in Pingzhou, refusing would mean immediate clan extermination. How dare they not give? However, in the end, this old pit kept 1/10 for the Gung family, while the rest was divided by the major families in Pingzhou. This is also why the Pingzhou public auction attracts attention, because someone put the stones from this old pit up for sale. He could not help but reveal a touch of longing in his speech. After all, it was an immortal herb that could extend life. At that time, once the public auction opened, it was feared that countless sky-high prices would be bid. Thinking about this, Gustav looked at Assad with an increasingly ardent gaze. Compared to the unreachable immortal herb, the entire room fell silent for a moment. Last night, crushed, strong body, can't bear. Dazed Secretary Peggy suddenly raised her head, and a story automatically played out in her mind. She curiously looked at Assad, then at Barbara. Barbara's face turned red enough to drip blood. She glared at Assad through gritted teeth, her eyes somewhat panicky. I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. I feel a bit hot. I'll go get some fresh air outside. Having said that, she quickly walked out of the room. But it was clear she was fleeing, looking thoroughly flustered. Peggy leaned in close to Assad, blinking her eyes and asked, "What did you do last night?" "Nothing. Don't butt in where adults are concerned, kid." Assad pushed her aside by the face, and as he walked toward Barbara, he called out, "Zhu Qing, don't walk away. My wrist was bruised by you last night. Does that count as work injury?" "Yes." Barbara turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, grabbing Assad's hand forcefully and giving it a firm bite, saying, "This counts as work injury. I'll cover your medical expenses later." Hiss. Assad quickly pulled away from Barbara, looking at the tooth marks on his wrist, and lamented, "Does rabies vaccine reimbursement include that too? You dare call me a dog?" Barbara stared at Assad with wide eyes, disbelief evident, and pounced on him. "Don't. A gentleman argues but doesn't use hands. I only used my mouth." Seeing the situation worsening, Assad rushed back into the room, and Barbara calmed down for the sake of maintaining easily passed for 50. After all, the Alvis was over 90 this year. Could it be that the immortal herb was really that effective in restoring one's youth? It really is the Alvis. Could the rumor be true, that life-extending immortal herbs really emerged from those stones? This is too hard to believe. We must bid on some stone material. If immortal herbs truly appear, we'll be rich beyond our wildest dreams. Many people recognized the Alvis and looked surprised, their gazes burning with desire as they eyed the stone material. The old Gung patriarch surveyed the crowd with satisfaction, smiling. He knocked on the auctioneer's gavel and loudly announced, "The auction begins now. The first piece of stone material starts at 5 million. Each bid increment must not be less than 1 million. Bidding starts now. Place your bids." Assad's eyes gleamed as he looked at the first stone, unexpectedly detecting a spiritual light within. He nodded slightly and said, "Didn't expect there to be something even in the first item." Gustav's eyes lit up as he confidently shouted, 100 million. It was clear he completely trusted Assad's judgment, without any hint of doubt. "What the hell? Why are you bidding like that? Old Sheen, what are you trying to do? Act as a plant? Jumping straight from 5 million to 100 million? Everyone was momentarily stunned, then immediately burst into an uproar. But Gustav didn't care. "I can shout whatever I want. What business is it of yours? Even if I bid 1 billion, it's my affair and none of your concern." This infuriated many people, and someone immediately responded. "I bid 105 million, 110 million, 120 million, 300 million. Gustav again threw out a high bid, causing the scene to fall silent once more. Everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. This was gambling on stone, even if it was rumored that life-extending immortal herbs might be inside. Spending 300 million only to find nothing? Would you really not fear wasting such a fortune? 310 million. At this point, someone stubbornly bid again. 400 million. Gustav instantly threw out another sky-high bid, causing everyone to roll their eyes. After 3 consecutive rounds, everyone finally fell silent. 400 million, first call. 400 million, second call. 400 million, third call. Sold. The old Gung patriarch struck the hammer and declared the sale. Staff members came forward to arrange the transaction. Gustav paid immediately, then handed over the sign with a smile, respectfully presenting it to Assad, saying, "Mr. Luther, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please honor me by accepting it." Barbara and Peggy blinked. 400 million. And he calls this a small token? Others nearby widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Assad with suspicion. What kind of identity did this person have to make old Sheen so respectful? Chapter 43. The Wicked Eric of the Chu family. Is this person so young that he could be a high-ranking young master or a descendant of one of the major families? Wait, I heard that old Sheen has deep ties with a battle marshal's family in the southwest military region. Could this be someone from that family? Brother Hayward, be careful what you say. The people around quickly reminded him. For a moment, everyone started speculating about Assad's identity, subtly carrying an air of caution. If Assad knew their thoughts, he would probably sneer at them. These wealthy and powerful individuals always emphasized social status and wealth levels, always eager to categorize people into different classes. How laughable. My benefactor is like a celestial being. Pablo also curled his lip in disdain. In a VIP room on the second floor, a man in formal attire saw Assad and his expression changed slightly. He was the owner of Tsuebai Villa. Benji. Sitting in the VIP room was another man named Spike. Around 40 years old, he had a deep demeanor, a square face, and piercing eyes that made him appear dignified without having to show anger. "Does brother you know this person?" Benji sighed. "Brother Chu, did you hear that I organized a private auction a few days ago?" "I've heard a little. It was ruined by him." Benji sighed again, pointing at Assad. Spike raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise. "To ruin your private auction, Brother Yi. It seems this person has some ability." Benji laughed bitterly. "More than just some ability. He might be a Martial Yale master. If I hadn't been cautious that day, you wouldn't see me today." "What? A Martial Yale master?" Spike's expression changed drastically as he stared intently at Benji, saying, "Brother Yi, this joke isn't funny at all. This isn't something hard to verify. Why would I lie to you?" Spike's expression changed, and he fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the main hall downstairs, the speculation about Assad's identity quickly subsided as the auction proceeded. One by one, wealthy bidders emerged, and each stone sold for astronomical prices. 570 million, 650 million, 1 billion. Prices soon soared to a terrifying level. Even Assad was taken aback. Through his heavenly eye, the spiritual light of those stones was clearly visible. Many were just ordinary rocks but still fetched prices over 200 million in such settings. The final stone even sold for an astounding 2.7 billion. This is the price of longevity. Even a sliver of hope makes people willing to pay an exorbitant price, especially these elderly figures of power. Assad couldn't help but feel melancholic about it. The auction lasted 3 hours. Apart from the first stone, Assad and his companions came away empty-handed. He played with the settlement card in his hand as he left the venue. In the end, he accepted the gift from Pablo. After all, he was also curious about what treasures lay within the stone from the super old pit, with its unique spiritual light. Previous stones that produced jade had pure and bright spiritual lights, but this one had a faint trace of vitality within its light. Could this be the life-prolonging immortal grass? Assad's gaze became more profound. I'm going to browse the regular auction area. As soon as they exited the auction, Barbara led Peggy away since she gained nothing at the super auction and wanted to select some stones at other venues. Seeing the two women leave, Pablo offered eagerly, "Shall I accompany you to collect the item?" "Let's go then." Assad nodded. They arrived at the collection point. Since Pablo had already paid and obtained the settlement card, the staff quickly retrieved the stone after showing the card. Wait. However, just as Pablo eagerly moved forward to carry the box containing the stone for Assad, a hurried voice came from behind. Pablo turned and his expression changed slightly. "Amnon? Who is this person?" Assad glanced at him curiously. Pablo quickly explained the identity of this person. This Amnon wasn't from Pingzhou but came from the main branch of the Chu family in the southwest district, known for his reckless and erratic behavior, often causing trouble outside. However, the Chu family was a major clan in the southwest district, so ordinary people dared not provoke him. In recent days, he had caused plenty of trouble in Pingzhou, but everyone, intimidated by the Chu family's reputation, remained silent despite their anger. "What does Eric Chu need?" Pablo, unwilling to offend Amnon, reluctantly asked. Amnon chuckled and said, "I wouldn't dare to order you around, but I promised my grandfather that I'd get a stone for his birthday while in Pingzhou. Who would have thought that the auction ended before I even noticed? I see this stone of yours is pretty good, and it suits my needs. How about selling it to me? I'll give you 1 million as compensation." Upon hearing this, Pablo's expression changed drastically. He had bought the stone for 400 million. Yet this person wanted to take it away with just 1 million and called it compensation? That was practically buying a scrap. This was simply too much. What? Boss Qin doesn't agree? Amnon's face darkened. Especially in Pingzhou. His face turned livid with rage as he yelled, "Brat, do you know who I am?" Assad flicked his finger and replied indifferently, "Oh, tell me then. Which family could produce such a scoundrel who bullies others like you?" This comment caused everyone nearby to look on in surprise. How interesting. Ha ha ha, this guy's words are right up my alley. Didn't expect there would be such a character here in Pingzhou. Indeed, the Chu family is despicable, especially those who had successfully bid on stones. Most were influential figures or frontmen for some powerful individuals. These people held high status and weren't afraid of the Chu family. Instead, they stopped and watched the scene unfold. Swoosh. Amnon's face turned instantly crimson and pale with anger, not only due to Assad's words, but also the reactions of the crowd. "Brat, you must be tired of living." Amnon, naturally arrogant and reckless, had become furious upon seeing Assad both insulting him and defaming the Chu family. He raised his hand and punched towards Assad. The punch came with a rush of wind, creating a sharp sound in the air. This man was actually a martial artist at the Mingjing level. Truly laughable. Assad watched the punch approach with a cold smile, utterly calm. Wanting to challenge him physically? Truly wishing for blindness. "Amnon, what are you doing? Stop immediately." At this moment, a commanding shout interrupted. Everyone looked towards the entrance where two men walked in. The speaker, who looked authoritative, wore a face filled with fury. Chapter 44, Spike's Request. "It's General Chu. He actually came too. This will be interesting. This Amnon is his own nephew. It looks like trouble for that young man who even insulted the Chu family." Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Gustav's legs went weak especially upon hearing "General," which made him nervous. This was a figure of power in the southwestern district. Any general would command at least one battalion, and under current organization, one battalion has at least 30,000 elite soldiers. Such was the extent of their influence. They could prop up an entire clan by themselves. And this was what made the Chu so formidable. Indeed, the arrivals were Benji and Spike. During the auction earlier, Benji also bid on a piece of stone, but because of socializing, the two were delayed and only came to collect the stone now, only to witness such a spectacle. Spike was fuming with a livid face. How dare Amnon make such a fool out of himself by forcing purchases here? Slap. Spike slapped Amnon hard across the face, scolding him. "You good-for-nothing brat. Get down on your knees and apologize to Mr. Luther." Hush. At his words, everyone present was stunned. No one expected Spike to react this way. Shouldn't he have stood up for Amnon and given Assad a severe lesson? Now, Spike actually had Amnon kneeling in apology. Unbelievable. Was this Assad some big shot? Or perhaps a descendant of someone important? Immediately, everyone perked up, sensing something significant was about to happen, eagerly awaiting the next events with wide eyes. Uncle too. On this side, Amnon froze as well. Covering his stinging face, he looked at Spike incredulously and screamed, "What are you saying? Kneel down and apologize to him." "No, that can't be. Who does he think he is, worthy of my apology?" Bang. Spike, a pillar of the family and a general commanding battalions, with great authority, how could he allow Amnon to resist? With a swift kick, he forced him onto his knees. He dragged Amnon by the neck, making him kneel before Assad. Spike spoke sternly, "Mr. Luther, my nephew offended you just now. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Please forgive him." Assad wore a puzzled expression as well. "Do I know these people?" Tilting his head, he looked at the well-dressed man behind Spike, recognizing Benji, and nodded understandingly. "Greetings, Mr. Luther. Last time we met briefly, didn't get a chance for introductions. This is Benji." Benji slightly bowed. Facing a martial arts Isabellister, and at such close range, he dared not be disrespectful. Seeing this scene, Amnon immediately lost his senses. My goodness, what did I offend here? Not only Uncle too, even Uncle Yi treats him so politely. He couldn't help lamenting inwardly. Benji. This person was from the Yi family, though only a branch family. Even the Chu family regarded them as honored guests. How could such a person treat Assad with such respect? Everyone sensed the wrongness too. Clearly, both Benji and Spike addressed Assad as Mr. Luther, rather than terms like Eric Luther, suggesting Assad didn't rely on any powerful families but held enough weight to command their respectful treatment. Gustav raged inside. I knew it. I knew Mr. Luther was incredibly strong and not unnoticed. But no one can snatch my patron. I am the most loyal supporter. Seems I need to be more subservient and protect my patron. Gustav felt invigorated, finding a youthful fervor in his 50 years. Since it's resolved, let's call it quits. Assad nodded and cast a cold glance at Amnon, saying, I'll let you off this time. Hope you know better next time. Amnon remained silent but received another kick from Spike. Mr. Luther is warning you. Don't you hear? Heard. Amnon replied quickly, getting up dejectedly and walking away. The farce concluded, and the crowd started dispersing. Yet many remembered Assad, considering he had impressed both Benji and Spike. Likely not a simple person. You two being so formal must mean you want something. Assad watched the duo coolly, aware that courtesies implied requests. He didn't believe they approached without ulterior motives. Spike and Benji exchanged a glance, and Spike then spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, there's something we want to ask for Mr. Luther's assistance with. It's not convenient to talk here. Shall we go upstairs for a private conversation? Very well. Assad nodded. Thus, accompanied by Spike and Benji, he went upstairs, while Gustav trudged along behind, carrying the box containing the stone material. After all, although this stone wasn't huge, it weighed over 50 pounds. Gustav's two bodyguards standing nearby were almost dumbfounded, their minds filled with one thought. When did their boss get so fit? In the VIP room upstairs, Assad was seated at the main position, with Spike and Benji sitting on either side. Gustav, who had carried the stone in, panted heavily as he sat in a corner. Seeing Assad flanked by the two, Gustav displayed a slightly resentful expression. Assad asked, now that we're settled, what is it you need to discuss? Having made up his mind, Spike didn't hesitate any longer and said, before I get into it, may I respectfully ask Mr. Luther if you are indeed a martial arts Isabellister? Martial arts Isabellister. This weighty title signified a lifespan of 200 years and peak martial prowess. Even among the top 10 military zones nationwide and countless families, such figures were extremely rare, numbering no more than a few dozen at most. Each one was an apex strongman capable of controlling the fortune of a region. Gustav also trembled upon hearing this. Martial arts Isabellister? Could his legendarily powerful employer, reputedly a land immortal, be a martial arts Isabellister? It must be so. Only a martial arts Isabellister could be so formidable. Sure enough, Assad replied coolly, you can think of me that way. He possessed the legacy of a celestial being and cultivated celestial arts. When martial arts practitioners reached the innate realm and became martial arts Isabellisters, they divided into 3 stages: Essence Chi, Aura Chi, and Divine Chi. Upon reaching Divine Chi, they achieved imperishable perfection in martial arts. However, because Essence Chi couldn't be externalized, few knew about it, leading most people to mislabel the martial arts Isabellister stage as Aura Chi. Nonetheless, given Assad's current mid-stage foundation establishment realm, translating it to martial arts advancement, he could indeed be considered a martial arts Isabellister in the Aura Chi phase. Spike took a deep breath, stood up, bowed deeply, and made a serious request. I earnestly beseech Mr. Luther to lend your hand to eliminate traitors to the nation. Chapter 45. Matters of Family and State. A traitor to the country? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Benji looked at his friend in disbelief. He had thought his friend was only seeking a martial arts master for some request, never imagining it would turn into such a major affair. Assad, seated in the main position, couldn't help but sit up straight, looking at Spike and speaking in a stern voice. You can't just say things like this recklessly. Spike sighed. How could I dare to speak recklessly? There is truly hidden complexity here. Through his narration, Assad finally understood the situation. Spike was a 2-star warrior of the Southwest region, under the command of 4-star warrior Eugene. However, recently he discovered that Eugene had been deceived by someone with ulterior motives. This deceiver was named Damien, from Dragon Harbor Island, said to have inherited his abilities from a Taoist predecessor. After mastering his craft, he became a highly sought-after guest among countless aristocratic families. He was known as Master Han. It was rumored that this man possessed divine powers, capable of manipulating fate and guiding spirits, with a set of skills that were terrifyingly potent. Master Han? Gustav shuddered all over. Assad glanced at him. Do you know this person? Gustav wore a bitter smile as he said, in Pingzhou, few people don't know this master. Even the emergence of this super old pit reportedly has something to do with him. It's because this old pit is located in an extremely perilous place, far beyond what ordinary people could find. Yet, he used feng shui and dragon-seeking secret techniques to forcibly excavate it. His methods are astonishing indeed. Seems like quite a formidable character, Assad remarked with a faint smile. He truly is. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so apprehensive. Spike replied forcefully. Spike said harshly, however, since General Eugene promoted me from obscurity, now that he's being misled, he might make a grave mistake. Out of both duty and friendship, I cannot stand aside. But most people have been deceived by Damien's mask of virtue. I'm concerned about unforeseen complications, so I've been acting covertly until I met you. Looking at Assad earnestly, Spike declared, if you're willing to take action, I will risk my life to repay your great kindness today. Assad pondered for a moment before saying, involving matters of family and state, I dare not hold back. I'll take on this task. I also want to see what kind of skills this master from Dragon Harbor Island possesses, daring to scheme against the Southwest region. Is he really testing if we have no one in the mainland? That's wonderful. Seeing Assad agree, Spike couldn't help but show an excited smile. At this moment, Benji felt a deep regret. If he had known about this matter earlier, he would never have gotten involved. As a branch of the Yi family, every move they made was closely watched. If the assassination of Damien failed, it could trigger catastrophic consequences. Gustav shared the same worry. Damien, that's a master. In the Yalius tradition, how many masters have appeared over thousands of years? For Damien to gain such a title in this era, he must not be an easy adversary. Assad's decision was too risky. Moreover, Eugene was no simple figure either. Although elderly and frail, once provoked, he could shake the entire southwest region. If the assassination of Damien fails and incites a backlash from Eugene, none of them would escape. But seeing Assad's determined expression, Gustav sighed inwardly, knowing it would be hard to change his mind. What a great support you are. Are we going to lose it all like this? After deciding on this matter, Assad and Gustav left the building, agreeing to meet Spike tomorrow and depart for the capital city of the southwest region, Ryu City. Brother Chu, you've really put me in a difficult position. Benji couldn't help but complain. Spike smiled, changing the subject. Brother Yi, assassinating Damien is a serious matter. We might need your family's mediation afterward. I know you've been secretly searching for an age-retarding elixir. If you help us, I will secure one for you. Is this true? Benji's eyes lit up. I swear it by my honor. Benji patted his chest, declaring righteously, good. Eliminating a traitor to the country is everyone's duty. I'll take care of it. Outside the window, after hearing everything, Assad quietly disappeared. Considering Spike approached him immediately with such a significant matter, how could Assad not be wary? Fortunately, the matter was genuine. Otherwise, Assad wouldn't hesitate to let Spike and Benji face his wrath. The anger of a martial arts master can only be washed away with blood. Meanwhile, Gustav noticed that Assad had vanished while walking. Unexpectedly, Assad reappeared in front of him the next moment, startling him. Mr. Luther, where did you go just now? Just took a look around. Assad waved a hand, taking the box from Gustav, then instructed, tomorrow, Spike and I will head to Ryu City. You stay in Pingzhou to take care of Qin Zhu and the others. There mustn't be any mishaps. Rest assured, Mr. Luther, with me around, no one will dare to bully them. Gustav felt a chill in his heart and immediately guaranteed this. After a pause, he hesitated slightly before saying, Mr. Luther, you must be extremely careful on this trip. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Assad had a calm expression, revealing strong confidence, which made Gustav feel relieved. Soon, Assad found Barbara and Peggy. They had already chosen a batch of stone materials, and the people under Qin's family were also there, responsible for arranging the subsequent matters. How did the purchase of stone materials go? Assad looked around and then asked. A few more things are still missing. The auction prices soared this time, dragging up the price of ordinary stone materials outside by 30%. Fortunately, the quality of the stone materials is good, so it's not too bad a deal, Barbara smiled slightly. Previously, it was always the Norma family who came here for procurement. This time, as she did it personally, although dealing with local channel suppliers was tough, she managed to establish all these supply channels. Once things stabilized next year, she could entrust these tasks to her subordinates. Assad nodded and said, by the way, a friend invited me to go to Ryu City tomorrow. So, I'll let Gustav arrange protection for you. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Friend? A flicker of suspicion appeared in Barbara's eyes. Assad blinked and said, my friend is male, don't get any wrong ideas. After all, I'm your $1 million per year hire. I won't do outside jobs. SK. Nonsense. Barbara blushed and retorted, come back early. Things in Southwest region are unstable. We'll head back to Hayward High immediately after you return the day after tomorrow. No problem. Assad agreed. The next morning, Spike's arranged vehicle arrived. At the hotel entrance, several black-green Hummers quickly drove up, from which a team of tough combat soldiers jumped down, fully armed, exuding formidable and sharp vibes. Truly elite fighters. Whoa, is this a VIP? What a grand procession. It's almost like a war general's inspection. Definitely a high-ranking official from the war zone. Didn't expect them to stay here. We're going to be famous now. The security guards at the hotel entrance exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Spike, dressed in black-green military attire and wearing boots, got off the car. Seeing Assad coming out of the hotel, he immediately moved forward to greet him. Greetings, Mr. Luther. Assad acknowledged with a nod and then stepped into the car. The convoy swiftly departed. It's him? Many people inside the hotel recognized Assad. Knowing that he stayed in the same room with two women, rumors circulated secretly, calling him a gigolo kept by wealthy women. Today, they saw Assad being picked up by a convoy from the war zone. Their jaws dropped in amazement. Indeed, one can't judge a book by its cover. I told you, anyone who could take on two stunning beauties surely has some background. Now you see, he's a big shot from the war zone. As outsiders envied, Spike brought Assad some bad news in the car. Damien seems to have succeeded. He is planning to return to Dragon Harbor Island this afternoon. We may not have much preparation time left, and can only intercept him along the way. Then let's do it. Assad breathed out calmly. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere inside the car became filled with killing intent. Chapter 46, Suppressing the Celestial Master. Ryu City. This was a new city, built more than 20 years ago, aggregating countless wealth from the southwestern region and also serving as one of the key strongholds in the war zone. Assad was respectfully escorted off the Hummer by a squad of combat soldiers and arrived at this traffic artery leading to the airport. Mr. Luther, that old rascal Damien has already set off. Upon receiving the news, Spike's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. So I'll wait for him here. Assad nodded and stood still like a towering mountain, while the surrounding combat soldiers dispersed, pre-ambushing to prepare for an ambush on the convoy. Soon, a long convoy of vehicles approached. Comprised of 9 luxury Mercedes-Benz cars, the convoy resembled black behemoths occupying the entire lane, with all passing vehicles making way. In one of the cars, Damien wore a dark green Yaliest robe, emblazoned with large Taiji patterns on the front and back, his appearance youthful despite his white hair, exuding the air of an immortal sage. His disciple sat beside him, flatteringly saying, "Master, your divination is truly miraculous." Eugene even handed over the military equipment database of the southwestern region just to extend his life. Indeed, greed drives one to madness when nearing their end. Damien's laughter was somewhat chilling. The heroes of yore are now but decrepit old dogs in their twilight years, deluded into seeking immortality. They can only be toyed with. This time, we need only bring back the encrypted disk. Our tech experts will crack it, and then our great plans can succeed. Suddenly, Damien's gaze narrowed as he looked towards the direction of the airport, revealing a hint of alertness. As the saying goes, danger is sensed before the wind moves. He actually sensed the hidden threat. "Master, what's wrong?" Noticing his master's unusual expression, the disciple cautiously asked. Damien sneered coldly. "It seems there are some clever people after all. They don't intend to let us leave so easily." Indeed, as the convoy traveled along the road, the cars on the lanes gradually disappeared until only their convoy remained. On the road, soon enough, a figure appeared before Damien's eyes. It was Assad. He stood in the middle of the road, radiating a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed on the convoy, hiding boundless killing intent beneath his composed expression. Is he a martial arts expert? Has he reached the transformation stage, or even become a Isabellister? Damien's eyes were deep and inscrutable. The lead Mercedes-Benz, seeing someone blocking the way, had its driver snarl and stomp down hard on the gas pedal, causing the car to roar forward aggressively toward Assad at breakneck speed. Over 200 miles per hour, fierce winds roaring like thunder. Even a boulder would be shattered into pieces. Not good. Seeing this, Spike clenched his fists tightly, his face changing color. However, Assad remained calm. Since inheriting his legacy, he had never fully unleashed his power, encountering only minor disturbances that he could resolve effortlessly. Today, he intended to unleash his full strength to see just how powerful he had become. Open. He exhaled forcefully, his internal energy surging, making his clothes flutter without any wind, and sand flew up all around. A formidable force erupted from him, spreading outwards in all directions. With his hands held loosely, the surrounding celestial phenomena seemed to distort. The clear sky suddenly turned dark, and a massive dragon-shaped shadow soared heavenward. Facing the speeding Mercedes-Benz head-on, Assad did not dodge. At a distance of 100 meters, he delivered a direct punch. This punch dared to overturn heaven and earth. The 72 forms of the true dragon. First form, Azure Dragon emerging from the abyss. Boom. A dragon shadow suddenly crashed into the Mercedes-Benz, which exploded into a massive fireball, killing all 4 occupants inside. Is this something human beings can achieve? This is what a martial arts Isabellister is? Too powerful. Not only the combat soldiers lying in ambush, but even Spike were stunned. Only now did they understand why martial arts Isabellisters were said to control the destiny of a place. Such beings were no longer mere mortals, truly deserving of being called terrestrial immortals. Stop the car. Damien's expression became serious as well. With a wave of his hand, the nervous driver stopped the car, and Damien and his disciple stepped out. "May I ask which Isabellister graces us with your presence?" Damien, dressed in his yaliest robe, looked at Assad with remarkable poise. Assad's face remained serene as he replied calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I'm here to kill you." "Excellent. Here to kill me." Damien laughed, his voice growing louder, echoing in all directions. "To kill me, first show me if you have the qualifications." Saying this, he abruptly raised his hand and formed a Yaliest seal, the Heaven Seal. Instantly, a cloud of white mist emerged behind him, his aura surging like a volcano, with 36 white streaks suddenly shooting out, condensing around him. These white beams were like clouds and mist, yet each one penetrated the void with unpredictable and eerie power. Anything they entangled, even steel, would be turned to dust. Has this man really become a celestial being? No wonder he dares to call himself a celestial master. Spike's heart trembled, and his expression grew graver. How hateful it was that such a person did not serve to protect the country, but instead allied with traitors. He deserved execution. However, Assad just chuckled. Indeed, the greater the power, the greater the destruction. I had intended to kill you directly, but now I've changed my mind. I will capture you, immerse you in excrement for 3 days, and expose your true form as a national traitor before the public. Assad's words were resolute, leaving no doubt about his determination. Immerse in excrement for 3 days. Expose your true form. Upon hearing these words, even Damien's face changed, his eyes filled with rage as he coldly snarled, "Humph," at death's door and still spouting nonsense. With a flash, the moment his killing intent arose, the 36 white beams vanished into the air and reappeared around Assad, swiftly descending upon him. "So be it. Let me first break your heaven seal." Assad raised both hands and clenched his fists. The surrounding space seemed to pause as his fists struck out in all directions. The 72 forms of the true dragon. Second form, flying dragon in the sky. Boom. A green dragon shadow shattered the 36 beams instantly, its momentum undiminished as it surged toward Damien, plowing a 100-meter-long, 2-meter-deep trench into the ground. This is impossible. Damien punched at the dragon shadow, only to find his fist passing through it. The dragon shadow hit him like an intangible force, slamming into his chest and sending him flying dozens of meters until he crashed to the ground. Bang. Hack. Who is he? Damien staggered up, clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Assad. Such overwhelming power. Has the opponent reached the pinnacle of Isabellister, entering the realm where his body is indestructible by gods? Otherwise, it would be impossible. Hiss. Everyone around sucked in their breaths sharply. Even though Damien was captured, he was still regarded as the former celestial master in people's hearts. Their ingrained mentality made them dare not show any disrespect. Don't worry, I have crippled his power. Assad smiled. When he captured Damien, he not only crippled his power but also drained all his vitality, leaving him with only 3 days to live. Arrest him. Such a traitor deserves death more than anyone. Spike waved his hand, and immediately someone stepped forward, searching through Damien's vicious gaze, and found a black encrypted disc. This is it. Spike's eyes lit up as he took the disc from the hands of the officer. A strip reading "Top Secret" was faintly visible on it. Assad asked, "How will this matter be handled?" Spike solemnly said, "Mr. Luther, please rest assured. Now that we've obtained critical evidence, I'll immediately head to Sunmoon City and personally deliver it to the regional commander-in-chief. This man will certainly meet his doom then." Assad nodded and said, "That's good. But don't forget I mentioned wanting him to soak in manure for 3 days. Spike sneered, "Mr. Luther, please rest assured. I will not be lenient with such a traitor. I will take the disc to see the commander-in-chief and leave Damien to Mr. Luther." Spike finished speaking and hurried away. In the reception hall, Assad looked around curiously. The base was under strict security measures, with guards every few steps. Damien, handcuffed and gagged, could only look at Assad bitterly, as if trying to etch Assad's image deeply into his heart. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll blind you," Assad said without turning around. Damien lowered his head hatefully, the resentment in his eyes deepening, silently repeating Assad's name, vowing, "If I can escape this time, I will make sure you die without a proper burial." It wasn't long before Spike returned, excitement on his face. "Mr. Luther, the regional commander-in-chief invites you." This was a regional commander-in-chief, the sole figure of the entire regional combat unit. With immense power, one of the peak figures in the whole country. Oh! Assad raised an eyebrow, wanting to meet this legendary figure as well. So, led by Spike, he headed for the commander-in-chief's office. After passing through several layers of strict security checkpoints, they finally arrived at the destination. Upon entering, a classically styled reception held up the encrypted disc in his hand and continued, "This item carries great weight. I never imagined that old one could be so easily deceived. How foolish of him." As he spoke, the special steel-like casing of the disc cracked into several pieces under his grip. Aware of his loss of composure, Jace quickly covered it up, engaging Assad in casual conversation. After a while, Jace opened up, "Mr. Luther, our district has always been eager to attract talented individuals. With your stature as a martial arts master, would you consider taking a position within our district? I offer the rank of 5-star War General, which is reserved just for you." Saying this, he looked at Assad with bright, earnest eyes. 5-star War General. That was almost the pinnacle rank below the War General, a status symbolizing unparalleled authority. Assad hesitated. The high rank didn't tempt him. Rather, it made him uncertain. His nature was free-spirited, ill-suited for the regimented life of a military unit. "I've always lived freely and leisurely. Perhaps." Assad gently declined, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Disappointment clouded Jace's face. He had hoped to attract a martial arts master with this prestigious offer, but didn't expect Assad to disdain power and outright reject it. A master-level warrior. Even in a large district like this, such talents were exceedingly rare. Securing one would elevate the southwest districts standing across the nation. At that moment, Spike suggested beside Jace, "War General, it isn't in our district style to neglect merit. How about this? Since Mr. Luther values freedom, why don't we give him an honorary title of War General and the nominal position of district instructor? This way, Mr. Luther won't need to be on standby in the district and can utilize district resources when needed, a win-win situation." Jace's eyes lit up as he looked at Assad and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Luther?" "If that's the case, I'd rather comply than respectfully decline." Seeing the two earnest faces, Assad hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 48. Eugene's Choice. Fantastic! Jace clapped his hands heavily, immense joy filling his heart. Today, a Grandmaster-level martial arts expert, akin to an earthly immortal, had joined the Southwest region. He could almost imagine the expressions of people from all regions across the country when they heard this news. They would probably be green with envy. Returning to his desk, he solemnly wrote out an official document and signed it. This was the appointment letter. Because it was an honorary war general, he could appoint directly without needing review or approval. He only needed to report the list to the central region. Soon after, Jace arranged for someone to fetch a shoulder insignia and a set of Southwest Region War General uniform. The shoulder insignia had 5 bright and dazzling stars. When Assad changed into the uniform, his tall stature, deep eyes, and formidable presence made him seem like a celestial being. Jace and Spike couldn't help but admire the remarkable young man before them. Who would have thought that this was a person possessing great power, comparable to an earthly immortal? They knew that once Assad chose to reveal his true strength, not just the Southwest region, but likely the entire nation would be shaken. Jace personally pinned the 5-star shoulder insignia on Assad's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Luther, since this is an honorary title, we cannot hold a ceremony for witnesses at or above the officer rank. However, you will have all the rights of a substantive war general, enjoying all benefits equivalent to those of a 5-star war general. I've already reported this matter to the central region, please rest assured." Assad didn't have any particular thoughts on this, nodding and accepting it calmly, saying, "I look forward to your guidance in the future, War Marshal." After dealing with these matters, as Jace was talking with Assad and Spike, a soldier entered the room and reported loudly, "War Marshal, everything has been arranged." "Good." Jace stood up, looked at Assad and said, "Mr. Luther, I plan to handle Eugene's case personally. Would you like to join me? I was just about to suggest it. Assad nodded. Indeed. He wanted to meet Eugene and see what kind of person could do such a thing. Soon, escorted by guards, Jace and Assad, along with others, headed to Eugene's residence. People in the region naturally noticed the war marshal's movements. The war marshal going to General Wang's residence personally, could something significant have happened? Has there been an issue at the border? Hey, look at the young man beside the war marshal. He's wearing a 5-star shoulder insignia. Even if it's honorary, who can tell us when our region had an honorary 5-star general? Yeah, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. For a moment, everyone who noticed this scene was stunned, especially when they observed Jace treating the young man nearly as an equal. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. What kind of identity did this young man have? A war marshal of one region, looking at all the regions across the country. Such figures are few and far between. How could this young man match up with the war marshal? Some people who knew about Eugene and Damien now had worried expressions. Could this be another manipulative, disloyal person like Damien? For a moment, the entire southwest region was stirred up. At Eugene's residence, it was eerily quiet here, with no noise at all. Even the guards seemed to have vanished. What's happening? Upon arriving here, the expressions of Jace and others changed. At this moment, a guard rushed over and said quickly, "War Marshal, bad news. 10 minutes ago General Eugene disguised himself and left the battlefield with a detachment." What? How dare he? Jace's face turned grim instantly, trembling with anger, taking a long time to calm down. With a hint of pain in his eyes, he said, "Since he insists on going astray, let him have his way. I hereby declare Eugene a traitor, and anyone may execute him." "Yes, sir." Everyone present was taken aback. With these words, the fate of a 4-star war general was sealed. Soon, Eugene and his group were surrounded 30 miles away from the battlefield in a desolate wilderness. Assad watched Eugene from afar. He was an old man of about 80, thin and frail, with sparse white hair and a face full of wrinkles and age spots. Clearly on his last legs, no wonder he had been manipulated by Damien to commit such folly. Jace looked at him with anguish and said in a stern voice, "Eugene, surrender immediately and abandon resistance." Eugene's voice was hoarse, yet clearly audible from a distance. "So, the war marshal came personally. It seems my situation is grave." Jace said hatefully, "It seems you still know what you have done. So what? I entered the war zone at 16, and now at 87. I have fought for the Southwest region for 71 years. My injuries are transformation was astonishingly fast. This incredible change left everyone speechless, immediately understanding what had happened. Postnatal to innate transformation. A martial arts master. They never expected that a martial arts master would emerge before their eyes. With every move, thunder followed. Such a sight was terrifying. Ha ha ha. Eugene raised his arm toward the sky, laughing heartily. "Do you see? This is what I got, what I deserved. Fire. Kill him quickly." Jace made an immediate decision, and gunfire echoed. However, the bullets exploded into fragments 3 feet away from Eugene, blasted by a surge of his ironclad aura. Boom 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 boom. The bullets shattered upon approaching him. How? How is this possible? The encircling soldiers were stunned, unable to fathom what force could do this. Is this what a martial arts master looks like? For a moment, they were all shocked. Eugene lowered his head, coldly staring at Jace, then waved his sleeve and said, "Since you insist on forcing me, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, Jace felt a bad omen. Sure enough, Eugene pounced like a shadow, instantly above him. A hand lunged down sharply. "Die now!" Eugene roared. "Sigh, what a rebel." A faint sigh reached Eugene's ears. Eugene wanted to sneer but froze the next second, because the hand reaching for Jace was suddenly grabbed, and he was forcibly dragged down. The force was too great for him to resist. Bang! He slammed heavily into the ground in front of everyone. How? How is this possible? Eugene stared unbelievably at the young man towering over him, his heart pounding in terror. He was a martial arts master. Chapter 49. A different kind of welcome ceremony. "You're too weak." Assad looked at him with sympathy and said, "I didn't know that Damien used a method to help you break through. But, a pseudo-master like you, I could take on 10 of you." Take on 10? Such a cruel fact caught Eugene off guard. Even Jace, who stood beside him, felt complex emotions. It seemed the person who almost threatened his life was so weak in front of Assad. No, it's impossible. Eugene tried to struggle but found himself like a deflated balloon, all of his vitality leaking out rapidly. In no time, he had reverted to his original state. No, even worse, he appeared older. How could this be? Realizing this horrifying scene, Eugene pointed at Assad, trembling and shouted, You monster! What have you done to me?" From his perspective, his sudden change must have been caused by the other party. Assad shook his head and calmly said, "Did you really think your sudden surge came without a price? What Damien gave you is clearly just a secret technique to forcefully drain your lifespan for power. It's laughable that you haven't realized this yet." The expression on Eugene's face kept changing, finally revealing regret. However, everything was too late. Not only had he made a grave mistake, but he was already nearing the end of his life. Now, after using the secret technique, he had exhausted the remaining years of his life. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then stiffened and fell heavily to the ground, dead with his eyes open. A pity. Jace looked at him with a sigh. With a wave of his hand, soldiers immediately stepped forward to collect the corpse and escort the rebel away. Jace said, still somewhat shaken, "Thank you, Mr. Luther. If you hadn't acted this time, who knows how things would have turned out." Although Eugene was only temporarily an expert martial artist, if Assad hadn't been there, letting Eugene burst out might have led to the death of everyone here. Assad smiled, dismissing it. "Ahmed, you're too kind. After all, I am part of the district, and this is my duty." That's not how it should be discussed. There's nothing about should or shouldn't. Mr. Luther has contributed, and the district will naturally offer returns. After some thought, Jace made a decision. Mr. Luther lives among civilians. There may be some unperceptive people who might offend you. How about this? I will arrange a 100-man battalion as your guard team to ensure your family's safety. Assad's eyes lit up. Then thank you, Ahmed. With such a battalion around, the safety of his mother and sister would be greatly assured. This was more practical to him than even the honorary 5-star rank. With matters here settled, the group returned to the district battle zone. As Jace had many affairs to handle, he entrusted dealing with Damien to Spike. Then, Assad and Spike left the office hall, and Spike let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Assad with a complicated expression. Never thought that in the blink of an eye, you became my superior. Just an honorary 5-star nominal position. Assad waved his hand, glanced at his watch, and said coolly, it's getting late, but we still have one guest waiting for us. Yes. Upon hearing this, Spike also revealed a hint of a cold smile. Soon, the two appeared before Damien. Spike pulled out the cloth blocking Damien's mouth and coldly said, Damien, your time has come. Damien's face darkened, glancing at Assad standing nearby, wearing his glaring military uniform, and said bitterly, seems my life was sold for quite a high price by you. Enough nonsense. Get him out of here. Spike waved his hand, and 2 soldiers came forward, each grabbing one arm of Damien and dragging him away. However, they weren't heading towards the execution grounds. Where are you taking me? Damien vaguely sensed impending danger. Naturally, to where you belong. Spike sneered. Behind the barracks, a group of soldiers had already dug up the cesspool, releasing a pungent stench so strong it nearly choked them. Spike waved his hand again. Throw him in. No, you can't do this. Damien panicked. As a celestial master, he had never endured such humiliation. In his view, this was worse than death itself. Assad, how dare you do this? We're both masters. Don't you know the consequences of being the instigator? I lost today, but a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. If you have the guts, give me a quick death. Damien struggled continuously, and the 2 combat soldiers who were holding him couldn't control him. He yelled at Assad like a madman, firmly believing that Assad was the culprit. A traitor has no right to speak such words. This is exactly what you deserve. Assad gave a cold laugh and then kicked him in the chest, sending him headfirst into the cesspool. Damien screamed a few times as he felt something start to flow into his mouth. Then, he fell silent, his face turning blue and purple. Seeing this, Assad nodded. He had promised. 3 days in excrement. Reveal your true form. Such an evil person must have such an end. Well, I'm off. Assad left with satisfaction. His trip to Sun and Moon City had been highly rewarding. Not only did he receive the honorary 5-star rank, but also the position of district instructor and a 100-man battalion. Commander Jean reports to Commander Luther. The leader of the battalion came forward for reporting. To his surprise, she was a woman, tall and beautiful, wearing a fitting combat suit with long-tongue boots, looking spirited. Assad was pleased and nodded without any further comments, thinking it was fine for a woman to guard his mother or sister more conveniently. Soon, a large convoy raced on the road towards Pingzhou, Assad riding contentedly inside one of the vehicles. By 9 o'clock at night, Assad finally returned to Pingzhou. Near Longhua Hotel, he got off with his bag, ordering Jean to lead the battalion to Hayward High City to protect his mother and sister. Mr. Luther, welcome back. As soon as Assad reached the hotel entrance, Pablo greeted him eagerly, helping to carry his luggage. Curious, Assad asked, why are you here? Pablo replied, General Chu informed me, so I specially came here to welcome you. Mr. Luther, you've traveled far. I've arranged a welcoming banquet for you. Assad waved his hand lazily. Call it off. I'm a bit tired and want to rest. As you wish. Pablo immediately nodded, not daring to disobey. After all, he had received hints from Spike, knowing that Assad had received the honorary 5-star rank and become a district instructor appointed by the war marshal. This was a significant promotion. The position of district instructor might seem unimpressive, but many combat soldiers would be trained under him, accumulating considerable influence. And Assad was already a master-level martial artist, a Alinad immortal. Now, Assad had both title and power, truly achieving glory. Pablo was more than willing to serve him. After dismissing Pablo, Assad went upstairs alone. As soon as he entered the door, he regretted not knocking first. 2 beautifully dressed ladies appeared before him, one an icy CEO, the other a dazed secretary. 2 different types of beauty, one tall and elegant, the other cute and innocent, one cold and proud, the other pure and lovely, one well endowed, the other perfectly round. Was this a welcome ceremony? Assad couldn't help swallowing hard, making a noticeable sound. Chapter 50. Ambush on the way. In the dark room, everything was crystal clear to Assad, including the 2 beauties who were sound asleep on the bed. Barbara lay in the center, with Peggy nestled in her arms, the 2 embracing each other in their sleep. Dressed lightly, their bodies lay gracefully intertwined, their legs overlapping, forming a perfect and harmonious picture, much like a queen with her favorite concubine. How I wish I could join them. Assad blinked his eyes, feeling a bit envious. Turn not your eyes to evil things. Turn not your eyes to evil things. Muttering these words, Assad quietly returned to his old spot, lying down on the blanket spread on the floor and fell asleep. The next day, he was awakened by a scream. You came back when? Barbara wrapped herself in the quilt, her face flushed purple with embarrassment and anger as she glared at Assad. Assad innocently shrugged and said, last night? So you saw everything? Barbara's beautiful face was full of icy frost, her voice filled with coldness. They had gone to sleep early last night, thinking Assad would only return today, but unexpectedly he came back in the middle of the night. This way, hadn't they been completely exposed? Assad said with righteous indignation, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Barbara looked at him, grinding her teeth in hate. Bad boy, it seems you're asking for trouble. Seeing me is one thing, but you even dared to look at Peggy. Taking responsibility? Humph, nice try. How so noisy? Just then, a small head poked out from under the quilt. The sleepy little secretary sat up dazedly, the quilt slipping to reveal her youthful and lively body. Assad glanced at her subconsciously. You're still looking? Barbara's face changed slightly, quickly pulling the quilt back over her and glaring furiously at Assad. Assad quickly turned his head. He was clearly looking with appreciation. Besides, looking once wouldn't take anything away. Worst case, let you see back. You were hugging so tightly yesterday. Adding one more person shouldn't be a problem. After driving Assad out, Barbara and Peggy got dressed after some time. The sleepy little secretary kept her head lowered, almost burying it in her chest, not daring to look Assad in the eye. This is bad. We were really all seen this time. But maybe it's not too terrible? What should I do? Peggy, you've suffered a loss. You should have looked back too. Her mind wandered with strange thoughts. On the other side, Assad walked ahead with a straight face. Seeing Barbara looking at him, he immediately put on an eager and pleasing smile. After arranging the vehicles, they were ready to depart. With the arrival of the Chin family members, their manpower was plentiful. However, when it was time to get into the car, Barbara closed the door directly and said to Assad, "The car is full." Stepping on the gas, the car drove off right in front of Assad. "Hey, that's my car." Watching his newly bought Mercedes being driven away by Barbara, Assad weakly waved his hand. Feeling helpless, he must have ticked her off this time. But it wasn't the first time he had seen. Assad couldn't help but mutter. At this moment, Gustav arrived with a dog-like expression on his face. He was heading to Hayward High to meet the Chin family this time. "Mr. Luther, please get into my car." Gustav jumped out of his car and opened the door for Assad. Assad nodded and got into the car. The convoy set off towards Hayward High City. Barbara's convoy raced ahead, while Gustav's convoy followed at a steady pace behind. However, shortly after leaving Pingzhou, a massive tree trunk, thick enough for 3 people to embrace, had fallen across the road ahead, blocking the way. Assad, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and looked into the distance. As Gustav arranged for the tree to be moved, a group of 7 or 8 men in black suits with short hair emerged from the forest. They were robust and muscular, exuding a fierce and tough aura. "Who are you?" "Stop right there." Gustav's bodyguards became alert immediately, watching the group coming from the forest. The man in charge appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in black with cloth shoes, his bare arms bulging with muscles, tinged with dark blue-green hues, indicating that his martial arts training had reached deep into his tendons and fascia. His hands were visibly larger than average, with thick calluses covering his palms and fingertips. "I'm looking for Assad." His voice resonated deeply, giving off an incredibly powerful impression. "Mr. Luther, these people don't seem friendly." Seeing Assad about to get out of the car, Gustav hurriedly reminded. "Could they be remnants of Damien's gang? Should I have my men clear the way with guns?" Although he knew Assad was a martial arts master with astonishing combat prowess, Gustav instinctively believed in the power of firearms for a greater sense of security. Assad said coolly, "Your men can't handle them." Having said that, Assad got out of the car. "What?" Gustav's face changed, but watching Assad exit the car, he gritted his teeth and followed him, keeping pace closely beside Assad. "So you're Assad?" The man looked at Assad with a deep, sharp gaze. Assad asked, "And who are you?" "Iron Hand Sect, Feral." The man gazed steadily at Assad. "My unworthy junior brother died by your hand, and today I am here to seek justice for him." "Feral?" Upon hearing this name, Gustav's eyes widened in shock. After being active in the southwest region for so long, he naturally knew the reputation of the Iron Hand Sect. Feral was the deputy head of the sect, a powerhouse at the bone marrow stage, known as the Iron Hand Elephant Holder. At least they're not remnants of Damien's gang. Gustav breathed a sigh of relief. As for the justice the man spoke of, a bone marrow stage expert seeking justice from a master. What a joke. He'd be crushed in one slap. Thinking this, his demeanor instantly became arrogant, shouting loudly, "Justice, you think you're qualified for?" Before he could finish, Assad raised a hand to stop him. Assad looked at Feral and said calmly, "This has nothing to do with me. Hayward and Van Luther wasn't killed by me, but by Bryce." "Bryce?" Feral sneered. "An ordinary person like him isn't worthy to kill my junior brother. Your attempts at evasion are too transparent." Pausing, Feral continued arrogantly, "However, he is partly responsible for my junior brother's death. After I deal with you, and send you to confess to Brother Hayward, I'll go after Bryce. You too won't escape." With that, Feral strode forward, not giving Assad any chance to explain. Bang 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 bang. Each step he took on the asphalt road left several centimeter-deep imprints, advancing relentlessly like a bulldozer. Thick and intense chi surged around him, heavy and overwhelming. "Come at me then." He extended his ape-like arms, muscles coiling like pythons. His large palm, like a fan, aimed to crush Assad's head. If this hit landed, it would mean certain death or crippling injury. Clearly, Feral didn't plan to hold back, intending to kill Assad outright. "Think you can take me down?" Assad, provoked by Feral's domineering attitude, fiercely raised his hand and easily caught Feral's wrist, saying coldly, "With just this much strength?" Chapter 51. Hayward's sister's thoughts. How is that possible? Feral's face suddenly changed, and he struggled fiercely. However, he found Assad's hand to be like an iron clamp which he could not break free from. Instead, his overexertion brought a powerful countershock force. Snap. His wrist was forcibly fractured. Bang. Assad folded Feral's wrist in the opposite direction, causing Feral to kneel on the ground involuntarily. The sound of his knees hitting the ground resounded twice as it left a web-like crack on the ground. "Scoundrel, how dare you insult me?" Feral's eyes turned bloodshot red. Regardless of his restrained arm, he twisted his body hard, kicking towards Assad's head with a leg that moved like a steel whip. Swoosh. A loud tearing sound through the air was produced. This whip kick speed was ferocious, even surpassing the speed of sound, producing a sonic boom. Gustav and his dozen or so bodyguards felt a fierce wind rush towards them, slicing against their skin. He faintly sensed a liquid flowing down his face, reaching up to touch it. It was blood. This caused their faces to drastically change in expression. Even the after effect from 15 or 16 meters away had such immense power. One could only imagine how intense and powerful the force Assad faced must have been. Farrell's face displayed a sneer. However, his smile froze on his face the next moment. Because his leg was caught by two arms like steel, none other than Assad's, who remained calm-faced, exerted a bit of strength. Snap. Farrell's thigh was directly broken. Bang. Assad kicked him away, landing on the ground 10 meters away. Vice Patriarch. The more than 10 black-clothed men who came with Farrell hurriedly went forward to support him, looking at Assad with fearful and wary expressions. Within just a few breaths of time, Farrell had lost a hand and a leg. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Now can you listen to me? Assad said coolly. Farrell took a deep breath and said solemnly, Sir, your abilities are extraordinary. You've likely reached the Grandmaster realm. My life and death are in your hands. Do with me as you wish. However, the enmity between us is deep as the sea of blood. Even if I die, the Patriarch will surely come. Farrell proved his resilience, refusing to bow his head even in this situation. But those behind him began to show changing expressions. Isabellister level expert. They came here to kill but faced a Grandmaster level powerhouse. No wonder Farrell was easily maimed. Even a hard chi level practitioner wouldn't be enough in front of a Grandmaster. Considering this, they began to look at Assad with even greater reverence, and some started to secretly regret coming, planning to escape. At this point, Assad spoke. Killing you holds no interest for me. Moreover, the death of your junior brother Hayward and Banching has nothing to do with me. With my strength, killing you would be like slaughtering pigs or dogs. Why deny it? You've been manipulated and used as tools without realizing it. Truly laughable. Let's go. Assad told Gustav. Yes. Gustav immediately instructed the convoy to continue its journey, passing by the group of Iron Fist sect people, leaving Farrell and others with varying looks on their faces. Could there really be hidden circumstances regarding junior brother Hayward's death? Inside the vehicle, Gustav couldn't help but ask, Mr. Luther, are we really letting them go like this? Or what? Assad rolled his eyes and said, should I kill them all? I'm not a murderer who enjoys killing. Besides, they're just a bunch of fools who were deceived. Killing them would be insulting my intelligence. What Mr. Luther says makes sense. Gustav quickly agreed. However, Assad glanced back at those people and suddenly remembered Bryce had already been killed by him, leaving them with no leads to trace. I hope you don't provoke me again. Then turned to the other girl beside her, introducing, this is my brother Assad. Brother, this is my best friend, Blanche, a genuine wealthy beauty. As she spoke, she blinked at Assad suggestively. You're just being a smart mouth. Blanche tapped Mackenzie's shoulder, then looked at Assad straightforwardly, saying, I always hear Shinya talk about you. She says you are a good brother. Her? You believe she speaks well of me behind my back? Assad sneered. He didn't believe anything nice could come out of Mackenzie's mouth. They had been childhood playmates, and although he usually spoiled her when they fought, he wouldn't hold back either. Brother, how can you wrong your intelligent, kind, gentle, adorable sister like this? Mackenzie immediately protested. Well, I've just been out. I need to go home and rest. You can hang out with your friend. Assad finished speaking and dragged his suitcase away. Inside the suitcase were 3 pieces of stone materials, 2 bought by himself, and 1 given by Gustav, which he hadn't found time to cut yet. He was looking forward to seeing the outcome after cutting it open. Mackenzie saw Assad leaving, and disappointment flashed across her face. What a wooden block. She had gone through great lengths to bring her rich and beautiful best friend over, and he actually left so soon. Passers-by. Chapter 52. Dark Temple. Assad naturally didn't know what was happening here. He had already returned home at this point. In the somewhat narrow bedroom, memories of his youthful days were recorded. He opened the suitcase, revealing 3 pieces of stone inside. He took out the 2 he had bought first and placed them in front of him. Ziz. An incredibly condensed force appeared at the tip of his fingers. Assad pointed towards the stones, and soon after, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as the stones split open. After a short while, the contents were revealed. 2 top-grade jadeites, both glass seed type with an excellent base and bright green coloration. Each piece was worth over 100 million yuan. Hit the jackpot. Assad smiled, packed away the 2 jadeites, and turned his attention to the last piece of stone. A piece of stone from the super old pit. I hope you can bring me some surprises. Using his formidable force to cut the stone, it wasn't long before most of it was sliced off. His movements became increasingly careful as a hint of emerald green appeared. Assad's eyes narrowed. This wasn't the green of jadeite, but a vibrant, life-filled color. Simultaneously, as this emerald green hue emerged, there was an intangible breath of vitality in the air, making his Qingmu Longxing scripture become more active. Crack. With a slight uneasy, he hurriedly added, Mr. Luther, I've already arranged people to pursue him. You should also take precautions. I'm worried he might harm you or your family. There's no need. Damien only has 1 day left to live and won't cause any waves. When Assad captured Damien, he never intended to let him live, having crippled his cultivation and extracted all his vitality, leaving him with only 3 days to live. Now, 2 days have passed, and with just 1 day remaining, even if Damien possessed supreme abilities, his fate was sealed. As for Damien's accomplices who wished to challenge him, Assad welcomed them. A fierce look flashed across Assad's eyes. I hope Mr. Luther is right. Spike hung up the phone with worry inside. Assad, indifferent to his concern, shattered the jade, took out the branch, and swallowed it directly. Upon entering his mouth, the branch was instantly crushed, releasing a surge of vitality. Hayward, a sea of vitality. Assad closed his eyes, sat cross-legged. The surge of vitality surged through his body, spreading throughout. Under this push, his nascent green-wood immortal body slowly began to transform. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Sun Moon City, the sound of continuous scrubbing came from the bathroom along with vicious curses. Finally, a soaking wet Damien emerged. This Assad dares to humiliate. It wasn't so much that this position was better, but it represented resources. Although there was only one rank between 10th and 11th, the difference in resources received was significant. Axel was satisfied that Damien agreed to hand over his position. If not for Damien's injury, getting this position unscathed would have been far more difficult. Though internal strife wasn't forbidden within the organization, being injured meant an increased risk of subordinates taking advantage. Getting the 10th position so easily made him quite happy. Thus, Axel reassured Damien, promising, "Rest assured, I will definitely smooth things over for you. Not only will Assad, who ruined your plan, be dead, but I will also personally obtain what the Divine King wants. Then I entrust it to you." Damien nodded, understanding that he had no other choice. "Once this is done, I will speak to the Divine King about the transfer of our positions." "All right. You stay here to recuperate. Sun Moon City is currently on high alert. I'll deal with Assad first, and then complete the Divine King's task." Axel had been waiting for these words. Seeing Damien agree, he left without delay. "Assad, this time you're doomed." Damien smiled ruthlessly as Axel departed. Axel, known as the Gale Lord God in the organization, specialized in assassination with an undefeated record. This time, he would use Assad's blood to cleanse his humiliation. However, just then, it was midnight. Suddenly, Damien felt a surge of necrotic energy boiling within him, spreading throughout his body instantly. Before he could react, his entire body stiffened. "No, what's happening? When did someone poison me? Was it Axel or?" In his dying moments, Damien desperately recalled what had happened. In the end, his mind fixed on Assad's face, a face of unimaginable calm. "It's you. I refuse to die like this." At this thought, he let out a despairing scream as his life force suddenly vanished. If you were sentenced to die at 3 o'clock, you won't live past 5. Chapter 53 The Red-Clothed Vengeful Ghost. Hayward High City. Assad could feel a surge of vitality inexplicably appearing in the Hayward and Death Jade, further enhancing the abundant vitality within his body. Vitality repayment. A smile spread across his lips. Damien dead? Everyone he killed using the Hayward and Death reversal would have their vitality returned to him. He called this phenomenon vitality repayment. Before, those who died weren't too strong, so the effect wasn't noticeable. However, Damien was an Isabellister with immense power, suppressing fate and known as a terrestrial immortal, with a lifespan reaching 200 years. His vitality was extraordinarily resilient. Even at the last moment before death, he maintained peak combat strength. Only the death of such a person could bring Assad the greatest return of vitality. He slowly opened his eyes. In the dark bedroom, it was as if 2 lightning bolts streaked across, instantly lighting up the entire room with an ethereal glow. He sprang up suddenly, the bones and muscles in his body cracking loudly. Muscles rebuilt, blood reborn. With the help of that branch, his greenwood immortality body had advanced further, reaching a minor success stage. As a result, his cultivation realm also ascended to the peak of the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage. Just one opportunity away, and he could enter the late Foundation Establishment stage. Though he hadn't advanced in realm, his control over the Hayward and Death Jade and comprehension of the longevity scripture had deepened. He felt confident that if he were to encounter an opponent like Damien again, he could suppress them with one hand. The night passed quietly. Morning sunlight bathed the earth. Assad stretched lazily and walked out of his house, heading towards Hayward High Clinic. "This bad guy, you've been gone for so many days. I'll definitely make Dad dock your pay." Truly infuriating. Evelyn vented her anger on the flowers and plants in the hall, plucking petals furiously. Jameson watched, feeling his heart bleed. Those were herbs he had painstakingly cultivated. Just then, Jameson sensed something and looked towards the door. Indeed, Assad strode in with a nonchalant attitude, his expression carefree. Lao Fong. His eyes lit up. Assad. Upon hearing his voice, Evelyn spun around, her face immediately brightening as she rushed toward him like a fledgling returning to its nest. Jameson's veins popped on his forehead as he stepped forward to shield Evelyn from Assad. "Younger brother, you're finally here." Then he shot a stern look at Evelyn. "Yeah, go get your uncle some water." Evelyn's face froze. Assad also stared speechlessly at Jameson and said, "Lao Fong, you're being unreasonable. If you keep this up, I'll kidnap your daughter tonight." Good. Evelyn nodded excitedly. Jameson watched his previously well-behaved daughter betray him completely and sighed inwardly. When girls grow up, they can't be kept close. Forget it, do as you wish. Saying this, he returned to the room dejectedly. "Dad." Evelyn could feel the sadness radiating from Jameson, which made her heart tremble. She knew her mother had passed away early, leaving Jameson to raise her with great hardship. Even because of her, he never remarried, fearing his stepmother might not treat her well. "You should check on Lao Fong. He may have been shocked." Assad suggested. "Or how about this? I remember my mom used to know a bunch of elderly women who enjoy square dancing. They all dress up beautifully. Why don't we introduce a few to Lao Fong to enrich his later life instead of always focusing on us?" "Assad, you little rascal." Hearing this, Jameson, hiding inside the room, trembled in rage. Square dancing grandmas indeed. He couldn't believe Assad came up with such an idea. In frustration, he grabbed a scalpel and rushed out. "Oh, I have other matters. I'll send the list later." Seeing Jameson clearly furious, Assad immediately turned and ran. Phew. After finally rushing out of the clinic, Assad let out a sigh of relief. Glancing back, he thought to himself, "This Lao Fong, why is he still angry? Not enough quantity. Or maybe age is the issue. More could be found if it's quantity, but if it's an age problem, I can't ask my sister to find him some 18-year-olds. They say men are loyal. No matter how old they are, they all like 18-year-olds. This Lao Fong is indeed a pervert. As Assad secretly criticized, he suddenly noticed the surroundings becoming eerily quiet, and the sunny weather turning overcast. Assad's eyes narrowed. His gaze landed on a nearby tall building. At the bottom of the building were several shops, one of which stood out, a jade trading shop. His figure flashed as he instantly appeared at the entrance of the jade trading shop, sensing an ominous force emanating from within. Something happened. Seeing the shop assistants lying unconscious on the ground, Assad's face darkened. He stepped forward intending to wake them, but as soon as he approached, one of the assistants' head fell off his body. A spurt of blood shot out. The cut on his neck was smooth like a mirror, seemingly severed by a single precise strike, even revealing moving flesh buds. What cruel means? Damn it! What in the world is going on here? A flash of murderous intent crossed Assad's mind. He took large steps upstairs, following the ominous force toward its source. On the upper floor, there was a row of rooms, with the door at the end ajar. Assad flashed inside to find someone lying unconscious on the ground. It was none other than Hendrik, whom he had met before. Beside him lay a half-cut stone block containing an ink-black jade, with dark water dripping from it. Hurry, get out. At this moment, Hendrik seemed to sense movement and weakly opened his eyes, urging Assad to leave. Assad immediately asked, "What happened here?" Hendrik, holding his chest, replied in extreme weakness, "It's a vengeful ghost. I cut a headless red-clothed vengeful ghost from the stone." A red-clothed vengeful ghost? Assad was startled. Cough, cough. Hendrik coughed twice and continued. "Yes, she has profound abilities and carries deep grudges. She must have been sealed within the stone for many years without her power dissipating. Especially since she is headless. Once she latches onto you, she will take your head." Assad immediately thought of the beheaded shop assistants downstairs. This must be what happened. Seeing Hendrik fading away, Assad immediately moved forward, placing his hand on his wrist and softly said, "Don't move. It's no use. I've been infected by death chi and can't survive." Hendrik touched a clear red line around his neck, sighing. If not for his profound knowledge of Yaliest arts, the red-clothed vengeful ghost would have likely taken his head just now. Even so, he was gravely injured and probably wouldn't live past 3 days. "As long as I'm here, you won't die." Assad spoke coolly, manipulating the Hayward and Death Jade. The death chi within Hendrik surged into Assad as if finding a vent. Hayward and Death Reversal. The death chi being extracted, Hendrik's vitality began to recover. He could distinctly feel the changes within his body and was left in awe. His look towards Assad changed instantly, filled with reverence. Who exactly is this Assad? In Pingzhou, he had thought Assad was merely an inexperienced junior. But seeing him today revealed Assad as a hidden powerhouse. Such skills rival those of gods and Buddhas. His heart trembled with deep shock. Soon, Assad withdrew his hand, and Hendrik quickly stood up, standing respectfully beside him, performing the disciple's salute. "For saving my life, I dare not thank you enough. From this day forth, Mr. Luther, should you need anything, just say the word, and I will serve you faithfully." With that, Hendrik bowed deeply. Chapter 54 Locking onto the target. Alright, let's skip the formalities for now. What's most urgent is finding that red-clothed vengeful ghost. Otherwise, this area will become a land of death. Assad frowned. This place wasn't far from his home, or the Hayward High Clinic. He certainly didn't want any trouble here. "Yes, sir." Hendrik was suddenly alert and said immediately, "I have a way to find her." "Oh." Assad looked at Hendrik. Hendrik promptly took out a bagua compass from the room. Its brass surface was covered in a dull gray hue, emitting an ancient and aged air. Bagua trigram, searching heaven and earth. Edict. He made a Taoist gesture with his hands, extracted a drop of black water from the stone material, and suddenly tapped it on the compass. The black water instantly turned blood red and flew off in one direction. "There!" Hendrik shouted. Assad moved quickly and immediately chased after it, while he hurriedly followed holding the compass. "Not good, that's the downtown area." Hendrik's expression changed. If that red-clothed vengeful ghost went on a killing spree in the downtown area, the karmic consequences would be immense, and it could lead to him attracting heavenly thunder. Before long, the two of them had pursued into a large mall. The Wanlong Mall. Each floor had an area exceeding 10,000 square meters, with 6 stories tall and hundreds of shops per floor. It was quite a well-known spot nearby. In Assad's eyes, a faint layer of red mist hovered over the mall's exterior, and even the scorching sun overhead couldn't dissipate it. What a massive grudge. Assad narrowed his eyes. Malls often harbor dense human energy and are heavily infused with the aura of wealth, making them susceptible places for malevolent spirits to thrive. Feng shui layouts are usually deliberately set up during construction to suppress these influences. If they succeed, the place thrives. If not, it gradually deteriorates due to fewer customers staying away. The Wanlong Mall was evidently a less bustling mall, showing that its feng shui layout wasn't effective enough in suppression. Seeing this, Hendrik said, "Sir, I'll arrange for people to seal off this area immediately. If the red-clothed vengeful ghost escapes, the consequences would be unimaginable." As the president of the Jade Association in Hayward High City, he could get the authorities to temporarily seal the area. "I'll handle it." Assad glanced at him and dialed a number. In less than 3 minutes, dark green military vehicles sped over one after another. Leading them was Jean. She wore a combat troop commander uniform, striking and poised, carrying money collection equipment at her waist, and with military daggers inserted on either side of her combat boots. "Mr. Luther, I have temporarily mobilized the Hayward High City combat team and will ensure the area is sealed within 10 minutes. Jean gave a proper salute and reported succinctly and swiftly. Good. Leave the outside to you." Assad nodded. Unbeknownst to Hendrik, he nearly gaped at the sight. These were regional combat troops, and yet Assad could command them so easily. No wonder he was such a powerful figure. Even someone like him had to behave respectfully in the combat zone, not to mention commanding combat troops. Even the regular guard teams in Hayward High wouldn't be possible to command. For a moment, his gaze toward Assad became more respectful. To avoid alarming the target prematurely, the soldiers outside only handled the sealing off, blocking entry, and strictly checking those who wanted to leave. To identify the red-clothed vengeful ghost, Hendrik left many talismans with Jean and others. Once the red-clothed vengeful ghost appeared and approached, the strong yin chi would trigger the talisman to burn by itself. Depending on the proximity, the speed of burning would differ. At that time, they would just need to hold out momentarily before both he and Assad could arrive. Let's go in. Assad glanced at Hendrik and led the way into Wanlong Mall. Hendrik quickly followed, the donghua compass in his hand constantly rotating, carefully watching for signs of the red-clothed vengeful ghost. This red-clothed vengeful ghost possessed terrifying power. As soon as it lunged at a person, their head would be severed. There was no way to defend against it. Therefore, as soon as he entered the mall, he put on Taoist robes imbued with the Yaliest Zixiao thunder, carrying a demon-slaying peachwood sword, along with the donghua compass, completing the luxurious trinity of Taoist gear. At that moment, there were only a few scattered customers in the mall's corridors. Many people, upon seeing Hendrik's attire, showed surprised expressions. What's this about? Acting in a play? That's called art, understand? Just like cosplay. Besides, you can dress up as a zombie in cosplay too. You seem pretty knowledgeable. Hee, I just heard it from a friend who's a photographer. A crowd murmured, but Hendrik remained unperturbed, looking down at the compass in his hand. Mr. Luther, she seems to be upstairs. Let's go up. Soon, the two of them reached the 4th floor. As they walked, Assad noticed a familiar figure. It was Alessio. He was dressed like a debonair young aristocrat, flanked by bodyguards carrying various items. In his arms, he held a young woman adorned provocatively. She had an internet celebrity face, long flowing hair, ultra-short hot pants that revealed her long legs, and was currently snuggling into Alessio's arms, only half her face visible. Hendrik also stopped, with the compass pointing at the woman in Alessio's arms. This was the ghost cut from the stone material. At this moment, Alessio also noticed the two of them. Oh, who would have thought? Assad, you fraud. You actually dare to show your face before me. Today my sister isn't here to protect you. You're dead for sure. Alessio cast a teasing glance at Assad, sneering coldly. He hadn't found a chance until today when he accidentally bumped into him. This time, who could save you? Alessio, how dare you talk to Mr. Luther like that? Hendrik's expression turned cold as he reprimanded immediately. Wong, President Wong? Alessio finally realized that the Taoist-dressed person beside Assad was Hendrik, causing him to gape in astonishment. Hendrik had a good relationship with the Qin family. He was closely connected both privately and professionally with Ulrich and Britt. Given his high status, he was avowed out straight into Alessio's arms. The severed head spoke to him, still in that coquettish tone. All right, then I'll watch you handle him. You promise to protect me? Damn. Alessio's mind went blank, his legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees, trembling all over. A foul smell emanated from him as he lost control of his bladder out of fear. Yet, despite this, his hands did not loosen. He clung tightly to the severed head. Assad and Hendrik exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Chapter 55. The First Person by the Sea. Let go. Hendrik shouted sternly, startling Alessio awake. He loosened his grip, and the woman's head tumbled to the ground. Her face was filled with venomous hatred. You said you would protect me, yet you abandoned me. How could you be so cruel? Her voice was piercing and sharp. A jet of black smoke spewed from her mouth, hurtling toward Alessio. My goodness. Alessio was scared witless, crawling away on all fours. Hendrik immediately took action, pinching a talisman between his fingers. The talisman burned without wind and shot toward the black smoke with a loud bang, dispersing it into nothingness. However, after dissipating, the black smoke quickly reformed, undamaged, and rushed at Hendrik, who was struck as if by lightning. Stinky Taoist, do you dare to obstruct me with your measly Taoist arts? The woman glanced at him She asked, do you think I am beautiful? She stretched out her hands and placed them on Assad's shoulders. Her skin was pale and translucent, looking especially beautiful under her blood-red dress. She had already decided. If he answered yes, she would rip off his head herself so he could forever admire her beauty. If he answered no, she would gouge out his eyes and rip off his head anyway, teaching him the cost of his words. Bad news. Hendrik inwardly cried out. To outsiders, the red-clothed malevolent spirit, barefoot with her red dress fluttering, looked almost like a celestial being descending to earth if one ignored the eerie ghostly aura. Once Assad was enchanted, things would get bad. But in the next second, Hendrik realized he had overthought it. Assad smashed the head in front of him with a punch, and the illusory beauty dissipated instantly. Only a headless red-clothed malevolent spirit remained. Her red dress billowed, her headless silhouette hovering about a foot above the ground, surrounded by ghostly aura. Frost began to form on the ground. How dare you hit my head? The red-clothed malevolent spirit went berserk. She raised her hands, thick ghostly aura spreading like a storm as she lunged at Assad. Since you broke my head, let me take yours. Do you really think I can't deal with you just because you're a spirit? Ridiculous. Assad sneered. In the Hayward Fandeth J moment, outside Wanlong Mall, there were layers of fengthua, blockades, with teams of elite soldiers guarding every entrance and exit, maintaining strict martial law. Mr. Luther. As soon as Assad came out, Jean immediately greeted him. Beside her stood a Maxwell, dressed in military uniform, exuding an iron-blooded demeanor. This should be someone from the Hayward High City military zone. However, judging by his shoulder insignia, it was clearly higher than Jean's, reaching the rank of war general. When he saw Assad, his eyes lit up, and he respectfully said, I am Farron. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Luther. Farron. Hendrik, standing behind Assad, changed expression. This was a top-tier figure in Hayward High City, responsible for overseeing the entire Hayward High region's strategic matters, wielding immense power. Even the mayor of Hayward High City had slightly less authority than him. He hadn't expected that before Assad, he would be so respectful. Assad nodded and said, General Dong has worked hard. The red-clothed malevolent spirit inside has been exterminated. The lockdown here can be lifted. Farron's eyes lit up, and he bowed deeply to Assad, saying, Thank you, Mr. Luther, for cleansing the city of evil. I speak on behalf of all the people of Hayward High. I am also a citizen of Hayward High. It's just as I have long wished to meet you. To his surprise, Farron supported him, smiling warmly and said, By the way, in 3 days, it will be the annual Chamber of Commerce banquet in Hayward High. Ji-Yuan, you must come. Hendrik looked flustered, quickly replying, Rest assured, sir. I will definitely attend. That's good. Farron nodded, then took out an invitation card and said solemnly, Please make sure to pass this invitation to Mr. Luther, understood? Yes, rest assured. I will deliver it personally to Mr. Luther. You're quite impressive. Farron patted his shoulder approvingly and left in his car, followed by a convoy of war vehicles. Hendrik watched them leave, his face showing complex emotions. Looking down at the golden invitation card, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. So polite to me just now, all because of Mr. Luther? What kind of person is this Assad? Hendrik pondered deeply. Chapter 56, Ex-Girlfriend. Xinya Fashion Store. Assad walked around here and found that his mother Daisy was not here, but her younger sister Mackenzie was looking after the store. She was drawing something while lowering her head behind the counter. Assad went over and took a look, discovering it was a garment design sketch. Older brother, why are you here? Mackenzie's eyes lit up. Assad leaned against the sofa, smilingly asked, Just passing by to take a look. By the way, where's Mom? Mom has gone to purchase new inventory. Mackenzie came over, brewed a cup of tea and put it in front of Assad. A faint fragrance wafted out, soothing and refreshing. Good tea. Assad's eyes lit up. Mackenzie said with a smile, Absolutely. This is genuine post-rain Longjing tea. Elizabeth gave me this. What do you think? Isn't it super luxurious? Do you want her contact information? I can secretly push it to you. What's so good about being rich and beautiful? Flip. Mackenzie opened her photo album and flipped through it deliberately or unintentionally, showing many photos of Heidi. Some wore costumes from the Republic of China era, others wore office secretary OL uniforms, each outfit highlighting different characteristics, especially the last photo which shockingly showed her in a swimsuit. Her whiteness, her curves. Assad couldn't help but nodding approvingly. Assad said with an air of righteousness, I didn't add her for anything else, mainly because she's your close friend. If there's any emergency at home and I can't find you, I could also reach her. Mackenzie gave a mischievous smile. Right. My brother cares about me the most. Then, dear brother, do you know which year of university I'm in now? This? Assad was immediately startled, as he indeed didn't remember which grade Mackenzie was in. He quickly changed the subject and said, Oh, by the way, your brother bought you a jade plaque. As he spoke, he fished out a white jade plaque from his pocket. The jade was transparent and lustrous, an excellent material. Just this piece alone would fetch no less than 200,000 on the market. Let alone, it had been refined by Assad with spiritual energy, imbued with protective power and mind-refreshing efficacy. Wow, so pretty. Mackenzie immediately turned her attention to the white jade plaque, happily wearing it around her neck. The coolness of the jade felt very comfortable. Brother, you stay here to run the shop, I'll go show off to Elizabeth. After saying this, she ran away like a gust of wind. Hey, what about Heidi's contact information? Just as Assad wanted to call her back, he realized she was already long gone. He could only shake his head helplessly, walk to the counter, put on a salesperson's uniform and act as a merchandise tool. At this moment, two voices came from outside. There's actually a new clothing store here, looks pretty good too. Darling, let's go in and have a look. The woman cooed. The man smiled and replied, Of course, darling. If you like it, I can buy all the clothes in this store for you. You're always the one who loves me the most. Just as they were talking, they walked in from outside. The woman looked pure, apparently in her early 20s, wearing a long dress, sunglasses, and a large hat. As for the male, proudly waved his hand and showed 5 fingers, 50,000. In Hayward High City, this kind of monthly income was definitely considered high. Stars twinkled in Linda's eyes. This man was Wang Dashan, actually her direct superior at work. Ever since she joined the company, he had been pursuing her with lavish gifts like designer bags and dinners. After a while, the two of them ended up together. Thinking about her future life as a wealthy madam, Linda's expression brightened more and more. She then glanced at Assad in his salesperson's uniform, which was extremely embarrassing for her. Fortunately, I didn't follow you back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford food, she thought to herself. After all, one of her handbags alone cost more than 3,000. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a man in a suit walked in and asked Assad, Is Boss Shang not in the store? Assad asked, Who are you? The suited man pointed to the truck outside and said, I'm from the supplier side. Boss Shang ordered a batch of premium goods from us and asked me to deliver them here. This is the invoice. As he spoke, he took out an invoice showing a purchase amount of 1.3 million. Can you contact Boss Shang? The suited man frowned and said, Boss Shang has already inspected this batch of goods and agreed to settle the remaining payment today. This store belongs to my family. Boss Shang is my mom. Let me call her to confirm. Assad quickly confirmed the transaction with Daisy and casually added, Then I'll transfer the money. You can unload the goods directly into the warehouse. Before long, the 1.3 million payment was completed. The suited man sighed with relief and immediately arranged for unloading the goods. There were dedicated personnel in the warehouse to handle inventory, so Assad didn't have to worry about it. Wang Dashan stammered, Why you? This store is actually yours. Yes. Assad smiled. Wang Dashan swallowed hard. This was New City, a newly developed commercial center. Just this storefront alone likely cost 5 or 6 million, possibly surpassing 10 million if the real estate appreciated over the next few years. Not to mention the over 1 million payment Assad just made. How could he have mocked him earlier? His face felt hot, as if someone had slapped him hard. Linda was equally astonished. The poor boy from back then was now so wealthy? For a moment, she felt both confusion and regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have left him no matter what. While Wang Dashan was fine, his annual salary after expenses was only around 600,000, and who knew how long it would take to earn enough for such a store. Besides, by the time he did, how much more would the store cost? By the way, boss, do you want to try our new arrivals? High-end women's clothing imported from England, designed by a French designer. The price fits you perfectly. Assad looked at Linda and Wang Dashan with a smile, holding up a newly arrived item. When they saw the price tag, they nearly fainted. 108,800. Could they afford that? They exchanged glances and hastily found an excuse, then left hurriedly under Assad's half-amused gaze. Come again next time. Assad shouted as they were leaving, causing them to walk even faster, almost tripping on the doorstep. They looked thoroughly flustered. Chapter 57. Taking by force. Why did you drive the guest away? At that moment, Mackenzie and Gwendolyn walked in from outside. Don't guests need to go to the bathroom? By the way, how did you come back so quickly? Assad asked with a smile. Mackenzie explained. I went out to give Elizabeth a call, only to find she was already close by. So, I just waited for her. After speaking, she gave Assad a suggestive wink and made an encouraging expression. But it turned out that Assad was completely unmoved. This idiot brother. He was so excited looking at photos just now, but now that the real person is here, he's acting shy? Mackenzie rolled her eyes. What made her even more frustrated was what happened next. You. When Mackenzie got closer, she found a book spread open in front of Assad, filled with glossy photos of beautiful women. The photos were large, strikingly bright, and intensely attractive. She wanted to cover them up, but it was too late. Blanche noticed this scene as well, and froze slightly before a faint smile spread across her face. This big brother of Xinya sure is interesting. You're getting distracted. However, Assad remained unchanged, calmly closing the book with an indifferent expression and saying with an air of mystery, as they say, beauty lies within, and all external appearances are merely human perspectives. Cut the crap. Speak plain English. Mackenzie scoffed at his words. Assad looked at Mackenzie with a helpless shrug and confessed, Ahem, this magazine was actually bought by Mom. It's about introducing new fashion trends. I was just flipping through it since I had nothing better to do. LSP, who would believe you? Thinking about trying to introduce this foolish brother to Blanche, Mackenzie feigned realization. Oh, I see. Blanche smiled without taking it to heart, or really minding much. Coming from the Bai family in Metropolis, she had vast family resources, and her father was a prominent figure. She and Mackenzie became friends purely out of chance. Her life had long been arranged by her family, and if she hadn't fought hard, she probably wouldn't have stood here today. Still, she knew her marriage was not within her control. How enviable this sibling relationship is. Despite their In any case, money is in your hands. No one can force you. Can they openly rob you? Assad said indifferently. Gustav replied tearfully. They didn't openly rob me, but it's almost as bad. They've joined forces with the Chamber of Commerce to seize the 2 trucks of stone material I brought from Pingzhou. That cargo is worth tens of billions. Hearing this, Mackenzie immediately perked up, looking at Gustav and the luxurious car outside. She couldn't help but think that her brother was quite skilled. She thought he wasn't doing anything, but he secretly arranged for someone. Even Blanche's eyes flashed briefly. A cargo worth tens of billions would implicate many connections and industries, which even the Bai family couldn't overlook. This is what a powerful local businessman looks like. Mackenzie hadn't expected such people to seek Assad's help. According to her understanding, Assad struck it rich by finding high-quality jadeite. Yet here they were. She covertly observed Gustav's movements, attire, and accessories, all of which were exorbitantly priced genuine items. She was certain this man was indeed a wealthy businessman and not some kind of plant. At this moment, Assad spoke up. Take me to the warehouse. Assad originally didn't want to get involved in the Qin's family affairs, but since Gustav had returned solely to curry favor with him, he couldn't just abandon him now. Yes, Mr. Luther. Gustav's eyes lit up, and he immediately led the way, opening the car door for Assad. Assad gave Zhang Xianya and Bai Yuero a quick nod before leaving. Wow, don't tell me, but my brother is playing his part quite well at this moment. Zhang Xianya chuckled, nudging Bai Yuero with her elbow and said, Yuero, how about becoming my sister-in-law? You'd better be my mom then. Bai Yuero retorted sarcastically. Come on. Zhang Xinya's previously smug expression faltered instantly. She considered Bai Yuero as a close friend, but the latter treating her like a mother was truly outrageous. Setting aside the banter between the two women, Assad and Gustav had already rushed to the warehouse. Sure enough, upon arrival at the warehouse, they saw Gustav's men being cornered inside while the outside was swarming with people from the Chamber of Commerce, numbering over 100 by rough estimate. The leader was an elderly man around 50, dressed in white shirt and cloth shoes, wearing a string of 18-seed prayer beads on his wrist, with a goatee and narrow eyes that betrayed his cunning and cruelty. I warn you, this is Hayward High, not your Pingzhou. Get out smartly, or else I won't be gentle. Seeing this man, Gustav clenched his teeth and said, This is Barry, a chamber official. One of the 6 officials of the chamber, each backed by considerable power, representing enormous authority within the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce. Barry ranked 5th among them. Due to the huge interest involved, he personally took action this time. Seeing Gustav appear, Barry sneered coldly, Gustav, you ran away fast, but after running away, you dare to show up here? Really think I'm a pushover? As for Assad standing next to Gustav, he was completely ignored. Gustav fumed, Barry, you collude with the Qin family to steal my cargo. Do you really think no one can touch you? Collude with the Qin family? Humph. They acted in the greater good. reporting you themselves. Now you're accused of smuggling, yet you dare to spew nonsense. Looks like I've been too nice to you, Barry said coldly. Bring it in. Raid the warehouse and seize the cargo. Let's see if anyone dares resist. Meanwhile, capture Gustav. I suspect he's the mastermind behind this smuggling operation. He paused and looked at Gustav with a sinister smile. I know your men have guns, but do you dare let them shoot? Do you dare resist? After all, this was southern Hayward High, not the southwestern border area. Once gunfire broke out, it would be uncontrollable. In such a situation, Gustav might struggle to leave alive. Gustav's face changed drastically. Seeing members of the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce rush forward with batons, while Gustav's men didn't even dare to pull out their guns, the situation became dire almost instantly. Stop right there. Assad sighed, finally speaking. His voice was icy, for he was genuinely angry. Chapter 58, An Added Sin. Assad stepped forward, blocking these people's path. However, facing the hundreds of burly men wielding cudgels, his slender figure seemed as insignificant as a mantis trying to stop a cart. Barry raised an eyebrow and looked at Assad. The sudden interjection from someone he had ignored took him aback. In his view, Assad was probably Gustav's nephew and also wanted to intervene. Did he really think he was some kind of savior? What a typical burst of youthful enthusiasm. Absolutely laughable. Mockery filled the corners of his mouth as he said in a condescending manner, Boy, hide behind quietly. This is not your place to speak. The onlookers from the Chamber of Commerce also looked down on him with disdain. Just a greenhorn dared to challenge them. It was absurd. They'd seen too much of such enthusiasm. Yet most enthusiasts would eventually be dashed against reality until they were bruised and battered beyond recognition. Is that so? Assad surveyed the surroundings with a cold, indifferent gaze. Because the conduct of the Hayward Hay Chamber of Commerce was simply despicable. Not only did they want to take over this billion-dollar cargo, but they wouldn't even spare Gustav. Assad knew very well what they would do if no one stopped them. After all, so much wealth would certainly cause enormous disputes. But what if there were no aggrieved parties? This matter might then end up unresolved. Assad swept his eyes over the crowd and declared icily, As long as I am here, you cannot touch anything. Anyone who dares to snatch, I'll chop off their hands. Young man, what a big talk. Barry glanced at his subordinates who had paused their actions to watch the spectacle, frowned with displeasure, and urged them. Why are you all standing around? Charge in. Want to take my things? Then step over my dead body? Gustav stood beside Assad, his face fierce as he glared at Barry and his group. He wasn't weak after all, having managed to thrive on his own in Pingzhou even after leaving the Qin family. Furthermore, he firmly believed that with Assad around, these people wouldn't dare harm him in the slightest. Barry chuckled, waving his hand assertively and said coldly, I'm openly taking your things, what can you do? Today, I'll see if you're truly daring enough to resist. Pausing, he instructed his subordinates, anyone who resists, beat them to death. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Yes, sir. His subordinates responded in unison, their shouts reverberating loudly. Want to fight me? Cold amusement welled up inside Barry as he watched his underlings charge forward. With so many people present, even if Gustav and Assad were beaten to death and startled Barry, he hurriedly approached and said, Commander, I didn't know you would. Smack. Jean slapped him hard across the face. Silence. It's not your turn to speak. Barry staggered back several steps, blood streaming from his mouth, barely steadying himself with his subordinate's support. Greetings, Mr. Luther. Ignoring him, Jean stepped past and walked up to Assad, saluting respectfully and asked, What orders do you have for me? This can't be happening. At this point, Barry and others were completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that the female commander of the military region would be summoned by this young man. Assad glanced at Barry, and this look instantly sent a chill down the other man's spine, stirring up intense unease. In broad daylight, there's someone planning to rob. How should we handle it? When Jean heard Assad's words, she smiled on her martial-looking face and said confidently, Naturally, they will all be exiled to serve in the military, with the organizer receiving an added penalty. Assad said indifferently, Then you figure it out. You. Hearing these words, Barry's face turned ashen in an instant. Jean turned to look at Barry, her smile filled with coldness. To dare gather people for robbery right before Mr. Luther, you really have no sense of fear. Or to mobilize the chamber's forces for a fierce retaliation. Damn Assad, damn Gustav, this won't be over. How dare you treat me like this? I will make you pay. Barry roared in his mind. Assad kicked him hard in the face, finally shutting him up, then said calmly, Jean, he's yours now. I don't want to see him in Hayward Hay again. Jean smiled and said, Mr. Luther, please rest assured. Leave this to me. He won't have another chance. Take them away. No, you can't do this. Barry finally felt fear, for he knew that once taken away by the military, his life would never be the same. Unfortunately, facing these soldiers, his resistance was futile, and he was eventually knocked unconscious and dragged away. Watching these people being led away, Gustav couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank you, Mr. Luther. He knew very well that without Assad, he would likely have lost both his fortune and his life. Who would have thought that wanting to return to the Qin family would result in such a generous gift from them? Thinking of this, his teeth gnashed with hatred. Just then, a black Mercedes sped over. Barbara rushed out of the car. Ignoring Assad, she immediately said to Gustav, You must leave Hayward Hay quickly, the chamber might harm you. After she finished speaking, she noticed Gustav looking at her oddly. She glanced at Assad and suddenly realized, have they already come? Chapter 59, Banquet Invitation. Of course. These vampires would love to suck me dry. How could they possibly not come? Gustav said with evident hatred. Without Assad, he would have had no chance of escaping this disaster. Even if he managed to escape by some miracle, the loss of several billion yuan would have been enough to cripple him. A trace of apology flickered across Barbara's face as she took a deep breath and said, I will definitely give you an account for what happened this time. No need. This is my business. I'll settle accounts with them myself. Gustav firmly declined. After saying this, he instructed his subordinates to quickly transport this batch of cargo away, and he also hurriedly left, seemingly going to visit someone. Clearly, he was not prepared to let this matter drop. These short-sighted people. Barbara also felt resentful in her heart. After all, Gustav's return to the Chin family should have been a good thing. No one expected those elders to be so greedy, especially Britt, who had accumulated such enormous power during the serious illness of Ulrich that he almost could sway the entire family's decisions. Even if Ulrich were to return, it seemed impossible to deal with the other party for now. Soon, only Assad and Barbara remained here. Thinking about the 2 pieces of jade he had cut out, Assad said, I have 2 pieces of jade with quite good quality. If you think you can accept them, then I'll transfer them to you. Cut from the 2 watermelon stones in Pingzhou? Barbara couldn't hide her surprise. Indeed, Assad nodded. Barbara looked at Assad and nodded. Let me take a look at their quality first. All right, the jade is at my home. Come with me. Assad drove Barbara and soon arrived at his home. Walking into the apartment building and opening the heavy door, Barbara curiously examined this modest 3-bedroom flat where Assad had lived since childhood. They entered the bedroom, and Assad casually picked up 2 pieces of jade from the desk and handed them to Barbara. His casual gesture made it seem like he was handing over 2 bricks. Wow. Barbara's eyes widened as she stared at the 2 pieces of jade, unable to look away. Just nice quality? The glass-like texture and the vivid green color indicated these were among the top-grade jade materials. Moreover, each piece weighed over a kilogram. Together, they might be worth more than 250 million. Barbara took a deep breath and immediately decided, I want both pieces. 250 million. She felt a pang in her heart thinking of her liquid funds. However, she knew that once these pieces were crafted by master artisans, they would bring her great value and greatly enhance the reputation of the Chin family's jade business. Naturally, Assad had no reason to refuse. Seeing 250 million newly deposited into his account, he couldn't help but smile happily. This money came almost too easily, like a breeze blowing it into his pocket. Just as Assad and Barbara were about to leave together, there was a sudden knock at the door. Assad was puzzled. Who would come back to his place at this time? Could it be his mother or sister? I'll check. Please wait here. He walked to the door and opened it to find Hendrik standing outside. The moment Wang saw Assad, he broke into a humble smile. Mr. Luther. Why is it you? Assad raised an eyebrow. Hendrik solemnly produced a golden invitation and handed it over with both hands, smiling warmly as he said, This is on behalf of someone else. Mr. Finn wanted to invite you to a banquet in Hayward High recently, but he didn't get the chance because you left abruptly. Banquet? Assad instinctively wanted to decline, but when he saw the words Hayward High Chamber of Commerce Grand Banquet on the invitation, a hint of a sneer crept onto his lips. Hayward High Chamber of Commerce. After everything with Gustav, he undoubtedly held a grudge against this organization. Now was the perfect opportunity to see what exactly this chamber did. I'll go. Assad accepted the invitation. Wonderful. I will inform Mr. Finn immediately. He will be delighted to hear this news. Hendrik was also excited. Given Finn's special status, successfully completing this task would bring significant benefits to him. President Wang? At that moment, Barbara, who had been waiting in the living room for a while without seeing Assad return, walked out, and she was surprised to see Hendrik. Zhu Qing, you're here too. Hendrik was also somewhat surprised, but upon considering Assad's abilities, he understood. Indeed, beauty loves bravery. My niece has good taste. Barbara knew from Hendrik's look that he had misunderstood, so she quickly explained, We're just friends? Understood. Hendrik smiled and hurriedly bade farewell, seemingly unwilling to disturb the two. This President Wang. Barbara looked at his retreating figure with helplessness, knowing that he must have misunderstood her relationship with Assad. When she turned around, she noticed a golden invitation in Assad's hand. What is this? She looked over curiously. It's just an invitation. Assad casually raised his hand and passed the invitation over, saying indifferently. Barbara initially did not think much of it, but as she examined it closely, her mouth gradually opened wider, filled with shock. This is an invitation to the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce Grand Banquet. One who brings more harm than good, especially for someone like her, who has a strong sense of control. She detests the likes of Alessio even more. Brother Kai. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Assad, Alessio's eyes lit up, running towards him as if greeting a long-lost father. He had personally witnessed Assad's incredible ability to exorcise the red-clothed female ghost at Wanlong Mall earlier, making him deeply impressed and reverent. Brother Kai, what are you doing here? Alessio flattered. I was just about to visit you to thank you. Now that you've come, please accept this small gift I've prepared for you. Saying that, he pulled out a brocade box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a green ink-patterned jade thumb ring. What a rare treasure. In Assad's eyes, a thick spiritual light radiated from the thumb ring, shining like the sun in the dark night, far surpassing the spiritual light emitted by 10 pieces of top-grade jade combined. Chapter 60A Terrifying Existence. Assad easily caught the bonjour. This bonjour felt very smooth and warm to the touch, with black patterns on its outer surface. Upon close inspection, one could vaguely see a picture of a crouching dragon amidst mist. It was exquisitely crafted, clearly the work of a true master. However, Assad's attention was focused on a faint, barely visible blood mark behind the dragon. A peculiar aura emanated from it. Isn't this Uncle's Bu bonjour? Barbara's eyebrows twitched. She knew well that this was Brit's cherished possession, which he had bought at a high price from a tomb raider. The tomb raider was a Mojin Shaowei who excavated more than a dozen Qing dynasty nobles' tombs, and among the treasures obtained, this Bu bonjour was the most valuable. It was an imperial artifact, priceless. Barbara looked suspiciously at Alessio, her eyes slowly turning sharper. How did Alessio get hold of this item, and even intended to give it to Assad? In her view, Alessio's move was obviously harboring ulterior motives. Barbara said coldly, Alessio, this thing wouldn't have been stolen by you, would it? What are you trying to pull by giving it to Assad? She didn't believe for a second that Brit would give his beloved item to Assad. Alessio became flustered and said, Sister, don't defame me. This isn't father's bonjour, but one I just bought on the way to thank Brother Kai. This kind of fine product can be bought just like that on the road? Barbara sneered in disdain. This? Alessio was also a little surprised. Although he was dissolute, he wasn't ignorant. He hadn't thought about it much at the time, but when Barbara pointed it out now, he began to doubt it slightly. Could such a rare treasure of a beau bonjour be picked up off the street? I'll take this bonjour. Unexpectedly, Assad laughed and put the bonjour on his right thumb. It fit perfectly. Alessio was overjoyed and said, I'm glad you like it, Brother Kai. Barbara watched as Alessio happily left and asked curiously, why would he give you something and call you Brother Kai? I accidentally saved his life this morning. Perhaps he has come to a great awakening. Assad shrugged indifferently. Barbara warned, this beau bonjour is very valuable. Be careful with it. Assad said calmly, don't worry. Since it's in my hands, it's mine. No matter who or what, no one will be able to take it easily. Meanwhile, the Norma family was engulfed in a somber atmosphere as news of Bryce's disappearance finally returned. In the main hall, the current head of the Norma family, Zachary, sat in the main seat, his face heavy with gloom. On either side of him were several senior members of the family, all with solemn expressions. Still no news of Howleen? Zachary asked gravely. After all, how could a big live person vanish into thin air like this? After a moment, a Maxwell replied, reporting to the head of the family, my relatives in Pingzhou found that Eric seemed to have a conflict with the Qin family before he went missing. Many people saw this happen, and his words carried hidden meaning. The Qin family. Zachary's eyes gleamed with coldness as he said, you're saying they harmed Howleen? The Maxwell remained unperturbed and said, I am only guessing. I cannot confirm if the Eric's disappearance is related to the Qin family. Guessing is enough. Zachary declared firmly, this Qin family has long harbored ill feelings toward us Normas. If they want war, I'll give them the chance. Blockade the jade business of the Qin family completely. I want their industry wiped out. Yes. Everyone felt a chill at once. They knew Zachary was truly angry, and it seemed this time they really would go to war with the Qin family. The whole city of Hayward High would likely tremble. At this moment, outside the Qin family's gate, Assad drove away gracefully in his Mercedes. Halfway down the road, near the seaside, he stopped his car and looked at the beau bonjour, his expression calm. Still unwilling to come out? There was no sound around him. Humph. Assad gave a cold laugh and lightly squeezed the beau bonjour. An extremely condensed longevity true chi brushed fiercely over it. Ah! A cry of pain echoed as a red shadow emerged from the beau bonjour and fell heavily before Assad. It was unmistakably the same crimson-clothed vengeful ghost he had killed earlier. Somehow, this crimson-clothed ghost had attached itself to this beau bonjour. If not for being given to Assad by Alessio, Alessio would likely never have had peace again. With a vengeful ghost by his side, being drained of yang energy was only a matter of time. And Alessio getting this beau bonjour was probably due to the involvement of this crimson-clothed ghost. At this moment, the headless red-clothed vengeful ghost also discovered Assad's identity. Its voice was sharp, filled with resentment. It's you again. Assad said, I should be the one saying that. Go to hell. The red-clothed vengeful ghost screamed shrilly, transforming into countless red shadows and fiercely charging at Assad. The air emitted tearing sounds continuously. Just as Assad was about to be surrounded by the red shadows, he raised his hand and threw a heavy punch. Boom. All the illusions completely dissipated. A red shadow swiftly escaped to 100 meters away, running towards the sea. It turned out that the sudden murderous move was just a ruse to cover her real escape. Assad naturally wouldn't let her go, regardless of what this red-clothed vengeful ghost was like in life. It had now transformed into a condensed, unscattered grievance. Who knows when someone might trigger it? When that happens, it would undoubtedly cause great catastrophe. It might as well be eliminated now. Assad made up his mind and immediately clenched his right fist. The surrounding world seemed to still as if held in his grip. He directly threw a person who acted earlier seemed quite young. Yusef, I've come to see you. A while later, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from afar. A beautiful figure appeared before Sergio. Sergio then set aside his concerns, smiled, and walked back to the seaside villa. Chapter 61. Trouble comes knocking. Bro, where are you? Come to Jasminiang Renjia quickly. Assad was driving when he received a call from his younger sister Mackenzie and turned around to head for the restaurant not far from home, Jasminiang Renjia. Upon entering, Assad saw Mackenzie waving at him. Looking at Mackenzie with suspicion, Assad asked, being so kind to call me over, don't tell me it's just to make me pay the bill. Bro, how can you think of your adorable little sister like this? Mackenzie said, displeased. I am worried about your important life matters. Look, I've even brought you Rua here for you. Blanche? Assad glanced at Blanche not far away, graceful and elegant, as if she were an immortal who had mistakenly descended into the world. Even compared to Barbara, she was no less beautiful, each having their own charm. Seeing Assad's reaction, Mackenzie asked smilingly, how is my plan? This is your chance. You must win her over. Your sister has faith in you. Assad spread his hands and said, but there's already someone in my heart. Barbara, Evelyn, Peggy flashed through his mind. Seems there are quite a few. Reply to my messages, or pick up my calls. I just got in for drip. Do you know what I dripped? Thoughts of you at night. Assad's eyebrows furrowed sharply upon hearing this. Speaking to his sister in such a manner right before him. Acting like he didn't exist? Didn't you hear her tell you to leave? Assad stood up coldly, looking down at Hayward Chinfeng. Hayward Chinfeng raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps back, and looked at Assad unpleasantly. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Mind your own business. Nobody asked for your opinion. Unlike the gentle tone he used with Mackenzie, Hayward Chinfeng now showed arrogance and clearly did not take Assad seriously. Ha! Assad couldn't help but laugh. Hayward Chinfeng reached out to push Assad aside, saying, "What are you laughing at? Get out of the way. Don't delay me." Trying to stop him from flirting, indeed asking for trouble. Smack! Assad grabbed his wrist like iron tongs and shoved him to the ground. Ah! Hayward Chinfeng lay on the floor, staring at the black bruise on his wrist, furious. "You dared to hurt me? I'd die." Hayward Chinfeng, "Keep this up and I'll call the police." Mackenzie stepped forward, brows knitted, icy cold. "Police?" Hayward Chinfeng got up from the floor and sneered. "Do you think I'm scared?" "Haywardston Mackenzie, it's your good fortune that I fancy you. Don't reject my offer," and his expression changed instantly. Assad didn't respond but looked around. This was the back door of the restaurant, a quiet spot rarely frequented at night. "The environment here isn't bad. What if I buried you right here?" Assad smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Hoover's face turned pale. "You're threatening me?" Assad replied coolly. "So what? I'm warning you to stay away from my sister or risk losing your life." Hoover slipped his hand into his pocket, regaining some confidence. He said coldly, "Boy, who do you think you're messing with? I call you brother-in-law out of respect. And now you're getting cocky? Let me tell you, I'm going to toy with your sister and toss her aside once I'm bored." "Indeed, a scum like you." Assad glared at Hoover with icy eyes. Hoover sneered, slowly withdrawing his hand from his pocket, holding a gun which pointed directly at Assad's head. "So what if I'm a scum?" Hoover grinned menacingly, tossing a packet of powder in front of Assad. "Be smart and put this in your sister and Blanche's food, and you'll get rewarded. Otherwise..." He gently squeezed the trigger, the spring tightening, intensifying the threat. "I'll blow your brains out." Chapter 62. Transcendence of a Mortal Path. Assad looked at Hoover with a blank expression and said coldly, "You are the first one to dare point a gun at me like this." After speaking, he abruptly raised his hand and grabbed Hoover. Assad lifted his hand, a wisp of death energy swirling at his fingertips which instantly flew to Hoover's body, saying, "If you don't want to die, you may also choose otherwise. Killing someone like you would indeed dirty my hands. If so, Hayward the rest of your life as a miserable dog." Death energy suddenly invaded Hoover's brain, causing his whole body to convulse violently. His consciousness was shattered, and his facial expression became vacant. Obviously, Hoover had been made a fool by Assad. After a moment, Assad cleaned up all traces, turned around, and walked into the restaurant. Seeing Assad return, Mackenzie's originally uneasy expression eased slightly as she immediately came forward, nervously asking, "Brother, where is he?" "He felt ashamed after my persuasion and left." Assad shrugged. Mackenzie couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Brother, it's fortunate that you were here today. Of course, you should know who your brother is." Assad smiled. Gwendolyn glanced at Mackenzie in surprise. She couldn't possibly believe Assad's words. Based on her knowledge of Hoover, a spoiled rich kid, there was no way he'd give up so easily. Something must have happened. How capable this elder brother of Shinya is. Gwendolyn thought inwardly. Due to what had happened, everyone lost their appetite for dinner. They had a simple meal and then left the restaurant together. "Get in the car, I'll send you back." Assad drove the car over and stopped in front of them. Since it wasn't far from Assad's home and under Mackenzie's strong invitation, Gwendolyn had no choice but to get into the car and went to Assad's house. At Assad's home, while chatting with Mackenzie, Gwendolyn curiously observed this place. Suddenly Mackenzie said, "Uero, let me take you to see my brother's room." "Huh?" Before Gwendolyn could object, she was dragged in by Mackenzie. The room was neat and tidy, with simple furniture, a desk, a chair, a bed, and an upright wardrobe. Numerous medical books and ancient literature were placed on the table, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. A flicker of amazement crossed Gwendolyn's eyes. In this era, there are really few people still focusing on studying medical books and ancient literature. Mackenzie nudged Gwendolyn with her elbow and said mysteriously, "My brother works very hard, especially in medicine. He was once praised by a well-known national medical master. If it weren't for someone betraying him, my brother wouldn't have." Just then, the sound of Assad's footsteps approached from outside. "Shinya, let's not bring up the past." Assad interrupted Mackenzie. Looking embarrassed, Mackenzie stuck out her tongue at Gwendolyn and shut her mouth, clearly touching upon Assad's taboo. "It's getting late. I should go back." Gwendolyn glanced at the time and found it was already 10 o'clock. Mackenzie immediately said, "So late. Let my brother send you." Saying this, she signaled to Assad. Assad nodded, gesturing politely to Gwendolyn, who smiled slightly, accepting the offer without hesitation. "Thank you for your trouble then." Soon, the two of them went downstairs and got into the car. The black Mercedes-Benz drew a beautiful arc, speeding towards the direction of the seaside villa area, one of the most renowned wealthy districts in Hayward High. The environment here was beautiful, offering a panoramic view of the mountains and sea. Those who could live here were mostly Hayward High's elites and celebrities. Assad was slightly surprised in his heart. It seems Gwendolyn has an extraordinary background. The car passed through the gate, entering villa number 20. Assad's headlights swept over, revealing an elderly man in his 70s meditating in the courtyard. A misty white vapor floated above his head, giving off an aura of harmony with nature. Assad raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect to encounter a cultivator practicing chi cultivation here. Different from Damien and Hendrik, who practiced closer to the techniques of Lunghu Mountain, this person followed the classical path of cultivating chi for immortality. However, judging by the flow of energy within his body, there seemed to be some issues. "Yusef." At that moment, Gwendolyn got out of the car and looked at the elderly man. He walked over, his expression calm and composed. "Uero, why are you so late tonight? Played at a friend's house for a while." Gwendolyn smiled. Sergio's eyes fell on Assad, finding him somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Wait, he suddenly remembered the scene at the beach today, where he had subdued the evil spirit from several hundred meters away. Even though he only saw it from afar, the impression was unforgettable. Indeed, upon closer observation, he immediately sensed the difference in Assad. His aura was deep like the vast sea and heavy like a mountain. Foundation establishment. This was absolutely the power of Foundation establishment. Sergio was inwardly shocked. Since the decline of mysticism and the rise of martial arts, few in the realm of immortality had reached the stage of Foundation establishment. Even some secluded sects might have only a few old masters who could reach this level. One could say that the path of immortality started with Foundation establishment, and people like himself who practiced chi cultivation hadn't even touched the threshold of true immortality. May I ask, young friend, which school do you come from? Sergio asked respectfully, clasping his fists. Assad smiled, knowing he had been detected. Old sir, you're joking. I haven't joined any sect. I just practice for fun. For fun. Sergio was stunned. Practicing for fun could lead to Foundation establishment? What did that make decades of hard training? Various emotions flooded his heart. What are these two talking about? Gwendolyn's eyes flickered, curiously observing the two. Soon, she noticed something. Both Assad and her grandfather seemed to share a similar aura, a sense of standing apart from the world, being pure amidst universal impurity. But compared to her grandfather Sergio, Assad's aura was even more transcendent. Chapter 63. Slaying the Dharma Image. Shortly after, Assad drove away. Before leaving, a faint and light chant echoed around. The path of immortality fades into the mortal world. Henceforth the universe is but a cage. No true colors in the human world. Ultimately all is but an illusion. The voice gradually faded. Sergio heard this and froze momentarily. He stood dumbfounded in place, as if thunderstruck, muttering repeatedly. The universe is a cage, the mortal world, true colors, all an illusion. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. His face alternated between complexity and joy as he comprehended, saying, but, your body. Sergio smiled. My body is fine. Once I successfully establish my foundation, I can again take charge of the family for 100 years, leading the Bai family back to its peak. As he spoke, the energy inside his body began to change. That slight imbalance that Assad had previously noticed started to gradually disappear, becoming smooth and natural, seemingly truly integrating with the universe. Sergio's face was filled with joy. At this moment, Assad was driving past the seaside. Waves rolled and tides surged on the sea, where a dark figure was stepping across the waves. The sea's waves churned beneath his feet, while he appeared like a celestial being, walking on water with ease, often advancing hundreds of meters with just a touch of his toes. Assad pressed the brakes, watching the newcomer. Axel, a strong man with the title God of Gale, from the Dark God Temple. He was robust, yet every step he took through darkness over the sea made his silhouette elusive, giving an indescribable feeling. It seemed each shadow was real, yet none were. Dozens of shadows encircled Assad. You are Assad? Axel's voice came from all directions. Assad stood calmly with folded arms, countering, Who are you? Axel. Axel chuckled. Remember this name, because you will die by my hand. Don't forget it when you report to the underworld. Want to kill me? With this trickery alone? Assad smiled indifferently, then raised his hand, spreading his fingers and abruptly grabbing downward. Rip. A crisp sound of shattering, as if the surrounding world was captured in his grasp, suddenly revealed Axel from the darkness. He wasn't among those shadows. Instead, he had quietly lurked right in front of Assad, a mere 5 meters apart. Such proximity allows martial artists to unleash their maximum strength. How is this possible? Axel hadn't expected to be forced to reveal himself, his expression slightly changing. There's nothing impossible. Before he could react, Assad lifted his hand again, reaching towards him. A majestic and overwhelming force poured out, his 5 fingers resembling mountains, as if the entire universe revolved in his palm. Not bad, indeed worthy of defeating Damien. Axel's figure swiftly shifted, turning real to virtual, dissipating like foam, causing Assad's fierce grab to miss. He reappeared, now 100 meters in front of Assad, sneering, However, I am not a waste like Damien. Defeating me won't be so easy. So you came for Damien. Assad's eyes flashed, his tone becoming fierce and cold. Looks like you're one of those traitors too. Traitor? Humph. Axel sneered and said, We are the dark gods. We are deities of the dark world. How absurd for a mere mortal to think they can rule over deities. Assad replied coolly, So what if I'm a mortal? You're just a martial arts grandmaster, yet you dare to call yourself a god? Looking for death. Axel was enraged by these words, his aura of killing intent growing ever more intense, thinking of how he, Axel, had roamed Africa for decades, with small countries even building temples to pray for him, worshippers numbering in the hundreds of thousands. With the power of life and death in his hands, he truly walked like a deity on earth. This notion had deeply taken root in his heart, yet today, someone dared to mock him. Blasphemer, you shall die. Axel snarled, his figure flashing as an explosive bloody smell suddenly spread. Strands of bloody chi turned into blood snakes, each as thick as fingers. Countless blood snakes rose into the air, coalescing into a massive snake that was 100 meters long and 5 meters thick. This was the Dharma image he had condensed using his own internal energy and the faith of tens of thousands of believers. The giant snake's body was covered with scales, lifelike, its head raised high, charging straight at Assad. What is this? In the seaside villa complex, Sergio suddenly turned around. Under Gwendolyn's surprised gaze, he stepped onto the roof and looked from afar. On the beach, a blood-red giant snake emerged from the ground. It stood dozens of meters high, terrifyingly fierce. This is the Dharma image condensed by peak martial arts masters, impervious to blades and bullets, unaffected by water or fire. Unless with heavy weapons, it cannot be harmed at all. Who could it be, practicing such a Dharma image here? Don't they fear losing control and causing civilian casualties nearby? Sergio's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and hurried toward the shore. No matter what, he had to stop that person. At this moment, facing the attack of the giant snake, Assad remained calm and composed. If it were anyone else, perhaps you would succeed. But unfortunately, you met me. Assad shook his head. His right hand formed a sword-like shape, enveloped by a blazing green light, resembling a massive sword. The sword's aura pierced through the sky. The surrounding heavens and earth trembled continuously, forming wave-like patterns. The Sa-chi around the sword grew denser, seeming to connect the blue sky above and the netherworld below. What is that? He had a loss for words. A martial arts grandmaster who could condense a Dharma image had been slain just like that? This was simply astonishing. In this era, grandmasters could establish mountains and lineages, living 200 years, and could protect a family or force from decline. But from his appearance until now, how long had it taken? Probably less than 3 minutes. In such a short time, a grandmaster had died. Sergio felt both shocked and sighed, his gaze becoming increasingly reverent when looking at Assad. However, he soon became excited, because Assad practiced Immortal Yale. This was a sign of the revival of Immortal Yale. Naturally, Assad also noticed Sergio approaching. To be able to come under the pressure of a 100-meter Dharma image showed that he was someone with initiative. The situation here is left to you. Senior, rest assured. Sergio hurriedly agreed. As the old patriarch of Bai family in Shanghai, handling these matters in Haywardhai wasn't a problem. He promptly arranged for people to clean up. Meanwhile, Assad turned away gracefully. Indeed a true immortal in the mortal world. Sergio looked at his back, sighing inwardly. Though Assad was young, Sergio did not dare to underestimate him at all. Stepping into the Foundation establishment realm meant truly entering the path of Immortal Yale. Regardless of strength or potential, he was no ordinary being. Moreover, Sergio had personally witnessed the moment Assad killed Axel with one sword strike. With the splendor of heavenly might, the sword's light pointed wherever it willed. Who could stand against it? The night grew darker. Although the battle here was extremely brief, the commotion it caused was enormous, especially the giant Dharma image formed by Axel's internal strength and the faith of believers, which caught many people's attention. Those with knowledge immediately knew that a grandmaster battle had occurred here. Additionally, Sergio's handling of the aftermath was noticed, causing many to obtain information about Sergio. Chi cultivation and immortality. This Sergio actually follows the ancient path of Chi practitioners. Are there really true immortals in this world? It seems the Bai family is not to be underestimated. With such profound family roots, no wonder they have stood in Shanghai for so long. Their strength must be formidable. They suspected that the person who acted might be an ancestor of the Bai family, perhaps even Sergio's father. Although his father was supposedly dead, others couldn't help but speculate. After all, some of them were aware of Sergio's strength, which certainly wasn't at the grandmaster level. While everyone focused on Sergio, others investigated Axel's identity. What? The dead man was the 11th Lord God. Divine Temple. This man had pale skin, clear blue eyes, and a head of golden hair that shone brightly. Before him knelt a man in black. The man in black glanced at the tall man and said fearfully, "We have confirmed the news. The 10th Lord God Damien and the 11th Lord God Axel are both dead. I know, you may leave." The black-clad man backed away uneasily, diving into the water with agility, disappearing beneath the surface instantly like a fish. The tall man's face remained calm, but anyone could sense that his intent to kill was like a raging storm. Otherwise, how would the sea around the yacht become so violent? Aaron, could it be that you were the one who made the move? His eyes were dark and cold. Within the southern region, he couldn't think of anyone else who could dispatch Axel so cleanly. Although Axel's mind had been damaged by fanatical faith, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Especially his skill in condensing Dharma images. Even among the 12 Lord Gods, it was considered middle tier. It's been a long time since I visited the southern region. Perhaps it's time for a trip. The tall man sat motionless, focusing on the battle techniques he had been perfecting. He was about to break through again, and soon there would be someone to test the results of his 10 years of hidden cultivation with blood. Meanwhile, Assad was unaware of all this. He had already driven home and slept soundly. The next morning, he got up, stretching his limbs, making cracking sounds. Standing on the balcony, he was enveloped in a layer of radiant light. His 5 organs resonated as he go to Old Fong's place for a free meal. I hope I won't be kicked out. He couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 65 Obstinate Old Fong. Assad still remembered the grudge from being chased out by Old Fong yesterday. He glanced at the carefully prepared list of aunties and smiled in anticipation. Old Fong, I spent a fortune just for you. This list was bought through a call he made last night, detailing the most diligent dancing aunties in the neighborhood. Of course, they were of varying appearances. He had only glanced at the photos in the document last night, almost unable to sleep well because of it. Therefore, this morning, he deleted all the photos, leaving only names and phone numbers to give to Old Fong. He arrived at Haywardhai Clinic. Jameson was preparing to receive patients in the morning when his heart inexplicably skipped a beat, sensing that something bad might happen. Dad, patient number, I get it. Evelyn was startled, not sure if it was because Assad was holding her hand or for some other reason, but a sudden strong impulse rose within her. I'll make sure he contacts these people, 10 a day, it will surely succeed. Right. Assad's heart leaped. If Old Fong knew it was him instigating this, wouldn't he cut him with a scalpel? He could already imagine Old Fong's furious look, waving the scalpel after seeing the real people. At the moment, he gave looking at the breakfast Evelyn brought. He was slightly taken aback. Why vegetable sandwiches today? Aren't they usually with beef and fried eggs? Evelyn replied guiltily, vegetables are healthier. Oh. Jameson didn't pay much attention, taking a bite and finding traces of beef mince and fried egg inside, but now they were gone. With a thought, he realized what happened. Assad was here today. Damned Assad, not only trying to steal my daughter away but also stealing my beef and fried egg. How can this be tolerated? Jameson touched his scalpel, wishing he could cut Assad a few times. Seeing Jameson touch his scalpel, Evelyn's heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out the list to shift his attention and said, Dad, I made a list of contact information for the Annies who do square dancing nearby. Alana, how can you be such a person, Dad? Never do this again. Jameson looked at Evelyn with deep pain, wondering how his good daughter had been influenced by Assad into becoming like this. He had to find a way. With that thought in mind, he silently slipped the list into his pocket and walked towards Assad. Lao Fong. After seeing Jameson approach after treating a patient, Assad immediately called out, Don't call me Lao Fong. Show some respect. Lao Fong, what's wrong with you? Assad smiled and said, Between brothers, do we need to be so formal? Jameson's eyebrows twitched. This rascal was actually taking advantage of him. The past matter was already over. Since Evelyn wasn't there, Jameson decided to get straight to the point. Assad, cut the nonsense. I will never agree to you pursuing Alana. Assad was somewhat puzzled. Why not? Jameson gave him a sideways glance and said irritably, Young man, don't you know better? Just looking at your pervert look, I'm already being courteous not to dissect you with a scalpel, and you want to pursue my daughter? I? Pervert? What? Assad pointed at his own face, eyes wide, retorting, Nonsense. People call me handsome gentleman, noble Eric Luther. Do you believe that yourself? I do. Assad nodded seriously. Looking into those clear eyes, Jameson almost threw a punch but managed to hold back, saying, Anyway, I absolutely won't let you pursue Alana. Dad, why not? Calling me Dad doesn't work either. Before Jameson could blurt out anything, he realized something was amiss because the one asking wasn't Assad, but Evelyn, who had just walked in. Jameson opened his mouth to explain but was interrupted by the sudden rush of people. Doctor, save us. He's gone mad, biting everyone. These people forcefully restrained a thin man in the middle, who was tied up but still struggling fiercely, causing the thick ropes to make snapping sounds. Not good. Jameson's expression changed drastically. This wasn't madness, it was zombie poison. Chapter 66, The Jingtong Ancient Tomb. Jameson was not unfamiliar with this. Last time, upon invitation, he accompanied as a doctor to excavate an ancient grand tomb. No one expected the mysteries hidden within that tomb. The tomb's owner had made elaborate arrangements long ago. After thousands of years, the interior had astonishingly transformed into a corpse-nurturing land. Zombies within were incredibly powerful, impervious to blades and bullets, leading to heavy casualties among their group. Fortunately, they had martial arts experts who fought their way through bloodshed. Even so, more than half of the team perished, survivors all severely wounded, and the leading Jing strength expert was also claimed by the necrotoxins, remaining there forever. He never thought that today, from a regular person's body, he would once again witness such necrotoxins. This was absolutely the toxin from a corpse-nurturing land. It mixed the forces of vitality and death, completely different from ordinary necrotoxins. It could not only kill people, but also revive them in bizarre ways. Quickly bring him into the examination room. Jameson rushed forward, firmly pressing on the slender man's neck. With just a gentle press, the crazed struggle of the slender man instantly stiffened. It was as if he was paused. His movements slowed and became calm. Taking advantage of outside the examination room, it resembled an operating table setup, with the slender man strapped down and injected with a substantial amount of anesthetic. Jameson's expression was grave. How formidable this necrotoxin is. Though he had seen it before, he couldn't help but marvel at its ferocity. In this short period, the slender man's body had already begun to mutate. His body developed numerous lumps of flesh, within which tentacles seemed to spread to other parts of his body. You hold him still, don't let him move. I will use the needles. After instructing, Jameson opened his box of needles, which contained dozens of silver needles of various lengths arranged closely together. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His movements were incredibly swift. He inserted 7 needles continuously, forming one round, completing a total of 49 needles over the slender man's body, especially around the heart meridian, where silver needles were fully sealed. As the final needle was placed, Jameson stopped, a faint white mist rising from his head, clearly showing the strain of the continuous needling. He noticed Assad's astonished gaze and said pensively, This is the pulse path needles technique from spirit medicine. If you want to learn, I can teach you. This was a secret skill in spirit medicine. Even mastering just 1 or 2 tenths of it could make one a top-tier doctor, useful for saving lives or self-preservation. In his view, Assad's power was strong, but when it came to treating patients as a spirit doctor, he was the most proficient. Before Assad could respond, the slender man on the bed started struggling fiercely. He emitted an inhuman scream, the lumps of flesh on his body rapidly spreading, each silver needle getting pushed out. His eyes, now wide open, turned a startling crimson red. Not good. The necrotoxin has reached the heart. Jameson's face changed drastically, realizing everything was too late. Last time, that martial arts expert had a similar appearance but managed to retain a sliver of rationality, charging into the corpse-nurturing land to seal the tomb. Now, this man clearly lost control. Roar. The slender man violently broke free from the ropes, snapping the thick bindings like paper. White hair sprouted all over his body, his nails growing wildly to about 5 or 6 centimeters long, incredibly sharp. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, and the huge mouth capable of swallowing a watermelon bit down toward Assad. Oh no. Jameson was startled. Just as he was about to act, he saw Assad swing his arm and strike the man's head hard. actually sending him flying against the wall. After a while, the man slid down to the ground. An indentation in the shape of a human figure appeared on the wall. It seems I still need to use my method. Assad shook his head helplessly and stepped toward the mutating slender man, extending his 5 fingers and enveloping him in a green light. The slender man wanted to resist, but it was as if an invisible giant hand had gripped his neck, lifting him up forcefully. The necrotoxins in his body reacted as if encountering their nemesis, desperately trying to escape, only to be completely devoured by the Hayward Death Jade without a trace left behind. Bang! The slender man fell heavily to the ground, the traces of mutation slowly disappearing as he lost consciousness again. Looks like everything is fine now. Assad shrugged and looked at Jameson, saying, Old Fong, that pulse path needles technique you mentioned just now sounds interesting. I'd like to learn it. Since it's free to learn, why not gain more skills? Jameson felt a bit embarrassed. His pulse path needles did not achieve its purpose. Instead, he relied on Assad to finish the job. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Not in the mood anymore, not teaching it. Jameson lifted the slender man like a chick and carried him back to the bed before walking out. He remembered there were still people bitten who needed immediate treatment. Soon, all the necrotoxins were dealt with. And from these people's accounts, Jameson learned the source of the necrotoxins came. Chapter 67, A Palm to Smash. Both were people who acted swiftly once a decision was made, so they immediately began to pack up and prepare to set out. Assad also promptly informed Farron of the matter through Jean. What? Zombie poison. Farron immediately could not sit still and arranged for thorough investigations. She even dispatched an elite team of combat soldiers to await Assad's orders. It was nearing noon. With a convoy of combat soldiers as escort, the two drove towards Jingtong Mountain. However, the atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. Especially Jameson. He had been worried since getting in the car. Assad could see right through his thoughts, clearly doubting the success of this operation, even hinting at a sense of self-blame. After all, the last opening of the Grand Tomb was closely related to him. Inform Farron that if the Grand Tomb really can't be contained, just shell the area. Under no circumstances should the zombie poison spread to Hayward High. Yes, Mr. Luther. The soldier driving immediately relayed Assad's words, and quickly received confirmation that everything would follow Assad's arrangement. Kid, what's your real identity? Jameson looked at Assad hesitantly. Just one phone call brought several hundred elite combat soldiers under unconditional command, which was unbelievable. Moreover, talking about shelling the area was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Lao Fong. Assad sighed, appearing like he had let go of everything. I always wanted to stay as an ordinary person with you, but now I can't hide it, so I'll just come clean. I'm actually an unparalleled martial arts master, a billionaire, and your daughter will be safe with me. You needn't worry. I'll find a few square dancing aunties to take care of you when you're old, or if you prefer 18-year-olds, I can find some for you too. If 18 is not good, then 36. This? Seeing Assad rambling on, Jameson's veins bulged in frustration. You keep them all for yourself? Lao Fong, how can you encourage me to do such things? If I tell Yar that you wanted to find me a fit, 36-year-old. Jameson choked, glaring fiercely at Assad. Shut up. Fine, fine. They are all yours then. Assad shook his head, saying in mock disappointment, for a 36-year-old, Lao Fong, you've finally shown your true colors. As the ancient said, the mountain doesn't have to be high, just big enough. A man's true love is indeed the perfect 36 inches. Thanks to Assad's help, Jameson's fighting spirit soared during the journey, eager to rush into the Grand Tomb and vent all his anger. No longer was he anxious as when they first set off. Assad, seeing this, flashed a smug smile. The vehicles continued moving. From Jameson, Assad learned more about Jingtong Mountain. Jingtong Mountain lies southwest of Hayward High, with rugged terrain stretching continuously, forming a branch of the Songlong Mountain Range extending from the southwestern region, and the Grand Tomb lies within. Most people here live by mining stones and cultivating medicinal gardens. The skinny man most severely infected with zombie poison was originally a miner. This time, following his boss's order, he escorted several trucks of mine stones to Hayward High. He unexpectedly went mad upon entering Hayward High. According to Jameson's guess, mining operations must have reached the site of the Grand Tomb, causing even the stones to be tainted by zombie poison. However, as a place to cultivate zombies, it should have been completely sealed. Yet, with zombie poison leaking out, it indicated an extremely dangerous situation. After a while, Mr. Luther, we've arrived at Jingtong Mountain. Lucas, the leader of the combat soldiers, first arranged patrols around before reporting to Assad. You secure the area outside the mountain. I'll handle matters inside. Assad didn't want these people going in with him. Zombie poison was too dangerous, especially its strong contagiousness. Having more people would only complicate matters. Mission assured. Lucas saluted and jogged off to organize the operation. They were obviously preparing according to combat protocol, even setting up heavy weaponry to attack if any zombies appeared. Assad and Jameson exchanged glances and drove a jeep towards the direction of the Grand Tomb. According to Jameson, Jingtong Mountain is a branch of the Songlong Mountain Range, also known as the Tail of Songlong. The location of the Grand Tomb is a Shaland on the Dragon Vein. Through the meticulous arrangements by experts over thousands of years, it became an ultra-grade zombie cultivating ground. Soon, the two arrived at the Grand Tomb. The location of this Grand Tomb was very secretive, with the entrance hidden behind a stone wall within a mountain belly. There were obvious signs of damage visible from the outside. This is what we left last time. If Lawrence hadn't sacrificed himself to seal the tomb door from inside, the situation would have been unimaginable. Jameson's mood was clearly somewhat somber. That Lawrence was one of the leaders in their previous mission, a martial arts expert at the transforming essence level. Assad nodded, his ears twitching slightly. From deep within the mountain belly came faint sounds, as if a sleeping giant was emitting low, thunderous roars before waking up. He stepped forward, but Jameson's face changed abruptly. Hold on, let me do it. As a spirit physician, he was not unprepared. Not only had he brought a large amount of lethal drugs, but he also prepared a killing-type mystic technique. Netherworld Realm. This move was actually a taboo technique among spirit physicians. As a spirit physician, whose duty was to save lives, this Netherworld Realm was thoroughly a deadly technique, by honor for any war marshal. As the tomb door opened, a tall figure stood upright, coming into view. This person was nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-chested, with muscular thighs and arms that bulged like giant pythons, radiating explosive power. Just standing there gave off an imposing presence, steady and immovable like a mountain. Lawrence. Seeing this man, Jameson couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 68. Sword pointing at Rashad. Last time, if it weren't for Lawrence's desperate obstruction, none of them would have escaped. Now, Kevin was stirred upon seeing Lawrence again. However, just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Assad's outstretched hand. Don't go over there. His state isn't right. In Assad's eyes, the vitality and death aura within Lawrence were in a relatively balanced state. But one thing was obvious. He was no longer alive. Kevin froze. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes. The state of Lawrence was vividly reflected. Indeed, a large amount of death energy condensed inside him. As a spiritual doctor, he naturally knew what this signified. The other had undergone mutation. He was no longer the Lawrence they once knew. Crack. At that moment, Lawrence's eyes opened. It was hard to describe what those eyes looked like. With blood-red streaks radiating from the pupils, the entire eye emitted a bloody glow. A shocking killing intent spread from his body. Kill. His gaze locked onto Assad and Kevin, bellowing an indistinct cry of rage as he lunged directly toward them. This leap was extremely fast, reaching them in a blink. Bang. With one hand raised, the palm, as big as a fan, slammed down with immense power. Isabellister? Let's see how you fare. Assad hurled Kevin away at the last second, then charged toward Lawrence, their palms colliding heavily. Rumble. Air explosions echoed, ripples spreading outward from both men before exploding around them again. Dust and smoke filled the air. This scene caused Kevin's face to change. Too powerful. Even the sand kicked up by the aftereffects hurt when it struck his face. How much more so for those at the heart of the battle, especially seeing the aura surrounding Lawrence. Though tainted with countless bloody death energies, it was still an aura. Who would have thought that after his death, Lawrence would achieve the status of a martial Isabellister? This made Kevin worry slightly. Zombies are already immensely strong, impervious to blades and bullets. Now, looking at the dead Lawrence, he sighed. Kevin's expression was complex. Let's go in. Assad led the way, stepping into the large tomb. Inside, the tomb was lit brightly by numerous pearls embedded in stone walls, illuminating even after 1,000 years. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed in the vast stone cave. The cave was long, containing several huge, sacrificial pits, each filled with zombies. Their vital energies blazed like 2 huge torches in darkness. Soon, zombies rushed over, green-faced and fanged, emanating a foul stench. Perhaps in front of ordinary people, these endlessly regenerating, super-strong zombies were terrifying, but to Assad, these Chuji zombies were insignificant. He swung the long sword, taking down one after another, slashing through thousands along the way. Such a grand burial scale indicated that the tomb owner must have been a noble or possibly royal. Only they could afford to build such tombs in hopes of rebirth. After some time, they finally reached the depths of the tomb, standing before a massive zombie pond over 30 meters in diameter, its boiling yellow liquid toxic. The air was thick with the aura of death. This is the branch's dragontail node, Kevin explained. It was already a cursed land, and after being modified by someone, it became even more sinister. It's almost perfect. Now, human speech was coming from the zombie pond. How could Kevin not be shocked? Resurrection? In the dim yellow zombie pond, a massive stone platform slowly rose, revealing a Maxwell seated on a dragon throne wearing a blue-black imperial robe, looking down at the 2 men. I have never truly died, so what is there to resurrect? The man in the imperial robe cast his gaze on Kevin and said indifferently, I didn't expect that after sparing you last time, you would dare to barge in again, truly asking for your own destruction. Saying that, he lightly raised his hand and casually waved his sleeve, like squashing an ant. A wave of dark, splendid light surged toward Kevin. That black light was filled with forces of death and despair. Merely gazing at it made one dizzy, and their mind plunged into an endless abyss. No. Kevin tried to struggle, but fear gripped him as he found himself unable to move, forced to stand there awaiting death. Do you want to kill someone without consulting me? Whoosh. At this critical moment, Assad decisively acted, instantly shattering the black light with his giant sword. As the black light dissipated, his gaze fixed on the man in the imperial robe on the stone platform. Do you wish to die? The giant sword pointed directly between the man's brows. Chapter 69. Jade Bones and Golden Body. Death? The Rashad, dressed in an imperial robe with dragon designs, laughed. How long had it been since he heard such presumptuous words? As a formidable fixing his resolve, it seemed like a massive sun descending into the dark night. The time is right. After this king kills you, I will personally throw your blood and flesh into the corpse-nourishing pool. You will then transform into my strength, accompanying me to vie for supremacy in the next era. As dusk approached and the sun set, the Rashad was no longer suppressed. He slowly rose, and the entire corpse-nourishing pool began to boil. An intangible pressure enveloped the entire mountain cavern, as if the heavens were collapsing. It was as though the sky hung above them, ready to crush down at any moment. Jameson's face changed instantly. He panted heavily, feeling as if a huge stone pressed against his chest. The sense of confronting an ultimate predator filled him with alarm. Is this what transcending the martial master realm to reach the divine arrival realm feels like? He swallowed hard, a hint of despair appearing in his eyes. Divine arrival. Hayward, a god personally arriving. Even in today's world, there were only a few such powerful individuals. According to Jameson's knowledge, in the country, there was likely only the first person on the heavenly Haywards. Usher. What a formidable being. Jameson clutched his chest, feeling as if he were about to be crushed by the surrounding environment, making him involuntarily kneel. However, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Old Fong, your daughter hasn't even agreed to be with me, he retaliated decisively. For a moment, two black figures clashed above the corpse-nourishing pool, and the entire mountain cavern seemed to shake, including the entire Jingtong mountain area, subtly trembling. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Lucas and others outside, guarding the road, were startled. But upon closer observation, they realized it wasn't an earthquake. Still, the continuous shaking left them puzzled. It must be a battle inside. I've heard that the power of martial masters is incredibly strong, capable of overturning rivers and seas. Jeffrey, haven't you been watching too many TV dramas? How could such power exist now? How is it impossible? Back when I went to the Southern District exercise, I saw such powerful figures act with my own eyes. One punch from them was almost like our coastal heavy artillery. As they chattered on, the battle within the mountain had reached its critical moment. Assad, relying on his partially perfected greenwood longevity body and the indestructible giant sword, actually suppressed the Rashad. Bang! This slash severed the crown atop his head. A mere child, the Rashad's expression darkened drastically. Without the dragon veins augmentation, he could not match Assad, which infuriated him but also instilled a sense of fear for the first time. Back then, he abandoned all subordinates and kin to escape the battlefield alone and sealed himself at the tail of the dragon vein for immortality and dominance. Now, unable to achieve either, how could he die? Thinking this, the Rashad's face grew even more gloomy. Without a word, after forcing Assad back with a punch, he quickly descended toward the corpse-nourishing pool. He needed to return to the dragon vein node and seal himself again. Once the dragon vein's power severed everything inside and out, even if Assad possessed earth-shaking skills, he could not break his seal. Isn't it too late to think of escaping now? Unexpectedly, Assad seemed to have anticipated everything. A prearranged sword light blocked the Rashad's path. Then, the giant sword emitted a dazzling glow again, and three words came softly from his mouth. Cut, punish, annihilate. The giant sword flashed and pointed straight at the Rashad's forehead. In that instant, the giant sword sliced through space, creating a rift, flashed away, and reappeared in Assad's arm. The Rashad froze, looking at Assad in disbelief, trying to speak but unable to utter a sound. Bang! His forehead exploded, and his body disintegrated into pieces, falling into the corpse-nourishing pool. In that fleeting moment, Assad had utterly slain him, with fierce sword light shattering even the bones. Phew! Assad let out a long breath. Facing such a formidable opponent, he could not be careless. If it weren't for isolating the dragon veins boost, this battle might still be ongoing. However, now was the time to harvest. The dead energy in this mountain cavern and the 1,000-year-old Sachi nurtured in the corpse-nourishing pool would be his cultivation resources. To what height would he reach this time? Assad glanced at Jameson, who had been knocked unconscious by the aftereffects, took a deep breath, and submerged into the corpse-nourishing pool. Jade bones and golden body. He silently recited the shaping method recorded in the greenwood longevity scripture. The corpse-nourishing pool suddenly began to boil, enveloping him entirely in dense black, dead energy. On the stone platform with the dragon throne in the corpse-nourishing pool, Assad sat motionless, faintly emitting a golden light beneath the cover of dark, dead energy. Each bone was being refined into jade-like quality. After an hour, all the dead energy in the mountain cavern was exhausted, and Assad rose regretfully, sighing, only 1/3 completed? With a light squeeze, the air around his fingers burst with a piercing sound. A jade-like sheen flickered between his fingers. Even though he did not fully complete the jade bones and golden body, his strength greatly increased. He could easily take on 3 previous versions of himself. Outside Jingtong Mountain, a figure sped towards Hayward High City at an incredible speed. He walked through the wilderness, covering hundreds of meters with each step as if he were walking on air. This speed was almost comparable to the speed of sound. He was Aaron, a peak powerhouse from the Southern District. At this moment, he looked deeply into the mountain's interior where a sudden surge of strong force caught his attention. How could such a powerful person be hidden in such a place? Aaron, slightly surprised, hesitated for a moment, then turned and headed over. Chapter 70. Aaron's attention. In the mountain's belly, the radiance enveloping Assad gradually dimmed. Apart from the occasional flash of profound divine light in his eyes, he looked like an ordinary person. He walked forward and woke Jameson. Looking at the bewildered face of Jameson, Assad chuckled and said, Old Fong, wake up. If you keep sleeping, you'll miss the second bus. What about that man? Waking up, Jameson was startled at first and quickly glanced at the corpse-nourishing pond, only to find it completely empty. Not only that, but the pitch-black death aura that originally filled the water had vanished, leaving behind clear water. How can this be? He stepped forward in disbelief, touching the surface of the water, which was cool and refreshing. Indeed, it was just water. He was killed by me. Assad shrugged, saying nonchalantly, Killed? Jameson stood frozen in place. That was a God realm powerhouse. Just like that, he was killed? This enormous disparity made it hard for him to believe. Assad smiled and explained, A God realm who relies on external forces isn't a true God realm. I found his weakness, so I easily defeated him. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Jameson reluctantly accepted the fact. The two walked out of the mountain's belly. The zombies here had been utterly exterminated, and with the destruction of the corpse-nourishing pond, the evil chi from the dragon vein had dissipated entirely, eliminating the environment needed for zombie regeneration. Alas, too bad for those who came together back then. Jameson looked back, his face full of mixed emotions. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. He was tall and imposing, dressed in military attire, with a dark green cloak fluttering in the wind, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. It was none other than Aaron. Assad stopped, narrowing his eyes. He sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the man, almost feeling the iron rust smell and the scent of battlefields and bloodshed. While Assad observed Aaron seemed to recall something, speaking gravely, "Hayward Tulfong, don't become like your good-for-nothing master, or else I'll shoot you." A flash of killing intent passed through, chilling to the bone. Assad glanced at Jameson in slight surprise. What did his master do? Jameson quickly replied, "Einar, please don't be angry. My master has already admitted his mistakes and has been in exile in Medicine King Valley, no longer causing trouble. He's smart." Aaron coldly harumphed. Sweat glistened on Jameson's forehead, not daring to respond further. "Where are you from, young friend? May I have your name?" Aaron turned his attention back to Assad. Knowing Aaron's status, Assad dared not be impolite and promptly replied, "Einar, I am Assad, from Alienigai." "Ah, you're from Alienigai?" Aaron's eyes lit up, invitingly suggesting, "With such strength, would you consider joining our district and taking up a leisurely post?" He looked at Assad with keen interest. Assad shrugged helplessly. "Einar, it's an honor. However, I have already joined the Southwest District and was conferred honorary 5-star status by Ahmedjan." "What? That brat Long actually dared to snatch my people? Has he forgotten how I used to beat his ass when he was a kid? Snatching my people? How dare he?" Aaron's brows furrowed, cursing inwardly a couple of times, but he maintained a warm and friendly demeanor as he said, "It's fine. I'll talk to young Long about this and have you transferred to our district. You're from the Southern District. Holding an honorary position in the Southwest District doesn't make any sense." "This?" Assad looked hesitant. "Don't worry. Internal transfer, leave it to me." Aaron didn't care much. How could he possibly let such a young super expert be snatched away by Atli, trying to poach his talent? Atli must have rocks in his head. "By the way, what are you two doing in this wilderness?" Aaron changed the subject and asked. Jameson quickly gave a brief account of what happened here, but hesitated to mention that Titus might have reached the divine arrival realm. Meanwhile, when he heard that the zombie poison here had been destroyed, Aaron finally sighed with relief. 1,000-year-old mummy wanting to come out, what a foolish dream. Aaron's face was grim, and he started to secretly calculate the changes in the world, which gave him a vague sense of crisis. As the three left Jingtong Mountain, Lucas and the others were all shocked to see Aaron appear. He was a super powerhouse from the Southern District. "Greetings, Venerable Crane." Even if they hadn't met, they knew his name and deeds, showing fanatical expressions and eyes full of reverence. Aaron waved his hand and got into the car with Assad. "Venerable Crane, why did you come to Hayward High?" Assad and killed by Assad. Chapter 71. Jade White Beauty. I didn't expect him to be a member of the Dark Deity Temple too. A fierce look flashed across Aaron's eyes. Damien was revered as master, and was often a guest of honor among many nobles even in the southern region. Aaron couldn't help but connect this with other things. No wonder intelligence had been leaking out of the region for some time. This must have been the root cause. He made up his mind to thoroughly investigate the matter once he returned. The group returned to Hayward High City. Aaron went with the elite soldiers to the Haywarding war zone, leaving Kevin and Assad behind. Kevin looked at Assad with a complicated expression and said, "Starting today, you don't need to come to my clinic anymore." How could he possibly afford to have such an important person working as a laborer in his small clinic? "Don't say that, old Fong. I still have to see your daughter," Assad hurriedly said. Kevin choked, then harshly said, "Then there's even less reason for you to go." With that, he turned and walked away. "Why? It wasn't my initiative. I'm also a victim here. Who told your daughter to crave my body?" Assad shrugged helplessly and started walking towards his home. Deep into the night, when everything was quiet, in an old neighborhood, laughter and joy echoed from an upper floor. Mackenzie squinted her eyes and watched Gwendolyn with interest, saying, "You Arrow, why did you care so much about my brother today? Asking so many questions about him?" "Did I?" Gwendolyn paused slightly before resuming her normal demeanor. Mackenzie leaned closer to her face, staring into her eyes, and asked, "Tell me the truth. Why did you suddenly become interested in my brother? Did something happen between you two when he dropped you off last night?" Her face was full of curiosity, bright big eyes blinking. "Nothing happened." Gwendolyn's expression remained calm. "That doesn't sound right." Mackenzie stared into her eyes. Seeing their clarity, she frowned prettily, saying, "If nothing happened, why would you care so much about my brother?" "All right, it's getting late. I'll head back." Gwendolyn stood up intending to leave, but was held back by Mackenzie who pleaded, "You Arrow, it's so late. My brother probably won't be back tonight. Could you stay and keep me company?" "Okay." Moved by Mackenzie's pitiful request, Gwendolyn hesitated but decided to stay. After all, if this opportunity could bring them closer, it wouldn't be bad. "Yay." Mackenzie immediately jumped up happily and pulled Gwendolyn into her bedroom, which was warm and welcoming like a princess's room. Since Gwendolyn hadn't brought any clothes to change into, Mackenzie generously offered her own clothes. Looking at the jade white beauty in front of her, the door was slightly ajar. Huh. A gust of wind blew the door open just as he stopped in his tracks. Stunned, Assad saw the jade-like beauty lying sideways on the bed, her figure graceful and attractive in her sheer nightgown. Gwendolyn. He recognized her instantly, despite only seeing her back. She even took over this bed. With a grumble, Assad gave Gwendolyn a few more glances before heading to the living room. The master bedroom belonged to his mother, Daisy. Although she wasn't there, Assad wouldn't dare go into her room and instead walked to the living room sofa and lay down. The night passed quietly. Assad woke up before dawn, stretching lazily. After a brief period of meditative breathing, he felt refreshed and invigorated. "Brother, when did you come back?" Mackenzie came out of the bedroom, slightly taken aback upon seeing Assad. "Last night." Just as Assad was about to speak, Gwendolyn emerged from the bedroom in her pajamas. The sunlight streaming through the window made her sheer pajamas almost translucent. Her slender waist, porcelain skin, and rounded elegance were mesmerizing. Look not at what is improper, look not at what is improper. Assad kept muttering to himself, but his eyes involuntarily lingered for a few moments. Ah! Gwendolyn finally snapped out of it. Realizing that both Assad and Mackenzie were staring at her, she quickly covered herself and rushed back into the large tree not far away. 4 or 5 burly men were squatting. The leader had a scarred face, giving him a fearsome look. Seeing Mackenzie and Gwendolyn step out of the Mercedes-Benz, he stood up immediately. Yes, that's her. One of his underlings pulled out a photo and nodded. Let's go. Stay sharp. The scar-faced man threw his cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it with his foot. The master has ordered that we must bring her back to marry the young master and become the Hayward family's daughter-in-law. Whoever dares to stand in our way will have their legs broken. Yes, sir. His subordinates gulped nervously, answering in unison. Chapter 72. Overprotective brother. Wow, a luxury car. It's actually Mackenzie and Gwendolyn. Hey, who is that man, sending them over so early in the morning? Could it be that they've been kept by someone? One can't tell. Just look at their usual dressing style. It's like they're trying to attract men. Outside the girls' dormitory, several people saw Mackenzie and Gwendolyn and showed unusual expressions privately, discussing one after another. Clearly, these two outstanding girls were envied by many. Assad couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the voices of these people were subtle, he heard them as clear as day, which displeased him somewhat. What's wrong, bro? Half of the scar-faced man's body went numb, and he involuntarily fell to the ground on his knees. Brat! The scar-faced man raged, his scars trembling fiercely. Daring to block us? Do you want to die? We belong to the Hayward family. Hayward family. Assad's gaze turned deep as he instantly thought of Hoover, whom he had rendered into a fool. He immediately coldly laughed. So what if it's the Hayward family? If you dare bully my sister, even the emperor will kneel before me. Controlled by Assad, the scar-faced man glared at his subordinates, saying, What are you all doing just standing there? Have you forgotten what the old master said? Thinking of the Hayward family elder, everyone shivered in fear. If they really messed up this time, that elder might really skin them alive and set them ablaze. This had happened before. They had even been ordered to witness it firsthand. Ah, attack together. There's only one of him. How could he possibly block all of us? Immediately, the subordinates charged at Assad with bloodshot eyes. Unfortunately, they underestimated Assad's strength. Bang! Assad kicked the scar-faced man in the chest, sending him flying backward and crashing into others, causing chaos. Do you think you can be insolent before me? Assad looked at them coldly. If he hadn't held back, these people might have died already. Holding his chest, the scar-faced man endured the pain and said, Brat, if you have any guts, give your name. The Hayward family won't let you go. Not letting me go? Assad laughed, grabbing his collar. I haven't decided to let the Hayward family off yet. Lead the way. I want to see just what power the Hayward family has to act arrogantly. Brother. Mackenzie showed a worried look. Assad smiled at her and said, Relax. With me around, no one can hurt you. If those familiar with Assad were to observe him now, they would realize he was genuinely enraged. He understood that if he weren't here today, even with Jean's protection nearby, Mackenzie might still be taken away. Looks like it was time for a warning example. Since the Hayward family wanted to die, he'd fulfill their wish. Assad's gaze turned icy. In Gwendolyn's eyes, the originally detached and aloof Assad now resembled a wrathful demon from hell, exuding a menacing aura. Her heart trembled slightly as she vaguely sensed something ominous. The Hayward family was in for serious trouble. Lead the way, and anyone who tries to run will be crushed. After instructing Jean to protect Mackenzie closely, Assad then drove the scar-faced man and his gang toward the Hayward residence. At the Hayward family mansion, as a prominent family in Hayward High, the Hayward family had been entrenched here for over a century, with intricate and intertwined relationships. Although their overall strength was only of medium level, no one dared to underestimate them. The family had risen from the underworld, committing arson, robbery, and countless atrocities, accumulating capital before slowly cleansing themselves into what they were now. These past 100 years, though they ostensibly abandoned their underworld operations, they secretly continued without interruption. The entire hall was deathly silent, where even a pin dropping could be heard. Only Acton's roar and Hoover's foolish laughter could be heard. Head of the family, they're back? Just then, a subordinate rushed in from the door, panting, and reported. Did they capture that little slut? Acton abruptly stood up, his old face twisted into an extremely sinister and terrifying smile, showing kindness only when looking at Hoover. The subordinate, unnerved by Acton's stare, hurriedly said, No, not exactly, they brought back a man. Acton's face darkened. A low pressure immediately enveloped the entire hall. Everyone knew he was furious. Sure enough, Acton spoke in a bone-chilling voice. Great, now you all don't listen anymore. Your wings have grown strong. Do you think father's words are fart? I just wanted you to bring back a little slut, and you can't even do that small task? His voice sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chapter 73. Beat them all to pulp. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, several people smashed into the hall. They were none other than the group led by the scar-faced man, writhing on the ground in agony. Acton raised his head and looked toward the door, seeing Assad stepping inside calmly. His face was as serene as water, carrying an air of authority without anger. Who are you? To dare enter my Hayward family's premises? One of his subordinates slammed the table, stood up, and walked over to berate Assad. You even dared to injure our men. Have you had enough of living? If you can't speak properly, shut up. Assad glanced at him, raised a hand, and slapped him across the face, sending him flying away heavily. To dare be arrogant in front of the Hayward family. The core members of the Hayward family immediately flared up with anger, but then they saw Acton suddenly raise his hand to stop them. Acton looked at Assad, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. This young man is too calm. Even in the Hayward family, surrounded by so many people, he remains composed. This instinctively gave Acton a sense of unease. If he's not a fool, he must have some backup. Acton said in a grave voice. What exactly do you want? To barge into the Hayward family uninvited? Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Assad couldn't help but laugh, saying, weren't you trying to grab my sister? As her brother, it's only natural I came to see what's going on. Mackenzie? You're Mackenzie's brother? Acton narrowed his eyes, instantly recalling the information his subordinates had gathered. Mackenzie indeed had such a brother, so he felt relieved. Just an ordinary country bumpkin, relying on a bit of brute strength, he actually dared to barge into the Hayward family. Truly doesn't know his place. Thinking of this, Acton sneered, so it's you. We're practically family then. Once my son marries your sister? Assad interrupted him with a cold laugh, saying disdainfully, your idiot son wants to marry my sister? He's not worthy. Bastard. Acton said fiercely, he is my son Acton, the successor of the Hayward family. For your sister to marry my son would be her honor. I tell you, she will marry him, whether she likes it or not. Ha ha ha. Assad burst out laughing. Finally, you've spoken the truth. What a domineering Hayward family. But you think you can lay a finger on my sister with just these riffraff? Ridiculous. His voice grew colder. Acton glanced at Assad mockingly and waved his hand, instructing his subordinates. Looks like you don't understand anything. Just a little ant, thinking you can overturn the sky. Take him away. Let him sober up. Later, make him personally bring his sister here. Yes, patriarch. Several burly men sneered and walked toward Assad. Brat, for your sister to marry our young master is her 8 lifetimes luck. Indeed, you should feel honored to tie kinship with our Hayward family. The Hayward family, truly imposing. If so, starting today, the Hayward family can disappear from Hayward High. A flash of cold light appeared in Assad's eyes. The several charging burly men were sent flying as if struck by lightning, crashing heavily onto the ground. What happened? Everyone was startled. Clearly, Assad didn't move from where he stood. How did those people get thrown out? Did he use some kind of sorcery? Acton's eyes narrowed, recognizing Assad's technique, and laughed coldly. So, you're a martial artist. Quite unexpected. His voice was hoarse but mocking. Swish, swish, swish. A team rushed in from outside, all wearing lead bulletproof vests, holding firearms, their black muzzles aimed, and snipers locking onto Assad from afar. Pity, you're too outdated. Acton sat in his seat, unperturbed, but in the next moment, his expression changed. Assad moved like a ghost, rushing in and breaking the wrists of all the gunmen who charged in. Even the several dozen robust men were no match for him. The Hayward family's expansion over the years owed much to Hayward Suingio's strength. Hayward Suingio shot Acton a stern glance, displeased. Humph, I told you not to underestimate the power of martial arts. When I asked you to arrange people to practice, you didn't take it seriously. Now you see the consequence, don't you? Acton laughed awkwardly, replying, Third uncle, you're right. So, what do you think we should do now? Relax, with me here, nobody can cause any waves. Hayward Suingio looked confident, his indifferent gaze sweeping past Assad. After all, Assad was just a young man. Did he truly believe that reaching hidden power level made him something extraordinary? Having practiced martial arts for 70 years, Hayward Suingio might be in his 90s now, but the transformational power level strength had already cleansed his entire body, allowing him to still unleash peak period power. In his view, a hidden power expert was nothing, easily wiped out. That's great, with third uncle here, this guy is dead for sure. Right, let's see how arrogant he can be now. Who would have thought that even with all of us here, we still need third uncle to step in? This detestable fellow truly deserves death. The Hayward family members chimed in one Eternal Force martial artist. ZZZZ. The hidden force stabbed at Assad like steel needles. Even a single hit on the hand would be enough to pierce through flesh and bone, rendering Assad's hand useless. But once again, he was disappointed. The full force he unleashed seemed to strike against an iron wall, causing no harm to Assad. How can this be? Why can't my hidden force penetrate his body? Hayward Suingio lifted his head in disbelief. Such a resilient body, such formidable strength. Could this man be a grandmaster? His heart trembled as he finally understood that Assad was most likely a grandmaster-level expert. Just as he was about to retreat, he found himself tightly held by Assad's grip. Say goodbye to this world. No. In Hayward Suingio's desperate gaze, Assad's hand lightly pressed against his chest. He involuntarily flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall, smashing through it and falling to the ground, unconscious or dead. Third uncle. Seeing Hayward Suingio fly out, Acton's face changed dramatically. He roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack together. Can he really stop all of us here alone? Whoever kills him will get 50 million. 50 million. That number instantly made everyone forget their fear. Brothers, let's go together. Let's kill him and enjoy our feast and drinks with the money." One subordinate clenched his teeth and rushed forward, followed by the others. Assad watched indifferently, like a god walking on earth. "Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Boom. A powerful force erupted from Assad in all directions. In an instant, in the vast main hall, there was not a single person left standing except for Assad. Acton lay on the ground, his chest pierced by the force, gasping for breath as he glared at Assad. "Sir, are you really going to destroy the Hayward family? You brought this upon yourselves." Assad looked at him coldly, then stomped his foot, causing Acton to die instantly. Tap tap tap. Assad walked away, leaving the entire main hall in complete silence. As the vehicle sped off, not far from there, he saw Mackenzie and Blanche. He stopped the car beside them. "Why did you come?" "It's because we were worried about you." Mackenzie pouted, clearly upset. When Assad left, she immediately regretted it. After all, The Hayward family wasn't small even in Hayward High City. Assad going to settle accounts with them made her restless. So, she dragged Blanche to this place, hoping to persuade Assad to return. It's over. Everything is settled. Assad smiled and patted Mackenzie on the head. This silly sister knew how to care for him after all. Don't touch my head. Mackenzie pushed his hand away and looked up at him. Really solved? Assad chuckled. Of course. Do you know who I am? When I went to the Hayward family, they immediately knelt down and begged me never to cause trouble again. Don't make fun of me. Mackenzie gave Assad an eye roll. Assad didn't get angry but instead asked both women to get in the car and drove away. However, Blanche cast a thoughtful glance toward the direction of the Hayward residence. Others might not believe Assad, but she believed him partially. Maybe the Hayward family did indeed kneel and beg for mercy. Yet, she underestimated Assad's determination to protect his family. Whoever touched his scale, died. At that moment, the large Hayward family was wiped out completely. Assad dropped the two girls off at school before driving to Cheen Family Jewelry Company. He had heard that Barbara had invited a designer to create top-tier jade accessories, something he was very interested in. Now that he had time, he decided to pay a visit. And he had a few things he intended to discuss with her. Arriving at the company building, little secretary Peggy appeared in front of him in high heels, her dazed doll face displaying great confusion. Why did you come? Assad shrugged and said, I'm also an employee here. Why can't I come? Peggy hurriedly explained. Not that, but how do you know President Cheen is looking for you? Oh. Assad blinked his eyes. He really didn't know that? Carrying doubts, Assad followed Peggy upstairs and met Barbara, who was working at her desk in the office. She wore a refined white blouse and a pencil skirt, exuding strength and beauty. However, she seemed troubled now, with slightly furrowed brows. Assad, you came just in time. Upon hearing the door open, Barbara looked up and saw Assad. Her eyes lit up as she said, I've recently set up an antique company independent of the Cheen family. Are you interested in holding shares? Shares? Assad tilted his head and sized up Barbara, suddenly becoming interested. Barbara seemed to think of something and said darkly, It's not the kind of shares you're thinking. What am I thinking? Don't frame me. Assad spread his hands, showing an expression of being wronged. Barbara took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to beat Assad, and said, You invest $200 million for 40% of the shares and get dividends annually? No way. Assad rejected her offer bluntly. He had already planned the use of these $200 million. He intended to embark on a major business venture, not gambling on jade stones. Why? Barbara was stunned. In her plan, Assad was proficient in gemstone appraisal. She excelled in antiques, and combined with the Cheen family's influence, they could solve all channel issues. They would share profits based on their investment ratio year after year, guaranteeing huge profits. But Assad actually refused. Ancient artifacts are so uninteresting. Don't you find reminiscing about the past very boring? Why not use this money for other ventures instead? So what do you want to do? Barbara frowned. Assad smiled faintly and said, Medicine. Medicine? Exactly. Assad took out a small bottle from his pocket, containing a dark green liquid. He tossed it gently, a potion that lets people retain their youth forever. What do you think? How is that possible? Barbara didn't believe it at all. Yet seeing Assad's determined look, she began to hesitate. Is there really such a potion? Yes, and it's already in production. You should know how much profit this holds. Would you be interested in managing the company for me? Assad winked. Conquering an ice-cold female tycoon begins with employing her. After a brief consideration, Barbara agreed and stared brightly at Assad, asking, Sounds great. Can I hold shares in your company? Assad always felt Barbara was hinting at something naughty. Chapter 75. Renowned. Assad handed the vial of medicinal water he had refined to Barbara. After inspecting it carefully, Barbara said, I will do my best to arrange for people to prepare the registration of the pharmaceutical company. Assad nodded. With Barbara's help, he would save a lot of effort on this front, be it the drug inspection or patent registration. None of these would be his concern anymore. In short, his goal was to be a hands-off big boss. The reason he was preparing to establish this company was partly for profit, but also to gather cultivation resources. Moreover, besides the eternal youth and health preservation Hayward Quid, he would also provide an extremely small amount of Hayward fixed-ending pills. He believed that there would definitely be people willing to accept his orders in exchange for those Hayward fixed-ending pills, helping him collect some cultivation resources. This trip to Jingtong Mountain, he had used the power of the Dragon Vein node to forge 1/3 of a jade bone and golden body, clearly feeling the advantages that resources possessed on the path of cultivation. And what he needed to do was to make the most of this advantage. As he and Barbara were discussing these matters, the entire Hayward High City was already in a state of great turmoil. The Hayward family had been exterminated. This news spread like wildfire into countless noble households. That old established family which had once kept a low profile for 100 years, deeply rooted in Hayward High, had its entire upper echelon wiped out, reducing the once mighty family to nothingness. This is impossible. That's the Hayward family. Even though their influence in all of Hayward High City wasn't obvious, that doesn't mean they were weak. Who could wipe them out so quickly? Others may not know, but I am very clear about the strength of the Hayward family. That Hayward Suinjio, who is a monster at the transformation level, who can kill him? He smiled faintly. Respected Crane ancestor, here's what happened. Farron recounted everything from beginning to end, including how Hoover from the Hayward family had previously pursued Mackenzie, and later sent people to try to forcibly abduct her. Afterward, he cautiously observed Aaron's expression. As the top figure in the Hayward High District, with such a significant event happening, an entire large family being wiped out, he was filled with trepidation. Normally, he would have ways to suppress such incidents, but with Aaron, the representative of the Southern District, present, he could only wait and see. This Assad is truly courting his own doom. He thought, not without complaint. Even if Assad was a master-level strongman and a 5-star honored individual, committing such a large-scale clan extermination was absolutely unacceptable. After all, If everyone acted out of personal vendettas, what would become of order? Though the prominent families in Hayward High did not yet know who had made the move, they were certainly waiting for his stance given the magnitude of the event. For a moment, Farron was caught between a rock and a hard place. It turns out that young friend Luther made the move. However, the Hayward family brought this upon themselves, so young friend Luther's anger is understandable. Let's consider this matter settled. Aaron waved his hand indifferently. Settled? Farron bowed respectfully, waiting for a while before heaving a sigh of relief. Indeed, as someone revered as a heavenly being, the pressure in front of Crane Ancestor was immense. However, with Aaron's words, Farron now had a clear direction. Bring me someone. At Farron's command, a deputy officer entered immediately. He looked at the deputy officer and said, announce the annihilation of the Hayward family and release their past crimes together. Yes. The deputy officer stiffened and retreated. Soon, an announcement from the Hayward High Combat Zone was issued, confirming the annihilation of the Hayward family. But instead of pursuing the perpetrator, it listed 10 major crimes of the Hayward family, including hoarding goods to manipulate prices and colluding with the underworld. Once the announcement was out, Hayward High fell silent. All major families were plunged into unease upon reading this short announcement, as it essentially determined the nature of the Hayward family's extermination. It stated that the Hayward family's destruction was entirely justified, and that they deserved more than death. Who was the culprit? They couldn't believe it. This was a major event involving the extermination of an entire clan, yet it was let go so easily? After all, some had heard rumors that the Hayward family's downfall seemed to be linked to someone named Assad. Some still harbored doubts, especially those closely related to the Hayward family, planning to report the incident to the Southern District to seek justice for the Hayward family. However, they received information from insiders within Hayward High that the handling of the incident was authorized by Aaron. For a moment, Hayward High shook again, and the name Assad began to circulate among the top power circles in Hayward High, being regarded as the most untouchable existence in the entire region. Chapter 76, Hayward High Haywardu Family. Unlike the noise outside, Assad did not take the matter of the Hayward family seriously at all. After discussing matters with Barbara, it was already quite late, and Barbara suggested they go for dinner together. Where to? Assad immediately perked up. Let's go to the Prague restaurant. After a moment's thought, Barbara decided on the location. This was a famous Western restaurant in Hayward High, featuring French chefs who personally prepared meals that were both visually stunning and delicious. When the two arrived, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Despite the late hour, the restaurant was still packed. Fortunately, Barbara was a diamond member of the restaurant, so they managed to secure a seat with dedicated chef service. Zhu Qing. Just as they sat down, a surprised voice came from nearby. Assad turned around to see a young man in his 30s. He was handsome, with half-long hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and diamonds sparkling on his watch. He wore a neatly tailored white suit, exuding an air of luxury and aristocracy. He walked up to them without even glancing at Assad, smiling warmly at Barbara. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. It's fate indeed. Micah. Barbara's eyes flickered coldly. I'm having dinner with my friend. Please leave. It turned out he was the eldest son of the Zhao family, Micah. Assad's gaze shifted slightly. Last time, he had already dealt with Micah's unruly younger brother, Keaton, giving him a thorough lesson. Now, it seemed Micah was Barbara's admirer, appearing composed and respectable. Interesting. This was the first time Assad saw Barbara display such a cold expression, and he couldn't help but smile amusedly. Zhu Qing, why keep me at arm's length? As if he had anticipated Barbara's reaction, Micah didn't get angry but smiled. If you're still upset about what my brother Qingheng did recently, I've already punished him severely to ensure it won't happen again. If that's still not enough, I will personally bring him to apologize to you in a few days. No need. Barbara remained cold and indifferent. Seeing Barbara's icy response, Micah didn't lose heart. Instead, he glanced at Assad, who sat across from her. Looking down at Assad, Micah said condescendingly, My friend, I am Micah of the Hayward High Zhao family. Today, I plan to talk to Zhu Qing alone. Could you please give us some privacy? I will return the favor someday. At the end of his words, there was a subtle hint of pressure. Assad sat back in his chair, smiling and said, Why should I care who you are? Why should I give you any favors? Huh. Micah was taken aback, his face darkening instantly. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, he was always the center of attention, admired by everyone. In contrast, Assad's simple attire clearly indicated he wasn't wealthy or influential, yet he dared to refuse him. Friend, think carefully. You're refusing a gesture of friendship from the Zhao family. A shadow of malevolence flashed through Micah's eyes. Assad detested this patronizing attitude and replied rudely, Is the Zhao family so impressive? Never heard of it. Humph. Micah, facing rejection twice in a row, looked displeased. Without another word, he walked away, giving Assad one last piercing look. You've really offended him now. Barbara watched Micah leave and spoke softly. Assad laughed, not taking Micah seriously at all. He said lightly, He should count himself lucky I didn't get angry. I suppose you're right. Barbara knew Assad's capabilities well and smiled, dismissing the incident. Outside the restaurant, Micah's face was as gloomy as water. Clenching his fists, he crushed a cigarette box in his hand and ordered, Find out everything about that guy. How dare he embarrass me? Yes, Eric Zhao. Soon, the information was reported back. Assad? Micah raised an eyebrow, looking at Assad's profile. The name seemed oddly familiar, as if someone had mentioned it before. Wait. His eyes lit up with recognition, recalling an event. Previously, Elira had wanted old Yelius Toby to kill someone, and the target seemed to be this Assad. Later, the evil child was killed, and old Yelius Toby also died under mysterious circumstances. The ledger documenting their transactions with old Yelius Toby had disappeared too. He had suspected many people but overlooked Assad, who was with Barbara. The ledger was crucial and had to be retrieved. Drive to the Haywardu residence. After some consideration, Micah instructed his bodyguard to drive to the Haywardu residence. If Assad could kill old Yalius Toby, he was no ordinary person. Caution was necessary. At the Haywardu family mansion. As a special family in Hayward High City, the Haywardu family lived in the South Urban District, in a square quadrangle courtyard that seemed out of place among the surrounding buildings. However, these buildings were not tall, circling around the Haywardu residence, giving a feeling of stars surrounding the moon. The Haywardu family's landmark building was their small house. Only 5 stories high, it was the power center of the Haywardu family in his thin eyes, saying, "Better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one slip through. We must get that ledger back." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I'll arrange for someone to take care of him." "Excellent. With your people taking action, success is guaranteed." Micah seemed very confident in the Haywardu family's strength, and upon hearing the assurance, he breathed a sigh of relief. That ledger was vital to their survival. It had to be taken back. "Assad, whether or not you have that ledger, you're dead," he thought to himself coldly. Chapter 77. Killing the Assassin. It was deep into the night. Assad and Barbara walked out of the Prague restaurant, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the parking lot. Just as they reached their car, Assad abruptly stopped in his tracks. His gaze shifted towards the distance. He thought he had seen a shadow flash by. Barbara stood beside the car, looking at Assad with surprise. Following his gaze, she saw nothing and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I might have been mistaken." Assad shook his head but was certain that he had not been wrong. Someone had definitely been watching them just now. They got into the car, which then sped towards the Cheen family residence. As they passed a major road, a large tree beside it suddenly fell, landing straight in front of the car. Assad slammed on the brakes to a halt before the tree. Just as he hit the brakes, a streak of light carrying flames shot from over a kilometer away. A sniper rifle. Assad's expression darkened. The timing was well chosen, aiming for a long-distance kill. However, relying solely on this seemed like an underestimation of him. Assad took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. A white stream of air flew out like a bolt, shattering the car window and breaking the sniper bullet. "Ah!" Only then did Barbara react, emitting a cry of shock. "Drive ahead. I'll catch up." Assad patted Barbara, enveloping her body in a layer of green light. Then, he leaped out of the car, moving swiftly like a ghost towards the direction the sniper bullet came from. In the distance, the sniper who witnessed his bullet being shattered was stunned. Who could imagine that a single breath could shatter a bullet? When he saw Assad coming towards his position through the scope, his face changed drastically. He fired several shots in quick succession, regardless of whether they hit or not, and then turned to flee without hesitation. "Now you want to run? It's too late for that." The sniper trembled as he felt a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Who else could it be but Assad? "Are you human, or a ghost?" The sniper's heart was trembling. One must know that he performed an ultra-long-range sniping, with a distance of more than a kilometer, yet the other party had arrived within mere seconds. Was this speed possible for a human? "I'm human, but you're about to become a ghost." Assad exerted a little force, making the sniper feel his shoulder about to shatter, with excruciating pain sweeping through his entire body. He couldn't help but scream, "No, don't kill me. Speak. Who ordered you to assassinate me?" Assad kept up the pressure, coldly demanding. I can't say." The sniper's face changed slightly, but he stubbornly held back the name of his master. "Such stubbornness. I see you only understand when you meet your match." Assad sneered, then increased his force. There was a sharp snap, and the sniper's shoulder was crushed. "Ah!" The sniper screamed, sweat immediately breaking out on his forehead. "Do you want to speak now?" Assad continued to press. It's Haywardu." The sniper was about to reveal his master's identity when his voice abruptly cut off. 2 spurts of blood spewed from his mouth, and he died instantly. Assad immediately noticed that a poison needle had emerged from the sniper's wristband, controlled remotely to eliminate witnesses. What a ruthless method. Assad frowned, then jumped from the rooftop to the ground. Such formidable strength. Not long after he left, a man wearing a ghost mask emerged from the shadows nearby. "This is troublesome. Now that this person has the ledger, it will be hard to retrieve it. Thankfully, I have the power of stealth, or I might have been found as well." His voice was slightly somber. If one listened closely, one could detect a hint of a Japanese accent. However, just as he finished speaking, a soft laugh came from behind him, unmistakably from the recently departed Assad. Assad wore a faint smile, saying, "Why do you think I didn't notice you? How are you here? I clearly saw you leave." The ghost-masked man whirled around, seeing Assad not far from him, his face changing dramatically. "If I hadn't left, would you have revealed yourself?" Assad said calmly. "If you had remained hidden, I might not have found you. But now that you've shown yourself, you won't be going anywhere." "Is that so?" The ghost-masked man forced himself to calm down, and with a flicker of his figure, he rapidly retreated. As he retreated, his figure became increasingly blurred, as if he were about to escape into another dimension. "An insignificant Japanese stealth technique, yet you dare to show off in front of me." Bang! Assad sneered and lightly stamped his foot. A powerful force instantly swept in all directions, forcing the half-blurred body of the ghost-masked man back out. Assad moved incredibly fast, taking a step that covered 100 meters. With one hand reaching out like covering the sky, he grabbed the ghost-masked man by the neck, just like an eagle catching a chick. "Tell me, who is your master? I might spare your life, otherwise, you'll have only one way out: death." Assad said coldly. Don't think you can get anything out of me." The ghost-masked man replied stubbornly. "Is that so?" Without hesitation, Assad crushed his limbs and pierced through his heart with a special method. The intense pain made the ghost-masked man's face contort, rolling on the ground in agony. "This is excruciating pain. You won't die until you give me the answer. Let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness." You're a demon." The ghost-masked man glared at Assad with a ferocious expression, but soon, his expression turned to one of pleading. Please kill me. If you tell me who ordered you, I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer till you die. Assad remained unperturbed, his face icy. It's the Haywardu family. After enduring 15 minutes of excruciating pain, the ghost-masked man finally revealed the answer before expiring. Haywardu family? Assad frowned at the dead body on the ground, puzzled. He didn't remember offending any Haywardu family. Moreover, what did the ghost-masked man mention earlier about the ledger? Wait, he suddenly remembered that after killing Toby Lao Yale, he indeed obtained a ledger but hadn't examined it closely. Could there be something hidden inside? His eyes gleamed as he shattered both corpses and then left the place. At this moment, Barbara was not far away. Seeing Assad return, she breathed a sigh of relief. You're okay, that's great. Zhuqing, do you know the Haywardu family? Assad asked. The Haywardu family? Barbara, a sharp woman, immediately grasped the implication and her face changed abruptly. You don't mean those assassins sent by the Haywardu family? Yes. Assad nodded. Upon hearing this, Barbara's expression turned grim. To involve the Haywardu family, this is bad news. Chapter 78. Revenge cannot wait. Oh. Assad was very curious. Even when facing the Zhao family, the top clan in Hayward High, Barbara had never shown such a worried expression. This Haywardu family seems quite formidable. Barbara took a deep breath and slowly began to recount what she knew about the Haywardu family. The Haywardu family was not a local clan of Hayward High but an immigrant one. It was said to be a branch of a huge family, with its main branch's influence spreading across the southern region, even reaching the central region. As a branch in Hayward High, it always remained low profile, rarely interacting with other families, and stayed in a transcendent state outside the usual social circle. However, the various clans in Hayward High did not dare to underestimate the Haywardu family, because there had been bloody lessons. Once, two first-rate families offended the Haywardu family. Subsequently, their businesses were attacked. Took my words to heart. Was that brother-in-law just now? At that moment, Alessio popped up from somewhere, watching Assad leave with regretful eyes. Just 2 minutes away. Why are you here? And who's brother-in-law? Barbara looked at him disapprovingly. Alessio chuckled awkwardly. Brother-in-law, of course, refers to Brother Kai. Sister, Brother Kai is a rare good man. You must seize this opportunity and not miss out on him. I can assure you, if you miss him, you will regret it for the rest of your life. He continued incessantly. It's such a pity that I'm not a woman. If I were, I'd find an opportunity, maybe even drug him, to take him down. If I can't get his heart, I'll get his body first. His words became more outrageous, making Barbara's mouth twitch involuntarily. She realized that since a couple of days ago, Alessio's attitude towards Assad had taken a complete 180-degree turn. If he used to despise Assad, now he was excessively fawning over him. Even towards her, he had become increasingly flattering, no longer arrogant and domineering as before. All right. Barbara cut him off impatiently. You didn't come here to say nonsense, did you? Cough, cough. Alessio cleared his throat and finally got to the point. Sister, it's like this. My father said he wants me to attend tomorrow's Hayward High Chamber of Commerce grand banquet with him. This is also the clan's decision. What? Barbara was shocked, her eyes coldly fixed on him. Impossible. How could father agree to such a thing? Attending the grand banquet of the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce symbolized one's status within their respective family. Usually, only the family head, or the heir was allowed to attend. Each family was generally limited to how many people they could send to this banquet. At Qin family's current standing, they only had 2 invitations to the main hall, meaning only 2 people could attend. Although there was no limit on the side hall, where any young member of the major Hayward High clans could join, it was still considered secondary. Real business and discussions happened in the main hall. Seeing Barbara's unfriendly look, Alessio quickly explained, it has nothing to do with me. Uncle said he isn't feeling well and doesn't want to attend. What's wrong with my father? Barbara was startled. Without waiting for Alessio's answer, she rushed into the house in a hurry. Alessio watched her retreating figure, shrugged his shoulders, and muttered to himself. It seems I need to advise father not to target uncle's branch anymore. After all, sister is the woman Kai brother has chosen. If we anger him, we'll be in real trouble. Just thinking about the day when Assad eliminated the red-robed ghost with one blow sent shivers down his spine. If even a ghost could be extinguished in one hit. Fragments scattering into the courtyard. Finally, the commotion caught the attention of those inside. The 5-story building lit up, and Augustus stepped out, flanked by a slender Maxwell. A squad of elite guards surrounded them. The Maxwell glanced at Assad and said softly, looks like trouble is here. Augustus frowned and asked, who is this? It's Assad. The Maxwell had seen the file on him. His expression turned serious as Assad's displayed power indicated he had clearly entered the martial arts master stage. Such a young master was simply unbelievable. It seemed that the people he sent were killed, and probably revealed the details. Otherwise, Assad wouldn't have found him so quickly. What? Augustus was also startled but quickly recovered, saying, Isaac, he must be killed. Such a young martial arts master, if left alive today, will surely become a future threat. Leave it to me. Isaac nodded and said, for the grand plans of both our families, this person must die. Chapter 79. The Might of the Golden Body. Dougie's figure flashed, appearing before Assad like a wraith. Someone from the East Sea? Assad raised an eyebrow. Dougie made no attempt to disguise himself. His attire and mannerisms clearly revealed his origin. He looked at Assad seriously and said, in our land, it is very impolite for a guest to barge into the host's place so abruptly. I will give you a profound lesson, one that you'll remember. Tisage. Assad sneered in disdain, saying, and remember this is not your East Sea, but my Huaxiaolong kingdom. For a master like you to sneak into Haywardney and secretly, I suppose I must apprehend and interrogate you properly. In his eyes, he could clearly discern the power contained within Dougie's body, which undoubtedly reached the level of martial Yale master, almost on par with Damien. However, the strength inside Dougie was darker and more complex, clearly not as genuine and finely honed as Damien's. The presence of such a powerful expert hiding in the Haywardu family couldn't help but raise suspicions about the relationship between the Haywardu family and the East Sea. Upon hearing Assad's words, Dougie's lips curled slightly, revealing a look of disdain. He said, "Capture me? Just you?" "Just me," Assad stated resolutely. As soon as the words left his mouth, he made the first move. Assad moved swiftly, extending his hand toward Dougie. His fingers spread wide, covering the space like a vast canopy, instantly locking down the area around Dougie. "In that case, let me see your skills." Dougie chuckled coldly. Facing Assad's fierce strike, he didn't budge. With a loud clap, as Assad's palm descended, Dougie suddenly turned into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind only a carefully folded paper man on the spot. A substitution technique? Interesting. Assad raised an eyebrow, sensing something. Suddenly, he lifted his hand just in time to block behind his head. Bang! A sharp dagger struck heavily against his palm. As a jade-like luster flashed, there came a crack, and the dagger snapped into two pieces. How can this be? Dougie stepped back in shock, staring at the broken dagger in his hand, his expression filled with disbelief. This dagger was forged from fine steel, and with his master-level strength, even an ambush failed to penetrate Assad's palm. Was this a joke? Even Augustus, standing at a distance, changed his expression upon seeing this scene. Assad was excessively strong, especially in physical endurance. He actually withstood Dougie's dagger attack with his bare flesh. This was certainly not something an ordinary person could do. Could it be that Assad practiced hard external cultivation techniques? Assad turned around and said calmly, "Now, tie up your hands, kneel, beg for mercy, and truthfully confess why you came to our country. I might spare your life." Humiliate myself by kneeling and begging? Do you really think hard external cultivation can subdue me? To me, you're just a target. Watch how I break through your defense. Dougie glared at Assad coldly, making the same judgment as Augustus. After all, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Fine, let you see my true strength. Divine radiance. 3,000 strikes of resplendent moonlight. Dougie's dagger flashed, beams of light rising around him. They were sharp blade lights that shot towards Assad instantly, like a storm of blades. Swish, swish, swish. The air seemed torn apart into countless fragments, while the bluestone floor was cut into half-meter deep cracks. Clang, clang, clang. With each sound, these fierce blade lights hit Assad but did not injure him. Instead, they were all deflected away. This was the might of the jade-boned golden body. Even if only 1/3 formed, it was enough to repel such attacks. Even cannonballs would likely have no effect on him. This isn't possible. Dougie's pupils contracted sharply. This move, 3,000 strikes of resplendent moonlight, was a secret forbidden technique passed down in the Nakajima family, incredibly powerful. It had once penetrated a 30-centimeter thick copper wall. Even tank armor was no match for it. Now hitting Assad, it was effortlessly deflected. This kind of hard external cultivation was simply terrifying. Could this person possibly have the bloodline of Xuanwu? At this thought, Dougie couldn't help but consider retreating. Such a formidable opponent almost completely countered all his means. We should withdraw quickly. His hard external cultivation is too terrifying. Battling him directly is pointless. Thankfully, his speed is too slow. Otherwise, today would have been disastrous. Retreating, Dougie instantly reached beside Augustus, grabbing him by the shoulder and rapidly retreating into the darkness. Just as he was about to enter the darkness, Assad suddenly moved. He lifted his hands, fiercely flipping his palms downward as if holding up the entire world, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. He said indifferently, "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" Bang. At the same time, he lightly pushed out a palm. This palm looked unremarkable, as if casually done by an ordinary person. However, Dougie and Augustus felt a vast force like a surging river overwhelmingly approaching. Bad. Dougie tried his best to evade, but was still struck directly. He let out a miserable cry, his body crushed as if by a tank, with more than 80% of his bones shattered. Augustus couldn't escape either, spewing out large amounts of blood from his mouth and nose, his internal organs churning violently until he vomited a piece of organ fragment. Protect the two lords. The Haywardu family's guards charged forward despite their fear, only to be wiped out by Assad's overwhelming power. He slowly walked up to the severely injured Dougie and Augustus. Now, it's time to confess. Assad looked down at them from above. In their eyes, his indifferent expression resembled that of a god, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Dougie had been thoroughly overpowered by Assad's immense strength and dared not resist, ready to sell out the Haywardu family. "Dougie, what are you doing?" Augustus's face changed. Knowing the nature of the East Sea people, he disregarded his severe injuries and desperately attacked Dougie's throat. "Augustus, you fool." Dougie was furious. Though badly injured, he was still too strong for Augustus, who was only at the level of dark force. With one kick, Dougie knocked Augustus unconscious. Throughout this process, Assad did not interfere, watching the two fight each other. When Dougie emerged victorious, Assad said, "Speak." Dougie, with a sycophantic smile, explained everything. "Sir, it's like this," detailing how the Haywardu family betrayed the country and stole confidential information. When he finished, Dougie cautiously asked, "Sir, I've told you everything. Could you perhaps show mercy and spare me this time?" "When have I ever spared you?" Assad's face showed derision, and under Dougie's incredulous gaze, he smashed Dougie's skull with a palm, coldly saying, "The Haywardu family deserves death, but your Nakajima clan is no better. Thinking you could survive in front of me? Dream on." That night, Assad threw the severely injured and unconscious Augustus and Dougie's corpse into the Hayward High combat zone before returning. seal off the news, conduct a full sweep of Hayward High. When Farron saw the ledger thrown on Augustus's body, she squeezed out these words through her teeth. That night, a terrifying and stern atmosphere enveloped the entire Hayward High. Chapter 80. Grand Banquet begins. The next day, early morning, Assad slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his strength had risen once again, clearly due to the benefits gained from killing Django last night. Walking around the house, he found the refrigerator was empty, which made him somewhat annoyed. His mother Daisy was busy with her career, and his younger sister Mackenzie was busy with her studies, leaving him as the only idle person in the family, without even a meal to eat. After hesitating slightly, he decided to go to Old Fong's place for a free meal. When Assad arrived at Hayward High Clinic, it had already opened, but it was still too early, so there were no patients yet. Nurse Evelyn sat with her legs crossed, revealing her long, fair legs beneath her white coat. She propped up her cheek and seemed lost in thought. Thinking about me, little miss? Assad chuckled and approached her. You bastard, disappearing all day. My dad said you don't have to come to work anymore. Tell me, did you do something behind my back? Unexpectedly, contrary to his expectations, Evelyn immediately became angry upon seeing him. However, as she spoke, her eyes turned slightly red. Having been together with Assad for so long, though he occasionally acted improperly and spoke nonsense, he had still managed to find a place in her heart. Yesterday, when Jameson came back, he mentioned that Assad wouldn't be coming again, making her heart flutter with fear, worried she might never see him again. Assad guessed immediately that Old Fong was playing tricks on him. He couldn't help but curse Old Fong under his breath for his lack of chivalry and hurriedly explained, Is Old Fong spreading rumors about me again? Evelyn, don't believe him. I'm alive for Hayward High Clinic and will die for Hayward High Clinic. With you here, I'll never leave. Pa, who wants you dead? Hearing this, Evelyn's expression eased slightly. Seizing the moment, Assad showered her with sweet words, instantly making Evelyn laugh uncontrollably. Phew, that's settled. Assad breathed a sigh of relief internally. Feeling better, Evelyn looked at Assad more tenderly and took him upstairs to the restaurant, sitting at a familiar spot. Assad skillfully finished dinner, stealing the beef and fried egg from Old Fong's sandwich before descending the stairs satisfied. Oh, right, Evelyn, I have a gift for you. Assad winked and pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket, inscribed with the 4 characters, safe and sound. Infused with a strand of his power, it could activate automatically when Evelyn was in danger, saving her life in critical moments. How beautiful! Evelyn's eyes lit up. Of course, let me put it on for you. Assad grinned and walked behind Evelyn. She lifted her long hair, revealing her slender neck. He sensed a faint fragrance emanating from her body. He couldn't resist taking a deep breath before hanging the jade pendant around her neck, watching intently as it slid between her ample cleavage. Do I look good? Evelyn tugged at the front of her clothes, exposing much of her fair skin, and turned her body left and right, approaching Assad for an appraisal. At that moment, Assad's eyes nearly popped out, almost falling into the scene before him. This little vixen, she must be doing this on purpose. Yale. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the inner room, none other than Old Fong. Seeing the scene before him, his pleasant expression turned grim, his face turning from white to black. You damned brat, I'll kill you. Jameson grabbed a nearby scalpel and rushed towards Assad, baring his teeth. Scient! Assad was stunned, not expecting Old Fong to appear at such an inconvenient time. In a flash, he dashed outside. Evelyn, I'll come see you again. Do you dare come back? I'll beat you to death. Jameson forgot his identity as a spirit doctor and Assad's status as a martial arts master. Now, he had only one thought, to properly discipline Assad. How dare he take advantage of his daughter? He would tear him apart limb by limb. Huff, huff, huff. Relying on his youth and strength, Assad quickly shook off Jameson, secretly marveling that Hayward High Clinic was too dangerous. Every visit felt like a battle. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Assad drove toward the headquarters of Hayward High Chamber of Commerce, Ocean Blue Tower, where the grand banquet was being held. Arriving at the parking lot downstairs, he noticed numerous luxury cars parked there. Although he was driving a Mercedes-Benz, it barely counted as mid to low range compared to the others. These damn big spenders. Assad marveled internally. Despite his current assets exceeding 200 million, they were insignificant within the entire Hayward High. This pushed him to expedite his plans to expand his company further. Sir, please present your invitation. A man in a suit blocked Assad's path, speaking in an official tone. Oh. Assad took out the invitation. The golden invitation signified a seat in the main hall, which made the man's eyes flash with surprise. Holders of main hall invitations basically represented the heads or heirs of prominent families in Hayward High, unlike the side hall, where any scion from a regular family could enter. Sir, please proceed inside. The man's attitude immediately became respectful. Assad didn't pay attention to the difference in the man's attitude before and after. He simply walked into the building. Inside was elegantly decorated, clearly indicating that a lot of effort had been put into preparing for this banquet. After all, this was the annual grand banquet of the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce, providing a platform for various families to resolve conflicts and divide benefits. Not only that, today's banquet was particularly significant. After all, the Hayward family had been wiped out yesterday, leaving many market gaps. These visible assets were tempting. Who wouldn't want a piece? The Hayward family sure had bad luck. No idea what kind of person they provoked. Now they ended up like this. Indeed. You two should be careful. The military district has already drawn conclusions about this incident. You two don't want to invite trouble upon yourselves. Several young members of different families walked in, discussing the big event from yesterday as they came in. They weren't from the top-tier circle, so naturally, they didn't know Assad's name. Even in that top-tier circle, opinions about him were mixed. Some thought everything might be a smokescreen thrown by the military district, possibly to Zhengdun the market under the pretext of this incident. Therefore, at this chamber banquet, they also planned to discuss how to respond to this matter. Assad, Why are you here? Just as Assad looked over, someone walked out from the group. Assad recognized her as Lucinda, whom he had met with Evelyn recently. She wore a sapphire blue body-hugging dress, revealing her beautiful collarbone and long legs, and wore a pair of high heels. Her model-like figure stood gracefully, looking very sexy. Her arrival immediately drew the attention of many people, and Assad standing next to her naturally fell into others' sights as well. Lucinda looked at Assad with confusion, faintly remembering that he was just an ordinary doctor. She couldn't help but ask, "You didn't sneak in here, did you?" Chapter 81. The Most Honorable Guest. Snuck in? Assad couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then several black lines appeared on his forehead. Did he still need to sneak in? Lucinda, however, misinterpreted Assad's expression, and the corner of her mouth slightly raised into a smile. It just so happened that Emil was also here today. Maybe there would be some good drama to watch soon. Last time, Emil failed in his plot to frame Assad, and ended up getting a severe scolding instead. Recently, Emil had been looking for opportunities to cause trouble for Assad. If he found out that Assad had sneaked into this place, what would he do? You really laugh poorly. Just as Lucinda felt secretly smug, Assad gave her a deep look and turned around to leave. The last words he said made Lucinda's face instantly turn dark. Asshole. How dare you say such things about me? Just wait and see. She hated it the most when people commented on her laughter. Her post-cosmetic surgery face did indeed look unnatural when she laughed. She glanced hatefully at Assad's back and turned to find Emil. The hall on the first floor was spacious. Assad, coming from an ordinary background and rarely visiting such places, kept glancing around, unable to resist taking a few extra looks. This scene, falling into others' eyes, caused them to silently curse in their hearts. This bumpkin from who knows which family. Sir, are you looking for the banquet hall? It's over there. A young waiter standing by the intersection, with a solicitous smile on his face, glanced at Assad and pointed him in the direction. However, he pointed towards the side hall. After all, in his view, Assad looked too young to be a big shot from any prominent family. Without asking further, Assad followed the direction indicated by the waiter. Side hall. This place was lavishly decorated, more like a nightclub dance floor. Many young people were grouped together, dressed splendidly and formally. There was a self-service food area within the hall, but most people held wine glasses, chatting softly in different circles with occasional laughter and whispered conversations. Wine seemed to be more of a prop to bring them closer. At this moment, Lucinda walked in as well. Upon seeing Emil, she approached with long strides. Emil was in a lively conversation with a few contemporaries. These people were mostly from collateral branches of wealthy families, sharing the same status as Emil. Such a common origin undoubtedly brought them closer. This woman has quite a nice figure, almost a born sex symbol. Lucinda's approach immediately caught one of the men's attention. He was Xander, from the Wu family, though not part of the main line, but rather from a collateral branch. Despite his relatively average social standing, his personal abilities were strong, and through the Wu family's network, he had amassed a fortune worth millions within a short period. Now he had caught the eye of the Wu family head, and might soon be included in the main lineage. Thus, he became the object of admiration and flattery from those around him. Naturally, Emil was no exception. Upon realizing Xander was talking about Lucinda, he quickly smiled and said, "If Eric Wu likes her, I'll introduce her to you later." "Oh, you know her? Thank you then." Xander's eyes lit up. "Eric Wu is too kind. She's just a woman. There's no need for such formalities between us." Emil also laughed generously. To him, Lucinda was at most a vain trophy, and using her to strengthen ties with Xander was definitely worthwhile. "Xian, you came just in time. Let me introduce you to a few friends." As soon as Lucinda arrived, Emil warmly introduced her to everyone. She was an intelligent woman, and with a flash of insight, she understood Emil's intentions. However, she did not refuse but rather gathered her long hair behind her ears, charmingly engaging with these men in her most enchanting manner. Especially Xander, whose eyes seemed glued to her legs, causing her both disgust and deeper smiles on her face. "By the way, Yudong, I saw Assad just now when I came in." Lucinda spoke softly. "Assad?" Hearing this name, Emil's face darkened abruptly. He subconsciously clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. What happened at the KTV last time was his greatest humiliation, especially when he thought about being thrown out onto the street, humiliated. He wished he could tear Assad to pieces. Xander, seeing Emil's unpleasant expression, couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Who is Assad?" "He's just a nobody." Emil looked viciously at Lucinda and asked, "Why would he be here?" Lucinda shook her head and said, "I'm not sure either, but with his status, he probably wasn't invited. Maybe he snuck in." Huh. Emil thought the same thing, a vicious light flashing in his eyes. "Assad, you're dead this time." With that thought, he strode toward Assad. The others exchanged glances and also approached, curious to see what would happen. In a corner of the hall, Assad was idly observing the people around him, noting their hypocritical smiles and various flatteries. It all made him feel sick. They were so insincere but acted as if it were real. Just as he was about to step out for some fresh air, Emil and company marched up to Assad with great hostility. "Assad, didn't expect to see you again, did you?" Emil sneered, as if he had caught Assad red-handed. Assad lifted an eyebrow and said coolly, "Isn't this the young master who, after taking drugs, tried to molest me on the street with a stray dog? Are you saying the dog can't satisfy you anymore, so you want to change your taste?" Saying this, he took a few steps back, looking disgusted. Lucinda seemed to recall something and inconspicuously stepped aside, almost leaning into Xander's embrace. Xander's gaze grew hotter, completely ignoring Emil, and just wanted to take Lucinda away immediately, pressing her onto the bed to ravage her thoroughly. "You!" Emil turned bright red with rage. He pointed at Assad, trembling with fury, shouting at the security guards by the entrance. "Security! There's someone here who snuck in. How could you let such a ruffian in? Is there a problem?" Emil's shout attracted the attention of many nearby guests. An usher from the Chamber of Commerce hurried over with 2 burly security guards, afraid that something serious might have happened. After all, everyone present was from prominent families in Hayward High, and any trouble would bring them big problems too. What's going on? The usher walked up, his gaze shifting between Emil and Assad. Immediately, Emil pointed at Assad and told the usher, "That's him. He sneaked in." The usher frowned slightly, not willing to believe Emil without evidence. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, could you please show your invitation?" "Sure." Assad fished out a golden invitation card from his pocket. The usher's eyes widened as he verified the card. With utmost respect, he handed it back and said, "Sir, this is an invitation to the main hall. The banquet is about to start. May I escort you there?" A main hall invitation? Emil's face changed drastically. He grabbed for the card, wanting to check it himself. Impossible. How could he be invited to the main hall? He's just a ruffian. "Mr. Sun, watch your words." Before Assad could respond, the usher's expression darkened as he sternly interrupted Emil, slapping his hand away, fearful that he might offend things. About to be recorded into the Wu family's direct line, Dmitri considered himself highly capable and believed he might have the chance to inherit the Wu family business. This gave him an air of arrogance as he spoke. "You believe? So what if you do?" Unexpectedly, the executive showed no respect for him and coldly retorted, "If you dare to question our guest again, leave immediately." When these words were spoken, everyone around them was dumbfounded. What kind of identity did this Assad have? It was obvious that even if the Sun and Wu families were allied, they couldn't match Assad in the executive's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak like this. "Brother Kai, you're here. I searched the main hall for a long time and couldn't find you." At that moment, Brendan, dressed in a suit, walked in quickly from outside, clearly trying to flatter. Brendan. His appearance surprised not only Emil but also Dmitri and others. Even in the entire city of Hayward High, the Qin family held first-class status. Even their respective masters would probably give way to them by 3 points. And this Brendan, known as a notorious rich kid in the Qin family, naturally had heard of his reputation. Even compared to Zhao Qinghong of the Zhao family, he didn't fall short. Now he was actually showing obsequiousness toward Assad, calling him Brother Kai? This left them astonished. Could this Assad really be some game over? He hadn't finished when Brendan's face changed. "What? You dare to doubt my brother Kai?" Brendan stared fiercely at Dmitri and Emil, and slapped them several times. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps rang out sharply, stunning everyone. No one expected the amiable Brendan to suddenly turn hostile. Hayward told Master Qin, You? What me?" Brendan glared and raised his hand to hit again. "You bunch of trash, doubting my brother Kai? Do you even qualify? Enough, let them go." Seeing more attention being drawn, Assad didn't want to be a spectacle and ordered, "Himph, you're lucky. If brother Kai hadn't spoken, I would have broken your legs today." Hearing Assad's words, Alessio finally let the few of them go. Xander and Emil immediately left the side hall in a disheveled manner, unable to stay after losing so much face. Bo also apologized and retreated. The commotion here temporarily subsided. At this moment, in the main hall, unlike the side hall, the main hall was arranged according to formal banquet standards, with large round tables set up based on attendee statuses. Unexpectedly, an empty seat was clearly left beside Farron, causing some people to be puzzled. Is there a bigwig coming to Hayward High? But I haven't heard of any such news. Could it be Venerable Carl? No way. How could a divine figure like Venerable Carl, the guardian deity of the South region, come to a place like ours? For a moment, everyone was abuzz with speculation. At this time, it was almost time. The real powerhouses who controlled all of Hayward High began entering, and those who could enter the main hall were all patriarchs of the great families of Hayward High, so they went up one by one to greet. Director Shun from the City Guard, Secretary Hong from the Mayor's Office, Manager Song from the Chamber of Commerce. Bigwigs from both the political and business spheres of Hayward High entered their seats. Finally, Farron appeared, accompanied by a deputy. Farron scanned the room but didn't see Assad, feeling a bit regretful. Mr. Luther didn't come? Originally, with his status, he wouldn't need to attend this kind of banquet. Sending a deputy would suffice to hold things down, just like how the mayor sent his secretary. However, after meeting Assad last time and unexpectedly learning about such a big shot appearing in Hayward High, he wanted to introduce Assad to everyone at this opportunity. He didn't expect that Assad wasn't here today, which made him lose interest in the banquet for a moment. Old Mr. Bai actually came? While thinking this, Farron saw Sergio, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. The Bai family and the Dong family were longtime friends, and Sergio and his father Dong Jiangwo were close friends, so he naturally didn't dare to neglect him, quickly walking over. Is old Mr. Bai in good health? Sergio smiled. This old bone can still live a few more years. By the way, how is your father? Still the same. Farron laughed bitterly, not continuing, instead asking curiously, by the way, why did you have time to come to such a banquet? Hayward High has produced a true dragon. How could I not come for such a significant event? Sergio smiled faintly. Farron was startled. What do you mean, sir? Assad. Sergio lightly uttered 2 words. Chapter 83, Focus of All. Even the old man knows? Farron was taken aback. Sergio smiled, with a look of yearning and reverence on his face, saying, of course, how could I miss the appearance of such an earth-shattering figure? It would be very regretful. Ha ha ha, what the old man says is quite right. Farron couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two had already been the focus of everyone's attention. Now seeing Farron laughing heartily made the surrounding people curious as to what the two had talked about. Among them, some did not recognize Sergio's identity. When reminded by others, they looked at Sergio with some respect. In the city of Modu, the Bai family. For the families in Hayward High, the Bai family was indeed a super family. Even Hayward High's top family, the Zhao family, was nothing compared to the Bai family, since they were on different levels, and the gap was certainly not just between heaven and earth. The battle that occurred by the seaside previously seems to be related to the Bai family. I heard about this too, but it doesn't seem to be done by this patriarch of the Bai family. Clearly, he hasn't reached that level yet. I think so too. It's probably the old man's father. Oh, Mr. Sergio's father died long ago, didn't he? Humph, you don't know anything. A true expert who has stepped out of that step can live up to 200 years. Otherwise, how can they suppress the family's fortune? For a moment, there were many whispers below. Though Sergio was in his 70s, his cultivation skills were already superb, plus he received pointers from Assad, so he wasn't far from that level. How could he not hear these murmurs? At first, he was happy when he heard people discussing the matter of the night, where a law-body giant snake was slashed. But upon hearing that these people guessed the doer was his father, his expression turned awkward. You fools. He wishes he had such a powerful father. By the way, isn't Mr. Luther here yet? Sergio cleared his throat softly and turned to Farron. Farron sighed, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes, saying, maybe Mr. Luther forgot. If I had known earlier, I should have invited him personally this morning. Yes. Sergio nodded. For a while, both fell into silence. Considering the Grand Hayward High annual banquet, who else would they personally run after if not for Assad? The sense of loss in their hearts was obvious. Blanche, who was beside Sergio, smiled and gently reminded, Youssef, General Dong. It's time we take our seats. Everyone is waiting impatiently. All right. Farron and Sergio glanced at each other and took their seats first. Only then did others start to sit down one by one. Where did that good-for-nothing kid go? Meanwhile, Britt, sitting at the third table, tried to entertain those around him but inwardly seethed with anger. This opportunity in the main hall was something he fought hard for, only to find that his son disappeared shortly after arriving. He assumed Alessio probably went fooling around in the side hall. In the side hall, Assad and Alessio also found a place to sit. Looking at the time, Alessio realized the banquet in the main hall should have started and couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother Kai, why stay here? Let's head to the main hall. Why not? Though Assad seemed casual, noticing the wary and confused glances cast their way, he stood up immediately knowing what they were thinking. Great. Alessio hurriedly hurried after Assad. This bastard. I won't let this slide. Xander gritted out these words, then turned and walked out of the door without hesitation. Only Emil and his people remained. They exchanged glances, looking like a pack of miserable stray dogs, and began walking out. Quinn hesitated for a moment, but stayed rooted to the spot. Shi Yin? Emil paused, glanced back at her, his voice cold. Quinn knew that her pause had enraged Emil, but she wasn't willing to give up this opportunity. With resolve, she said, I have a sister inside. I want to. You can stay with her then. Emil snorted, not turning back as he walked away, silently passing a death sentence on Quinn. At this moment, Hendrik rushed out from the main hall and spotted Assad and Alessio coming over, couldn't help feeling relieved. Mr. Luther, you've finally arrived. He had been anxiously searching for Assad in the main hall, worried when Farron had shown up, but Assad hadn't appeared yet. So, he left the main hall to look outside, and unexpectedly found Assad in the first floor lobby. Mr. Luther, you almost gave me a heart attack. If you didn't come, I wouldn't know what to do. Hendrik sighed with relief. After all, the invitation was sent by him, and if the invitee did not show up, any wrath from Farron would be too much for him to bear. I was held up in the side hall. Seeing the sweat on Hendrik's forehead, Assad offered a brief explanation. Hendrik's expression darkened so much. No, it's appropriate. Farron waved his hands repeatedly, not showing the slightest arrogance befitting the top person in the Alienagai combat zone. After all, the person before him was someone even Dominicami honorable held in high regard. Assad? This is impossible? Britt, standing in the crowd, almost popped his eyeballs out when he saw Assad. His heart leapt to his throat as he looked at his foolish son. In his eyes, Assad was nothing but a fraud. Regardless of how Assad got here or what methods he used that made Farron treat him with such importance, everything made Britt feel uneasy, especially since his son hung out with him. Once Assad's tricks were exposed, they would surely be implicated. And the VIPs present couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Does anyone know this person? Anyone who can make Finn behave like this mustn't be a nobody. Does anyone know something about him? So young. Could he be from one of the super families? Not possible. Finn comes from the combat zone system. Perhaps he's the direct descendant of a big shot in the southern region. Alessio, responsible for opening the door, naturally caught people's attention too. When asked by someone nearby, he proudly replied, Assad, my brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law? A son-in-law of the Chin family? These guests considered big shots in Alienagai banquet and invited him to sit down first. Then he turned to look at the leaders of various families and forces standing in Alienagai. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe you're all curious about Mr. Luther's identity? Farron looked around and loudly said, Now I will tell you all. Mr. Luther is our Alienagai's first martial arts master. Alienagai has produced a true dragon. Alienagai true dragon. Martial master. When these 8 words came out, there was initially silence followed by a tumultuous reaction. He's a martial master? That's impossible. How could he possibly be a master-level expert? Yes, look at his age. He's no more than 20 years old. Even if he started training from the womb, how many years could that be? The first reaction of the guests was disbelief, but seeing Farron's serious expression, they hesitated. Given Farron's status, it was unlikely that he would lie on such an occasion. So, could it be that Assad was indeed a martial master? This conclusion stunned everyone present, while also instilling a subtle sense of fear in their hearts. A martial master. Suppression of fate for 200 years. The pinnacle figure who can sit idly and watch the passage of time and the vicissitudes of human life. They never imagined that Alienagai had unknowingly produced such a figure, rapidly calculating how the power structure of Alienagai would change in the future. After all, the emergence of a strong man, and not only will it tarnish your reputation, but the entire Hayward High will lose its honor. Farron barely restrained his anger. Tomas came from Tianqian Mountain, a famous martial arts sect in the southern region, closely tied to powerful figures there. Even several high-ranking battle commanders originated from this sect, each holding significant power, which afforded considerable protection for Truncation Mountain. Otherwise, with Farron's character, he would have executed Tomas, who controlled Hayward High's underground forces, long ago. At this moment, Assad sitting at the table smiled faintly and said to Tomas, "So, you are doubting me?" "Of course." Tomas did not hide his attitude. He stared at Assad, speaking coldly, "You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. You're not a martial grandmaster at all, because you haven't mastered the force of chi. Do you know that impersonating a grandmaster is blasphemy against all true grandmasters? I advise you to confess who instructed you. Otherwise, I will take your life in 3 moves." Tomas's tone grew increasingly chilling. He raised one hand and clenched it into a fist. A crisp sound, like thunder, echoed as his fist closed. Transformation stage perfected. It sounded like thunder. A surge of formidable chi shot from his palm, instantly piercing through the ground, leaving a hole 1/2 meter deep and as wide as a rice bowl in the marble floor. Witnessing this, the numerous guests present changed their expressions drastically, looking at Tomas with awe and respect. Chapter 85. Chi exhales Hayward a dragon. Bang! Farron slapped the table fiercely, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. He shouted in a stern voice, "Tomas, how dare you?" As the top figure of Hayward High's war zone, his anger caused everyone around to change their expressions, becoming as silent as cicadas in winter. "Am I out of line? I'm merely speaking the truth. General Dong, on the contrary, why do you protect him so much? Could it be that the one directing him from behind is you?" Tomas sneered coldly, not giving an inch as he retorted. "Or is it that your so-called martial arts master needs to hide behind you to reign supreme? Or could it be that you are using a puppet to achieve your sinister purposes?" A powerful aura enveloped the entire hall, making everyone feel an immense pressure, as if a boulder was pressing down on their hearts. With such intense words, the main hall fell into complete silence. "This has gone bad. There's going to be trouble today." The dignitaries all wished they could plug their ears and flee this place like rats, but unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. Farron's face darkened, just as he was about to act when a hand reached over and held him back. It was Assad. "I'll take care of this matter." Assad smiled faintly, his voice breaking the silence in the main hall. Just a transformation strength martial artist, someone as insignificant as a cat or dog, actually dares to threaten the top person of a district in public. Truly audacious. I wonder who gave you the guts to spout such nonsense here. And did no one tell you that insulting a master is unacceptable? Assad slowly rose to his feet, emitting a majestic aura that instantly dispelled the pressure Tomas had imposed on everyone present. Tomas didn't expect Assad to counteract his pressure. His brows slightly raised as a hint of doubt crept into his mind. Could Assad have some real skills? But he didn't care. Confident that with his near-peak transformation strength, he could suppress any resistance in Hayward High. Moreover, with Truncation Mountain supporting him, as long as he had justice on his side, even Farron would have to bow down before him. "It seems you refuse to acknowledge anything. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's see what you say when I capture you." After finishing his sentence, Tomas stomped his foot and charged at Assad like a cannonball, aiming a punch directly at Assad's head. The burst of chi energy was formidable, tearing through the air with a thunderous crack. If it hit, it wouldn't just crush a human skull. Even an iron block would be shattered. Such powerful transformation strength force. Sergio raised an eyebrow, saying solemnly, "I didn't expect Truncation Mountain to have hidden such a skilled expert in Hayward High. He must be close to reaching peak transformation strength. Is he really that strong?" Blanche glanced worriedly at Assad before asking. "In terms of transformation strength practitioners, he's indeed a middle-level expert, but he's facing Assad. What does this level of martial prowess amount to?" Sergio shook his head with a smile. "Martial artistic innate realm. Immortal foundation establishment realm. Once someone enters these realms, it's beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Forget about a transformation strength practitioner. Even 10 or 8 wouldn't be a match for Assad. Otherwise, how could they be called terrestrial immortals?" "That's right." Blanche couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And indeed, that was the case. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, Assad looked calmly at the charging Tomas and lifted his hand, saying, "If that's the case, then let me teach you a lesson." He spread his 5 fingers and grabbed remotely towards Tomas. A green streak of longevity true chi emerged, resembling a dragon's claw, grabbing heavily downwards towards Tomas. The momentum was grandiose. The strength was overwhelming. With this grab, Tomas felt as if the surrounding air suddenly solidified, his whole body tensing up like a bug trapped in amber, unable to struggle free. How is this possible? Tomas's face completely changed. He was a transformation strength expert, yet he was effortlessly restrained by Assad from a distance of 10 meters. This power was simply too strong. No. Then he felt an irresistible force coming from all sides, as if he was about to be crushed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, a cloud of blood mist steamed up from his body. The surrounding forces that had restrained him disappeared, and he fell heavily to the ground. Boom. Everyone around was shocked, standing up from their seats in unison. Could such strength still be within human capabilities? "Master, this is absolutely the level of a martial arts Isabellister." They looked at Assad with shock and awe, their eyes filled with reverence. If Tomas's power was still within the realm of what mortals could imagine, then Assad's strength was akin to that of a deity, overwhelming and domineering. Cody, the third manager of Hayward High Chamber of Commerce, rushed out to support Tomas as soon as he saw him fall. But the moment his hand touched Tomas, his face changed drastically, because Tomas's bones seemed to have been shattered into pieces, leaving his whole body limp, devoid of any strength. His elder brother was ruined. That was the only thought in Cody's mind. Britt, who had originally wanted to enjoy the show, was now dumbstruck. Is this really Assad? Father, how about it? Alessio nudged Brit proudly, barely holding back his excitement. How's my future brother-in-law? In the future, won't our Chin family be able to walk around Hayward High like they own the place? It took Brit a moment to regain his composure, feeling excited too. However, when he heard the word brother-in-law, he frowned and glared at Alessio with disapproving eyes. If only we had a daughter back then. Alessio was stunned, speechless for a while. Father, that's a bit much. Assad, you crippled my elder brother. How vicious you are. Cody suddenly turned his head toward Assad, his eyes filled with anger. His elder brother had spent so many years cultivating to reach transformation strength, only to be crippled by Assad in an instant. To Cody, this made Assad incomparably ruthless. Bang! Before Assad could speak, Farron couldn't hold back any longer. He strode forward a few steps and slapped Cody hard across the face. Cruel? I told you long ago, Mr. Luther is Isabellister. Yet your brother provoked him time and again. Farron's voice was fierce as he stared down at Cody, saying, I see this if for Assad to refuse to let go. Assad couldn't help but chuckle lightly. No wonder you're the manager of the Hayward High Trade Guild. How adeptly you twist facts and distort truth. What a good act of a victim. Clearly, Tomas provoked first, initiated aggression first. Yet now Assad himself was being cast as the villain. Wasn't this absurd? Recalling Gustav's previous forced abduction by Barry, his impression of the Hayward High Trade Guild became even more repulsive, realizing these people were all of a kind. The guests present also regained their senses, frowning one after another. That's right. It was this Tomas who started it. Being disabled by Mr. Luther was just what he deserved. Stop pretending to be innocent. A master cannot be humiliated. Such a person deserves death anyway. Look at his arrogant and overbearing manner earlier. If not for Mr. Luther's mighty strength, Mr. Luther would have been the victim. The wind direction in the room instantly changed. Cody's expression couldn't help but alter. He originally intended to seize the moral high ground to restrain Assad. Unexpectedly, Assad revealed it immediately, instead sparking condemnation from everyone. What a smart woman. At this moment, Assad looked at Bayuero slightly surprised. She had spoken the first sentence, igniting discussions among everyone. Otherwise, the atmosphere wouldn't have turned so quickly. Bayuero smiled faintly, retreating behind by Zue. Her beautiful eyes understood that henceforth, the entire Hayward High City would honor Assad above all. Go away. Assad waved his hand. Cody quickly supported Tomas, the two brothers staggering out of the main hall. As soon as they exited, bodyguards rushed forward to carry Tomas. Brother, can we really let this matter slide? Cody's face was ashen, filled with hatred, standing still like a powder keg ready to explode. Tomas turned his head with difficulty, appearing decades older, his voice hoarse. Shouta! Listen to me. Let this matter rest. Rest? Cody raised his voice sharply, staring at his brother incredulously. He never imagined his once formidable and dominant elder brother would say the word rest to him. No, this absolutely can't be let go. Cody gritted his teeth, fiercely stating, so what if he's a grandmaster? Even if his martial prowess is strong, I don't believe he doesn't have any weaknesses. Cody. Tomas stared coldly at Cody, sternly demanding, are you defying me? At that moment, he seemed to transform back into the former fierce and dominant Tomas, the kingpin of Hayward High's underground force. Cody gazed at him, his lips trembling, thoughts on Farron and others before leaving early. Such occasions were indeed uncomfortable for him. We will respectfully see off Mr. Luther. As soon as he stepped out, all the prominent figures in Hayward High rose together and bowed deeply. Farron and by Zue exchanged looks and left too. Seeing these bigwigs leave one by one, only businessmen remained. They exchanged glances, sharing one feeling. The might of Isabellister. It is truly awe-inspiring. However, as witnesses, they couldn't help but feel excited. A dragon emerging from Hayward High. A martial arts Isabellister. What a monumental event. They couldn't help but recall the scene when they entered. For a time, Brit's reception nearly couldn't keep up. Alessio's wide mouth kept calling Brother Kai and brother-in-law, letting everyone know the close relationship between the Chin family and Assad. Although Brit wished he had a daughter instead, faced with the endless stream of people seeking connections, he couldn't help but grin widely. Perhaps it's time to adjust my relationship with elder brother. Brit thought cynically. After all, which family doesn't have internal conflicts? After all, both names start with Chin. He was determined to bask in Assad's glory. Chapter 87. The Zhao family's shock. Walking out of the main hall, Assad directly exited the Alienahai building. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Micah hurriedly rushing in at the parking lot. Yesterday, after Micah returned from the Haywardu family, he had been restless and anxious all day, so much so that he even forgot about such an important event today. It was already past noon when he arrived fashionably late. Why are you here? Micah also saw Assad and immediately showed a look of shock and suspicion. Assad's gaze was piercing, seemingly able to see through Micah's heart. He said coolly, looking at your face, it seems you think I shouldn't be here? That was exactly what Micah was thinking. Yesterday, Augustus arranged for people to eliminate Assad and retrieve the ledger. According to Micah's understanding of Augustus, Assad should have been dead by now. Could it be that Augustus was delayed and his men haven't made a move yet? Humph, let him live a couple more days. Micah thought secretly, glancing at Assad with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Then he stepped forward intending to pass by Assad. At this moment, the patriarch of the Hayward High's #1 family, the Zhao family, Colton, also walked out. Father! Micah quickly called out. Seeing Micah standing next to Assad, as if they were just talking, Colton was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly approached, saying, Mr. Luther, this is Colton. I didn't expect you to actually know my son. The patriarch of the Zhao family. Assad nodded. During the banquet earlier, this Colton had been seated at the head table, showcasing his significant status in Hayward High. Yes, it's me. Colton kept his demeanor very humble. Although he was the patriarch of the first family in Hayward High, before a martial arts grandmaster, these titles meant nothing. Father, what are you doing? Micah was completely stunned. He felt as if someone had slapped him hard across the face, burning with pain, seeing Colton showing deference and bowing to Assad. In his view, who did Assad think he was? Just a man marked for death. Did he deserve such cautious treatment from his father? Especially the indifferent tone Assad used, which Micah perceived as a humiliation to the Zhao family. Assad, show some respect. This is my father. Micah glared, and his anger flared up at Assad's calm expression. Damn you! Colton suddenly yelled. Hear that, you good for nothing. Micah followed suit, glaring fiercely at Assad, not knowing that the next moment, a heavy slap struck him. Slap. A crisp sound. His face burned with pain. Dare hit me? You've gone too far. Father, how could you be the one? Micah was about to retaliate, but upon turning around, all he could see were Assad's feet. The thought of bowing to someone he looked down upon made him feel like exploding. It was as if Assad was trampling on his pride. That intense sense of humiliation almost overwhelmed all his rationality. Arg! He screamed inwardly in anger, struggling constantly and finally broke free from the restraint, jumping up from the ground. Assad, I will fight you to the death. When Micah jumped up and looked around, he found that Assad had already driven away. Only his father was left here, looking at him with an ashen face, and said sternly, What were you trying to do just now? Where is Assad? I'm going to kill him. Micah, boiling with anger, asked without thinking. You good for nothing. Are you trying to bring disaster upon our Zhao family? That's Mr. Luther. He has already forgiven you this time. Are you seeking your own demise? Colton slapped Micah on the face, trembling with rage. His foolish son still couldn't see it clearly. If the other party were an ordinary person, how would he act like this? Micah checked the information on Assad and immediately wore a look of disbelief, retorting loudly, Mr. Luther? He's just a small-time doctor. Smack. Another slap came from Colton. Micah didn't dodge it and was hit again, his anger flaring up even more. Beast. Are you happy only when you make me die of anger? Colton stomped his feet, his face full of anger, saying, That's Mr. Luther. That's a super powerhouse at the Isabellister level of Marshal Yale. If you dare to talk nonsense again, get out of the Zhao family, and I'll pretend you never existed. Father, what are you saying? At last, Micah regained his sanity, but the words coming out of Colton's mouth were too shocking for him to believe. He's a Marshal Yale Isabellister? How can this be possible? Colton waved his hand, still angry, and said, Anything is possible. Mr. Luther personally showed his strength at the banquet and disabled Tomas from Tianchen Martial Arts Club. Even the uncrowned king of Hayward High's underworld met such an end. Do you think you have any capabilities compared to Tomas? Tomas was actually disabled by Assad. Of course, he could not compare to Tomas. Not only himself, even the entire Zhao family might struggle. After all, Tomas wasn't just the master of Hayward High's underground forces. He was also a disciple of Mount Tianchen and a renowned figure in the entire southern region. The more Micah thought about it, the more frightened he became. Remembering that he had narrowly escaped death twice, his whole body began to shiver uncontrollably. Not good. Big trouble is coming. He suddenly remembered the secret plot with the Haywardu family. His expression changed dramatically, and his legs went weak, causing him to collapse on the ground. He quickly clung to his father Colton's leg. Father, you must save me. What happened? Colton was also startled. Micah stuttered as he told the story, making Colton's eyes turn red with anger. He kicked Micah heavily, almost sending him flying. You good for nothing. You dared to get involved in this? I am so furious that I think you're tired of living. Bring the young master back. Yes. Two big men rushed over, picked up Micah with their hands, and lifted him up. Father, save me. Humph. Colton glared at him fiercely and said resentfully, If you weren't my son, I would have flayed you alive. This incident was entirely done by the Haywardu family, do you understand? It has nothing to do with you. Whoever asks, tell them the same thing, understand? I understand. I understand. Micah was terrified and nodded repeatedly. Colton waved his hand to have him taken away immediately. Then, with a dark face, he thought for a while before leaving in his car. Chapter 88, Fated Rival. At the Chin family estate, the large family residence was now quiet and peaceful. In a small pavilion, Ulrich leaned weakly against the headboard of his bed, his complexion pale, and Assad. Barbara hurried out and, upon seeing Assad, felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Yet thinking about her father lying in bed, her eyes instantly reddened. Don't cry. What's wrong with you? Assad was startled, letting Barbara plunge into his arms, where her soft form pressed tightly against his chest. With beauty in his embrace, warmth and fragrance enveloping him, especially the sensation transmitted from her chest, it felt as though two rabbits were nestled in his arms. After Assad's questioning, Barbara recounted the situation regarding Ulrich and the current plight of the Chin family. I thought it was some big deal. Your father's illness, leave it to me. Assad patted his chest and declared. This Ulrich, Assad thought, had been cured last time, but still didn't cherish his health this time. However, for Barbara's sake, Assad decided to take action. Inside the small pavilion, looking at the peacefully sleeping Ulrich, Assad turned to Barbara boasting, Done. This time, I've thoroughly replenished his vital energy. Don't worry about staying up late for work, even finding several young ladies at night won't wear him down. A line appeared on Barbara's forehead. She spat, My father isn't that kind of person. Men are all the same. Assad chuckled, adding, Actually, they're all alike. So you think so too? Barbara's voice carried a hint of menace. Assad felt a chill. How did I get so adept? Assad chuckled awkwardly, quickly avoiding Barbara's gaze while still savoring the wonderful sensation. Barbara shot him a glare and hurriedly pulled up her blouse to cover herself. Assad clicked his tongue regrettably. Humph. Barbara hadn't expected that a moment of distraction would lead to this situation. Looking at Assad's expression made her even more irate. Jerk, don't act all smug just because you got what you wanted. Don't talk about it anymore. Barbara's face turned even redder, and she bolted out of the room. Assad followed with a chuckle, saying as he walked, Zhu Qing, you have to take responsibility for me. At this moment, Alessio came over with various tonics. Seeing Barbara, flushed red, emerging from the room, his expression changed. This look, this demeanor, reminded him so much of how someone would appear after such an encounter. Barbara hadn't expected to run into Alessio at this moment, causing her face to change as well. Sis, how could you do something that disrespects your husband? Alessio realized what he had discovered and immediately panicked. The tonics in his hands clattered to the ground. Sis, what have you done? He gave Barbara a look of anger and disappointment, then fiercely stared at the room's door. Grabbing a nearby chair, he yelled and charged inside, Bastard! I'll fight you to the death today. Chapter 89. Song-Norma Alliance. For a long time, Barbara's mind was still replaying the scene that just happened. Her face flushed. This scoundrel, he just knows how to take advantage of me. She muttered to herself, and as she thought about the warmth and heat his hands had brought, she felt her body change shape in front. How could anyone bear it with such skill? She couldn't help but spat out in disgust. At this moment, downstairs, Assad came out of the pavilion with an awkward smile, feeling the lingering fragrance in his palms, which made his heart flutter slightly. It's really too big. He really didn't know before. After personally measuring this time, he felt Barbara was not much less impressive than Peggy, brother-in-law. Seeing Assad walk out with a smile, Alessio jumped out from the corner. Why haven't you left yet? Assad raised an eyebrow. Afraid that Assad would misunderstand, Alessio hurriedly said, Brother Kai, I'm worried that if someone else comes, it will delay your treatment for my sister. He slapped his chest and said, With me guarding here now, no one will get in. You're really great. Assad glanced at him and thought that Alessio truly cared for his elder sister Barbara. Alessio looked proud. Of course. Assad didn't stay any longer at the Qin family. Soon, under Alessio's reluctant gaze, he drove away. In the car, he reflected professional medical team to treat the eldest master. Cody looked around and nodded. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Let the eldest master rest assured and recuperate. In the future, report directly to me for anything important. Yes. The group of Song family key members felt a chill, knowing that from today onward, Cody would formally take control of the entire Song family. One of them frowned slightly and said with concern, Master Da. Then regarding matters at Tianqin Mountain and Tianqin Martial Arts Hall, Cody glanced at him and said without a ripple in his voice, I'll send someone to contact Tianqin Mountain. As for Tianqin Martial Arts Hall, they eat and drink at my expense, spending so much money. It's time for them to do things for me. Yes, Master Da. His subordinates smiled in satisfaction. With the involvement of Tianqin Martial Arts Hall, their actions in Hayward High would become even more convenient. They might even take over the underworld power that was once under Tomas's independent control. Seeing their reactions, Cody nodded in satisfaction. Follow me, and everyone will have good days ahead. Yes, Master Da. All the Song family key members immediately shouted in unison. This shout also symbolized the transfer of power from Tomas's hands to Cody. By the way, how much information have we gathered on Assad? Mentioning Assad, Cody's expression darkened. Although he was grateful for the other party's help that allowed him to humph, what does it matter if you are a martial arts master? I don't believe you have no weaknesses at all. Cody showed a self-satisfied smile. At this moment, a man came in, second master, the head of the Norma family, Albin, requests an audience and says he has important matters to discuss with you. Albin? Cody raised an eyebrow, unsure why the other party had come. He nodded and instructed, arrange for him to wait for me in the small parlor. I'll be there shortly. Yes. The subordinate left. In the small parlor, Albin sat with a sullen look due to his physical discomfort, which kept him from attending the grand banquet of the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce. However, news from the banquet had reached his ears, especially regarding the Qin family, which seemed to have formed a relationship with a mysterious martial arts master. This made him uneasy. He immediately came to the Song family for help, because he thought deeper about his son Bryce's disappearance. He knew that Bryce had a hidden bodyguard with inner strength. If something happened, it wouldn't end up with no news and disappearance. So, someone must have eliminated that bodyguard. Connecting these dots, Albin quickly concluded that it must have been the martial arts master connected to the Qin family who personally took action. He instantly placed both the Qin family and Assad on his hit list. How surprising to see the head of the Norma family pay us a visit. Cody stepped in from the door. Albin immediately stood up and asked me to go back and see her. What's wrong with Grandma? Assad was alarmed. He hadn't returned to his hometown for 2 years, but he knew his grandmother was getting old. If she fell ill now, it wasn't a good sign at all. Yvette didn't say clearly over the phone what illness it is, but it doesn't seem too promising. Tears began streaming down Daisy's face as she spoke. Assad quickly comforted her, and after some time, managed to calm her down, then said, I happen to be free too. Let me go back with you to visit Grandma. That would be great. Soon, Daisy finished packing her luggage, bringing many specialties from Hayward High in the suitcase. Assad lifted the suitcase and placed it in the trunk of the car, then called Barbara to inform her that they would be away from Hayward High for 2 days before setting off. Assad's hometown was in Haywardching City, about 300 kilometers away from Hayward High City, taking 3 or 4 hours by car. By the time they arrived in Haywardching, it was nearly evening. Since grandmother was living with Yvette's family, Assad first found a hotel nearby to settle Daisy before walking over. This was a high-end residential area, according to Daisy, which was bought by her mother, Assad's grandmother, using the money from selling their old house. Knocking on the door, it was opened by Yvette Milana, who was in her 50s, dressed brightly. wearing bright lipstick and a gold bracelet on her wrist. "Oh my, third sister, you've finally come." "Elder sister." Daisy nodded slightly, somewhat timid. "Come inside quickly. Don't just stand at the doorstep." With a smiling face, Milana pulled her hand. She glanced outside the door and, not seeing any car, frowned, assuming Daisy and Assad came by taxi. Her smile faded. "Third sister, Mom is very sick this time. I've spent a lot of money on her medical bills. If I were financially able, I wouldn't have needed you to come here. It's good for everyone to gather and figure out how to raise the money for Mom's treatment. I can't be the only one paying for this, right?" "Elder sister makes sense." Daisy didn't add much, just nodded and followed her inside. Assad entered last, looking around the 3-bedroom apartment, which was tidily arranged with obvious signs of careful decoration. It must have cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Milana dragged Daisy along, incessantly recounting her expenses while scrutinizing her closely, then shifted her gaze to Assad. "Third sister, this is your son, isn't it? I heard he studies medicine. How is he doing now? In which hospital does he work?" Daisy struggled to recall Qin Company's name and responded evasively. He doesn't work in a hospital. He works for a private company." "A private company?" Milana's expression worsened. Working at a private company, how much could one earn? A family of paupers. But Daisy wasn't concerned with this, directly asking, "Right, elder sister, where's Mom?" Milana casually replied, "Mom is lying in the room. I'll go see her." Daisy got up and headed towards the room. "Wait." Though Milana tried to stop her, Daisy reached the room and pushed the door open. The room was pitch black, so she pressed the light switch. It turned out to be a storage room. A small bed crammed into this narrow space, without even a window. It was stiflingly hot and emitted an unpleasant odor. "Mom." Seeing the frail figure on the tiny bed, Daisy's voice trembled. It was Grandma. Assad's face darkened as well. With an unpleasant look, Milana came forward, impatiently pushing Daisy aside, and said, "Mom took her medicine and has fallen asleep. Leave her alone. Let's talk about the money first." She tried to close the door. Bang. Assad grabbed the door and stepped inside. Isabella lay on the bed, her face haggard and discolored, breathing irregularly, and emitting an awful stench. On her bedside table sat a bowl filled with a dark substance, giving off a faintly bloody smell, clearly some kind of folk remedy. "Isabella?" Assad called softly, but there was no response. He gently pressed her wrist, feeling the weak pulse, a sign that she was barely holding on. If they had been any later, Assad feared it might have been too late for Grandma. "How is she?" Daisy came in as well, tears streaming down her face. She knelt beside the bed, anxiously looking at Assad. She knew Assad studied medicine in college, and hoped he might be able to help. "Don't worry. I'm here. Isabella will be fine." Assad reassured Daisy. Daisy nodded, then turned to glare at Milana. "Elder sister, how could you let Mom live in such a place when she's this sick?" Milana leaned against the door frame, displeased. "Cut the act. Third sister, do you know how much I've spent? If you want her to stay somewhere better, pay for it yourself." "Shut up." Assad cast a cold look at Milana, then focused on channeling the life force from the Jade of Hayward and Death to extract the dead aura from his grandmother's body. Upon hearing Assad's sharp words, Milana was taken aback. She couldn't believe Assad dared speak to her like that. She immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "You brat! How dare you talk to me like that? Get out of my house!" Then she lunged to grab Assad's arm, completely ignoring their dying mother. Daisy tried to stop her. "You're blocking me?" Milana glared and raised her hand to strike Daisy. Bang! Assad rose quickly and caught her wrist. "For Isabella's sake, I don't want to teach you a lesson, but I warn you, don't provoke me or even the heavens won't save you." Assad gave her a cold look before pushing her roughly away. She staggered backward and fell to the ground. Ouch! Arno smashed into the chair by the door and landed heavily on the ground. He cried out in pain, "You little punk! You actually dared to hit me! Do you know who I'm associated with?" At that moment, Assad felt his grandmother moving lightly on his back, seemingly waking up. It's Akai." Her voice was light, tinged with a sob. "Isabella, it's me." Tears filled her frail eyes, her weak body trembling slightly. "Good child, put me down. I don't want to be a burden to you." "Mom, don't talk nonsense. I am your daughter. There is no such thing as being a burden." Daisy's tears began to fall when she heard this, her anger towards her elder sister Milana and her family growing stronger. This house was bought with the old lady's life savings, and now they had been pushed to such a dire situation. It was clear how much they had suffered. Milana jumped up, hands on her hips, shouting, "Mom, if you don't want to be a burden to them, do you want to be a burden to me? Am I not your daughter too? I have no daughter like you." The old lady's face was full of disappointment. This illness had made her see clearly the true nature of her eldest daughter's family. They had been obedient and submissive when asking for money from her, but now, when difficulties arose, they fled far away. They wouldn't spend a penny, nor would they even send her to the hospital. Heartbreak can kill a person more than anything else. The old lady lay on Assad's back, quietly crossed the face, stunning her. "Want to cause trouble? Go outside and see if you really don't care about your reputation." He picked up Milana by the collar as if she were a chicken and dragged her outside. Arno tried to stop him but was slapped aside by Assad. "No, no, don't." Milana hadn't expected Assad to be so forceful, terrified and pleading for mercy. If word of this got out, her reputation would be ruined. The grandmother sighed inwardly, still harboring a trace of kindness, softly saying, "Akai, let's go." Humph. Assad threw Milana to the side and left with Daisy and the grandmother. "That damned little bastard." Milana watched them leave, gnashing her teeth in hatred. Arno, unable to suppress his anger, hardened his gaze and turned to find some people. This was his territory in Haywardcheng. How could he allow outsiders to bully them? Assad and the two others returned to the hotel, buying clothes for the grandmother on the way. After returning, Daisy helped the grandmother bathe and changed her into new clothes. I feel much better. The grandmother found it hard to believe. Though still frail, she clearly looked much healthier than before. Assad smiled. He had used the Hayward Death Jade to dispel the dead energy in her body and infused new vitality into her. Now, the old lady was already fully recovered. Mom, why don't you come back with us to Hayward High? It will be easier for us to take care of you, Daisy said. The grandmother hesitated, silent. She didn't want to break that hand. Arno immediately wore a delighted expression, gazing at Assad with the satisfaction of revenge about to be exacted. He knew Luther G's prowess well. Once, during a street brawl over territory between two gangs, Luther Gu single-handedly beat dozens of opponents, eventually chasing them down several streets with a machete. Since then, this area had become Luther G's domain. Undeniably a ruthless figure. Whoosh! Luther Gu lunged at Assad, delivering a punch that sent a sharp sound through the air. Assad arched an eyebrow, surprised to find Luther Gu was actually a skilled fighter, having reached the level of hidden force. But he didn't hold back either. With a swift movement, he grabbed Luther G's wrist. Huh. Luther Gu froze, surprised that Assad caught him. He tried to pull away, but felt his wrist about to snap instead. Instantly, he realized he had met his match. A true master. Luther G's face changed as he was thrown backwards by Assad. How could this be? His gang members were shocked, and Arno never expected Assad to best Luther Gu, turning pale. Luther Gu staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, sensing the power behind Assad's blow. He immediately understood Assad had held back. His face alternated between green and white as he suddenly realized something was off, glaring at Arno and slapping him across the face, shouting, "Idiot! Are you hiding something from me? Tell me the truth, or I'll break all your limbs." How could such a powerful person randomly assault him? Clearly, Arno was hiding something. Terrified by Luther Gu, Arno confessed everything. Bang! Upon hearing the whole story, Luther G's face turned deathly pale. He kicked Arno in the chest, sending him flying, cursing, "You bastard! I despise disloyal offspring like you." After dealing with Arno, Luther Gu approached Assad awkwardly. That was a misunderstanding. Thank you for holding back. Chapter 92. The Hayward Taking Taoist. Assad gave Dewey a brief, indifferent glance before turning to walk into the adjacent restaurant, treating him as if he were air. Dewey looked at Assad's back, his expression somewhat embarrassed. As a master of the hidden power level, he was always the center of attention wherever he went and hadn't felt this ignored for a long time. Dewey, this guy is too arrogant. One of his minions, a blonde youth, said resentfully. Dewey shot him a fierce glare and said, he has the right to be. Let's go back. Finished speaking, he turned around and strode up to the motorcycle. What about this punk? The blonde pointed to Arno lying on ZSSSSS. The black shadow lunged at Assad suddenly. Humph! Assad's eyes flashed open, like two bolts of lightning. He punched with intense energy, making his strike hit the shadow like fire pouring over oil. Sizzle! The black shadow let out a ghostly scream and retreated far away. I didn't expect it to be a reeling ghost. Assad flipped out of bed, watching the black shadow with a cold gaze. The ghost face on the shadow looked ferocious and bloodshot, showing no emotion. The black shadow pounced at Assad again, carrying a cold wind. Foolish to the death. Assad smirked coldly. Crack! Haywarding flashed from Assad's palm, striking the black shadow heavily. The shadow screamed in agony, severely injured, and fled crazily through the window. Zoom! It flew away after passing through the glass. A glint of coldness flashed in Assad's eyes as he followed. In a small courtyard in Haywardcheng, Arno anxiously paced back and forth while a gray-clothed old man sat on a chair smoking. On his gray back was faintly printed a bloody donghua symbol. Young man, stop pacing. You're going to make me dizzy. The gray-clothed old man exhaled smoke impatiently. Arno couldn't help but ask, Linus, is your method reliable? He had been introduced to this place by others. It was rumored that Linus could command ghosts, having killed over 40 people, leaving many unsolved cases behind. Known as Hayward Taking Taoist, he still remained at large. However, his fees were extremely high, 300,000 yuan for one life. Arno had gritted his teeth to pay this sum. For revenge against Assad, anything would be worth it if it led to his death. Linus showed his yellow teeth in a grin. Young man, you're too impatient. This ghost I've raised for 13 years has killed more than 40 people. Not only can it kill humans, but even a rock would be doomed if touched by it. Arno nodded, calming himself down to wait. But at that moment, a black shadow plummeted from the sky, creating a deep pit when it hit the ground. What's happening? Arno was startled. Linus, recognizing the falling entity as his own ghost, rushed forward upon noticing its body broken and nearly dissipating. Not good. Realizing something, he looked up abruptly to find someone standing before him. Assad. He had already arrived. So it's you, this demon Taoist, playing tricks behind the scenes. Assad. Seeing Assad, Arno jumped and tried to flee, but Assad shot a stream of true chi from his hand, piercing through his calf. Ah! Arno let out a pained cry, feeling a sharp pain in his leg as he immediately fell to the ground, hugging his calf and howling. Linus's face turned grim. He glared at Assad coldly and said, Kid, you not only destroy more ferocious than the vengeful ghost cut from the stone last time. Most terrifyingly, Assad noticed that under the woman's bare feet was a severed soul bell, and around her neck hung a soul-locking chime. Clearly, she had been forcibly turned into a vengeful ghost by some vicious method. With her presence, Linus regained confidence. He looked at Assad coldly and said, This is my personally cultivated vengeful ghost. No matter how strong you are, you will die under her hand, turning a living person into a ghost. You truly deserve death. Assad's eyes blazed with a cold light, the urge to kill bursting forth. Want to kill me? Do you have what it takes? Go on, Krista, kill him for me. Linus sneered. With a wave of his hand, the female ghost called Krista behind him pulled out a long red thread, instantly rushing toward Assad, her pale jade hand suddenly thrusting out. Tear. The air was torn apart, black cracks spreading like spider webs. That jade hand carried immense power, reaching for Assad's face. If struck, even steel would turn to mush. Assad's expression turned serious. Such power was almost comparable to a common grandmaster's strike. Unfortunately for her, she faced him. I know you have resentment and hatred, and even after death, you cannot rest in peace. Today, I swear to help you take revenge and kill this demon Talus as she slashed down with her claw. Slash. Assad swung his sword. The sword light instantly filled the entire courtyard. Everything around emitted cracking sounds, even the stray sword beams displaying immense power. Crack. Krista fared no better against this sword. Ah. One of Krista's jade-like hands was directly severed by the sword light. She let out a blood-curdling scream, retreating sharply as the yin qi around her surged wildly, gradually forming a new hand. But upon closer inspection, this newly formed hand appeared quite ethereal. Dustin wore a pained expression. This first ghost under Krista's control had been cultivated for over 60 years, yet it lost a hand after just one encounter with Assad. Even if it could recover, restoring it to its peak state would require substantial effort and natured objects. You bastard, Assad. If I don't flay your skin, extract your tendons, and extinguish your soul, this old Taoist swears not to remain human. Amadeus Laudo, furious, bit his fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and flicked it onto Krista's body, roaring, blood grievance back to origin. 9 Earths unborn. Alas, you're truly a pitiful being. Slash. Exterminate. Sever. The sword light in Assad's hand became the only bright spot in the entire courtyard, then blossomed brilliantly. As the sword struck, the red glow kept retreating and dissipating. Whoosh. A streak of white light cut through the night sky, extending all the way to the end of the courtyard, obliquely slashing down and splitting Krista in two. Bang. Krista's form exploded completely. Only a scrap of crimson clothing remained at the spot. No. Dustin's eyes bulged, his heart bleeding as he glared at Assad. You dared to destroy my Krista? I'll make you die. His gray robe fluttered wildly, and the bloody octagon behind him began to spin frantically. An intense aura continuously escalated within him. From an ordinary Taoist, he momentarily ascended to the level of a martial grandmaster, and he seemed to be advancing even further. Dustin's muscles swelled and trembled, as if a monster had burrowed inside him, deforming his entire body. Every part of him seemed to have a ghostly face. Big, small, men, women, elders, children, each filled with resentment. These faces, bearing intense grudges from countless injustices endured during life, now watched Assad with murderous eyes. However, Assad remained expressionless. He glanced at the scrap of red clothing left behind by Krista and said indifferently, I promise to avenge you. Today, I will kill this demon Taoist. Just watch. With that, a streak of sword light flashed, swiftly slicing across Dustin's neck. Snap. The head hit the ground. Assad calmly sheathed his sword, but Dustin's body did not fall. Instead, the severed head dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. The scrap of red clothing trembled gently. Ha ha ha, it's not that easy to kill me. Brat, do you really think I'm human? Let me tell you, I've long transformed myself into the embodiment of 10,000 ghosts. There is resentment in the world, hatred among people. As long as this resentment exists, so will I. To kill me, you might as well eliminate all injustice and resentment in the world. Ha ha ha. Dustin rose up, laughing wildly, shaking the entire courtyard. Is that so? Just for your words, today, I'll kill you multiple times. To his surprise, Assad nodded in agreement. Dreaming of impossibilities. Dustin sneered contemptuously. He had never seen someone as ignorant as Assad. Did he truly think the transformation into the embodiment of 10,000 ghosts was a lie? Now, Dustin was more like a ghost than a man. Even his power surpassed that of Krista earlier. Boy, kneel down now and beg for mercy, and I might leave you a shred of consciousness to follow me as my guardian ghost king. Dustin's voice was icy cold. If you resist, don't blame me for erasing your consciousness and turning you into a puppet. Eliminate my consciousness? Assad laughed loudly, then abruptly stopped. With just your paltry skills? A mere spell to form a body from resentment, and you dare call yourself the embodiment of 10,000 ghosts. You're nothing but a wandering soul. You. Dustin's face darkened. He couldn't believe Assad was this arrogant. Then die. Dustin hissed savagely. Ha ha ha. Assad laughed heartily, the sword light reappearing on his arm. In this chaotic world filled with grievances, I have one sword to end all injustices. Boom. A streak of sword light shot up into the sky, like the sword of the 16 prefectures, radiating brilliance over the entire Hayward and Luthert. Oh no. Dustin's face turned pale with terror. He sensed the aura of death from that single streak of sword light. This strike could definitely kill him. Ignoring everything else, he turned to flee, moving incredibly fast, reaching 100 meters away in an instant. Still, it was too slow. The sword light arrived in an instant, plunging straight down from above his head. Boom. Hayward thunder. The sword light exploded, reducing Dustin to powder amidst countless streaks of sword light. Then, within the Yun Qi, he was reborn only to die again and again until there was nothing left of him. I hate this. Dustin let out one final roar before dissipating completely. The scrap of red clothing also slowly faded away. Assad looked at the devastated courtyard, resembling the aftermath of a missile attack. He glanced at Arno huddled in the corner, then drifted away. There is injustice in the world. I use my sword to cut through it. Chapter 94, Hayward City Shock. The night turned gray, and all was silent. At 3 in the morning, Assad moved like the wind through Hayward City, leaping from one building to another. Each time his toes touched a surface, he would surge forward with incredible speed. It was as if he were a god. Before long, he returned to the hotel. Not long after he left the courtyard, Amadeus Yalarin's courtyard welcomed a new visitor. A Maxwell with a dark face. In his early 50s, deep forehead wrinkles, weather-beaten complexion, dressed in a blue cloth gown and cloth shoes, and a tobacco pipe tucked into his waistband, he looked just like a farmer from a village. As he pushed the door open and saw the pitted ground, looking as if it had been continuously bombed by missiles, his expression changed drastically. Lao Amadeus. The Hoyt scanned the yard and then noticed Arno huddled in the corner. He quickly walked over and saw Arno grinning foolishly, drool trickling down his mouth. The Hoyt slapped Arno across the face, producing a sharp sound, but Arno remained unresponsive. Damn it, I've encountered a fool. Angry, the Hoyt grabbed Arno by the neck and roared, "What happened here? Look into my eyes and tell me." Suddenly, two beams of black light shot from the Hoyt's eyes and burst into Arno's eyes. Bang! Arno rolled his eyes, and images of what had happened before began to reflect in them, including the murder of Aaron, Dustino being destroyed by sword light. Everything appeared before the Hoyt as if he were a witness. Who is that? The Hoyt shoved Arno away, his face filled with fear. That beam of sword light falling from the sky, like lightning from the heavens, could it really exist in this world? Luther. Assad. Arno uttered a name. The Hoyt frowned deeply. Who is Assad? Meanwhile, the commotion here had attracted a team of Hayward City soldiers, led by a sergeant who arrived in 3 combat vehicles. Who are you? Seeing the Hoyt, the sergeant immediately demanded. The surrounding soldiers also became more alert, their gun barrels subtly raised, pointing at the Hoyt. The Hoyt slowly stood up, his face showing a sorrowful yet not sorrowful expression. My old friend is dead, without even someone to bury him. You came just in time. Not good. The sergeant immediately realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The Hoyt approached and grabbed the sergeant by the neck, lifting him up and snapping his neck with a twist. The surrounding soldiers were startled and started firing, but the Hoyt charged forward without dodging or avoiding. The bullets hit him like they struck steel plates, sparks flying off in a chain reaction. Bang bang bang. Hayward, a heavy tank. The Hoyt charged through the soldiers. In mere seconds, he killed all of them on the spot. Looking at the bodies strewn about, he dipped his hand in blood and wrote 5 large characters on the wall. Killer, Assad. After writing these words, he coldly smiled and walked into the darkness. If I can't find you, let the war zone find you. No matter who you are or how high your cultivation, as long as you're still in this world, you will be constrained by worldly forces. Hayward City was shrouded in an intangible shadow, keeping the entire city restless. Bang! A general clad in military uniform slammed his hand on the table, his face turning pale with rage. What did you say? The reconnaissance squad was completely wiped out. Yes. The adjutant stiffened and replied, feeling the general's furious gaze even without looking up, the strong aura of killing intent making everyone tremble. To dare kill my soldiers, that's asking for death. Pass my orders. Take control of Hayward City. Implement curfew measures. Block all traffic arteries. By noon tomorrow, I want the murderer captured. Yes. The adjutant responded hastily and hurried off to relay the message. Boom. Less than 5 minutes later, combat vehicles sped from the suburbs straight into Hayward City, while fighter jets flew overhead, sealing off the entire city airspace. Hayward City was now completely under control. By Luther's side stood atop the tallest building in the center of Hayward City, overlooking the entire city, his face grim, his killing intent clearly visible. No matter who you are, you're dead. Something has happened. Woken by the commotion outside, especially seeing the troops enter the city, many people in Hayward City were alarmed. This included Dewey and Avon, who were drinking in a bar. Just as they were enjoying themselves, they were rushed out by the arriving soldiers for inspection. What's going on? Seeing the soldiers full of murderous intent, Dewey was startled and quickly pulled aside a soldier to ask, "Do you want to die?" Daring to resist inspection. The combat soldier, like a wolf, raised his rifle and was about to smash it into Dewey. However, when he saw Dewey's face clearly, he paused. Dewey, how could it be you? The combat soldier quickly stopped his action. This man was once a thorn in the flesh of the combat unit, very strong and tough. Later, he was expelled for mistakes, but many people in the combat unit still recognized him. Dewey nodded, took out a cigarette, and handed it over, asking, "What happened? Why did the combat unit mobilize?" Big things happened. The combat soldier didn't hesitate, took the cigarette, and recounted the events, especially the part about their comrades being killed, which made his eyes red with anger. What? Dewey's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Who did it? I will kill his whole family." Born in the combat unit, they were as close as a family. Someone dared to kill their comrades. This made Dewey's eyes filled with killing intent, wishing he could personally execute the murderer. The combat soldier shook his head and said, "We don't know who the murderer is yet, but the murderer left 5 words at the scene." What words? "The killer is Assad." Dewey's expression changed. He grabbed the soldier's hand and asked, "You said Assad?" "Yeah. Does Dewey know this person?" The combat soldier was surprised, because Sonny had already given orders not only to find the murderer but also to find this Assad. Since his name was left by the murderer, it meant that this Assad might be related to the murderer even if he wasn't the murderer. "I do." Dewey nodded heavily and told the combat soldier, "Take me to see the commander. I have something to report." They hurriedly headed toward the center of Hayward City. At this moment, Assad, who had returned to the hotel, was not sleeping but feeling the increased cultivation within his body, making him feel even more pleasant. Late Foundation establishment stage. By killing Aaron and Dustino and absorbing the boundless resentment and death energy from their bodies, he finally advanced to the Late Foundation establishment stage. He was just one step away from the peak. Then he could prepare to enter the Golden Core stage. When he swallowed a Golden Core, his fate would be in his hands. 1,000 years of lifespan, watching the changing clouds. At the Golden Core stage, he would truly become an immortal character, someone who could found a sect even in ancient times. Assad thought about it. Currently, his jade bone and golden body was not fully formed. Before reaching the Golden Core stage, he must completely form it. This undoubtedly required a large amount of resources. If I could encounter another Dragon Vein node, or a few more villains like Dustino, Assad couldn't help but sigh, because he found that killing these powerful villains greatly enhanced his. Someone used his name to kill a squad of combat soldiers. He had already sentenced the murderer to death in his heart. How could this general joke about my soldiers' lives? Zack said firmly. I didn't kill them, but since someone dares to kill under my name, I will handle this matter. Assad nodded and said, then please follow me, General Bai. As he finished speaking, his figure flashed, instantly closing the distance between him and Zack. Zack's expression changed slightly as he immediately struck at Assad. However, his power, which had reached the transforming essence level, seemed to disappear into thin air, easily diffused by Assad, who grabbed his shoulder effortlessly. How can this be? Zack was inwardly shocked. He came from a family with distinguished military achievements, having received extremely strict training from childhood and tutelage by renowned masters. With his outstanding talent and vast resources, he finally entered the transforming essence realm at 40, earning an exceptional promotion to become the chief of Hayward City's war zone. In the entire southern region, there were few who could match his strength and status at such an age. This was why he dared to come alone to confront Assad. He assumed that even if Assad resisted, he could easily suppress him. Yet, he never expected to be captured so easily by Assad within one move. Whoosh! Ignoring Zack's shock, Assad's figure flashed, directly jumping out of the hotel without slowing down even while carrying a heavy man. With just a tap of his toes, he leaped 100 meters, swift as lightning. Even the combat soldiers surrounding the hotel, hidden under the cover of night, failed to notice two people leave so directly. The fierce wind howled past Zack's ears as he widened his eyes, fully realizing Assad's prowess. Isabellister. He was definitely a martial grandmaster. Zack immediately concluded, feeling a complex mix of emotions, especially when considering Assad's young age, which made him feel inadequate. However, he also drew a conclusion. That squad of combat soldiers must not have been killed by Assad because such a powerful individual would neither lie nor lower themselves to do so. In a short time, they arrived in front of Old Yale Amadeus's small courtyard. By then, the area around the small courtyard had been heavily secured. Who's there? Their approach immediately drew the attention of the combat soldiers, and the sound of safeties being opened followed closely behind the loud command. Guns were pointed in their direction. It was none other than Assad and Zack. General Bai, why are you here? The commander responsible for the blockade was surprised, looking at Zack leading the way, and quickly raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons. He curiously glanced at Assad beside Zack, wondering about his identity, because he noticed that despite walking with Zack, Assad wasn't overwhelmed by Zack's aura. Instead, he seemed to be in control. At this moment, Assad had already released Zack, casting a cold look at the wall of the small courtyard, particularly those 5 large bloody words. Murderer, Assad. Even from over 20 meters away, they were clearly visible. Damn! A flash of murderous intent crossed Assad's mind. The killing aura, which had slain several grandmasters, momentarily spread out, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature to freezing. The condensed killing aura chilled to the bone. Frost even began forming on the ground. Considering it was midsummer with outdoor temperatures over 30 degrees, the frost appearing spontaneously was astonishing. Hiss! Witnessing this, Zack reaffirmed his belief. This Assad was absolutely a martial grandmaster, and being able to alter the surrounding environment through sheer willpower. This strength could dominate even among martial grandmasters. Regarding Assad's obviously young appearance, Zack concluded it was due to increased longevity and preserved youth. General Bai, this? The commander became somewhat apprehensive, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he looked at Assad and then turned to Zack for instructions. Zack shook his head slightly, and with a shocked expression on the commander's face, said to Assad, Mr. Luther, the priority now is to find the murderer. Assad cut him off directly, no need. I've already found the murderer. What? Not only Zack, but also the surrounding commanders and combat soldiers were stunned. They had been investigating here for quite some time, even using the nearby Skynet surveillance system, yet they had not found any trace of the murderer. This Assad had only been here for 3 minutes and claimed to have found the murderer. How was this possible? Even Zack didn't believe it. After a moment's thought, he said, Mr. Luther, shouldn't you be more cautious? Assad glanced at him and said, no need. With a casual gesture, the scattered blood chi on the ground rose up like smoke or mist. In everyone's astonished gazes, he grabbed the blood chi in his palm, extracting a strand of energy from it. It was unmistakably the aura of the Hoyt. Assad looked at Zack and continued, follow me. Let's see which bastard dared to kill under my name. All right, Zack responded. Before he could react, he was once again picked up by Assad and sped away at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Hayward City, in front of a newly erected grave, the Hoyt stood tall, having changed from his shabby clothes into an exquisite suit. He glanced back at Hayward City, a cold smile spreading across his face. Old friend, this is all I can do for you. But now dare to act as if you know nothing. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward swiftly and delivered a palm strike aimed directly at the Hoyt's head. Bang! Atlas's face changed, unwilling to sit idly by for certain death, meeting Hall's strike with his own, actually forcing Hall back while shouting loudly, Commander Bai, have you gone mad? When did I kill your combat soldier? I merely passed through this area, not even entering Hayward City. To accuse him of murdering a combat troop soldier was tantamount to rebellion. He naturally wouldn't admit to it. If such charges were substantiated, not only could his family, the Wan family, not protect him, But even the sect backing the Wan family, the Tianqian Mountain, could not save him. Hall staggered backwards several steps, his gaze landing on the scorched blackness on his palm, his expression darkening as he said coldly, "What a fine fire-poison palm! Who would have thought you, Atlas, hid your strength so deeply, reaching the transformation level without anyone knowing?" Atlas, the patriarch of the Wan family and the big boss of Wan Tong Freight. Even across the entire southern region, he was somewhat renowned. In his early years, he entered the ranks of Tianqian Mountain. Later, supposedly unable to further his cultivation due to age, he stepped down and took charge of a part of Tianqian Mountain's industry, gradually expanding his influence. No one had expected this businessman, reputed to be incapable of furthering his cultivation, to have quietly reached the transformation stage. And it was far from the initial stage of the transformation realm. Enough. Hall, what level of cultivation I am has nothing to do with you. Your combat soldier is dead. Vent your anger on the real culprit. I must bid farewell. Atlas made a show of getting into the car. He couldn't forget that compared to Hall, Assad was far more terrifying. Though Assad stood motionless, seemingly posing no threat at all, the intense danger emanating from within gave Atlas immense psychological pressure. At the very least, Assad's thunderous sword light was something even he wouldn't dare to underestimate lightly. Resisting it would require a huge cost. Wanna run? Dream on. Hall refused to let go, quickly closing the distance between them, grabbing for Atlas's shoulder. Feeling the rush of air from behind, Atlas's face turned unbearably grim, knowing this matter would likely not end well for him this time. If it's going to be like this, then don't blame me for being rude. A dangerous gleam flashed in Atlas's eyes. He abruptly turned, kicking toward Hall, forcing Hall back. He then smacked the driver's head. Bang! The driver's head exploded, blood scattering everywhere. Even on his deathbed, he couldn't believe Atlas would kill him. What are you doing? Hall was also startled, never expecting Atlas to kill one of his own people right before their eyes. It was then that Assad, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his tone indifferent. Obviously, he has decided to kill everyone here. What? Hall was shocked. Atlas, however, laughed aloud. Still you, Assad, are smart. Indeed worthy of being a hero of youth. In this remote wilderness, a youth rebels, a commander dies violently. It sounds plausible enough. Atlas, what audacity you have. Hall instantly caught onto his meaning, a frosty look spreading over his face. Do you really think your malicious schemes can succeed? Here, there is still Assad, a martial arts grandmaster. Atlas's plan was laughable. Humph. Atlas sneered and lunged at Hall with a powerful punch, exerting more force than Hall imagined possible. How can this be? With your transformation level strength, how can you possibly have this much power? Hall cried out in surprise as his arm broke, thrown backward by the impact, hitting the ground hard and coughing up blood. Anything is possible. Atlas sneered, saying, I never claimed to be at the transformation level myself. Training is quite good. Only good. Still being defiant on the brink of death. Atlas sneered and charged without hesitation, stomping heavily on the ground, making the earth seem to tremble continuously. Assad said indifferently, coincidentally, I'm also skilled in body training. Let me experience it. After speaking, he suddenly moved, actually attacking head-on without dodging. Don't engage in direct combat with him. Seeing this scene, Hall's face abruptly changed. The strength of a master of cross-training was their greatest advantage. In Hall's view, Assad's decision was unwise. Atlas, seeing this, was greatly delighted. He punched continuously, each strike producing a powerful sonic boom, causing ripples in the surrounding air. One could imagine the enormous force contained within. Bang bang bang. When fists met, a series of crisp cracking sounds like bursting beads echoed. Hall instinctively avoided watching inside, inwardly disappointed by Assad's choice. Attacking the enemy's strength with one's own weakness. How unwise. No, my hands. How can this be? However, the next moment, a cry of pain came from Atlas. Hearing this sound, Hall was startled. It wasn't what he had expected. He quickly turned around and saw that Atlas's hands, those of a master of cross-training, were completely broken, white bones exposed, all shattered, looking especially horrifying. And Assad remained unscathed. It seems my jade bone golden body is superior, Assad said indifferently. Even at 1/3 strength, his jade bone golden body could easily overpower a master of cross-training. Chapter 97. The Master Falls. You cheated. How could I, as a master of physical cultivation, lose to you in a strength contest? You clearly practice swordsmanship, yet how can you be so strong in body tempering? Atlas's eyes widened. He simply refused to believe that he would fall so easily, especially in his area of expertise. Assad exhibited a near-crushing strength. Humph. Hall nearby chuckled. That just means Mr. Luther's sword skills are stronger. He didn't use them for fear that you wouldn't even last one strike, and would be killed instantly. Hall. Atlas abruptly turned, looking at Hall with murderous intent. He was still a master-level figure after all. Insulting a master was the greatest provocation. Assad, on the other hand, nodded in agreement, saying earnestly, you indeed couldn't withstand my sword. Compared to Kaylee and Dustino, Atlas, who specialized in body tempering, was indeed much weaker. At least Assad had confidence that he could slay him with one sword strike. But these words were incredibly grating to Atlas's ears. Not withstand your sword? Atlas laughed bitterly, his voice growing colder. Assad, don't think that breaking my hands means you can truly take me down. Let me tell you, killing me won't be that easy. Master's combat body, restore now. As soon as he spoke, the shattered flesh and bones on his arms began to wildly convulse, as if an invisible force was aiding in his healing. This scene of reconstituted flesh made Hall involuntarily startled. Assad squinted slightly, This was certainly not merely Atlas's own power. A flash of golden light in his eyes revealed everything. At Atlas's wounds, streams of Yun's soul energy were being crushed, transforming death into vitality, used to repair his injuries. The power of Yun's souls. This familiar power must have something to do with Destino. What surprised him even more was that all these Eden souls were parasitized within Atlas's body, making him like a soul nest filled with hopelessly tormented Yun souls. So many innocent ordinary people. Buzz. A resonant sound rang out. In just a few breaths, Atlas's injuries were completely healed. Moreover, his arms were marked with twisted, bulging veins, densely packed and oddly eerie. Destino was right indeed. Not until it breaks can it be rebuilt. My strength is visibly much stronger than before, surpassing what it was by far more than double. Atlas felt the surging power within his body, overjoyed. Over the years, he had utilized the logistics channel of Wanong Freight to transport a large number of missing persons for Destino's cultivation. This was also why he had advanced so rapidly, tempering his body with Yun souls. It allowed him to progress nearly overnight in body tempering, stepping into the realm of masters. This was also why he felt immensely enraged when he saw Destino dead. With Destino dead, he would no longer have such rapid advancement, because no one else could provide him with the vitality from Yun souls. So this is what you rely on? Assad's gaze turned cold. A surge of killing intent barely contained. Seemingly sensing his killing intent, a shadow of the giant sword appeared on Assad's arm. The sharp blade light made Hall instinctively retreat to a distance. This sword, so powerful, Hall swallowed hard. Even 100 meters away, he could feel the bone-chilling cold from the sword's edge, and the ground where Assad stood showed numerous fine cracks as if swept by the sword light. Atlas raised his head, sneering, "Let's see whether your sword or my combat body is stronger." Boom. He suddenly threw a punch, sending a massive fist imprint towards Assad. The surrounding air collapsed abruptly, black distortions appearing. This burst of power was extremely ferocious, reaching Assad almost instantaneously. Nonsense. Assad watched the punch coldly, raising the sword in his hand. The majestic sword instantly erupted with 10,000 feet of radiance, like a blazing sun falling to the earth, slicing toward Atlas with overwhelming might. Boom. The two mighty forces collided, creating a violent wind sweeping in all directions. Not good. Hall's expression changed. Instinctively trying to steady himself, he was lifted by the hurricane and thrown hundreds of meters away. He staggered as he landed, swallowing hard. The power of a master. This is its true form. It was terrifying. Despite his remarkable talent, having reached transformational strength at 40, he still didn't know how long it would take to reach the master realm. Even if he had a great opportunity in his lifetime, it seemed there was no hope of reaching the pinnacle. Hall felt somewhat bitter. At this moment, the smoke in the middle of the battlefield slowly dissipated. Assad's hand landed on Atlas's head, and the majestic giant sword had already vanished. Bang! Atlas's body fell heavily to the ground. Hall approached closely, staring in shock at Atlas's body, which was covered with sword marks. It looked like a rag doll, tattered and torn. At that moment, Atlas still had a breath left in him. With a face full of reluctance, he looked at Assad and said, "I never thought I would die by your hands. But remember, I have Tianshan Mountain behind me. Are you going to make enemies with Tianshan Mountain?" Assad was too strong, especially that one sword. It almost completely stripped away all his fighting spirit. However, Atlas still harbored a glimmer of hope. Since the other party didn't immediately kill him, it meant he still had a chance to live. They must be wary of Tianshan Mountain behind him. Tianshan Mountain. Hall's face changed. Thinking of the immense power and complex connections of Tianshan Mountain, he became worried. If news of what happened to Atlas leaked, it could cause huge ripples. Hall wasn't someone to mess around either. As he looked at Atlas, his gaze turned cold, preparing to eliminate the evidence. After all, this was the wilderness. Burying a person or two was nothing significant. Atlas glanced at Hall and knew what he intended. He couldn't help but sneer, "Though I cultivate physical exercises, I am also a master and have my name recorded in the legacy book of Tianshan Mountain, tasked with stabilizing its luck for 200 years. The moment I die, Tianshan Mountain will sense it, and then it will be your end." As a top martial arts sect spanning several large southern regions, who dared to underestimate the power of Tianshan Mountain, it had 3 grandmasters alone. Hall's face was dark as though it might drip water. He suddenly realized that Atlas had become a hot potato, impossible to keep or let go. Again, Tianshan Mountain. Beside him, Assad watched Atlas expressionlessly. Tomas, whom he had crippled before, came from Tianshan Mountain, and so did this Atlas. It seemed he would eventually have to confront Tianshan Mountain himself. Seeing that neither responded, Atlas regained some confidence and said, "Mr. Luther, we don't have deep enmity. Why not turn swords into plowshares? For the offense earlier, I'm willing to offer 20 billion as an apology. General Bai, for your squad of dead soldiers, I'm willing to compensate each member 1 million. What do you think?" First using the might of Tianshan Mountain as intimidation, then offering a substantial compensation, Atlas was sure no one could refuse his conditions as a respected master. After all, they were just ordinary battle troops. The importance of these things was clearly evident. Enough talk? Are you ready to die? But when Assad spoke, he sent Atlas plunging into despair. He couldn't believe that Assad still wanted to kill him. "You." Flick. A flash of sword light. Assad withdrew his hand, and a blood hole exploded in Atlas's forehead. Dying with disbelief on his face, he whispered, "How dare you? What can I not do? If Tianshan Mountain wants to send people, then I'll wait for them. We'll see whose skull is harder, or if my sword is faster." Assad strode without concern toward Hayward City, each step covering 100 meters, moving gracefully like a celestial being. Chapter 98. The 9th Patriarch emerges. Truly a celestial figure. Zack looked on with reverence as Assad left in high spirits. However, When he gazed at the devastated scene around him, especially Atlas's mangled corpse, his expression darkened. Damn Atlas, damn Tianqinshan. Zack's face was filled with hatred as he pulled out his phone and made a call. Order them to lift the city lockdown, maintain level 1 combat readiness, and send a team to clean up the battlefield outside the city. Yes, sir, came the reply from the other end of the line. Soon, a team arrived at the outskirts. When they saw the desolate, pitted landscape, their faces turned pale with shock. Had this place been bombed? How could it be like this? The crater right here was over 100 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters deep. It had to be remembered that this was a stone mountain. It was hard to imagine such damage without thermal weapons. Zack ordered people to tidy up the surrounding battlefield, but personally collected Atlas's remains. With matters so critical, he couldn't afford to be anything less than cautious. The death of a masterclass expert would inevitably shake Tianqinshan, and he had to prepare for all eventualities. Meanwhile, at Tianqinshan, in the Ancestor Hall, crack, a crisp sound rang out. Suddenly, a jade tablet before one of the Ancestor tablets shattered. A seated elder below suddenly opened his eyes, which were deep and profound, with stars swirling within as if witnessing the passage of time. He wore a gray robe, with immaculately neat white hair. His previously calm gaze, upon landing on the broken jade tablet, sparked with anger. Boom. He abruptly stood up, causing the 3 feet of ground around him to crack instantly. In one step, he was before the tablet, picking up the jade tablet that read, Atlas. Atlas, dead? The elder's voice was even, but beneath it roiled boiling rage. This was after all a masterclass expert, suppressing fortune through body cultivation. Even vast powers like Tianqinshan would feel an immense loss at the loss of such a person. The entire hall fell into oppressive silence, the air heavy and suffocating. Even the sky above the hall changed. Dark clouds gathered as if about to press down fiercely on everything below. In middle, just half a step away from true divinity. Andres looked at Maddox uncertainly. Did another masterclass expert die? Sure enough, Maddox said, Atlas's jade tablet has shattered. What? Andres's expression changed dramatically. Forgetting protocol, he strode to the altar, seeing indeed the jade tablet now in pieces, bearing the faint name, Atlas. Masterclass experts suppressed fortune. A sliver of their luck was recorded in these jade tablets, tied to their lives. While they lived, so did the tablets. Their death meant the tablets shattered. Atlas's jade tablet breaking implied only one thing. Andres's hair bristled, his eyes red with fury, as he shouted, Ninth Patriarch, please leave this matter to me. I will ensure the culprit dies miserably. Maddox glanced at him and said, you are only responsible for finding the real culprit. This time, I will take action personally. What? Andres's face changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, Ninth Patriarch, how can you, such a precious figure, take action lightly? Having not acted for many years, it's also time for me to make a move. Otherwise, many people might forget this old bone of mine. Maddox sighed faintly. He was already 193 years old this year, approaching the end of the 200-year lifespan of Isabellister. In his view, Atlas's death was by no means accidental, but likely a test from certain individuals. If there wasn't a decisive retaliation, Tianqinshan's future situation would likely become dire. But your health? Don't worry, the divine realm is just within reach for me, Maddox said calmly. What? Andres looked sharply at Maddox, filled with shock, then great joy, saying, Congratulations, Ninth Patriarch, truly congratulations. This was the divine realm, counting all the martial arts masters in the country. Those who openly reached the divine realm were only the top of the heavenly Haywards, the current national martial god, Usher. If the Ninth Patriarch really broke through, then Tianqinshan could almost leap into the sky. Go! Maddox waved his hand, Andres's face full of delight, respectfully withdrew from the hall, and immediately ordered an investigation into Atlas's incident once outside. At Haywardenching, in front of a hotel, when Assad arrived here, the lockdown outside had already been lifted. It was nearly dawn, and roadside stalls were already set up. After all night of rushing around, Assad was quite hungry and started eating breakfast at one of the stalls. Are you Assad? As Assad was eating, a car that passed by suddenly reversed back, and an angry Maxwell walked down. You little punk, I finally found you. Duncan clenched his fists, his eyes red. He was Milana's husband. Last night, he dealt with official duties and came home very late. Upon arrival, he learned that Assad had beaten his wife and son and taken the elderly lady away. While Assad taking away the elderly lady, who had always been a burden to him, was tolerable, daring to beat his wife and child undoubtedly infuriated Duncan greatly. Today, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and let you crawl out of Haywardenching along with your mother. Duncan threatened viciously. As a member of the Huang family in Haywardenching, even though his branch had declined for many years, he could still easily punish 2 ordinary people. Hearing this, Assad's face turned cold instantly. If Duncan only threatened him, Assad wouldn't have cared at all, but daring to threaten Daisy crossed Assad's taboo. Duncan, do you want to die? These words instantly chilled the surroundings. Chapter 99, A Severe Lesson. Duncan instantly flew into a rage. In his eyes, Assad was merely a junior. He believed that after scolding Assad a few times, the latter should just endure it. To his surprise, Assad wouldn't submit to him at all. He actually stood up to him. Haywardle beast, are you talking back to me? How dare you talk to your elder like this? Truly unruly. It's understandable though. Your father, Davis, abandoned you, and your mother to run off with someone else. No wonder you have such a demeanor. Let me teach you in place of your father how to speak to elders. As he said this, he raised his hand to slap Assad. A look of frost settled on Assad's face. Mentioning his father Davis was akin to touching his most sensitive nerve. Deep down, Assad had already resolved to one day personally apprehend the family abandoning Davis and force him to kneel before his mother and apologize. Now, Duncan had openly brought up the matter, making Assad's murderous intent flare up instantly. Bang! Assad grabbed Duncan's hand, flipped it over abruptly, causing Duncan pain as he fell to his knees, letting out a scream. Ouch, it hurts so much. You can still feel pain? Assad's gaze was icy cold, looking at him as if he were livestock ready for slaughter. Dare to spew filth like that. Now, do you want to slap yourself, or shall I help? Seeing the killing intent in Assad's eyes, Duncan was both shocked and terrified, yet angry, saying, You dare to treat me like this? I'm your elder, your uncle-in-law. Uncle-in-law? Who do you think you are? Assad sneered. 100 slaps. Do you want to do it yourself, or shall I assist? Assad pushed him onto the ground, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion, completely disregarding the familial relationship Duncan claimed. Kneeling on the ground, Duncan looked pale and embarrassed by the onlookers' pointing fingers and whispers. His face darkened further. Nice one, Assad. Duncan's chest rose and fell, trembling with anger, utterly humiliated in front of so many people. This incident fueled his hatred towards Assad almost to the core. What's happening here? Who is causing trouble? At this moment, Dewey and Avon boldly pushed through the crowd and walked in from outside. Because Assad was facing away from them, they did not immediately recognize him, but saw Duncan kneeling toward them. Seeing Dewey, Duncan felt a glimmer of hope. He knew Dewey and was aware that he was a notorious figure around here, formerly a rogue soldier who took control of this area after leaving the military. Due to his connections with the military zone, he had become a local tyrant, whom no one dared to provoke. Dewey, save me, someone wants to kill me. Duncan immediately cried out. In his mind, with his Huang family background, suffering assault on Dewey's turf should guarantee support from the latter. As he spoke, he struggled to stand and ran toward Dewey. Who are you? Avon blocked Duncan and shoved him, glaring angrily. Though pushed back, Duncan said in a fawning tone, Sir, I'm Duncan, from the Huang family. Huang. Hearing the surname, Dewey frowned, asking, What relation are you to Arno? Nearby. Dewey's real name was Chin Luthert. As the biggest local tyrant, while his name may not be a household word, he was still a well-known figure in Haywardcheng. This was a sight no one expected, seeing how eagerly Luthert was now fawning over. Especially Duncan, who inwardly cursed. Things had just gone from bad to worse. They actually knew each other. And just who was this Assad that could command such respect and servility from Dewey? Regret immediately welled up in his heart. Ignoring the onlookers, Chin Luthert continued to flatter Assad, saying, Mr. Luther, if this Duncan is an eyesore to you, shall I take care of him for you? Then please do so. Naturally, Assad did not refuse, simply nodding his head. I dare not. It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Luther. How can it be troublesome? Chin Luther's face brightened as he gave a signal to Avon and the others. They understood and approached Duncan. No, what are you going to do? Duncan's face turned pale with fright as Avon led several men towards him with ill intent. He tried to flee but was grabbed by Avon. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of punches and kicks left Duncan bruised and bleeding. Initially, he shouted insults, but soon he cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. Seeing that Assad did not stop them, Duncan started slapping himself, delivering over a doubling instantly, breaking through my cultivation in an instant. Such power is akin to a terrestrial immortal. Chin Luther glared at Avon and the others, saying, Now do you see how formidable Mr. Luther is? Speak out of turn again, and I'll skin you alive. Dare not, dare not. Avon and the others waved their hands in submission. Chapter 100. Whoever comes, death awaits. Dawn broke. Assad returned to the hotel. By this time, Daisy and her grandmother were awake. The grandmother looked more energetic than before, sitting on the bed with some restraint. Isabella, are you feeling better? A lot better, a lot better. The grandmother smiled and repeatedly said so. Assad glanced at Daisy and said, Let me take you two to have breakfast. After we finish eating, let's go straight back to Hayward High. The grandmother hesitated but nodded, while Daisy smiled. Thus, Assad took them for breakfast. After the meal, just as they were about to return to the hotel, a convoy of black luxury cars sped by from a distance. The convoy, like an ink dragon, consisted of custom-made bulletproof vehicles, each costing over 10 million yuan. Definitely not something ordinary people could afford. What a grand scene. I wonder which big... Almost kneeling down, he blanched slightly and hurriedly said, Mr. Luther, please calm down. This time I came because there is really something important to report. Disrupting your family. I am profoundly sorry and hope Mr. Luther can forgive me. Though he was a local official, facing an enraged martial arts grandmaster, he was no match at all, especially after witnessing Assad slaying a master with a sword. How dare he put on airs in front of Assad? Anyone who dared that simply didn't want to live. Tell me, what's so important? I hope you're not lying to me. Assad frowned slightly, an invisible pressure enveloping Zach. How could I dare deceive Mr. Luther? Zach hastened to say, There is indeed something important to report. According to my investigation, Dustinowing, whom you killed last night, turned out to be an elder of the Wushun sect. It's a serious matter, and Mr. Luther should be very cautious. Wushun sect? Yes, it's a cult that worships Wushun. They claim that anyone who worships Wushun will serve Wushun as a spirit after death, achieving eternal life. Zach took out a bag of documents and narrated with a solemn expression. The Wushun sect was a secretive cult with many followers throughout the southern region, especially in the southwestern area where believers were plentiful. However, their activities were always bizarre and evil, including many like Dustinowing who drove vengeful spirits and committed countless murders. Over time, it had become a malignant tumor. While Zach was angry, he was also wary. Even he did not dare openly oppose them. He could only plan carefully. Because, according to legends, the Wushun sect worshipped a real deity named Wushun. This deity wielded unmatched divine power, equivalent to a god of martial arts. In the past, a martial arts grandmaster sought revenge for his relatives killed by the Wushun sect. He was suppressed to death by a statue of Wu Shan. This incident even startled Dominicami of the southern region. Dominicami attacked, but unexpectedly ended up evenly matched against the statue. Upon hearing this news, the world was shocked, suspecting stronger forces behind the Wu Shan sect. Curiously, during its peak, the Wu Shan sect retreated to a foreign country. After the matter subsided, they slowly started showing signs of returning. Assad couldn't help but recall Darwin, whom he had killed earlier. He asked, what's the connection between the Wu Shan sect and the witchcraft sect? The witchcraft sect is a branch of the Wu Shan sect, surely meeting enemies on narrow paths. Assad shook his head, never expecting that even after returning to Hayward City in the southern region, he would encounter someone from the Wu Shan sect. However, Assad's power, he still refused to stand up and finish telling everything about the Wu Shan sect, especially the information that Wu Shan might be a deity. Deity? On par with a godlike martial artist? Assad raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest. Back in Jingtong Mountain, Titus had already demonstrated pseudo-godlike power, but he was unfortunately countered by Assad. He didn't expect that behind the Wu Shan sect, there might actually be a true deity? Yes, they claim Wu Shan as their deity, worshipped and revered by many. This deity has been mentioned since ancient times, though whether it's the same one is uncertain. However, this Haywardving sacrifice should not draw its attention. Zack had a worried expression, saying, but once you act, you may catch the attention of such an existence. That was the problem. Being targeted by a being of that caliber was no laughing matter. It meant possible death at any moment. If it wasn't for the urgency of the situation, and the fact that requesting orders from higher-ups would be too late, he wouldn't have sought Assad's help, as it was akin to pushing Assad into a fiery pit. As a 5-star honorary member, I must take responsibility for this. Let me see how powerful these demonic cults are. Assad remained calm. Such harmful heretical cults should have been eradicated long ago. He remembered the eyes lit up as she immediately planted kisses on him. Soon, these kisses moved lower, and gradually, the Maxwell showed a satisfied smile. As he watched the woman work hard for him, a cold gleam passed through his eyes. What a despicable woman, only good at sweet talk to vie for the witch god's blessings, truly laughable. Although I'm quite satisfied with you, coveting what isn't yours can only lead to me offering you to the witch god. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. As one of the 8 elders of the witch god sect, Lord Rupert was not someone who could be easily swayed by a mere beauty. Rupert turned to the driver and asked, "Fourth brother, have we heard from Elder Amadeus? How is their preparation?" Without turning around, the driver replied, reporting to Elder, "They informed us 2 days ago that preparations for the living sacrifice are in the final stages, but Elder Amadeus did not send any update last night." Humph, that old Amadeus. Most likely off cultivating souls again. If he delays the witch god's ritual, I'll report him heavily to the sect leader. Rupert said coldly. Before long, the convoy entered Hayward and Luthorg and directly drove into an estate. The scenery here was beautiful, the environment secluded, secretly bought by the witch god sect as a base. "Greetings, 8th elder." Everyone knelt down, heads touching the ground, their faces full of piety. "Get up, all of you. Someone, take me to see the offerings." Rupert waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone up from the ground. They looked at Rupert with even greater reverence. "8th elder, I have important information to report." A man in military attire suddenly stood up. "I remember you. Come, let's walk and talk." Rupert glanced at him, recalling his name, Brendan, a representative of the earliest believers in Hayward and Luthorg, promoted to the headquarters for training 2 years ago. Meanwhile, inside Hayward and Luthorg, the investigation had begun urgently. The results startled Assad and Hall. In just 1 month, thousands of people had gone missing, mostly women and children. Especially in the villages below Hayward and Luthorg, some had been completely emptied. Damn, how dare these villains of the witch god sect do such things? Hall fumed, his chest heaving in anger, and most infuriatingly, subordinates had hidden such incidents. Had it not been for his trusted aides conducting inspections, they would never have found out. Assad was also furious. He clenched his fists so tightly that the air seemed to crack. He stood up abruptly and declared sternly, "The witch god sect must be eradicated. Until they're gone, my heart won't rest." If he hadn't known about their evil deeds, perhaps he could overlook it, but knowing now, how could he remain indifferent? At this moment, a subordinate rushed in hurriedly. "Sir, we found the address of the witch god sect." "Where?" Both Assad and Hall looked over. The subordinate trembled under their fierce gazes and paused before replying, "It's in Honglu Manor in the west part of the city." "Honglu Manor?" Hall frowned. Assad looked at Hall and asked, "Is something wrong with this place?" Hall's forehead veins bulged as he said grimly, "This is the estate of one of my commanders, Brendan." "Summon him," Assad said expressionlessly. "Go bring Brendan here." Hall turned to the subordinate, who quickly left. However, he returned shortly after, looking flustered and reported, "An hour ago, Brendan left with a team of combat soldiers." Bang! Hall slapped the table, his face turning deathly pale. "Take me to Honglu Manor." Assad instructed expressionlessly. Hall hurriedly said, "Mr. Luther, Brendan has defected. The witch god sect must have already learned about you. Rushing there now would likely lead to trouble." "Trouble?" A cold smile appeared on the corner of Assad's mouth. "They don't have the qualification to make trouble for me." Seeing Assad's determination, Hall gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll immediately arrange for the combat team to surround the entire Honglu Manor. If it weren't for those hostages, he could just bombard the place with missiles. Even a master-level expert couldn't survive under such artillery fire." Hall inwardly hated this situation. Soon, the combat team was dispatched, and Assad went along with them. Arriving outside Honglu Manor, Assad said, "You remain outside and handle the blockade. I will infiltrate first to check things out. If there's a chance, I'll take direct action and eliminate their master." Hall, solemn in demeanor, clasped his hands and bowed. Everything depends on you, Mr. Luther. Don't worry. I will rescue those people safely. As Assad finished speaking, he turned into a black shadow darting towards the manor, moving so fast that it almost seemed like a gust of wind had blown by. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure entered the manor. Assad stood at a concealed spot within the manor, observing the activity inside. Clearly, the entire manor was under strict guard, with sentries every few steps. Each person wore an expression of fanatical devotion. He closed his eyes and then reopened them, revealing 2 streaks of golden light. Suddenly, all colors around him faded, leaving only black and white. There was a dense mass of human aura beneath the manor. When humans gathered in large numbers, human aura naturally formed. This discovery immediately alerted Assad. The missing people from Hayward and Luther were all imprisoned underground. He quickly located the entrance, well guarded, and slipped into the underground prison. As soon as he entered, damp air rushed towards him. Deep tunnels, wet ground. A foul smell permeated the area, and faint cries and sobs echoed from below. Moving swiftly, he soon reached the bottom, and what he saw stunned him completely. It was a massive water dungeon. Inside the bars, hundreds or even thousands of people were immersed in stinky water, their hands tied to pillars to prevent them from sinking. Some had been hanged and their bloated bodies floated, with maggots crawling out. Elderly, children, women, all showed expressions of despair and numbness on their faces. The sight was beyond tragic, like a scene straight out of hell. Assad's face paled, unprecedented anger burning in his heart. He was thoroughly enraged. Which god sect? You all deserve death. Who are you? At that moment, 2 burly men emerged from the depths of the water dungeon. They spotted Assad and immediately took up a defensive stance. Chapter 102. A rampage of slaughter. Helping the wicked. Each and every one of you deserves to die. Assad's face was stern. He raised his hand and pointed at the 2 big men. Bang bang. With 2 soft sounds, those 2 big men exploded into pieces right on the spot, blood and flesh flying everywhere. With Assad's cultivation at the late Foundation establishment stage, dealing with 2 ordinary muscular men was like crushing 2 ants. He could take their lives with just a wave of his hand. This scene instantly stunned everyone in the water prison. They were all shocked. They had originally thought that Assad was also a member of the witch god sect, but who would have thought that as soon as he made a move, he actually killed the people who had previously tortured them. This made them realize that this person was not part of the witch god sect. Save us. I beg you, save my child. He is about to die. Those who hadn't fallen into numbness all begged for help, while most remained silent, saying nothing, their entire bodies emitting an air of despair even more desolate than death. This scene pained Assad's heart. What had these people gone through to turn into this state? Which god sect? I, Assad, will not rest until I eradicate all of you completely. The killing intent in Assad's heart grew stronger, almost bursting forth uncontrollably. Looking at the people in the water prison, Assad waved his hand, and the Hayward Fandeath Jade instantly started spinning. Transform death into life. Reverse life and death. The accumulated death aura within the people in the water prison was directly extracted from their bodies, surging towards Assad's body like mighty rivers. Rumble. Assad felt that his long stagnant jade bone golden body had once again received an enhancement. ZZZT. Hayward boiling oil and intense fire. Assad felt a burning pain all over his body, as if someone was cutting his flesh with a steel blade, yet at the same time, his bones and muscles were becoming tougher at an extremely fast pace. Buzz. As the death aura was completely consumed, his entire body shook. The resonance of bones produced tiger-like roars and leopard-like sounds. Roar. It was as if there was a tiger or leopard hidden inside his body. A light tremble caused a roar that spread far, especially noticeable underground. What is that sound? What's happening? Who is there? Footsteps approached from afar, coming closer rapidly. Clearly someone had heard the sound and rushed over. Oh no. Those people are coming. Everyone in the water prison was terrified, their faces pale. Even those who appeared numb shrank back in fear, their eyes revealing panic. More people urged Assad, young man, run quickly, escape into the water. Don't let them see you, or you're done for. However, Assad did not move, still standing in place, staring straight ahead. Who are you? Hands up. These burly men quickly approached, each wearing black clothes adorned with the symbol of the witch god sect. Upon seeing Assad, they immediately grabbed their pistols and aimed to shoot. Obviously, they had no intention of leaving any survivors. One who brings calumny upon oneself shall not live. Assad sighed, casually lifting his hand and pointing at them from a distance. Boom. In the next moment, the bodies of those burly men all exploded into fragments, leaving no trace of bone or flesh. I didn't expect that the death aura in this water prison would reinforce my jade bone golden body to 2/3 strength. It might even rival a dragon vein node in Jingtong Mountain. Assad couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Now, it's time to save you first. He abruptly lifted both hands, power surging out, and the water in the entire water prison was forcibly raised into the air, hanging suspended. Surely not less than 10,000 tons of water hovered in the air like that. Rumble. A dazzling flame emerged from him, and these waters turned into mist, vanishing without a trace. Ah, such power. It must be a celestial being saving us. There were no less than 10,000 prisoners in the water prison. Seeing this scene, they were all frightened to death, looking at Assad as if he were a celestial being. Many even cried out of excitement. Assad used the "If you're not Brendan, then you die." Assad, with a cold face, made a move as if to stomp down, scaring Brendan's face green. He hurriedly shouted, "Sir, I am Brendan, I am Brendan. In that case, you deserve to die even more." Bang. Assad crushed his head with one foot. Slap slap slap. A series of applause came from not far away. Rupert, holding a beautiful woman, walked over, surrounded by a group of Witch God sect members glaring angrily at Assad. So, you're Assad. Rupert looked at Assad, nodded slightly, and smiled. Indeed a young genius. To reach the Master Realm at such a young age is truly unbelievable. Who are you? Assad looked at him. Rupert smiled. You can call me Rupert. I'm the 8th elder of the Witch God sect. By the way, the old Amadeus you killed is our 10th elder. He patiently introduced himself to Assad as if he didn't consider him a threat at all. Or perhaps he felt Assad posed no danger to him. You don't seem to care about old Amadeus's death? Assad couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He did not believe that someone who could advance to the Master Realm and serve as an elder in the Witch God sect would be foolish. If not, it meant the other party definitely had some confidence. This made Assad inwardly wary. Rupert noticed Assad's caution but did not mind, grinning broadly. Why should I care about his death? Although he's dead. Heaven and earth reversing. Bang. His legs turned weak, and he fell heavily to the ground. Sir. His subordinate officer and intimates rushed over immediately, supporting him up. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he watched the red light emanating from Honglu Villa with a grim expression. Sir, are you all right? Braun said breathlessly. Everyone, retreat 5 miles. Once the red light begins to spread, immediately notify the missile division under my name. Target. Honglu Villa. Conduct carpet bombing. Sir, this. The officers and intimates all changed color. Do as I command. Remember, there must be no delay. His voice trailed off as Zack felt a faint spell hit his brain, falling completely unconscious. After all, that is a god. The remaining half-sentence was left unsaid by Zack, no matter how anxious the officers and intimates were. Inside Honglu Villa, Rupert and others led everyone kneeling before the statue of the Wu god. At some point, the statue's eyes had opened, cold and devoid of any human emotion, looking down on everyone present. In Assad's eyes, the originally clay statue clearly contained a soul. The Wu god statue looked at Assad and said expressionlessly, Indeed, you are good material, a young body, perfect for my true self to descend upon. Rupert, you have done well. Afterward, I will reward you. Thank you, Wu god. Rupert rejoiced, quickly kneeling in thanks. He knew very well that the Wu god never held back rewards for offerings that pleased him. This time, he wondered what he would receive. Longevity or power. His heart burned with anticipation. Assad had been observing coldly all along. Now he finally spoke, looking directly at the Wu god statue. You're the Wu god? How dare you speak to the Wu god like this? Rupert scolded loudly. The Wu god statue's body remained still, then abruptly twisted its neck toward Rupert. This is my future vessel. Show respect. Step back now. Yes, Wu god. Rupert felt a chill and quickly stepped back, closing his mouth. The Wu god statue slowly turned its head toward Assad, the stiff turning of its neck making a creaking sound, appearing somewhat comical. But none of those present dared to find it funny. Instead, they felt as if a heavy stone pressed against their hearts. This was divine authority. Divine authority like the sea, like prison. The Wu god religion had already proven this truth countless times with blood. To offend the Wu god meant only one outcome. Eternal dissolution, never to be reborn. Seeing the Wu god treating him as prey, Assad's face darkened. Mortal, kneel and open your heart. Worship me. I, Wu god, will grant you immortality. The Wu god statue spoke, red light surrounding him forming a large circle like a halo behind a deity. What if I don't kneel? Assad stared directly at the Wu god statue. Not kneel. The Wu god statue remained expressionless, saying, Then I will grant you death. Afterwards, your body still belongs to me, and your soul will suffer endless torment in the 18 layers of hell. That does sound terrifying. If so, Assad shook his head, pointing at the statue. A sharp force instantly burst through the air. I'll just kill you. Boom. The force exploded instantly, several beams of cold light enveloping the Wu god statue. Bold villain. You dare attack a god. All members of the Wu god religion present changed color, glaring at Assad with teeth gritted, wishing they could pounce and bite him to death. The Wu god gave a soft hum, the red light around the statue flashing, turning those several cold beams into nothingness. Mortal, you have offended me, so I can only grant you death. The Wu god's voice was icy cold, lacking any warmth, sounding like it came from the depths of hell, making everyone present shiver to the bone. Grant me death? With your fake god status? You must be dreaming. Assad inherited ancient teachings, and the Hayward Fandeth jade within him could reverse life and death. For someone to claim granting him death now was sheer overconfidence. Without hesitation, he revealed the grand giant sword in his hand. Boom. He swung the sword toward the Wu god statue. This act immediately enraged the Wu god. You, a mortal, seeking death on your own, I will fulfill your wish. The Wu god statue violently shook as it raised its hand toward Assad's swordlight. Its clay arms, enveloped in red light, became invincible. Searing. The clash between the swordlight and the statue's hand produced an ear-piercing sound. Aya! All members of the Wu god religion present felt as if their brains were brutally stirred by knives. They all fell to the ground in agony, blood pouring from their 7 orifices. Even Rupert felt a hammer blow to his head. What terrifying power! Looking at Assad, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had brought the Wu god statue this time when coming to Hayward and Cheng. Otherwise, with his own strength, he would have been no match for Assad and would likely have been killed. Inside the courtyard, Assad and the Wu god statue stood about 10 meters apart, facing off against each other. In the next moment, both disappeared from their spots. Boom. When they reappeared, they collided heavily, the statue grabbing Assad's sword light with one hand while reaching for his head with the other. Assad sidestepped, avoiding the grab, Then his giant sword burst into a dazzling light. Rumble. The sword light exploded 3 feet out, pushing back the statue's hand. Assad swung the giant sword forcefully, its radiant light slicing down towards the statue's head. Break. Mountains. Rivers. This was a lethal move recorded in the Greenwood longevity scripture, ranking among the 3 most deadly techniques alongside bury heaven and cutting off all, each capable of shaking heaven and earth. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as a crack appeared in the Wu god statue. Impossible. The Wu god let out a cry of shock. Even though it was just a clay statue, it carried his divine power, making it absolutely possess master-level strength, even nearing the realm of demigod. Yet now, it was severed by Assad's single strike. There's nothing impossible. Assad coldly withdrew his sword, watching as the crack on the statue widened until it spread across its entire body. With more cracking sounds, the statue shattered completely. I remember you. Next time we meet, it will be your end. Without its host, the Wu god's spiritual consciousness tried to escape into the sky. I think you should stay. Assad struck again with a supersonic speed, slashing directly at the Wu god's consciousness. The Hayward Fandeth jade spun fiercely, and the spiritual consciousness, as if struck by lightning, exploded into a shower of red light. No. The Wu god's consciousness was utterly annihilated. My lord. Outside Honglu Villa, the subordinates and intimates watched the spreading red light, swallowing hard, looking at each other in dismay. Carry out my order. Target Honglu Villa, commence missile carpet bombing. The subordinate clenched his teeth, pulling out his phone to make the call. Yes. The call was immediately hung up, followed by multiple missiles rising from behind, hurtling toward Honglu Villa at hypersonic speeds. Oh no. Seeing this scene, Assad's face paled instantly. Damn it. Who launched these missiles? Underneath Honglu Villa were still thousands of ordinary people. Chapter 104, Missile Carpet Bombing. What's that? Suddenly, someone in the Honglu Villa screamed in alarm, pointing at the dark shadows flying over from the distance. Oh no, those are missiles. Someone with sharp eyes confirmed that those black shadows were indeed all missiles. This revelation caused everyone present to change color. How dare they do this? We're doomed. The members of the witch god sect were all frightened to the point of collapse. In midair, supersonic missiles roared closer, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, representing ultimate destructive force capable of obliterating everything. Expel. Assad roared. A sky full of sword light erupted from him like a 100-meter-long lotus flower of swords, covering half of the Honglu Villa. Those 10 missiles exploded midair instantly. Flames soared to the heavens. Huge mushroom clouds appeared in the sky, each 100 meters high, engulfing the entire Honglu Villa in smoke. Boom. Assad, in the explosion's center, felt as if his body was melting, flesh dissolving. At a critical moment, the Hayward and Death Jade, inherited from ancient times, suddenly emerged from within his body, hovering above his head. A thick green light poured down, enveloping him. The dense green light formed a barrier, protecting him completely. At the same time, the protective green light was continuously consumed by the missile's destructive power, gradually fading. Meanwhile, Assad, deep within the explosion's core, was already burnt black. He stood in midair, his jade bones and golden body glowing, actually withstanding the impact of the 10 missiles alone. Buzz. However, upon closer inspection, something abnormal was noticed. The near-absolute destructive force formed a death force that completely enveloped him. The vitality true chi within him started to wildly circulate. Zzz. Hayward sawing through steel plates, his jade bones and golden body shattered and rebirthed repeatedly, akin to refining every pore, muscle, and bone. Intense pain followed, flooding Assad like a tidal wave. Outside the Honglu Villa, the crowd stared silently at the smoky aftermath. Zach, who had just regained consciousness, spoke. Missiles were launched? His voice was somewhat dry. The adjutant nodded silently. The red light had spread across the sky then, nearly reaching this side, forcing him to launch missiles according to Zach's orders. After the missile carpet bombing, the red light indeed disappeared. Damn witch god. Zach clenched his fists, anger evident on his face. Thinking of Assad still inside and the ordinary people, his heart ached. Rip. He tore off his shoulder insignia. Sir. The adjutant and intimates were terrified. Zach said grimly, the disaster in Hayward Cheng is my fault. Now, even a young master has perished. I will report to the regional authorities and accept responsibility. Sir, you were deceived too. You have turned the tide and shattered the witch god sect's plot in Hayward Cheng. You are blameless and deserve praise. The adjutant hurriedly replied. Zach shook his head, gazing at the mushroom clouds for a long time without speaking. His external chi could easily block ordinary bullets. Hayward, a human war elephant, he pushed back the soldiers. Haha, see this is my power. You mortals can never understand the gap between us. Praise the great witch god, serve me today, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you die. Rupert's voice thundered over the battlefield. His overwhelming strength rendered the bullets bouncing off harmlessly, leaving the soldiers in despair. How could they fight this? Scoundrel! Furious, Zach endured the pain and lunged at Rupert. To his surprise, Rupert didn't even flinch, catching his neck with one hand and lifting him up. A master-level practitioner was like a child against Rupert's grandmaster-level martial prowess, offering no resistance whatsoever. Still daring to resist? Let's start with you. Get on your knees and worship me. Rupert sneered, ready to force him down to kneel. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from behind, startling Rupert. Before he could react, the force sent him flying several meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Didn't expect you to still be here. A faint voice echoed from afar. As the words faded, Assad appeared before everyone's eyes, moving swiftly from a distance. You're not dead? Rupert looked as if he had seen a ghost. The statue of the Wushan god was shattered, let alone him. Especially at this moment, though Assad didn't look imposing on the surface, Rupert clearly sensed a strong threat from him. Deadly, if I stay any longer, I will surely die. With this realization, Rupert pushed off with his foot and fled without hesitation. Stop. Assad spoke indifferently, raising one hand and pressing it down. Rupert felt a massive force press down on him, making him stop dead in his tracks. It's impossible. Rupert's face was filled with shock. Not only he, but Hall and others also changed their expressions. The martial arts grandmaster who had charged through the battle soldier group like a Tyrannosaurus had been no match for Assad at all. Among martial arts grandmasters, was there such a big gap? Hall couldn't help thinking of Aaron, the strongest person in the southern district, the Einar who was seldom seen. Had Assad already reached that level? Assad walked towards Rupert. He had just killed all the members of the Wushan religion inside the Red Willow Manor, leaving only Rupert as the lone fish that slipped through the net. Spare my life? Rupert seemed to sense something ominous. As Assad approached, he looked as if his life had entered its final moments, his face showing utmost fear. He was a martial arts grandmaster. He was only in his 70s and had many more years to enjoy life. How could he die? Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Assad's next words instantly froze the atmosphere. Who ordered the missile strike just now? Despite hearing no emotion in Assad's voice, everyone present changed their expressions. Hall's deputy clenched his teeth, about to step forward, but Hall held his shoulder back, saying, Mr. Luther, I gave the order just now. You? Assad's tone was indifferent. No, I gave the order. General, I fainted earlier, so I ordered the missile unit to fire. The deputy knelt on the ground, hastily explaining, Mr. Luther, it has nothing to do with General Bai. If you want to punish anyone, it should be me. Step back. Hall reprimanded his deputy, quickly stepping in front of him and said to Assad, Mr. Luther, this was the order I gave before I fainted. He just carried out my command. All consequences are mine alone. Assad couldn't help but touch his face. Was he that terrifying? Seeing that they were about to argue, he interrupted them, saying, All right, who can tell me why we opened fire? The deputy glanced at Hall. He didn't actually know the reason. Hall sighed and said, Mr. Luther, this is a long story. Back then, the Wushan god once appeared. According to what Hall explained, the Wushan god enjoyed sacrifices and would bestow blessings. But how could that red light be any blessing? It didn't bring blessings, but rather devoured all life around it. Under the red light, anything with life turned to dust. Neither people nor animals and plants were spared. Even the land it covered would become barren. Therefore, Hall ordered that as soon as the red light spread, immediate missile strikes should be launched in hopes of restraining the Wushan god's power. It turned out that the red light this time was formed when Assad killed the Wushan god's divine consciousness. Fortunately, Assad emerged unscathed. Upon hearing the reason, Assad naturally couldn't pursue further and let it go. He turned to leave Hayward City but was stopped by Hall. Mr. Luther, please wait. Mr. Luther has made such significant contributions to our city. I plan to hold a banquet in your honor and report this to the Southern District. The district will not hesitate to reward you. Furthermore, if Mr. Luther is interested, the Southern District welcomes your joining. At this moment, Hall had ulterior motives. Assad's ability to slay 2 grandmasters and destroy the Wushan statue while surviving a missile explosion meant he was one of the top 3 on the heavenly Haywards. If he could be lured to join the Southern District, it would benefit greatly. Hall believed that the higher-ups wouldn't miss this opportunity for collaboration. Thank you, but I have things to attend to in Hayward High. Saying that, Assad waved his hand and vanished from sight. Hall sighed. Not being able to lure such a powerful person to the Southern District was truly a pity. After a moment's hesitation, he called the Southern District. Upon hearing Assad's name, they immediately transferred the call to Aaron. Venerable Crane. Hall hadn't expected Aaron to personally take his call and instantly felt alert. Hearing Aaron's inquiry, he recounted everything like spilling beans. You did well. Don't worry about this anymore. I will personally speak with young friend Luther. Aaron hung up after saying this, but Hall's heart churned wildly. Young friend Luther, the Venerable Crane, ranked 3rd on the heavenly Haywards, who once faced off against the Wushan god, used such intimate language for Assad. What this implied left Hall trembling with excitement. Chapter 106, Youthful Beauty. Assad moved as swiftly as lightning, returning to Haywardencheng Hotel in no time. At this moment, Daisy and her grandmother were waiting anxiously. How could it take so long? Could something have happened? The grandmother clasped her hands together, her face filled with worry. Daisy remained relatively calm and said, Mom, rest assured. Akai has always been smart and knows when to back off. He'll be fine. Downstairs, Assad had already entered the hotel. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the lobby, he saw a familiar figure. None other than Blanche, his sister's best friend. She wore a sleeveless black top and a white short skirt, which made all the men around her stare in awe. Oh my, what a stunning woman. Blanche noticed everyone staring and quickly put her phone away, hurrying back to her room upstairs. Seeing that Blanche wasn't responding, Mackenzie immediately reported the news of Assad and Blanche meeting, privately to her respected mother. Mom, that animal of a brother of mine went on a date with my best friend, and at a hotel. You'll be ready to hold a grandchild soon. Connecting via video call, Mackenzie immediately started shouting. Daisy glanced at Assad sitting across from her, looking surprised, then looked back at her phone screen and blinked. Is that so? Unaware that Assad was present, Mackenzie smoothly fabricated an exaggerated story. Mom, you don't know how good my brother is at chasing girls. It's like he plays a game at master level. Can you imagine, from elementary school to college, how many girls he's chased? The number could form a reinforced platoon. Think about it, only a few days after I introduced him to my best friend, he lured her to the hotel. He's such an animal. This time, my friend is definitely caught in his web. Good thing she's a wealthy young lady, so my brother can stay home and live comfortably. Feeling veins throbbing in his forehead, Assad gritted his teeth and managed to say 3 words. Mackenzie. Mackenzie froze instantly. Am I hallucinating? I think I just heard my brother's voice. At that moment, Daisy switched the camera angle, capturing Assad and the elderly woman in the frame. Mackenzie saw Assad's expression and thought, oops. Caught red-handed while spreading rumors. Yvette, you're here, crackling. My signal is bad. I'll hang up now. Immediately, the screen went black. Frustrated, Assad tried calling back several times, but Mackenzie kept hanging up. This brat, who still makes crackling sounds about poor signal these days. Obviously, those sounds were coming from her mouth, thinking others wouldn't recognize it. Even the grandmother laughed. Shinya is such a cute girl. Yes. Daisy couldn't help but giggle. Assad complained, Mom, did you hear what she said? Just making things up. Talking nonsense. She almost made me sound like a playboy. Akai, not to mention this, but you should really consider your future marriage. Seeing that a series of nagging was about to start, Assad immediately jumped up. Despite his unmatched martial prowess, akin to a god, in Daisy's eyes, he was still a child. Especially when it came to the classic marriage-pushing speech, it was almost as relentless as Tang Monk's mantra. You pack up, I'll get the car. Let's head back to Hayward High. Assad left these words and quickly ran out of the room. This kid. Daisy shook her head helplessly, while the elderly woman laughed instead. You're the anxious one. Do you see any anxiety in the kids? They are not like you were with Davis back then. She suddenly stopped speaking. The smile on Daisy's face froze at those words, replaced by a sudden surge of deep sorrow in her eyes. The elderly woman realized she had said something wrong and hurriedly comforted her daughter. It took some time for Daisy to compose herself. They packed their luggage and left the room. As soon as they stepped out, not far from the door, they saw Assad talking with Blanche in the atrium on the second floor of the hotel. The youthful and beautiful Blanche instantly caught the attention of Daisy and the elderly woman. What a pretty girl. Daisy had met Blanche twice before, and now watching her stand next to Assad, she found them more and more compatible. After some thought, she walked over. Mom. Yvette. Assad and Blanche greeted Daisy as she approached, only to find her eyes fixed solely on Blanche. Elizabeth. Why did you come to Hayward and Cheng? Blanche smiled. I came to visit my 4th uncle. Oh dear. It's not safe for a girl to travel alone. How about this? I'll let Akai stay here to accompany you, so you won't be lonely. Before Blanche could respond, Daisy turned to look at Assad, saying, Give me the car keys. Your grandmother and I will head back to Hayward High first. Remember, a voice inside told him, yes, he could, after all. Which man wouldn't like a 19-year-old youthful beauty? Chapter 107 by Family in Hayward and Cheng. In great confusion, Assad couldn't help but take out his phone and post it on a familiar forum. My sister's best friend wants me to accompany her at the hotel. What should I do? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Whoosh. In just 3 seconds, a barrage of replies flooded in. The OP needn't worry. I'm already downstairs. OP, you've brought up a rather difficult question. Such matters should be discussed another day. Front row seat for the drama. Looks like OP will be the one to clean up. Don't worry, the child is actually mine. Please raise him well, and take care of the mother and son for me. Assad sighed deeply and shut off his phone. It's better to rely on oneself than others. These goofy netizens are simply unreliable. Assad walked down the stairs. He was just around the corner when Daisy, who had been hiding in the corridor, grabbed his ear unexpectedly. She hadn't left yet. At that moment, Daisy glared at Assad and said, Why did you come down here? Go accompany Elizabeth. I helped you so much. Why don't you seize this opportunity? What opportunity can I grab? Mom, I'm not sure about you too. Assad looked helpless. Daisy replied sullenly, What's there to worry about? Will your grandmother and I get lost or something? Get back upstairs and stay with Elizabeth properly. You know what they say, even good girls can't resist being pursued continuously. If you want to court women, you have to be bold, careful, and have thick skin. Didn't you woo girls before? I told you all, from elementary school to high school, college. Forget it, alright? Seeing Daisy's chatter and ready to give him a lecture, Assad immediately turned around and went back upstairs. You're still making me worried at your age. Daisy shook her head and helped the elderly lady walk out of the hotel. In the hotel corridor, Blanche blinked her eyes as she saw Assad return, somewhat pleasantly surprised, saying, Brother Luther, why did you come back? Assad naturally couldn't tell the truth and answered seriously, I'm worried about leaving you alone, so I plan to stay in Hayward and Cheng for a few more days. That's great. A smile appeared on Blanche's face. Although the prestige of her family meant no one would dare to trouble her in Hayward and Cheng, she felt naturally more at ease with Assad by her side. After all, a martial Yale master, nearly surpassing human limits, such a powerful person nearby would make anyone feel secure. Brother Luther, I've never been to Hayward and Cheng before. Can you show me around? Saying this, Blanche clasped Assad's arm, her youthful and charming body pressing closely against his without any gap. Swallow. Assad couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Though she didn't appear large, she radiated an innocent teenage charm. Thinking back to that night when he saw the scene of a jade-like beauty, his heart throbbed again. Sure. He readily agreed. As they walked out of the hotel, the tall and handsome man, along with the beautiful and attractive woman, naturally attracted many gazes, especially the young and lively Blanche, who garnered even more attention. Boom. Suddenly, a car stopped in front of them, and a slender man got out, looking at Blanche. Miss Spy. The slender man said indifferently. Are you the person Uncle Four sent to pick me up? Blanche glanced at him, her hand clutching Assad's arm tightening slightly, but Assad's presence gave her strength, allowing her expression to gradually calm down. Yes. Miss Spy, please get in the car. Lord Four is currently busy and needs some time to arrive. However, he instructed you to wait at home first. The slender man said coldly. All right. Blanche took a deep breath, agreeing, then turned to look at Assad, saying, Brother Luther, can you come with me? Assad, seeing Blanche trying hard to maintain a calm expression, suddenly understood a bit why Blanche had become so close to him upon meeting this time. She seemed to have encountered some troubling matter related to the Lord aforementioned by the slender man. I have nothing else to do anyway, let me go with you. Assad smiled immediately, her face turned pale from fright. The slender man turned his head from the driver's seat, showing a mocking smile. Assad's face darkened instantly. So you keep messing with me, thinking you're invincible? Blanche, seeing Assad getting angry, stopped him hurriedly and said, Brother Luther, I'm fine. All right. Assad looked at Blanche who was clutching his hand tightly, nodding Menchang di dan la danto. However, when he looked at the back of that slender man, there was a glint of coldness in his eyes. This man clearly came with bad intentions. If not for his presence by Blanche's side, the other party might have acted even more improperly. However, this also clearly showed that Blanche's uncle did not welcome her visit, or even harbored some hostility. The car raced rapidly and soon arrived at a large residence. This was the Bai family manor in Haywardcheng. As the fourth son of the Bai family, Paul had come to Haywardcheng with his branch after the family fell apart. He established quite a significant business empire here, and due to his extraordinary talent in martial arts, he had early on reached the transformation stage, performing remarkably within the greater district and being promoted to the rank of battle general. Thus, he firmly established himself in Haywardcheng. Even facing the main line of the Bai family in Metropolis, he could speak confidently, and the main line wouldn't dare overstep their bounds, each suppressing the other, leading to constant internal conflicts. And it was under these circumstances that Zach, the fourth patriarch of the Bai family, was expelled. He retreated to Haywardcheng with his lineage, barely managing to stabilize the situation. Could he not hate and resent? Therefore, Zach held no good feelings towards not only Sergio but also the entire Bai family. With the ascension of Gwendolyn's father, the Bai family finally stabilized officially. Despite multiple attempts by her father to recruit Zach, he never showed any goodwill towards his elder brother, leaving their relationship strained. This time, as Sergio planned to reclaim power within the family, he would have to bring Zach back into the fold. But would he agree? Gwendolyn had no confidence and could only hope for the best. Assad saw that Gwendolyn didn't want to talk, so he didn't press further. Instead, he quietly sat down and started browsing on his phone. Soon, he saw local news reports about missing people being rescued and the criminals at Honglu Manor being wiped out. However, there might have been some reservations, as they didn't directly mention the witch god sect. Just as the living room fell silent, a cold voice came from outside. Gwendolyn, why have you come here? My family does not welcome you. Yates walked in with an unfriendly expression, dressed in expensive casual wear, exuding an air of superiority. Right Ning. Gwendolyn's expression changed slightly. He was Zach's son, but did not inherit his father's martial talent. Instead, he fully embodied the overbearing attitude typical of wealthy young heirs. Yates looked at Gwendolyn with coldness, mocking her. Here again to rally my father? Humph. Your magic capital by family is becoming more shameless. I warn you, this is Haywardcheng by family, not your magic capital by family. You are not welcome here. You right Ning. I'm here following my grandfather's arrangement. That's your grandfather, not mine. Yates waved his hand resolutely, clearly unwilling to have anything to do with the magic capital by family, even rejecting Sergio. Upon hearing this, Gwendolyn's pretty face turned cold, suppressing her anger. She sternly said, Yates, do you know what you're saying? In the Dragon Nation, the importance of clan lineage was paramount. Even if the internal conflicts within the Bai family were severe, they were still one family. Unless all the elders were gone and the family split apart, the Bai family would always remain united. Whether it was the Haywardcheng Bai family or the Magic Capital Bai family, they were all part of the Bai family. For Yates to deny Sergio was unacceptable to Gwendolyn. It was tantamount to disloyalty and disrespect to ancestors. Himph, I'm saying exactly this. What are you going to do about it? At this point, Yates noticed Assad sitting in the main seat, his expression darkening with anger. Who are you? Don't just sit there. The main seat is not for you. His order? Throw you out. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Gwendolyn's arm. You are going too far. Assad frowned, standing up in front of Gwendolyn. Boy, you can't even take care of yourself, and you dare to stand up for others? The large man sneered. If you want to be a hero, then let me fulfill your wish first. Saying this, he grabbed towards Assad. Slap. Assad waved his hand, slapping the back of the man's hand. SSS, why is it so painful? The large man was shocked. The intense pain made him suspect that his palm had been penetrated. However, when he looked at his hand, there wasn't even a red mark. What the hell is going on? He looked at Assad, now filled with suspicion. But Yates wasn't happy. He urged, why are you hesitating? Get rid of them quickly. Don't let these two people obstruct my view. Yes, Eric. The two large men moved forward again, grabbing for Assad's shoulders. Get lost. Assad's expression darkened. A strong aura flashed momentarily, and before the two large men could get close, they were sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. What happened? Yates's face changed. These two large men were personally trained by his father, Zach. Although they only had the skill level of Ming Jing, their combat ability was extremely strong, not inferior to special warfare soldiers. How could they be thrown out so easily by Assad in one move? Yates glared at Assad. What did you do to them? Do you know what will happen if you offend our Bai family? Consequence. Assad laughed, a laugh that made Yates uneasy. You should worry about what will happen to you next. Yates's face changed, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Slap. Unexpectedly, Assad appeared beside him in one step, raising his hand and placing it on Yates's shoulder. With a slight force, Yates felt as if his whole body would shatter. Ah! Yates couldn't help but cry out in pain. Assad. Gwendolyn was startled. She knew Assad's strength. Let alone Yates, even Zach wouldn't be able to stop Assad, who was a martial arts master. He's still young and doesn't know better. Don't mind him. Gwendolyn hurriedly said. Bitch, don't plead for me. Yates's expression twisted with pain as he glared at Assad. If you have the guts, Kill me today, and see if you can walk out of the Bai family. Gwendolyn was stunned by being called a bitch. She didn't expect that her protection of Yates would result in such harsh words from him. Assad looked at her. See, someone like him doesn't deserve your sympathy. As he spoke, he slightly increased the pressure on his hand. At that moment, footsteps hurriedly approached. Mr. Luther, no? Zach rushed into the hall in a hurry. Seeing Yates held by Assad, he didn't rush to help but act this way. However, Assad's expression gradually turned cold, and a deep chill enveloped the entire hall like the vast sea, dropping the temperature to freezing point. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. Zach's face changed abruptly. He thought that his sincere apology would satisfy Assad, but unexpectedly it touched upon Assad's taboo, a taboo for the powerful. They refused to let others make decisions for them. And what Zach did seemed like forcing Assad into a corner. Boom. Zach's mind felt like it was about to explode. He knew that if he didn't do something right now, he might really be killed by Assad, and even the southern region wouldn't offend Assad for his sake. Bang. A dull sound echoed. Zach knelt down on the ground, solemnly saying, Please forgive me, Sir Luther. I dare not threaten you. Father, what are you doing? The sight of kneeling down like collapsing mountains and towers left Yates completely stunned, even ignoring the severe pain in his body. Gwendolyn took a deep breath, knowing she should say something. After all, Zach was her fourth uncle, despite coming to Hayward intending to split the family. However, they shared the same blood. Assad, since my fourth uncle has acknowledged his mistake, please forgive them this time. Gwendolyn spoke softly. Assad glanced at Gwendolyn, then gave a fleeting look to Zach. Have such thoughts? When Zach asked this question, his eyes involuntarily observed Gwendolyn's reaction. He was indeed puzzled because he knew grandfather's nature. Previously, grandfather had clearly been seeking enlightenment, vowing not to give up until achieving his goal. How could he suddenly want to take charge of the Bai family again? Unless something happened that changed his mind. Indeed, Gwendolyn's response confirmed Zach's suspicion. She said, grandfather received guidance from Assad, and decided to come out. Now, Foundation establishment is within reach. Foundation establishment within reach. Zach chewed over these 4 words, sighing. Martial arts, innate stage. Immortal arts, foundation establishment stage. These were absolute powerhouses who could surpass the ordinary, live up to 200 years, and suppress chi. He never expected that their old patriarch had unknowingly reached this stage. Although he was at the transforming strength level, he was still far from the realm of martial arts Isabellister. Especially hearing from Gwendolyn that the old patriarch could advance further, which was clearly linked to Assad. This made Zach unable to resist stirring up thoughts. He couldn't help but glare at Yates again, thinking that this chance to befriend Assad was missed due to his wasteful actions. If he knew earlier, he might as well have had a daughter. He wondered if it was still in time now. Yates would never have thought that his father Zach actually started thinking about having another child because of this. If he knew, he would likely be depressed enough to vomit blood. Gwendolyn and Zach chatted for a while with laughter. Ultimately, Zach agreed to go to Shanghai soon to attend the clan meeting held by the old patriarch. After all, Patriarch Anis's breakthrough was within reach. Once he thoroughly entered the foundation establishment stage, then the future of the Bai family for 100 years would undoubtedly still belong to the old patriarch. Whether there was Isabellister made a huge difference to a family. Zach could even imagine that once the old patriarch entered the foundation establishment stage, how the Bai family would expand. Even he himself could gain tremendous benefits from it. Once everything was settled, Gwendolyn politely bid farewell. Zach wanted to retain her, but she declined using Assad as an excuse and left the Hayward Bai family residence directly. Assad. As soon as she stepped out the door, Gwendolyn saw Assad waiting not far from the entrance. He stood under the shade of a tree, looking relaxed. Despite the hot weather, when Gwendolyn walked up to him, she found it unusually cool around Assad. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Just some minor tricks. Assad seemed to notice her confusion and smiled slightly. Gwendolyn did not press further but looked earnestly at Assad and said softly, Big brother Luther, thank you so much this time. She was a smart woman and naturally understood that the success this time owed at least 90% to Assad's efforts. She had merely leveraged Assad's authority. If not for Assad establishing his dominance first and showing his closeness to Gwendolyn, how could Zach have given in so easily? Don't think that just because the Shanghai Bai family was powerful, Zach was any less so. As the Hayward war general, he held the highest power in Hayward. Even if he refused, would the Shanghai Bai family dare to force him? Was the southern region's people just for show? Don't mention it. Assad waved his hand and said, You're my little sister's best friend, thus my sister too. It was just a trivial matter. Gwendolyn's eyes filled with gratitude as she held onto Assad's arm, nearly sinking it into the softness. Big brother Luther, no matter what, I still want to thank you properly. I've heard the delicacies at Hayward Delicacy House are excellent. Let me treat you there. With that, Gwendolyn pulled Assad away. Assad intended to refuse, but the wonderful sensation coming from her touch made him somewhat reluctant, and he sighed inwardly. When someone is so proactive, how could he bear to disappoint her good intentions? Moreover, seeing her determination, it was clear she wouldn't give up easily. Might as well enjoy a meal. Why not? Thinking this, Assad calmly followed her. Walking together, swaying gently, this feeling was truly pleasant, perhaps even lighter than driving. Chapter 110. Another Wave. The Zhenshu restaurant. Hattie, holding Assad's arm, walked in. The youthful and graceful Hattie immediately caught the attention of many men as soon as she appeared, and Assad consequently received quite a few hostile glances. What a beautiful woman. Which family in Hayward City does she belong to? Especially those long legs, they're simply stunning. I could play with her for a year. These facial features, this figure, absolutely perfect. Quick, find out more. I want to know all her information. Men's gazes crossed, revealing understanding expressions towards each other. Duncan heard the murmurs, turned his head, and instantly saw Assad beside Hattie. Why is it him? He exclaimed in surprise. instinctively touching his face, which still felt sore from being beaten up by himself in order to get away. Beside Duncan sat a neatly dressed Maxwell. This man was named Fitzroy, a member of the main branch of the Huang family. Duncan often flattered him, hoping to gain some benefits from him. At this moment, Fitzroy looked at Hattie with greedy eyes. After hearing Duncan's words, he couldn't help but ask, Wen Zhao, didn't expect you to be interested in this type too. By your tone, it seems like you know this woman? At his age, he had seen women of all kinds. Compared to skillful mature beauties, young girls were irresistibly charming to him. Because this type made him feel young again, Duncan hurriedly explained, Brother Chong has misunderstood. I know that man. He's called Assad, my wife's nephew. He seems to have some connections with Dewey. Dewey? Chin Luthered. What kind of brother is he? Just a big hoodlum. Fitzroy sneered. For them, as scions of powerful families, street thugs were nothing significant. No matter how notorious they became, they were still just hoodlums. If they wanted to deal with them, they could do so anytime. You're right, Brother Chong. Duncan dared not disagree and nodded repeatedly. Fitzroy's eyes flicked, and he suddenly asked, You just said that man is your nephew? Yes. What does he do? Seeing the unrestrained lust in Fitzroy's eyes, Duncan immediately understood his intentions and came up with an idea. He said he studied medicine before, but offended someone somehow, and didn't even get to work in a major hospital. Now, he's just making ends meet in a small clinic. Is that so? Fitzroy's eyes immediately lit up. His hand involuntarily tapped on the table as he said, It's such a waste for such a beautiful woman to be with someone like him. You're right. Duncan quickly agreed. Fitzroy nodded approvingly and said, Go bring them over here. That young beauty might be naive enough to believe your nephew's sweet talk. We can't just let her fall into the fire. This? Don't want to go? Fitzroy's face instantly turned cold. This bastard, after profiting from me so much, now dares to defy my will? Seeing the other party's change in demeanor, Duncan quickly said, Brother Chong, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I had a conflict with my nephew earlier and even got beaten up by him. Saying this, he couldn't help but touch his face again. So what? Fitzroy paid no mind to it, speaking coldly, Here, can he do anything? Hurry up. I want to see that woman in the private room. All right. Seeing that the other party had issued an ultimatum, Duncan had no choice but to stand up and walk toward Assad and Hattie. Meanwhile, Assad and Hattie had already sat down. Hattie took the menu, casually ordered a few dishes, then handed it to Assad. Assad also ordered several dishes and passed the menu to a passing waiter. Soon, the dishes arrived, looking exquisite and delicious, living up to the reputation of Zhenshu restaurant. Ah, hot. Hattie picked up a piece of fish meat, but burned her tongue. She stuck out her pink little tongue and fanned it with her hand. When she noticed Assad watching her, she blushed and stopped the action. Assad's gaze softened as he poured a glass of water and placed it next to her. Eat slowly. Thank you. Blushing, Hattie lifted the cup with her delicate was urging him on with his eyes, leaving no choice but to lower himself humbly. Assad, we're still family at the end of the day. Even if our bones break, they remain connected by sinew. What happened before was indeed wrong on our part. I'm apologizing here. How about letting me sit down? Sit down? Assad suddenly chuckled, giving Duncan hope momentarily, only to resume his indifferent look and firmly say, No. Assad. Duncan couldn't believe Assad was so unyielding, turning pale with anger. He had apologized and humbled himself, yet Assad showed no respect. It was too much. Assad calmly looked at Duncan. 3 seconds, get out of my sight or I'll personally help you just like last time. Fine. You really are a good nephew. Hope you know what you're doing. Don't regret it later. With an angry glance, Duncan stormed off, not daring to stay any longer. Hattie watched this scene curiously. Assad briefly explained the situation. Hattie's beautiful face also turned angry. Such a shameless family. Meanwhile, Duncan returned to Fitzroy dejectedly. Where is he? Fitzroy stared at him coldly. Duncan trembled, replying, Brother Chong, that guy refused to listen. I barely spoke a few words when he kicked me out. Pausing for effect, trying to divert attention, he continued, I even mentioned you were planning to see him, but he didn't respect you, saying you're nothing and not worth meeting personally. Bastard. Fitzroy slapped the table. His dissatisfaction. The square-faced man didn't say anything more. Adamar surveyed the few men below, exhaled a ring of smoke, and said, I know you're unhappy that I'm so eager to clean up after this, Mr. Huang, but we're not young anymore. All of us are nearly 40. Do you want to waste your entire lives like this? By now, his tone had become stern. Lincoln went to jail for 20 years to cover for me. Adriel had his legs broken and is now confined to a wheelchair. Chris was stabbed to death. We 7 brothers are down to just 4 of us. Adamar took a harsh drag on his cigarette, crushed the butt underfoot, and stared fiercely at the 3 men. What should I do? I want to find a way out for all of us. The atmosphere in the van became suffocatingly tense. After a long while, the ice started to melt gradually. The square-faced man said, Second brother, don't be too anxious. We didn't say we wouldn't help Mr. Huang. It's just that. It feels uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Toughen up. Adamar had calmed down by then, his voice almost cold. When Mr. Huang is no longer useful, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. But for now, we have to endure. After waiting in the van for a bit, Duncan and Fitzroy emerged from Zhenshu restaurant. They're here. Chong brothers' henchmen are truly capable. Duncan admired Adamar and the others' strong physiques. He envied how Fitzroy could summon these men at will. They were obedient, skilled fighters who would take the blame when things went wrong. These henchmen's lives were cheap. Duncan adjusted his collar, still proud to be part of the Huang family, even though he belonged to a minor branch. Fitzroy said proudly, Wen Zhao, if you ever need them, just let me know, and I'll order them to go. I have plenty of henchmen. Even if they all get used up, there will always be more willing to come forward. After all, we bear the surname Huang. Yes, Chong brother is right. Duncan's eyes lit up as he thanked him. At this moment, Adamar and the others approached. Adamar asked Fitzroy, Chung brother, what's the plan? In a bit, when those two come out, you? Fitzroy smiled and gave instructions. Upon hearing this, Adamar's eyebrows twitched, and he asked uncertainly, Chung brother, you want to bind the man and drown him too? Binding someone and drowning them was a death sentence. No matter how ruthless Adamar and the others were, none of them wanted to face murder charges unless absolutely necessary. What problem do you have? Fitzroy's expression darkened in displeasure. When did this person dare question his orders? Looks like they've been living too comfortably and forgotten their place. If not for his protection, they'd already be locked up. A flash of warning crossed Adamar's eyes. He glared at the dissatisfied brother and said, Since Chung brother has ordered it, I will make sure it's done properly. Now that's talking sense. Fitzroy nodded. Chung brother, look, they're coming out. Duncan pointed toward the restaurant entrance. Go ahead, I'll wait for good news at the villa. Fitzroy patted Adamar on the shoulder and left with Duncan. Meanwhile, Assad and Gwendolyn were walking down the street. Gwendolyn expertly linked arms with Assad, pulling him along with a smile. It's hard to get out often. They say Haywardcheng has many fun places to visit. We mustn't miss out. Too bad Xian you didn't come to Haywardcheng. Gwendolyn looked slightly regretful. Luckily she didn't, otherwise, she might turn Haywardcheng upside down. Assad rolled his eyes. If Mackenzie were here, given her devilish nature, he wouldn't have an easy time. How can you say that about Xian? Gwendolyn giggled, covering her mouth. Although she could imagine how adorably mischievous Mackenzie would be if she were here, it inevitably would lead to chaos. At this moment, Adamar and the three brothers also walked up. Each of them was large and sturdy, all around 1.9 meters tall, resembling half-iron towers. Their arms were as thick as an ordinary person's thighs, and just standing there, one could tell they weren't people to mess with. Adamar's gaze swept over Gwendolyn's face and then settled on Assad, his expression growing more and more puzzled. This guy looks so familiar. Assad looked at the few men blocking him and Gwendolyn, and asked calmly, Who are you people, and why are you blocking our way? Assad coming out of the villa, and Haywardcheng's top figure, Zach, actually met Assad humbly and even knelt before him. This made him realize instantly that Assad must be a significant person, a super strong individual. Imagine surviving a missile strike unscathed. Could anyone else do that? Only a legendary land deity could manage such a feat. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse Fitzroy. You damn fool, wanting me to drown this person. How dare you think of that? Not only was it impossible, but if he did, and it got exposed, 9 lives wouldn't be enough. So, Adamar decided to betray Fitzroy, saying, Sir, Fitzroy intends to harm you, which is unforgivable. Should I capture him for you to deal with personally? Gwendolyn's eyes flicked between the two, suddenly feeling curious. First, Zach, now this man. They seemed to fear Assad deeply, almost as if it was etched into their bones. Could it be that Assad has done something huge in Haywardcheng? This realization made Gwendolyn somewhat annoyed. She had arrived too late and missed a lot. Assad glanced at Gwendolyn and said, You Arrow, go back to the Bai family first. I'll go with them. Since someone wants to scheme against us, I should see if he has the capability. All right. Understanding that Assad didn't want her to follow, Gwendolyn nodded and hailed a cab to return home. Lead the way. Assad looked at Adamar, who hurriedly nodded and led the way with bowed shoulders. He observed Assad's calm, emotionless expression, feeling excited inside, because he knew that Fitzroy was about to be utterly finished. Chapter 112 Feeding You to the Fish. Inside the minivan, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Adamar cautiously accompanied Assad, sitting on just one edge of the seat, for fear that any disrespect might incur Assad's displeasure. The square-faced man Bryce was responsible for driving, while the remaining 2 men huddled in the last row of the minivan, constantly exchanging meaningful glances with each other. Soon, they arrived at the villa district of Haywardcheng. Adamar rolled down the window and greeted the security guard at the villa district entrance. The vehicle then drove straight in. After driving a distance into the area, they reached Fitzroy's villa. This was a 3-story detached house, with an artificial mountain standing at the front entrance, and within the yard was a man-made lake, bordered by railings along the shore, surrounded by weeping willows, and even a pavilion built on an island in the center. Assad took a few looks around. He didn't expect Fitzroy to live so luxuriously. However, the fish in the lake made him frown slightly. Under his scrutiny, those large fish swimming back and forth in the lake had teeth over an inch long, sharpened teeth. They were clearly piranhas, and through the lake water, he could even see numerous bones inside. Some were human, others from animals. A thought of killing flashed across Assad's mind as he said calmly, Take me to see this Fitzroy? Yes. Adamar led the way with his 3 brothers. Finally, Bryce found an opportunity to ask Adamar, saying, Second brother, what are you thinking? We're really pissing off the Huangs with this. The remaining 2 brothers shared this opinion, looking puzzled at Adamar, seeking answers. Adamar glanced at them and spoke sternly, My name is Adamar, but I don't want to be someone else's tool for my whole life. Rest assured, this time the Huangs will be utterly finished. Is this person very powerful? Bryce cast a covert glance at Assad, but saw that Assad was calmly looking back at him. His heart shivered involuntarily. What terrifying eyes. Those calm and profound eyes seemed devoid of any worldly disturbances, yet they carried a sense of supreme authority. He had once seen such eyes in a provincial bigwig who, with a mere wave of his hand, had casually submerged hundreds of people from an offending family into the Qing River. Don't ask. Adamar didn't want to say more and gave them a warning look before continuing forward. At this moment, Fitzroy heard the car outside and instantly perked up. He had already changed into pajamas to cover his aged appearance. Hayward told Beauty, I'm here. He stepped out of the house with excitement, only to see Adamar and the others along with Assad. His face instantly darkened. Where's that woman? Why isn't she here? He immediately realized that Adamar had defied his orders. This conclusion sparked intense anger in Fitzroy. The feeling of being deceived gnawed at him. He demanded, Adamar, how did you handle things? Where is the person I wanted? And this kid, didn't I tell you to drown him in the river? Why did you bring him here? Fitzroy pointed at Assad, glaring condescendingly at Adamar and the others. These peasants dared to disobey now? Truly ungrateful. Did they forget who fed them? Smack. Adamar walked over and slapped Fitzroy's face, kicking him to the ground in disbelief. Obey your orders? Trying to harm Mr. Luther with you? How could I possibly ally with scum like you? After beating Fitzroy, Adamar immediately turned to Assad. Mr. Luther, please instruct me on how to deal with him. I'll make sure it's done to your satisfaction. Before Assad could speak, Fitzroy was already fuming. Treason, treason. Someone help me. Fitzroy clumsily got up from the ground, noticing the black footprint on his pajamas, which looked utterly disgraceful. This was his home, surrounded by other villas inhabited by Huang family members. To be bullied right at home? 3 brothers formed an arrowhead formation that forcefully dispersed the crowd in front of them. What a brave warrior. Although he had not practiced martial arts, the fierce determination on him was formidable. If it came to a life or death struggle, even an average Ming stage martial artist would have to give way. Interesting. Assad watched this scene with a serene gaze, showing no intention of intervening until several thugs charged at him. The farce should end now. He raised his hand, and a powerful aura descended abruptly. It felt like heaven and earth had inverted. Boom. Centering on him, everyone within 100 meters felt as if the sky above them had collapsed. Their legs went limp, and they fell to the ground in unison. Is there an earthquake? Why did the sky suddenly fall? This shocking scene left all present pale-faced and sweating. At this moment, footsteps drew their attention. Looking toward the sound, they saw Assad stepping up to Fitzroy. You, what do you want to do? Fitzroy tried to stand up, but his legs were still weak. Seeing Assad towering over him, his voice faltered. You seem to enjoy feeding people to the fish? Assad grabbed Fitzroy by the neck, lifting him into the air just above the artificial lake surface. Splashing. Immediately, a large number of piranhas gathered, leaping out of the water, snapping at Fitzroy's legs and feet. Ah! Fitzroy trembled uncontrollably, curling up, struggling to grasp Assad's hands while pleading for mercy. No! Missile strikes and making Sunny kneel? Bryce and the others gaped in astonishment, nearly dropping their jaws, feeling as if 10,000 llamas were trampling through their hearts. Forget it. Why did you tell us so late? You made us worry for nothing. Chapter 113. Unstoppable. The head of the Huang family, Antonio, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He couldn't imagine that the bullets he had fired would actually hover motionlessly in front of Assad. Is this a man or a ghost? Antonio immediately confirmed that Assad was undoubtedly a martial arts expert. However, the anger and savagery in his eyes did not diminish. In such an environment, he indeed could not contend with such a strong opponent. But the fact that this person had personally killed his son, his successor, made it impossible for Antonio to swallow this humiliation. Antonio couldn't help but roar in anger. Why did you brutally kill my son? Because he deserved to die. Assad said coldly. With his feet moving, huge ripples spread across the artificial lake, and several sets of bones rose from the bottom of the water, landing inside the villa. A rough count showed there were no fewer than 10 skeletons, 2 of which were clearly much smaller, evidently children's remains. Witnessing this, not only Neil and others, even Antonio's subordinates were startled. They understood all too well what this meant. Assad said mockingly, now do you still think your son died unjustly? Given his crimes, he deserves to die 100 times over. Nonsense. Antonio pointed at the pile of bones on the ground, his voice as dark as the depths. Who knows if these bones weren't planted here by someone else to frame my son? Even if he did it, there's always the law to punish him. What right do you have to kill my son? Even now, murderous intent flickered in Antonio's eyes. You've killed my son, so you must pay with your life. Even if the heavens themselves came down today, you'd still have to die. Bring it on. At Antonio's shout, his subordinates rushed out, armed to the teeth with automatic rifles. You can stop handgun bullets, but can you stop this many rifles? Antonio sneered. He had seen countless storms in his years. Back then, he had also encountered martial arts experts, but times had changed. No matter how strong one was, they would still fall under the barrage of dozens of guns. Boy, I'll give you one chance. Kneel on the lakeside for my son, comfort his soul in heaven, and I might let you die whole. Otherwise, As he spoke, Antonio retreated into the protective circle of his subordinates, shouting, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Finished talking? Assad looked at Antonio coldly. Antonio was taken aback. He didn't expect Assad to be completely unafraid of his threats, making him even angrier. Fire. You stubborn boy. You won't regret until you see the coffin. With that, the Huang family's thugs pulled their triggers simultaneously, gunshots erupting. Not good. Neil and others paled, quickly retreating to avoid being caught in the deadly crossfire. After all, these were automatic rifles with incredible penetration power, capable of turning a person into a sieve within seconds. This time, Assad finally moved. Step by step, he walked toward Antonio and his men, the bullets seeming to veer away from his path as if guided. Despite the rain of bullets, not a single one harmed him. Each step he took echoed like the toll of death in Antonio's ears. What's happening? Antonio was terrified, barking orders furiously. What are you doing? Improperly and shoot at his body. His subordinates felt helpless. They were clearly aiming at Assad, but somehow, the bullets deflected mid-flight as if pushed aside by an unseen force. Damn it! Seeing Assad getting closer, they began to back away, their fear gripping their hearts tightly. No, this is a monster. One subordinate, drenched in cold sweat, dropped his rifle and fled. Splat. His movement caused panic, and soon the guards surrounding the Huang family scattered in all directions. You're all staying here. Assad had no intention of letting them go. These killers, if left unchecked, would cause havoc elsewhere. Better to deal with them now. Bang bang bang. With each step, bursts of energy shot out like bullets, instantly turning Antonio's men into corpses. In their last moments, they couldn't believe they were so easily dispatched. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, with only Antonio still standing among them. His face was filled with growing terror as he hastily retreated, only to trip over a corpse and fall to the ground. In a disheveled state, he cried out, "Who are you? Don't come any closer. I am the patriarch of the Huang family. If you kill me, the police in Hayward City won't let you off." He finally realized that in the face of such a martial arts expert, his group of subordinates could not provide him with any protection. "I rid Hayward City of evil. They should be thanking me." Assad smiled. At that moment, the blazing sun in the sky paled in comparison to his radiant smile. Yet, Antonio's heart plummeted heavily, as if descending into hell. Boom. Right at that moment, a squad from the police finally arrived. A Maxwell in a police uniform strode briskly inside. Seeing the ground covered with bodies, his expression immediately changed. Upon seeing Antonio, he let out a sigh of relief and promptly looked at Assad. "Stop right there. I am Cyan of the Hayward City Police Department. I order you to raise your hands." "Wenda, you're here just in time." Seeing Cyan, Antonio nearly shed tears of excitement, shouting loudly, "Wenchang is dead. This person fed him to the fish alive. And all these bodies on the ground are my Huang family members. He's trying to exterminate our entire family. Father, rest assured, leave this matter to me." A flash of ruthlessness flickered across Cyan's face as he said, "To think such vicious criminals would appear within the boundaries of Hayward City. I will never let him go." Trouble. Neil and the others' faces changed. The person who came was Cyan, Fitzroy's elder brother. If this matter fell into his hands, it would surely mean trouble. They wouldn't be captured but would be killed on the spot. Maximilian couldn't help but grip Neil's hand tightly, whispering quickly, "Brother too. Are you sure we can live through today?" Neil glanced at Assad, noting his calm demeanor, and firmly replied, "Yes, we will definitely survive." These were specially made bullets specifically for capturing martial artists, each costing an exorbitant amount. But there was a reason for their price. They could effortlessly penetrate a martial artist's chi. From their repeated experience in subduing martial criminals, ordinary Mingjin-level martial artists would be taken down with one hit, while Njin martial artists would also be defeated. Only super martial artists at the Huajin level could stand against these bullets using superior speed and physique. As for Isabellisters, that was beyond their reach. Martial artists of that level were no longer human. Ordinary firearms could not harm them. Only peers could balance them. Of course, it was rumored that a type of S-grade bullet was under development, a combination of ancient secret techniques and modern craftsmanship designed to threaten even Isabellisters, though no one knew if it was true. In Cyan's eyes, grade A bullets could completely eliminate Assad. After all, with so many police department members present, even if Assad was at the Huajin level, he couldn't withstand dozens of guns firing grade A bullets. When Assad heard grade A bullets, curiosity rose in him. It was clear that these bullets were designed for martial artists. Bang bang bang. As the police department members opened fire, the grade A bullets flew through the air. Antonio hid behind Cyan, a smug look on his face, reveling in the success of his revenge. With the police department handling this, how could Assad possibly survive? "Come well." Assad waved his hand, and all the bullets flying through the air were caught in his palm. He felt the force generated when the bullets impacted his protective chi. Indeed, they far surpassed ordinary bullets in terms of explosive power and speed, and the tips of the bullets seemed to be made of titanium alloy. This significantly increased their penetration. Not to mention human bodies, even steel could be penetrated. No wonder Cyan was so confident about using them to kill him. Pity, such things are useless against me. Assad shook his head, crushed the bullets into powder with his fingers, turning even the titanium alloy tips into dust. This is impossible. Cyan's eyes almost popped out. This was a grade A bullet. He had never heard of anyone catching one barehanded and crushing it into powder. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Martial Isabellister. This man was actually a martial Isabellister. Otherwise, he would not possess such terrifying strength. Cyan's legs went weak, almost kneeling down. He couldn't help but glance at his father, Antonio, inwardly furious. What kind of mess have you gotten us into? Provoking such a formidable enemy and then making him clean up after you. Why didn't you die sooner? Keep going. Antonio cared little about anything else. Cyan joining the police department meant he wouldn't inherit the patriarch position, leaving only hopes on Fitzroy. But Fitzroy was dead now. Completely driven mad, Antonio harbored only one thought: to thoroughly kill Assad and avenge himself. Keep going my ass. Cyan barely refrained from cursing, raising his hand to stop his subordinates from firing again. His expression was ghastly as he looked at Assad, almost ready to cry. "Sir, might there be some misunderstanding here?" Misunderstanding? Everyone froze at those words, not just Assad but everyone present. "You've already fired, used grade A bullets, and now you're talking about a misunderstanding? Are you stupid?" Assad couldn't help but laugh. He knew very well that the other side had likely guessed his strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't act like this. But what if he wasn't an Isabellister? What would happen then? Probably he'd be torn apart. Truly a fine display of arrogance turned humility. "Cyan, do you really think I consider this a misunderstanding?" Assad said calmly. Cyan's face turned grim. Before he could speak, Antonio interrupted. "Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. You murderer. Today you're dead. My son represents justice in Hayward City, and you belong here to appease his spirit." Cyan almost got nosebleeds from rage, thinking that this man was really his father, who still dared to act so arrogantly at such a moment. If he continued being arrogant, soon it would be Antonio's own spirit that needed appeasing. "Father, shut up. This is a martial Isabellister." Cyan finally couldn't help but say in a lowered voice. "What if he's a martial Isabellister?" "What did you say, Marshal? Isabellister?" Antonio initially hadn't taken it seriously, but when he realized what had been said, the blood drained from his face, and he began shaking with fear, legs buckling as he fell to the ground. I threatened a Marshal Isabellister? Antonio felt like crying, feeling as if this was the highlight of his life, even though he might not have another moment left. Assad glanced at the police department members beside Cyan and said, "This matter started because of the Huang family, and it will end with them. You may stand down." His voice carried an inexplicable power, making people subconsciously comply. The police members instinctively put down their guns and moved aside. "No, you can't leave. Everyone, stand your ground. I'm the deputy leader of the police department. I order you to stop." Cyan panicked immediately, because he knew Assad had decided to kill him. Once these ordinary police officers withdrew, his time would be up. The police members hesitated, torn between orders. "You may stand down." At this moment, a voice approached quickly from afar, and a person appeared inside the villa when the words reached them. Zach. He had finally arrived. When Angelina returned to the Bai family, she immediately sensed something was wrong and hurried over, just in time for the final moments. Sonny. Seeing him, Cyan felt a glimmer of hope. Zach was the top official in Hayward City. With him here, Assad, even as a Marshal Isabellister, surely wouldn't dare kill someone in front of him. Humph. Zach gave him a cold look, then approached Assad, saying, "Mr. Luther, I have investigated thoroughly. I promise to give you satisfaction." Satisfaction? Upon hearing this, Cyan instinctively felt uneasy. Sure enough, Zach turned to Cyan, coldly saying, "Cyan, you have held office without performing duties, aided evil, accepted bribes, and harmed the people. I now officially notify you that all your positions are revoked. You will be executed on the spot." Antonio, same fate. All remaining members of the Huang family will be imprisoned pending trial. Once confirmed guilty, they will be punished according to the law. As he finished speaking, soldiers from the combat zone moved in swiftly, forcing Cyan and Antonio to kneel on the ground. "No, I'm the deputy leader of the police department. You have no right to execute me." Cyan's face changed drastically. "Fire." Zach glanced at Assad and announced decisively, "No, you two won't get away with this. I'll wait for you in hell." Cyan roared in anger as he faced death. Bang bang. With 2 shots, Cyan and Antonio died on the spot. The remaining Huang family members were quickly escorted away by soldiers to await trial. Adamar looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, sighing. People who were once powerful now weren't even worth a dog after death. This Mr. Luther is truly awe-inspiring. He was deeply impressed, suddenly struck by a strong urge. He wanted to follow this man and witness everything with his own eyes. Chapter 115. Kneel and wait. The once-renowned Huang family, with a history of 100 years in Hayward City, was destroyed just like that, causing many who knew this to secretly sigh. However, they all had an additional thought. Martial arts flourish. Martial experts can completely sway the fate of a family. So why can't they cultivate martial experts? Compared to those peasants, they have plenty of money and resources. They can certainly cultivate their own family's powerful individuals. For a while, all prestigious families in Hayward City went silent, secretly gathering strength to begin preparations for development. For these large families, a family strategy often takes decades to implement, or even more than a century for the more ancient ones. They have enough time to achieve their family's growth and rise. At this moment, Assad had already bid farewell to Zach and was preparing to leave Hayward City gracefully. After all, his mother and grandmother had already left, so he didn't want to stay any longer. "Assad, get in the car." A gemstone blue luxury car stopped beside Assad. The window lowered, revealing Blanche inside. She wore a black long dress, graceful and gentle, her beautiful eyes reflecting faint ripples. "Where are we going?" "Back to Aliena Guy." Blanche smiled. Assad nodded, about to get into the car when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Mr. Luther, wait for me." Just then, Adamar and Alpha ran up. Assad was somewhat puzzled as he watched Adamar bow deeply and said, "Mr. Luther, please allow me to follow you." "You want to follow me?" Assad frowned slightly. Adamar hurriedly explained, "Mr. Luther, I know my status is low, and my strength cannot compare to yours, but I am familiar with daily affairs and can manage travel matters for you. I only ask for your acceptance." After hearing this, Assad hesitated. In today's age, taking on disciples is not common, but it's not unheard of, especially among powerful families filled with many disciples and guest scholars. With disciples and guest scholars acting as wings and claws, a family would grow stronger as a result. Of course, such a family must have sufficient power to control these people. Otherwise, if they fall out of favor, they might switch positions and become a threat. Blanche, sitting in the car, glanced at him and said, "Assad, since they want to follow you, give them a test. Great families don't accept just anyone as disciples. Please instruct me. I am willing to accept any test." Adamar immediately responded. He wasn't afraid of the tests but feared losing the opportunity. Especially given Assad's strength, many would likely come to pledge allegiance in the future, and he had to seize this chance. Assad smiled. "Since you wish to be my disciple, I will take you in. As for the test, I'll say I will personally watch your performance. That's it." "Thank you, Mr. Luther." Adamar understood he was accepted and immediately bowed, his face showing surprise and joy. "Let's go back to Aliena Guy." After saying this, Assad got in the car, with Blanche driving as usual. Adamar and the others followed in another vehicle, serving as guards. "Do you really trust him so easily? What if he has ulterior motives?" Blanche looked at Assad, confused. Assad smiled faintly and replied, "Do you think I should worry about that? With my strength, I can eliminate them with a snap of my fingers. Why be concerned?" Simply put, he could easily suppress anyone, so there was no need to fear treachery. This was the demeanor of a top martial master. According to legend, when warriors reach this level, they possess a form of premonition, sensing danger and having heart palpitations at moments of peril. Unless the opponent reaches an unpredictable state, they can generally avoid most dangers. The car headed towards Alienigai. On the way, Mackenzie called in panic. Brother, something happened. Mom and Grandma were in a car accident. What? Shocked, Assad hurriedly asked what happened. But Mackenzie was too flustered to explain clearly. I will go to Alienigai first and won't wait for you too. How will you get there? Blanche was stunned, looking at Assad with confusion. Whoosh. Without answering her question, Assad showed his response through action. With both feet firmly on the ground, he shot out like a bullet. His speed was so fast that it tore through the air, producing a sonic boom. Supersonic speed. Squish. In the adjacent car, Adamar slammed on the brakes and stared blankly at the rapidly passing shadow, unsure if he had seen correctly. I think I saw Mr. Luther's shadow? It does seem like it was Mr. Luther. Adamar and Alpha exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. This speed was almost comparable to an airplane. Could this be achieved by an ordinary person? Indeed. As someone who could withstand a missile strike, his strength and speed had long surpassed human limits. At this moment, Assad was moving at supersonic speed, leaving a white trail of air behind him. It took a while before the sound of the sonic boom reached the air. About an hour later, he appeared at the hospital in Hayward High. Even with his jade-like body, he was somewhat exhausted from the speed and had to take a moment to adjust his breath, finally stabilizing his internal energy flow. Brother? Mackenzie came out of the ward. When she saw Assad, her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she threw herself into his arms, sobbing loudly. Shinya, don't cry. How are Mom and Isabella? Assad comforted her while asking about Mackenzie and Isabella's condition. With his abilities, as long as they were still breathing, he could save them. Before Mackenzie could answer, the ward door opened again. You're also a family member of the patient. A man in a white coat walked out of the ward, looking down at the medical chart and casually asked. Huh. Assad recognized this man. It was Christopher, the one who treated Ulrich. Christopher looked up and his face instantly changed when he saw Assad. Why is it you? He remembered the previous incident clearly. From that day on, not only did Sheen family's investment in the hospital stop, but he was also demoted. Currently, he could only serve as Chapter 116, Puppeteered. You. A flash of resentment crossed President Luther's eyes. He tried to stand up but found that his legs wouldn't obey him, as if they had lost all strength. What have you done to me? He glared at Assad, attempting to shout, but the sound that came out was barely a whisper. Assad turned and glanced at him, placing a finger before his lips. His voice was soft yet carried clearly. Quiet now. Don't disturb me while I save them, or I will take your life first. His words made President Luther immediately fall silent. He even noticed that his breathing became fainter. What on earth is happening? President Luther felt a growing terror as he realized he had become like meat on a chopping block, unable to struggle in the slightest. Not that he didn't want to, but his body would not heed his commands. He could not help but turn pale with fright. The Assad who was bent over checking on the patients seemed like a demon wielding terrifying and mysterious power to him, power that he desperately wanted to flee from. Meanwhile, Assad had finished examining Daisy and her grandmother's conditions. Just as President Luther had said, any further delay would have been too late to save them. Damn it! A spark of murderous intent flashed through Assad's mind but vanished quickly. There was no time to investigate what happened now. He must first save them. Reaching out his hand, immortal vitality instantly enveloped Daisy and the grandmother's bodies. The horrific external injuries caused by the car accident began to heal right away. Buzzing filled the room. The infused tap-tap. Suddenly, the sound of light yet swift footsteps approached. Turning her head, Mackenzie saw a very beautiful and impressive woman. Jean. Behind her were two burly soldiers carrying a disheveled man as if he were a chick. Who are you? I am Jean. I need to see Mr. Assad. Jean's tone was somewhat cold, yet her sharp demeanor, exquisite features, and upright figure in her military uniform left a good impression on Mackenzie. Afraid of delaying her, Mackenzie hurriedly replied, You're looking for my brother? He's in the ward. Should I call him out? No need. I'll wait for him here. Jean gently restrained Mackenzie. While speaking, Jean also quietly sized up Mackenzie. She knew that this youthful girl was the sister of a certain great man. For some time, she had arranged people to secretly protect Mackenzie and formed a positive opinion of her, understanding that she was an innocent and kind-hearted girl. After briefly introducing herself, Mackenzie looked at Jean curiously and asked, So your name is Jean? Sister Jean, how did you meet my brother? I seem to remember my brother mentioning a close friend in his combat group. Could it be you? The way Mackenzie scrutinized her future sister-in-law made Jean's heart shudder, and she hastily waved her hands. No, I met Mr. Luther only recently. Oh, really? With innocent-looking eyes, Mackenzie easily coaxed Jean into admitting her truth, which made her slightly regretful. However, thinking about it, although her elder brother already had a close female friend Alice, for safety's sake, she should still arrange for some alternatives. In case Alice changed her mind, there would still be someone ready to be the family matriarch. For a moment, Mackenzie's attitude towards Jean became increasingly affectionate. Jean naturally did not dare to be careless either. Except for not revealing Assad's identity, she explained everything else in detail, making Mackenzie even more satisfied with her. In her words, to conceal Assad's identity, there were naturally some ambiguous points, but Mackenzie took them as proof that Jean had feelings for Assad. She thought to herself that it was really a waste for her elder brother not to be a pretty boy. She didn't know when he had secretly won the heart of a female commander from the combat zone. Luckily, she discovered it in time. However, having an astute and capable female commander as her sister-in-law seemed pretty good. Then her elder brother could openly live off her, especially since Jean was an only daughter, avoiding any family drama over inheritance or family betrayal. It was almost perfect. From today on, you are my big sister-in-law, Mackenzie announced softly to herself. At this moment, the ward door was pushed open from the inside. Assad emerged, carrying President Luther who looked disoriented and defeated. It seemed his means of protecting his family were still insufficient. But, Mr. Luther, we caught the driver responsible. According to our investigation, this car accident was not an accident. It was orchestrated by someone. What? Assad suddenly raised his head, his eyes locking onto Jean intently. You're sure? Jean felt as if she were being watched by a terrifying beast. Her breathing became oppressed, yet she nodded heavily. I'm sure. This car accident was orchestrated. Assad laughed abruptly. That cold, handsome face suddenly brightened, but Jean sensed an intense, chilling killer intent from it, nearly making her shiver. Tell me what you found out. Chapter 117. The Song family's suspicion. Jean glanced at Christopher, her expression hesitant. Assad casually threw him to the ground, sealing his 5 senses and knocking him unconscious. Speak. Jean waved her hand, and a soldier behind her brought forward a disheveled man, saying, This is the hit-and-run driver. Assad looked at the disheveled man. He was around 40 years old, with dark skin and a weathered face, obviously from frequent travels outside. What surprised Assad was that this man appeared dazed, with scattered consciousness in his mind, as if he were a fool. Is it really him? Assad doubted whether such a person could drive a truck. Jean said, Indeed, it's him. We confirmed from the surveillance footage that he was the one driving the truck. However, his true identity is that of a fool. A real fool? Assad narrowed his eyes, cold light flickering in them. He abruptly extended his hand, fingers spreading to grip the man's head. Let me see if you're truly a fool. Assad's expression turned grim. Holding the man's head, he softly uttered 2 words, soul search. Buzz. A powerful will suddenly invaded the man's mind. His body stiffened, eyes rolling back to show only whites. Assad's formidable will shattered all his consciousness effortlessly, like robbing a house by breaking down the door and setting the house on fire. Among countless fragmented memories, Assad clearly grasped several key pieces of information. This person is indeed a fool. His memories before driving are intact, but during the drive, there is a complete blank, no record whatsoever. How he got into the car, how he left the car, or how he escaped, none of this information exists. The final piece of information is about him being captured and interrogated by Jean's men. Apart from this, there is no other useful information. Assad released the man, letting him fall to the ground. Originally a fool, now having his sanity destroyed by Assad's will, he was completely ruined. However, Assad felt no remorse. Even if he was a fool, even if he was controlled, the fact remained that he was the perpetrator who injured Assad's mother and grandmother. He deserved nothing better than death. Take him away. Let him fend for himself. Yes. Jean felt a chill and gestured for her soldiers to carry the man away. She then detailed the events further under Assad's questioning. After hearing the results of the soul search, Jean said, So, someone did control his actions secretly. That's right. Assad nodded. A shadow of concern crossed Jean's eyes. But, achieving this effect can be done in many ways. Whether through a master's will intimidation, a hypnotist's mental hypnosis, or even a puppeteer's physical control, all could easily achieve this. Assad said, It doesn't need to be that complicated. Huh. Jean looked at Assad, puzzled. Assad coldly said, In Hayward High, not many families have grudges against me. We can start investigating each one. Besides the Hayward family, whom he had wiped out, and the Haywardu family, which had only one surviving heir, there were the Song family, the Norma family, the Zhao family, and others. Yes. Jean knew that their lord was ready to kill. If no clues were found, these families might suffer greatly, possibly leading to their extinction. Assad arranged for Jean to continue investigating while he turned to enter the ward. Some time passed. Someone passing went to the Song family, almost without any attempt to conceal his whereabouts, heading straight for the Song family mansion. What? Assad is back, and he's coming straight to our Song family? In the study of the Song family mansion, Cody abruptly stood up when he heard the news from his subordinate, looking startled and uncertain. Could it be that the other party has detected something? Otherwise, why would he come straight to the Song family right after leaving the hospital? The subordinate reported, Yes, he will be here in a few minutes. You may leave. Cody waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate. In an instant, he became flustered, pacing back and forth in the study, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. What should I do? What should I do? How could he come directly to my Song family? He struggled to suppress his fear, his voice wavering, clearly overwhelmed by the immense pressure from a master martial artist, making him feel as if the sky was falling down. Calm down, don't scare yourself. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a black robe appeared on the sofa against the wall, speaking in a hoarse voice. All loose ends have been taken care of. As long as you don't foolishly confess everything to him, he will never know it was us behind this. Really? Upon hearing these words, Cody clung to them like a lifeline, quickly asking. The mysterious person said, We are in the same boat. Why would I lie to you? After all, even I cannot bear the wrath of a master. Only then did Cody Minchang calm down somewhat. Still feeling a bit afraid, he asked, So I still need to meet Assad? Of course you must. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like you're guilty? And not only must you see him, but you should also throw a banquet for him, show goodwill, apologize for your brother's provocations last time, and beg for his forgiveness. Really? Cody was stunned. The mysterious person smirked, saying, Why not? That's a master powerhouse. Moreover, we've plotted to kill his mother and grandmother, and then we invite him to a banquet, imagining his clueless face. What a beautiful thing it would be. It does sound like it, huh? Good. Then I'll entertain him properly. Cody suddenly felt more at ease, all traces of fear vanishing from his eyes, replaced by a sense of self-satisfaction. Yes, playing a master martial artist like a puppet in their hands, how amusing it would be. Prepare the banquet. Cody loudly instructed. Just then, Assad finally arrived at the gate of the Song family mansion. Chapter 118. brotherly affection. The Song family manor. Despite the Song family's recent rise to prominence, their residence was constructed with extreme luxury. At a glance, it resembled a massive castle. As Assad arrived at the entrance, the large door swung open from inside. Cody emerged with 8 stunning women in cheapao dresses. The cheapao-clad beauties stood on either side, their red skirts fluttering in the wind, revealing their long, slender legs. Mr. Luther has traveled far, and I, Cody, have kept you waiting. Please accept my apologies. Cody wore a broad smile as he humbly invited Assad inside, while the 2 rows of cheapao-clad women bowed gracefully, exposing a glimpse of white at their necklines. Assad narrowed his eyes. Although Cody's behavior was indeed unexpected, he remained composed and replied coolly, "Let's go in then." Flanked by Cody and his entourage, Assad strode into the manor. Upon entering the main hall, an elaborate banquet had already been set up. The tables were laden with delicacies, and the 8 cheapao-clad women retreated to the sides. "Mr. Luther, please take the seat of honor." Cody gestured for Assad to sit in the principal position. Assad scanned the prearranged feast before leisurely taking his seat. Cody sat beside him, carefully observing Assad's expression. "I wonder what brings Mr. Luther here today? Can't one visit without reason?" Assad's gaze swept across his face as he responded casually. Cody was taken aback, forcing himself to stifle his inner alarm as he hurriedly replied, "Of course not. If Mr. Luther wishes to visit, I would be more than welcome, never rejecting." Assad couldn't help but laugh. That fleeting moment of fear on Cody's face didn't escape his notice. As a martial arts master, there were no secrets from Assad. Every detail about the other person, including their breathing, heartbeat, and even the flow of blood, was clearly perceptible. So, lying in front of him was simply impossible. "Mr. Luther, is there something wrong with me?" Watching Assad laugh, Cody felt cold sweat trickle down his back, sensing some terrifying event about to unfold. Assad's gaze softened slightly as he asked, "Do you know why I've come to the Song family?" "I do not." Cody swallowed hard. "Do you really not know?" Assad chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with disdain. Cody sat woodenly beside him, his forced smile freezing in place as he said through gritted teeth, "Mr. Luther, I truly don't know." Bang! Assad slammed his hand on the table, the sound resonating deeply. The legs of the table cracked, and it collapsed with a loud thud. The commotion frightened the surrounding cheapao-clad women into retreating in disarray. Cody remained seated, not daring to move, as Assad's gaze fixed intently on him, making his heart feel like it had "This? Is there any difficulty?" Assad looked at Cody and asked calmly. Biting his lip, Cody had no choice but to stand up and lead the way toward the back courtyard. However, Assad noticed they were taking a secluded path that became increasingly desolate, eventually leading to the most remote corner of the backyard. "Your elder brother is here?" Assad furrowed his brow. According to the information he had, the Song family was built up by Tomas. Even Cody's current status owed everything to Tomas's support. Now that Tomas was seriously injured, how could he be in such a place? This place looked as if it had seen few people for a long time, desolate and dilapidated. Assad walked into the room. The stench of rotting wounds wafted from inside. Lying on the bed, Tomas stared blankly at the ceiling, resembling a corpse. Looking at his body, his wounds were only crudely bandaged with rough handling. This way, although his injuries wouldn't worsen, he would eventually become an invalid. "Big brother, I've come to see you." Cody did not dare look at Assad beside him, but spoke to the bedridden Tomas, his voice earnest and sincere, as if deeply concerned. Tomas remained dazed, silent. "You are truly a good younger brother." At this moment, understanding everything, Assad couldn't help but sigh. What a wicked heart Cody has. For Tomas to end up like this, it was almost impossible without his tacit consent. From this, one could guess Cody's true nature. After all, how could one expect kindness from someone who treated even his own elder brother like this? Cody said nothing, his face dark. On the contrary, hearing Assad's voice, Tomas turned his head, his voice hoarse and weak. "So it's Master Luther. Your visit must be because my good-for-nothing younger brother has done something privately to anger you. He's always been like this, accomplishing nothing but causing trouble. Please don't hold back, Master Luther." "Big brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Cody's expression changed, his voice angry. He sought revenge on Assad partly to prove to his elder brother, Tomas, that he could do better than the other and only he could lead the Song family to greater glory. But now Tomas's words felt like peeling a layer of skin off him alive. "Isn't it true?" Tomas turned his head to look at Cody. Despite being crippled in both legs, there was no attempt to conceal his disdainful gaze towards Cody. "Shut up. You're just an invalid now. What right do you have to criticize me? You only know war and expansion. When did you ever think about the development of the Song family? It was I who developed the Song family's business and expanded our influence. Everything is due to me." Cody was thoroughly enraged, screaming hysterically. "If not for me and my war and expansion, would the entrenched class let you develop industries and expand influence? Dream on." Tomas punctured the truth, cutting off Cody's voice. His expression grew darker, almost dripping with water. Watching the brotherly affection between the 2 Song brothers, Assad finally confirmed that the person behind Cody was not Tomas but someone else. The situation seems to be getting more interesting. Assad squinted his eyes, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto the corners of his mouth. The smile was cold. Anyone familiar with him would immediately know that someone was about to suffer great misfortune. Chapter 119. The Culprit. Assad turned and left. Seeing this, Cody let out a long breath. Glaring fiercely at Tomas, he said, "Just you wait. I will prove to you that I am the one who can lead the Song family to rise. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to see it." Tomas replied indifferently. Though he didn't know what had happened, for Assad to come in person, it was definitely not trivial. It was easy to imagine what his younger brother had done. "Humph, you will." Cody turned to leave. Before going, he instructed the people at the door, "Take good care of the elder. Don't let him die on me. After saying that, there was no sound outside anymore. Oh, Tomas, so this is your day. Tomas couldn't help but be self-deprecating. Over the years, he had put in too much effort into the Song family business. On the surface, it seemed like he was reckless, continuously investing large sums of money into the martial arts school, but only he knew clearly that this was the very foundation of the Song family's power. Compared to Cody's emphasis on interests and connections, Tomas valued strength more. Interests and connections could only add to one's fortune. They never came when most needed. Only strength was the root of the family. Thus, with his martial support, Cody's business ran smoothly, yet Cody failed to see this. With his sigh, the room fell silent. At this time, Cody returned to his study, and the mysterious man in black appeared again. He left?
Yes.
Cody smiled smugly, recounting the events simply before continuing. No matter how much of a martial master he is, we still played him like a puppet. But the mysterious man suddenly changed expression, sitting up abruptly, asking urgently, "You mean he just walked away without a word?"
Yes.
Cody looked at the mysterious man with confusion, unaware of any issue. Not good, you've exposed yourself. How could it be? Cody couldn't believe it. Yet at this moment, the mysterious man stopped talking, his figure rapidly fading, almost vanishing completely. But then, Assad grabbed him by the neck. Stay. Assad lifted him up, a single breath cutting through the black hood atop his head, revealing his true appearance. It was clearly a Maxwell around 40, with protruding ears, high cheekbones, small eyes, uneven teeth, pale yellow skin, and drooping corners of the mouth, giving an appearance of perpetual resentment. A Japanese? Assad raised an eyebrow. The man's features indeed resembled those of the Japanese. Lucian's heart leapt, confident that after living in the country for over 20 years, he wouldn't have been exposed. How did he reveal himself so easily in front of Assad? However, at such a critical moment, he didn't have time to protest, exploding into a cloud of gray mist in Assad's hands, leaving only a piece of wood. Substitute technique. Simultaneously, a black shadow broke through the window and vanished. Crack. That piece of wood was crushed into powder by Assad. The splintered wood pieces shot towards a direction. Surprisingly, not the window, but a chair next to the desk. The splintered wood pieces shot out at lightning speed, and suddenly, drops of blood appeared where there had been no one. The figure of Lucian directly revealed itself. He had intended to deceive Assad, creating a false impression that he had escaped. But Assad not only didn't fall for it, but also severely injured him in one move. Damn it, how did you spot me? In his panic, Lucian actually spoke in Japanese. After several attempts, he finally realized that it was impossible to escape from Assad with his strength. It's just some trickery. Do you really think you can fool my eyes? You Japanese overestimate yourselves. Assad grabbed the heavily injured Lucian, lifting the short man before him. Now, it's time to answer my questions. What was the real story behind that car accident? Car accident? Lucian pursed his lips and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I came to the Song family as a core member of the Nakajima family. Now, you've seriously injured me. Mr. Luther, are you trying to ruin the friendship between our two countries? I will protest to the consulate over this matter. As he finished, his tone grew sharp and severe. The Nakajima family? Assad couldn't help but sneer, saying coolly, last time, I killed someone named Nakajima Haichi. I never expected your Nakajima family would dare send more people to our country, truly persistent criminals. Now, I give you a chance. Tell me about the car accident and the purpose of your Nakajima family coming here. I might consider letting you die with dignity. Assad looked at Lucian and continued. So, it was indeed you who killed Nakajima. A cold glint flashed across Lucian's eyes. It seemed he had done right. Right after Nakajima died, a martial master emerged in Hayward High. The two events were clearly connected. He deliberately got close to Cody, then through Cody found a fool, using the Heart Moon Phantom School's mind-bewitching technique to drive a truck into Assad's mother's car. Finally, Assad was lured out. Now, he had confirmed his suspicion. Assad was indeed the killer of Nakajima. Unfortunately, he fell into Assad's hands. Lucian sighed inwardly, but remained defiant on the surface. You won't get any answers from me. I won't say a word. Now you're still so stubborn. Assad said coldly. Lucian twisted his mouth into a belligerent expression. Anyway, I'm just a minor member of the Nakajima family. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Even if I die, your mother and grandmother will be buried with me. Haha. Assad laughed instead, looking at him with disdain. You really think they'll have any trouble? With me around, they are already fine. What? Lucian was shocked, finding it hard to believe as he looked at Assad. But by observing Assad's expression and tone, he knew the other man wasn't joking. This is impossible. Lucian knew the injuries Zhang Shi and Xia had suffered. For ordinary people, they wouldn't survive. How could Assad have healed them? Nothing is impossible. Assad gave Lucian a deep look. Having confirmed that Nakajima was behind the accident, Assad sentenced him to death in his heart. However, he was curious about the repeated visits of the Nakajima family. Unfortunately, Nakajima refused to speak. So, Assad would use another method. He lightly uttered two words. Soul search. His hand abruptly clamped down on Lucian's head. Lucian screamed in agony as a strong will forcibly entered his brain. Chapter 120. Fury reaches the sky. It hurts so much. Please, just kill me. Court screamed loudly. It felt like his head was about to explode. Excruciating pain sweeping through his entire body. His face was twisted into a grotesque expression. What kind of agony could make someone scream like this? Cody, cowering in the corner, trembled all over as he looked at Assad with eyes full of fear, as if seeing a devil. Through soul searching, Assad obtained the information he wanted. However, upon seeing that information, his face abruptly changed, and his anger flared up. How dare you? Last time, Marlin had come to steal secrets and was killed by him at the Haywardu family residence. His body was thrown into the Hayward High war zone. Now, Court came not only to investigate Marlin's disappearance, but also with an even more important mission: surveying the Dragon Vein. This was something Marlin had been doing all along. Though Hayward High is located by the coast, the nearby Jingtong Mountain is a place of a dragon's tail, part of the Songlong Range which extends for thousands of miles. There are even rumors that it hides the true Dragon Vein. Assad naturally believed this without doubt. During his last visit to the Jingtong Mountain Cemetery, he had absorbed a pool of evil qi from the Dragon Vein. Although he sealed the cemetery afterward, from Court's memory, he discovered that it had already been reopened by the Zhongdao family. Their intention was to trace the clues and seize the entire Dragon Vein. Moreover, they had a backup plan. If they couldn't obtain the Dragon Vein, they would destroy it completely, preferring destruction over leaving it intact. The consequences of a broken Dragon Vein were not to be taken lightly. It could affect the national destiny and lead to major disasters. In short, their intentions were utterly abhorrent. Bang! Enraged, Assad crushed Court's brain with one hand. With a wave of his hand, all the bloodstains vanished, and he turned to look at Cody. No, don't kill me, I didn't see anything, I know nothing. Cody was terrified, hiding his head, trying desperately to bury himself in the wall. If you want to drill into the wall, then go ahead. Assad kicked out, and Cody felt a tremendous force push him against the wall, which crumbled as his head emerged on the other side. Luckily, he did not die. Mr. Luther, please, spare me this time. Everything was forced by Court. Cody endured the Assad were rare. He could provide support if traveling with Senior Carl, especially since the Zhongdao family would certainly not sit idly by and might devise some despicable plans. After confirming this, Assad bade farewell and left the Song residence. Before leaving, Assad called out to Jean, who looked puzzled. Mr. Luther, do you have any other instructions? Bring a team with me. I intend to capture all the Zhongdao family members in Hayward High. A flicker of determination flashed in Assad's eyes. Based on the information he extracted from Court's soul, there were still many people sent by the Zhongdao family in the country, including specialized assassins. Yes. Jean's expression turned serious immediately as she called for reinforcements from headquarters. To prevent any unexpected incidents, she also requested additional manpower from Farron. Assad glanced at these people without a word. More people would be useful to carry the corpses. Head to the power plant in the outskirts. Most of their people are there. Assad gave his instructions, and everyone set off immediately, splitting into over a dozen vehicles heading for the outskirts. Upon arriving at the outskirts, Jean skillfully directed her soldiers to completely surround the power plant, assigning personnel at every key location. Assad said, "You only need to be responsible for surrounding outside. The ones inside will be handled by me. Mr. Luther, they are hiding inside. The number is unknown, and we don't know if they have any special weapons. If anything happens to you..." Jean didn't agree and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Assad smiled confidently, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the hydroelectric power plant, and said calmly, "Don't worry, they can't hurt me." Having said that, Assad's figure darted forward, rushing into the power plant. Jean watched his retreating figure, gritted her teeth, and looked back at her adjutant, saying, "You stay here and command. I'll go in with Mr. Luther." "But sir..." Before the adjutant could finish speaking, Jean had already rushed in, leaving him no choice but to shake his head helplessly and take temporary command of the entire team. At this moment, Assad appeared like a shadow within the power plant. Inside an office in the power plant, a few men were sitting on sofas, cigarettes hanging from their mouths, the room filled with smoke as they conversed fluently in Japanese, occasionally bursting into laughter. "By the way, Mr. Nakajima usually comes back by now. Why hasn't he shown up yet?" "Well, naturally, Song family showers him with money and beauties. Wouldn't you be reluctant to come back too?" "Looks like you're jealous, Matsushita." The man called Matsushita, about 30 years old, short and frail, eyes dark and sinister, mouth downturned, looking gloomy and defeated, stood up, rubbing his hands awkwardly and said, "I don't care about your nonsense. Since Mr. Nakajima isn't here, who wants to go play in the prison together?" At the mention of prison, everyone's eyes lit up. Several women they secretly abducted from Hayward High were imprisoned there for their pleasure. Prison? Hiding outside the room, Assad squinted, pausing his movements. He didn't know what the prison was, but instinctively sensed something amiss. Soon, the men left the office, heading downstairs to a row of locked rooms. They opened the lock and entered one after another. Assad flashed through the corridor, peering through the door crack. Inside, for naked women, bruised all over, were bound and hung from the beams, in extremely humiliating positions. The men who just came in were hastily undressing, ready to commit unspeakable acts. However, the women showed no sign of resistance, their faces desperate and numb, eyes utterly vacant, displaying the sorrow of the powerless. This seemed deeply pained Assad. These Japs dare so much. Assad's eyes darkened, murderous intent surging uncontrollably like a flood breaking its levee. His hand slammed onto the door, which burst open violently. The overwhelming presence of a grandmaster crushed the men into the ground. Assad stepped in, towering over them. His voice filled with killing intent, squeezing out between his teeth. "You despicable dogs, each and every one of you deserves death." Chapter 121. Sudden Change. Assad's sudden attack startled them all. There was no time to react before they were already pressed to the ground by a weighty, mountain-like pressure. Even their bones creaked under the strain. One could only imagine how immense this pressure was. Damned scum. With a grim expression, Assad stepped forward and suddenly stomped down, crushing the head of the nearest Japanese person with his foot. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the shocking scene drenched the surroundings, leaving Ilium's eyes nearly popping out in terror. "This is bad." At that moment, they all silently lamented. How did such a powerful expert appear out of nowhere? This kind of overwhelming pressure must rival that of a shadow-level ninja. In Japan, Ninjas are categorized into Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, and above Jonin, the shadow level. Similar to martial artists in China who are divided into external strength, internal strength, transformation strength, and martial Isabellisters. But ninjas focus more on assassination while martial Isabellisters possess all-around capabilities. Whether in direct confrontation or stealth combat, martial Isabellisters have virtually no weaknesses. Actually, there are similar martial artists in Japan, but compared to ninja clans, these martial artists have always developed more slowly. Ilium felt a deep chill emanate from Assad, a ruthless and merciless killing intent. He hurriedly shouted, "Sir, please hold your hand. We are employees of the Songrang Group. Is there some misunderstanding here? These women have nothing to do with us." Until now, he still didn't realize their identity had been exposed. Thinking Assad came for the captured women, is there a misunderstanding? Assad laughed coldly. Cold sweat poured down Ilium's forehead as he quickly glanced at the nearby person and roared, "Blue, say something. These women were all brought by you." He turned out to be a fellow countryman. This made the killing intent in Assad's eyes even more intense. Bending down, he grabbed Blue by the neck and lifted him to face. "Don't you have something to say?" Assad looked down at him. I. Blue was terrified, his heart nearly stopping, breathing in the air filled with blood, trembling all over. Regret flooded his mind. Indeed, these women were brought by him to connect with Ilium and others. He had sent several batches of such women. To cover up the disappearance of these women, his family behind the scenes exerted considerable effort. "So, you admit it." A cruel smile appeared on Assad's lips, passing a death sentence on Bean's beautiful face darkened with rage. She angrily said, "These damn things." She helped the women up and urged Assad to leave, staying behind to care for them herself. Assad continued clearing the remaining members of the Nakajima family. Soon, he cleared both inside and outside the power plant, while Jean's soldiers began cleaning the battlefield in batches. Jean had her female soldiers arrange for the women's care and then joined Assad, saying, "Everything here is finally settled." Settled? Assad said indifferently, "The Nakajima family is indeed gone in Hayward High, but those who colluded with the Nakajima family are still around." Jean was alarmed. Assad gazed into the distance at Hayward High City and said, "Or did you think who provided this power plant and who delivered those women?" Jean heard the killing intent in Assad's words and knew he would continue to investigate. She immediately nodded and said, "Mr. Luther, I will definitely support your actions. I'll go to the Zhang family. You take care of the aftermath here." Assad returned to the room, dragging along what remained of Blue's body, just a torso and head, and left swiftly like a meteor. Now that everything was clear, his only intention was to kill, to exterminate all the traitors, to slaughter all the cowards. He wanted to make these collaborators afraid, to realize the boundaries they shouldn't cross. Rumble. As Assad's happened. It's Mengyin. Who did this? The Zhang family was frightened, fear and anger mixing. In an instant, the yellow tatami mats were drenched in blood, resembling a striking flower blooming suddenly in the white room. Strangely, it looked beautiful. "I've come to collect debts on behalf of others." Assad walked in, slamming the door shut. Soon, the entire Zhang residence was submerged in a sea of blood. Umitba. At that moment, an old monk appeared outside the residence. He pressed his palms together and his compassionate voice penetrated through the walls. "Sir, your killing intent is too heavy. Please stop." Then, a Buddha seal shot out of his palm like thunder, from his appearance to the sudden attack, barely more than a blink. Clearly, he had planned this. "Who are you?" Feeling the sharp wind from behind, Assad's face darkened. Not because of anything else, but because this strike wasn't meant to stop him. It aimed to kill. Chapter 122. Nameless Old Monk. Bang. Assad abruptly cushioned his hand behind his head, causing it to collide with the old monk's hand. The old monk's figure trembled, disbelief flashing across his eyes. From Assad's hand, he actually felt an astonishing counterforce. A destructive power was about to be unleashed. Whoosh. The old monk had no time to think further as he immediately retreated over 10 meters and stood on the wall of the Zhang family courtyard, looking at Assad with a doubtful and astonished gaze. How could the other party be so strong? This did not match the information he obtained at all. Only then did Assad turn around. He had just stopped the old monk with one palm, while casually delivering a fatal blow to the last member of the Zhang family with the other. Thus, the entire Zhang family was wiped out. One old monk. Assad looked at the old monk, also somewhat surprised. He didn't recall when he had offended such a person, and moreover, the other party launched a killing move right from the start, clearly not someone with good intentions. Could this person also be related to the Nakajima family incident? Thinking of this, Assad couldn't help but squint his eyes, a hint of murderous intent swirling in them. The old monk standing on the wall maintained a high vantage point, becoming alert due to his failed attack earlier. His thoughts suddenly changed, and he said, "With your prowess, why bother to slaughter a group of ordinary people?" "Ordinary people? These are a bunch of traitors." Assad sneered, "You, this old monk, attacked me without discernment, all for your saintly heart?" Suddenly recalling the earlier attack, Assad realized that it wasn't aimed at stopping him but rather at killing him. This old monk definitely had some issues. He certainly wasn't simply sticking up for these people, his exposed palms and arms, revealing bluish tendons. At this moment, he almost transformed into a menacing bald little giant, looking vicious, akin to an angry deity. His voice thundered like bells and drums, making the ground tremble. "Since you won't heed my warnings, I can only subdue you." After speaking, the old monk struck towards Assad. Bang bang bang. The two collided heavily, attacking head-on, neither retreating a step. The powerful collision made the surrounding courtyard crumble completely. How can this be? At this moment, the old monk was filled with shock, because his Buddhist sect's secret 16-foot golden body actually fell short against Assad, almost entirely being suppressed. He even felt that if this continued, his golden body might be shattered. Such strength was terrifying indeed. As the previous head of the Golden Dragon Temple's disciplinary hall, he was now well over 100 years old. In these more than 100 years, he had seen countless young geniuses rise and fall, yet he had never seen anyone achieve such power at Assad's age. Damn, how could my disciple provoke such an enemy? If I had known this, I would never have come here seeking revenge for his death. The old monk inwardly lamented. When Hayward Suinjio was killed and the Hayward family wiped out, he was infuriated for a long time. Later, after confirming Assad as the culprit, he traveled thousands of miles. He thought that subduing a mere novice martial arts master would be easy, but reality proved otherwise. Assad's strength was extraordinarily formidable. It was just outrageously formidable. If he had known Hayward Suinjio's killer was such a powerhouse, he might as well have stayed in the temple chatting and burning the midnight oil with female devotees. Now, not only did he fail to take revenge, but he himself might get trapped here. Amitabha. The old monk chanted a Buddhist phrase, barely managing to block Assad's punch with one palm. He said, "Sir, since neither of us can prevail over the other, why don't we call a truce?" Truce? Sure. You surrender yourself, and then we can call it off. Assad was unmoved. Now he wanted to stop? What did he do earlier? You want to stop whenever you like. Do I have no dignity? You're asking too much of me. The old monk's expression turned ugly. If not, then keep talking nonsense and fighting. Assad didn't care as he continued to pummel the old monk with punches. He found that as he kept punching, his combat skills became more proficient, allowing him to unleash even greater strength. The old monk naturally noticed the change in Assad. That almost superhuman speed of improvement. This filled him with growing terror, ruthless look flashing in his eyes, knowing that without some sacrifice, he truly wouldn't be able to leave. Raging Guardian King Old Sweat. He fled frantically without looking back. Where are you going? Assad stepped forward to chase, but the old monk's figure was already lost. He could only let it go for now, confident that he could find the old monk again someday. I'll leave you alive for a few more days. Assad snorted coldly. Hearing faint cries and footsteps in the distance, he knew someone was approaching. His figure flashed, vanishing from the scene. When passers-by arrived, all that remained was a large pit that had appeared out of nowhere. Was this a sinkhole? This big hole is terrifying. How does the city construction department operate? Forget it. I suspect this is a sign of the apocalypse. Didn't you hear there have been many sinkholes recently, possibly connecting to another world? Nonsense. The crowd bickered incessantly, speculating wildly, but none of them realized this was the site of a fierce battle between two people. Just as Jean exhaled in relief, Assad suddenly returned. He looked at Jean with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Mr. Luther, what happened to you? Cough, cough. After dry coughing twice, Assad finally calmed down and said, Are you free? My mom wants to invite you for dinner at our place. Sure. Jean showed no hesitation and readily agreed. Let's go then. Assad sighed in relief, but inwardly hated Mackenzie for her mischief before Aggie, claiming he abandoned Bethany after misleading her, yet thankfully his good sister Mackenzie overlooked past grievances and selected a new match for him, referring to Jean. This gave him a chance to let Aggie personally vet Jean, leading to Assad's reluctant invitation. At this moment, after briefing her subordinates, Jean arranged a car through her deputy. The two sat in the vehicle and headed directly toward the hospital. Chapter 123. The devious younger sister takes the stage. At this moment, a shocking piece of news spread in Hayward High. The Song family was finished. When this news broke out, it nearly blew up the entire Hayward High city, with disbelief filling everyone's hearts. But soon after came an overwhelming ecstasy. It's easier to kick a falling man. The Song family had monopolized too many benefits over the years. Especially Cody, as one of the three administrators of the Hayward High Chamber of Commerce, abused his power, securing countless benefits for the Song family. If not for a Tomas from the Tianshan Mountain backing them, they wouldn't have been able to suppress the opposition for long. And this time, Tomas was crippled, and Cody was captured by the soldiers of the Hayward High war zone. Thus, the once mighty Song family fell apart instantly like a collapsed tree scaring away all its monkeys. In the main residence of the Song family, only a few remained, all huddled around the now crippled Tomas said calmly. You. Fine, fine. Let's see how long you can talk tough. Get Tomas out of here. This house no longer belongs to the Song family. With that, two big men rushed forward, lifting Tomas up by the shoulders and back, carrying him out and throwing him onto the street. Bang. Tomas's body hit the ground with a dull thud, aggravating his wounds, making him gasp involuntarily. Previously loyal supporters of the Song family, Cody's trusted lieutenants, Key and Haywardong squatted in front of him. Enjoy your new life, Master Song. When you're ready, I'll support you in continuing as the patriarch of the Song family. He then stepped on Tomas's face with his foot several times before laughing and walking away. Tomas watched his retreating figure with eyes as cold as ice. Just then, a group of children ran over, surrounding the pitifully sprawled out Tomas, shouting and playing around him, even jumping on him. He tried to push them away but was punched hard by a passerby, forcing him to crawl into a corner against the wall. Even so, an unleashed dog strolled past him casually, peeing on him. Tomas fell silent. He felt humiliated, even worse than a stray dog. Yet he didn't say a word, only shrinking into himself gloomily. No one noticed the faint red mark appearing between his brows, red as flames. This was a sign of extreme frustration. Clearly, his inner turmoil did not match his calm exterior. At this moment, a car passed by, and Assad, noticing Tomas on the side of the road, frowned slightly. Jean, observing this, asked hesitantly, Mr. Luther, what's wrong? Assad shook his head. Nothing, just saw an acquaintance. He had personally crippled Tomas, so it could be considered familiar territory. Coincidentally, Tomas looked up at this moment, their gazes meeting in mid-air. Assad's gaze was indifferent, while Tomas's was silent and icy. I am your warning. From Tomas's eyes, Assad read his meaning and laughed scornfully, saying, "You won't live to see that day." Though the car sped away, these words echoed around Tomas. Through this exchange, Tomas realized Assad's strength was unshakable. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly, lowering his head again. Did he hate Assad? Of course, with every fiber of his being. Because Assad had crippled him personally and destroyed the Song family he had painstakingly built up. All his current suffering was directly caused by Assad. How could he not hate him? At this moment, Tomas really couldn't muster up any hatred. If their strength was similar, or if there was a chance in the future for retaliation, it would be one thing. However, the other party's strength completely transcended the mundane world. What could hate accomplish? It would only be a waste of energy. He lay on the cold ground like a block of iron, silent and unmoving. And at some point, the old monk who had vanished earlier reappeared. Didn't expect to meet such fine material. This old monk is just short of a guardian arhat, so why don't you come along with me? The old monk looked worn out, his eyes filled with bloodshot. He glanced around, then picked up Tomas and disappeared from the spot. In the car heading to the hospital, Assad glanced back, instinctively sensing something unusual, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he looked at Jean and said somewhat awkwardly, "When we meet my mother, if she acts improperly, please bear with her." Jean replied straightforwardly, "It's all right. Xine, you just messaged me, telling me how to behave. Don't worry. By the way, she told me not to call you Mr. Luther anymore. I should call you Akai." As she finished speaking, she hesitated slightly, as if afraid that this term of address might displease Assad. "Wait, my sister? What did she tell you?" Assad wasn't bothered by the issue of addressing him. Instead, when he heard that Mackenzie had given Jean instructions, he immediately became alert. That little devil, she must be plotting something. Assad didn't believe for a second that Mackenzie had changed her mischievous nature. Ever since they were kids, she had always been like this. Thankfully, he had always managed to keep her under control, or else she could have torn down the house. Jean's cheeks turned slightly red as she whispered, "They're just girl talk. You shouldn't ask." Assad felt helpless. "Mackenzie, you little brat, just wait until I get to the hospital. To dare trip up your dear big brother. You must be asking for it." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mackenzie was peeling apples for Daisy and Isabella with a gentle demeanor. Daisy watched her with a smile and asked, "Shinya, is what you said true? That girl saved us?" "Yes, exactly her. Isn't it amazing? So I say, she's truly a match made in heaven for my big brother. Besides, she's beautiful, has a great figure, and comes from a good family. For my big brother to live off her wouldn't be an issue at all." Mackenzie had just confirmed from the doctor that Jean was indeed the one who had brought Daisy and Isabella to the hospital for treatment, making her more satisfied with her future sister-in-law. "What nonsense are you talking? Do you speak about your big brother like that?" "Mom, I'm just worried about him. These days, people either die of drought or drown in floods. Given his personality, finding a wife is tough." Mackenzie earnestly explained, "Only a sister like me would think for him. Even living off someone else is better than being a bachelor." Just then, a voice gritted with anger came from the doorway. "Zhang, you." Qing, taking advantage of everyone's attention on Jean, her smile widening as she planned to escape. Just as she was about to bolt, someone grabbed her collar, pulling her back. "Where are you going?" "Be brother." Mackenzie forced a laugh, facing the expressionless Assad. "I just want to buy some water. There's hot water here." "Cough, I want cold water." Bang. Assad tapped her forehead lightly, saying, "No way." Mackenzie covered the red mark on her forehead, looking pitiful, trying to retaliate but unable to do anything against Assad. She immediately sought help. "Mom, look at my brother. How can he do this? He actually hit me on the head. This invincibly cute sister, who plans to introduce him to girlfriends, will be knocked into idiocy. That's enough. Stop fighting." Daisy watched them, feeling a headache coming on. Nearby, Jan couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing softly, surprised to see how this martial arts master behaved at home. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, rhythmic knocking came from the wall, muffled and deliberate, causing unease. Mackenzie pouted angrily. "It's happening again. It's the neighboring ward. They often make noise, disturbing both Mom and Isabella's sleep. I wanted to reason with them, but Mom and Isabella wouldn't allow it. I'll check it out." Assad frowned, understanding that Daisy and their grandmother didn't want trouble. However, he couldn't tolerate anyone disturbing their recovery. He stepped out of the ward. As he approached the neighboring ward's door, it suddenly swung open, revealing a Maxwell in his 40s embracing an ostentatious woman, mumbling curses. "Old thing, why won't you die?" The Maxwell whispered angrily, full of resentment, while the woman in his arms said, "Come on, Hal, don't get mad. Once that old guy passes, the whole house will be yours. Why get upset now?" "Humph, you're right." The Maxwell nodded, but upon spotting Assad standing outside, he thought they were overheard. His face darkened instantly. He glared at Assad, snarling, "Brat, what are you doing loitering at our door? Get lost. Are you talking to me?" Assad raised an eyebrow. "Brat, are you messing with me? You're the only one here. Who else could I be talking to? A ghost?" The Maxwell glared, suspecting Assad was looking for trouble. "You have a foul mouth." With that, Assad frowned and slapped the man hard across the face. Slap. A sharp sound rang out, leaving a bright red handprint on the Maxwell's swollen cheek. You dare hit me?" The Maxwell exploded with rage. The stubbornness of the elderly patient already infuriated him, but now a stranger had slapped him hard upon exiting the room. "A beating is to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, one day, your loose tongue might cost you your life," Assad said in a calm and deliberate manner. You. Unharmed, even walking out of the ward. Especially since the old man had been bedridden for years. The Maxwell shuddered as his eyes caught sight of 5 black finger marks on his wrist where the old man had gripped him. But in the next moment, the finger marks vanished as if they had never existed, sending chills down his spine. Something was off. Definitely something was wrong. Hayward told brother, I failed to raise my children properly. They have offended you greatly. Please accept my apology on their behalf, the old man said, smiling at Assad. Assad stared at him, his gaze deep, unmoved. An apology? Is that all? Not just an apology. I will make sure to punish them thoroughly. Saying this, the old man grabbed hold of the Maxwell with one hand and the Megan with the other, dragging them back into the ward. The door to the ward was slightly ajar, emitting a dark light. Somewhere along the way, the curtains had fallen, casting a gloomy and eerie shadow over the entire room. No, wait. The Maxwell's complexion changed dramatically as he tried to struggle free but found himself immobilized. Assad watched the old man's retreating back and spoke up suddenly, do not make any noise, or I will come back again. The old man remembers. The old man turned his head, whispering softly. His long mouth stretched nearly to his ears. Such a horrifying smile could not hide its terror, causing the Maxwell and the Megan to scream involuntarily. But after the door slammed shut, it seemed as if the world inside and outside the ward became completely isolated. Their voices vanished without a trace. Even from a distance, Assad could still feel the chill emanating from within the ward. He squinted, recalling the old man's face, so much resentment. Because, except for the corners of his mouth, every part of the old man's face was blurry. Was this a man, or a ghost? Chapter 125 The Bloody Door Seam. A ghost. Assad sighed. Although this old man was no longer human and carried a strong grudge, Assad did not rush in to destroy his soul completely. He wasn't some kind of saint who wanted to save those two scoundrels. In the dense waves of resentment emanating from the old man, Assad clearly saw everything that had happened before. Their merciless smothering of the old man's head with pillows and the subsequent abuse. They were utterly depraved. The wicked should be punished by someone even more wicked. If there was none, then leave it to the malevolent spirit. That was his decision. Of course, he wouldn't let the Yunqi inside leak out unchecked. With this thought, Assad casually drew a line at the door without touching it, leaving a sword mark on it. It looked like a lock. If the Yunqi inside spread, it would immediately alert him and temporarily prevent the leakage of Yunqi for a short period of time. Having done all this, Assad strolled back into the adjacent ward where he saw Jean chatting happily with Daisy and others. Akai, your grandma and I have mostly recovered. Why don't we get discharged? Since our family is here, we can have dinner together tonight. Daisy smiled at Assad, still holding Jean's hand. Well, before Assad could respond, Mackenzie jumped up excitedly. Great, let's eat together. Another feast tonight. Sitting by the hospital bed, Jean's face flushed slightly. Was she also part of the family? Daisy's words and the gesture of holding her hand made her somewhat uneasy, which oddly added a touch of feminine charm to this usually imposing female commander. Actually, she felt a sense of admiration for Assad. This admiration didn't stem from romantic feelings, but rather from the overwhelming power Assad possessed. A divine strength that was deeply etched in her mind. Since she was assigned to follow Assad, she had witnessed all his feats firsthand. Though it was just a small part of his experiences, it was enough to make her see his dominance, ruthlessness, and love and protection for his family. Even his playful antics with his sister Mackenzie made her secretly envious. As someone from a distinguished family, these sentiments were hard to experience at home. Her father was always tough, treating their home like a military camp. Even her mother, a civilian staff member in the combat zone, was decisive and rarely engaged in family interaction. This made Jean feel an inexplicable desire to become part of this family. But reason told her otherwise. After all, Assad was a martial arts grandmaster, a super strong figure reigning over the secular world for 2 centuries. Was she really worthy of him? For the first time, this exceptionally accomplished woman felt a hint of inferiority. Sister Jean, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Mackenzie bounced beside her, snapping her out of her thoughts. As Jean was about to say something, she caught Assad's gaze looking at her. Those eyes seemed to perceive everything in the world, deep and clear. They looked right at her, making her heart thud uncontrollably. Let's go. His voice brought Jean back. She nodded heavily as if coming to a realization, her expression easing. Finally, I'll get to enjoy Hayward High's delicacies. Mackenzie linked arms with her and Assad. Hayward High has plenty of delicious food. You'll definitely get chubby. At this, she winked at Jean, giving Assad a suggestive look. Jean couldn't help but pinch her cheek. You're such a chatterbox. Sister Jean, why did you pinch me? All because of Brother Luther. He must have corrupted you. Mackenzie stomped on Assad's foot hard. Assad raised an eyebrow and flicked her forehead. Mackenzie, are you rebelling again? Wah, everyone's bullying me. Mackenzie pouted and nestled her head into Jean's chest, then couldn't resist exclaiming, so soft. Brother, you're going to be so lucky. Zhang, you, Qing. This outburst enraged not only Assad, but also made Jean blush fiercely. She grabbed Mackenzie's ear, causing her to yelp in pain. I'm sorry, Sister Jean. Please spare me. Their laughter and teasing caused Daisy and Isabella to exchange glances, both smiling contentedly. It was wonderful having the family together like this. Isabella looked at Daisy with kindness and said in a low voice, your decision to adopt Xinya back then was right. Your mother shouldn't have stopped you, and moreover, Mom, it's all in the past now, let's not talk about it anymore. Daisy shook her head and glanced at Mackenzie, saying, from the moment she called me Mom, she has been my child, even closer than blood. Isabella nodded. Neither Mackenzie nor Jean noticed this exchange. Only Assad quietly observed them without making any comment. The family left the ward and completed the discharge procedures. The staff here were surprised to see Daisy and Isabella recover so quickly. Some doctors even wanted them to participate in hospital research. Fortunately, Jean promptly revealed her identity and refused on the spot, or they might have delayed them indefinitely. After all, Daisy's recovery was entirely due to Assad, and such rapid healing methods couldn't be replicated. This is my contact information. If you change your mind, feel free to call me. An elderly doctor looked at them earnestly. Sure. Assad knew the doctor's intention was purely for scientific research, so he nodded and accepted the business card. As they turned to leave, Assad thought of the ward and said, Ward 1135, if nothing unusual happens, don't assign anyone there. Sir. Before the doctors and nurses could respond, the Luther family had already left the hospital. Ward 1135? They exchanged confused glances. But soon, the nurse responsible for registration reminded Daisy that they had stayed in Ward 1136, which was next to Ward 1135. Dr. Hayward Fenghe, an old hand at Hayward High Hospital and deputy director known for his medical prowess rather than administrative position, decided, take me to Ward 1135. Other doctors and nurses, curious as well, followed him. As they approached Ward 1135, their expressions changed drastically. A bone-chilling coldness hit them. Even from several meters away, they felt the icy chill rising from their feet to their heads, causing shivers involuntarily. Hiss. One of the nurses clattered her teeth, goosebumps appearing on her legs beneath her white coat. Why is it so cold here? Hayward Fenghe stared intently at the ward door, his expression grim. He instructed, clear the surrounding wards immediately. Keep everyone away from this one. Dr. Hayward, what's going on? Hayward Fenghe's face darkened as he said, there may be a ghost in here. As soon as he mentioned ghost, the hallway lights flickered on and off, changing everyone's expressions. They wanted to speak, but fell silent. Look at that. Suddenly, a nurse pointed under the door and screamed. Everyone followed her finger and saw a pool of dark red, viscous blood seeping out from under the door. Chapter 126. The Xiaoluochang has arrived. Something happened. This time, everyone panicked. Fortunately, Hayward Fenghe remained calm and hurried to reassure everyone, saying, Mr. Luther just left. Immediately send someone to contact him. In the hospital's registration information, their contact details can definitely be found. Secondly, quickly arrange for the evacuation of patients in the surrounding wards. Move fast. He calmly surveyed everyone, and at this moment, they snapped out of their daze, barely calming down, and started acting according to Hayward Fenghe's instructions. People are like this. Once leaderless, chaos ensues. But with someone taking charge, things become much easier to handle. Hayward Fenghe undoubtedly achieved this. With him here commanding, the doctors and nurses below quickly evacuated the people. To ensure safety, Hayward Fenghe also had someone notify the police department of Hayward King. The police arrived swiftly, with a large number of officers reaching the scene within 5 minutes, setting up a cordon around the ward. Leading them was a police captain named Bradford. About 50 years old, he had a stern face and an aura of toughness. He had served in the southern region in his early years, then transferred to the police force after his military service, gradually rising to his current position. He was well experienced. Upon arriving, he immediately knew something was wrong with the ward. The chilling, eerie atmosphere felt as piercing as ice. This is the patient's information and medical records. Hayward Fenghe handed the medical record book to Bradford. Bradford took it and quickly flipped through it before asking directly, was the elderly man Anton the only one in the ward? Were there any other patients or family members accompanying him? Hayward Fenghe said, only Anton stayed in the ward. His son Norman requested a good treatment environment for his father. Pausing, he continued, as for what happened at the time of the incident, I'm not sure if there was anyone else inside. Retrieve the surveillance footage from the hallway. I need to know what exactly happened here. Bradford glanced at the camera overhead and instructed his subordinates. Yes. The police officer immediately complied and went to retrieve the footage. However, moments later, he ran back with a look of horror on his face, holding a laptop computer, shouting, Captain, it looks like there's a ghost? Shut up. Nonsense. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Bradford's face darkened as he scolded the subordinate and snatched the computer from him. At this moment, the screen was playing the footage from when Assad tried to knock on the door, followed by Norman's appearance and his conflict with Assad. But then, the footage became bizarre. Because Anton, the elderly man, never appeared in the footage, while Norman and the Megan were clearly being dragged into the ward by some invisible force. The door to the ward was slightly open, revealing darkness inside, where faintly, a gaunt old man could be seen standing. Moreover, sensing everyone's observation, Anton in the footage lifted his head and looked toward the surveillance camera. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, staring straight at them. Hiss. The painful feeling of being stared at made everyone panic, turning pale. Even the experienced Bradford couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle at such a bizarre sight. Wuliang Tianzuan. At that moment, a Taoist priest dressed in a Taoist robe, with silvery hair and youthful features, suddenly appeared nearby. His soft voice sounded like morning bells and evening drums, clearing the gloom from everyone's hearts. All eyes turned to him, clearly feeling that as he approached, the oppressive, eerie atmosphere began to noticeably dissipate. Bradford looked at the Taoist and hesitantly asked, May I ask the name of this Yaliest master? The Taoist smiled slightly, looking composed, and said, This humble Taoist goes by the name George. You may call me Asher. I come from the Tianying sect and have just arrived in Hayward King. I didn't expect to encounter a vengeful ghost. It is my duty to eliminate it and restore order. At this time, Assad also received a call from the hospital. Assad frowned slightly, not expecting the situation to change so quickly, and said, Mom, Isabella, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. This is family reunion day, and you're really ruining the mood. Mackenzie complained, shaking Jean's arm vigorously, saying, Jean, please talk some sense into him. Jean gave a bitter smile but remained silent. Daisy looked at Assad and said, If you have business, go ahead. Remember to come back quickly. Understood. Assad left the restaurant, and Mackenzie first fell silent for a while before becoming more lively, like an untamed wild horse. Jean, what do you think of my brother? My brother is rather slow and honest. He never had a girlfriend since he started school. I felt an instant connection with you, Jean, just like how I imagine my future sister-in-law would feel. Mackenzie pulled Jean's arm and chattered on, making Jean's face turn increasingly red. Especially with Daisy and grandmother's smiling glances, she became even more nervous, not really listening to what Mackenzie was saying but only nodding in agreement. Even plans about when to get married and what names to give their children were almost arranged by Mackenzie. Mission accomplished. Future sister-in-law secured. Mackenzie gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. To let her brother become a kept man and live comfortably off someone else, this adorable sister indeed did quite a lot. Assad, I can only help you so much. When you succeed in being a kept man, don't forget your little sister. She mumbled to herself. However, at that moment, her phone rang suddenly. It was Bayurnu. She answered it casually, but immediately regretted it upon connecting. Bayurnu's voice came from the phone. Shinya, where are you? I. Mackenzie hesitated, as if caught cheating on her spouse. Bayurnu quickly sensed something was wrong. Bayurnu frowned. Shinya, are you hiding something from me? No. On my honor. I'm dining out, and it's a bit noisy here. I'll call you back later. Mackenzie quickly hung up the phone, sighing with relief as her increasingly robust chest heaved up and down. At a traffic intersection in Hayward High City, Bayurnu sat in her car, watching the disconnected call. The brows of her companion, Ateo, furrowed even tighter. He asked, Miss Bai, where should we go now? With Assad having left midway, they could only follow Bayurnu. In their eyes, Bayurnu and Assad were so close. She was surely going to be the future lady of the house. They naturally sought her opinion. Just follow my car. After saying that, Bayurnu stepped on the gas pedal, speeding away. Halfway through, she received a location on her phone. It was Mackenzie's current location. Humph, let's see what you're hiding from me. As Mackenzie's best friend, Bayurnu knew her well and didn't believe her excuses over the phone. Recently, she had said she'd introduce herself to Assad and how the family would rely on her. So intimate, calling her sister-in-law constantly. How could this enthusiasm fade so quickly? Something was definitely up. It wasn't suspicion of anything else. She was just worried that Mackenzie might have encountered something. Thus, she hurriedly drove there, found out the private room number in the restaurant, and went upstairs. Upon entering the room, Bayurnu noticed something unusual. What a beautiful woman. Almost instinctively, her gaze fell on Jean, and from Mackenzie's possessive gesture, she sensed a hint of danger. Heavens, a love triangle. Mackenzie's face changed. Bayurnu's sudden arrival caught Jean red-handed, making her panic. The previous potential sister-in-law faced the new candidate. Brother, what should we do? Your polygamous situation has arrived. Mackenzie covered her face in pain, imagining the grim scene Assad would face. Thinking about it, she suddenly realized, right, facing this situation was Assad, not her. Why was she worried? Suddenly, the pain disappeared, and she couldn't help but chuckle somewhat disloyally. Chapter 127 Master George. Alessia first greeted Marcy and her grandmother with a smile, then sat gracefully beside Danica. Shinya, aren't you going to introduce us? Danica looked at Alessia, who was smiling but there was a hint of danger in her smile. She straightened up quickly and said dryly, this is my brother's friend, Dixie. Oh, so you're Miss Jiang. Alessia turned to Dixie, extended her pale white hand, and asked thoughtfully, you're also a friend of Brother Chin, right? I'm Alessia. You can call me Yuero. Dixie looked at Alessia, shook her hand, and said coolly, Miss Bai, you're too kind. The two exchanged glances, and it seemed as if sparks were flying between them, making Danica break into a cold sweat. She was too nervous to utter a word. On the surface, they were both smiling, yet their eyes carried a dangerous look. Danica glanced left and right, subtly pulling her head back, afraid that she might interfere with their unspoken exchange and be made into a scapegoat. Brett, meanwhile, had no idea that trouble had broken out in his backyard and was already on his way to the hospital. As he approached the hospital, Brett suddenly stopped, feeling a stirring within him. It was the sword mark. The one he left on the ward door had been triggered. Something had happened. This urged him to move faster, dashing down the road toward the hospital. At the hospital, the area around the ward was already cleared out, revealing an increasing amount of black blood seeping from under the door. Even the surrounding walls were stained with blood, dark as ink, mixed with hair and pieces resembling flesh and internal organs. The sight alone was enough to chill anyone's heart. How many people must have died to produce so much blood? The mere thought sent shivers down one's spine. Yaliest Master George had a stern expression, wearing a Yaliest hat and holding a whisk. He stood at the ward door where a makeshift altar had been set up with incense and yellow paper talismans. He picked up a piece of yellow paper, lightly flicked it, igniting it instantly, adding a sense of sacred solemnity to the air. Heavenly mysteries, 6 Jia, 6 Ding, hear my command, exterminate demons. Hastened by the law. With his decree, the yellow paper shot like an arrow onto the ward door, followed by a loud boom, with flames engulfing the door. The sword mark Brett left behind blazed brighter in the flames. Roar. The sword light bloomed like a lotus, instantly dispelling the surrounding Yin Qi, Yuan Qi, negative energy. Yaliest Master George gave a puzzled glance at the sword light. He had only chanted the ghost-killing spell. Why would there be a burst of sword light? Strange indeed. However, the sword light left by Brett was merely meant for warning and soon dissipated. Nonetheless, the oppressive aura outside the ward vanished. Master George truly has remarkable skills. Fortunately for us, with Master George here, or else if the evil spirits inside escaped, everyone in the hospital would be in danger. Who wouldn't agree? It seems Yaliest practices really work. I should find a chance to go to the Yaliest temple to offer some incense. The police officers standing around whispered amongst themselves. Unbeknownst to them, it wasn't the mere ghost-killing spell, but the sword mark left by Brett that had eradicated the external Yuan Qi. Yaliest Master George mistook this as his own doing, bolstering his confidence, firmly believing it was just a minor ghost inside the ward. Let them see this old Yaliest's true abilities. He chuckled inwardly. This opportunity would surely earn him significant benefits. After all, a police captain was standing nearby. If he did well this time, he'd establish himself firmly and lean high. Who would dare call him a fraud then? Although he lacked the courage to genuinely exorcise ghosts, he certainly had the audacity to exploit the title to amass wealth. Don't let his mastery over Tyance Gate's techniques seem shallow compared to his senior brother, Yalius Toby, but subduing a small ghost and fooling ordinary people was still within his reach. Master George, how's it going? Lu Konglong, seeing Yalius Master George's display, was surprised as well. Although he practiced martial arts, he knew little about exorcising ghosts. Yalius Master George nodded, maintaining an air of mysticism, and said, "The external impurine energy has been cleared. Let me subdue the 1,000-year-old spirit inside the ward, and this matter will be resolved." 1,000-year-old spirit? Lu Konglong was shocked. Yalius Master George glanced at him and said, "It's naturally a 1,000-year-old evil spirit. Otherwise, how could it have such deep powers? In my view, many people must have died in this hospital. These people died with grievances, which gave birth to today's 1,000-year-old evil spirit." At this moment, a doctor suddenly stammered, "I remember now. An elder once said that this place was originally a residential building. Later, there was a serious fire, and it was said that many people were burned to death at that time. After the residential building was gone, this hospital was built." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run through their bones. Bradford originally thought Yalius Master George was exaggerating, but after hearing the doctor, he was unsure as well. He could only say, "Then we'll leave it to Master George to continue your efforts. Once this is done, our Hayward High Police Department will not forget Master's contribution. There's no need for such formalities. Exorcising demons is something that all Taoists should do." Yalius Master George immediately responded with great righteousness. "Great virtue of the Master. Such a high-ranking person from the Yaliist community. Yes, I see Master as a wise man, transcending the mundane world, yet Master has such a broad mind." Everyone around looked at Yalius Master George with admiration, making him lift his head higher with pride and a smug look in his eyes. Only Hayward and Fenghe, when looking at Yalius Master George, had a hint of doubt in his gaze. He was a renowned medical expert and top-tier doctor, quite knowledgeable about Yalism. The Yaliist magic performed by Yalius Master George just now was indeed the ghost exorcism spell. However, it shouldn't have been so powerful, especially since sword light appeared earlier, but the ghost exorcism spell uses talismans. How could there be sword light inside? This made Hayward and Fenghe suspicious. Amidst the praises and respectful gazes of the crowd, Yalius Master George picked up the peachwood sword on the table, holding a piece of yellow paper. He took large strides towards the ward door. "Just wait and see me capture that evil spirit." As he reached the door, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. "If I were you, I wouldn't push open that door." The crowd froze, turning to see a young man walking towards them, his expression calm and indifferent as he stared at Yalius Master George. It was Assad. He had arrived at this critical moment. "Young man, do you know who you're speaking to? These young people today have less and less respect. Don't you see the Master is catching a ghost?" Yes, this young man really doesn't know any better. People around immediately began criticizing Assad. Yalius Master George turned around, glaring at Assad with dissatisfaction. "Who are you?" "A passerby." Assad replied coolly, then swept his gaze over everyone present. All those who met his eyes fell silent and lowered their heads. Yalius Master George couldn't help but feel infuriated. A passerby? If you want to watch the show, why bother to jump out and cause trouble for nothing? So, he ignored Assad, grabbed the door handle, and forcefully pushed the door open. Chapter 128. A Promise to a Ghost. Rumble. The door of the ward was pushed open slightly, and in the pitch-black room, darkness flowed out like ink, surging outward like a tide. Oh no! Yalius Master George's face changed. Before he could react, a withered, emaciated hand suddenly reached out from the blackness and grabbed him. A tremendous force pulled at him. He stumbled and was thrown directly into the ward. Then came a loud bang. Bang. The ward door slammed shut abruptly. All that remained on the spot was a dark puddle, which looked like either blood or ink, carrying a faint, fishy stench. Where is Master George? I saw something grab him inside. Master has such high attainments. How could he be taken? He must have gone in on his own. Some were alarmed. Others were terrified. For a moment, the tightly closed ward door seemed like a bloody moth swallowing lives, making their hairs stand on end. They all backed away, afraid that the door would open again and drag them all in. Seeing this scene, Bradford couldn't remain seated any longer. If this kind of incident happened in his jurisdiction and it spread more like a test. Snap, snap. Clear cracking sounds came from inside the ward, echoing clearly in the quiet corridor as if someone were chewing bone fragments. He didn't get eaten by Master George, did he? A horrifying thought crossed everyone's minds. Then the lights in the hallway started flickering erratically. Amidst the flashing, it seemed as if they saw a shadow standing at the ward door. It was the shadow of an old man. Anton. He wore a white robe, black trousers, and gray cloth shoes, his emaciated figure facing away from everyone. However, his neck stretched unnaturally long, gradually extending to over a meter, enough to peek through the glass window above the door. His face wore a benign yet eerie smile, as if a 90-year-old grandfather watching his grandson. The smile melted into the wrinkles on his face. Hiss! A ghost. This scene completely frightened many bystanders. They turned and ran, wishing their parents had given them 2 extra legs. Only Bradford and others, including Hayward and Fenghe, remained at the scene. Unbeknownst to them, Assad had already reached the ward door, watching Anton quietly. He spoke calmly. Are you still harboring resentment after taking your revenge? Whoever the culprits are, I won't let any of them off. This was a promise made by Isabellister. A vow never broken. No, we can't trust him. That's right. The murderer had so much power back then. It will be even harder now. You think you can solve it just like that? Who do you think you are? We want to handle it ourselves. Kill, kill, kill. We might consider trusting him once. Amidst the voices of disbelief, Anton's voice was barely audible, drowned out almost immediately. We will handle it ourselves. Anton's head peeked through the glass window, his kind yet eerie little face casting a terrifying shadow as he looked at Assad. Why should we trust you? Assad's expression grew colder. He raised his hand and lunged forward. Boom. As if heaven and earth were collapsing, an intense surge of vital energy rose like smoke signals, pressing down on the ward. It was the overwhelming aura of a Isabellister. For resentful ghosts, this yang energy was nearly their natural bane. No. Anton screamed, blood spurting from his eyes, as if he had stared directly into the sun. Assad reached out, grabbed hold of Anton's neck, lifted him up, and hauled him to the front. Why should you trust me? Because killing you is effortless for me. Seeing this scene, Bradford and the others were stunned. Whether it was promising a ghost or capturing one single-handedly, it left them all in awe. Assad. I recognize him now. He's the Mr. Luther who came before. Someone suddenly cried out, identifying Assad, and including Bradford. They all showed a look of reverence. This was their Hayward High Martial Grandmaster. No wonder he had such power. Ignoring them, Assad continued to look at Anton, staring into the face filled with hatred, behind which seemed to be dozens of other hateful faces. Now, can you tell me who the culprit is? Assad asked. Anton's expression seemed somewhat moved, but Bradford couldn't help but interject, Mr. Luther, this is a ghost? Anton's expression abruptly changed, his sharp gaze fixing on Bradford. So what if it's a ghost? Assad glared coldly at him. Don't forget why he became a ghost in the first place. To me, he's just someone who died unjustly. Bradford shivered and quickly shut his mouth. Anton looked at Assad, his eyes clearing somewhat as he said, back then, the person who sealed the building and set the fire was called Glover. Glover? The moment this name was mentioned, everyone present except Assad changed expressions drastically. Chapter 129 for Justice. Who is he? Assad glanced at the crowd's reaction and raised an eyebrow. Bradford hesitated for a few seconds before saying, he is the head of a branch family of the Haywardu clan. The Haywardu clan. Assad narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing through them. He realized that he seemed to have a peculiar connection with this Haywardu clan. He had captured Augustus personally last time. He hadn't expected it to be Augustus's father this time. I want to know this person's whereabouts. Assad said in a calm voice. Though his voice was soft, it sounded like thunder striking right into their ears. What? Bradford's face changed drastically as he looked at the serious Assad and quickly pleaded, Mr. Luther, you absolutely can't do that. He is Glover, the head of a Haywardu clan branch. So what? Assad stared into his eyes. Bradford didn't evade but instead earnestly advised. The Haywardu clan has its power entrenched across the entire southern region. Even a mere branch has a vast network of connections and interests, with its main family having extremely high status in the central region. Why should Mr. Luther put himself in danger for some ghosts? No matter how powerful Master Luther was, once he touched that extensive network, he would suffer heavy losses. Martial arts could lead to divinity, but money could also reach divinity. Moreover, this is just one-sided talk from a ghost. Who knows if it's true or false? It would not be worth it to offend the Haywardu clan rashly. Bradford continued persuading. At this moment, Anton's face showed layer upon layer of faces. They were crying and wailing, each looking at Bradford with venomous expressions. How dare you seek death? We died unjustly, yet you defend that scum. Did you take his money? Black energy surged wildly around Anton. The clarity in his eyes was instantly drowned, filled with wild killing intent and resentment. Bradford was startled. The chilling air made him feel cold all over. Enough. Assad slapped a palm on Anton, and the black energy immediately dissipated. Anton's eyes regained clarity, though they were filled with weariness. As the carrier of these wronged souls, he felt almost out of control. Assad looked at him, pointed his finger at his brow center, and a sword-shaped mark appeared. This sword intent can keep your sanity. Thank you, Mr. Luther. Anton rejoiced and hurriedly thanked him. Bradford couldn't help sighing, knowing that things couldn't be changed. Once a martial master made up his mind, it wasn't something he could persuade against. Hayward and Fenghe stood beside, silent. He never thought that Assad would plan to seek justice for a group of dead people's souls by confronting the head of the Haywardu clan branch. To him, this was an absolutely irrational decision. However, his heart was conflicted, hoping that Assad could indeed seek justice for them. You haven't answered my question. Assad reminded Bradford. Bradford sighed deeply and said, since Mr. Luther insists, I won't say anything more. Glover is not in Hayward High now but has gone to the capital city of the southern region, Nanjiang City. Assad nodded and turned to Anton. Do you wish to go with me to seek justice? We want to go. Our families perished in that fire, and we demand an answer from Glover. Anton, representing all the wronged souls, firmly said. Then let's go. Assad turned and left first, with Anton closely following. In the corridor, only Bradford and Hayward and Fenghe remained. Bradford watched the two leave, his expression struggling, lost in thought. Dr. Hayward, just between us, don't let it spread, okay? He suddenly warned. Hayward and Fenghe replied, Captain Haywardu, rest assured, I will keep this secret, but I still have a word of advice for you. Oh, I am somewhat knowledgeable in divination. I advise you to rest for a while during this period, don't cause any trouble, otherwise, there might be unforeseen misfortune. Hayward and Fenghe said meaningfully. Bradford's face changed, staring deeply at Hayward and Fenghe. Dr. Hayward, mind your own business. With that, he stormed off. A team from the Hayward High Police followed Bradford directly. Hayward and Fenghe had the cleaning staff tidy up the ward and turned to leave. At that moment, Asher, who was supposed to be unconscious on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. A look of resentment flashed through his eyes as he hurried away. After losing so much face here, and nearly losing his life, he blamed everything on Assad, believing that Assad had ruined his plans, completely forgetting that Assad had just saved him. In Hayward High, at the Norma family manor, a deathly cold atmosphere filled the entire manor. Ford sat in the main seat of the hall, his expression as still as water, giving no clue about what he was thinking. The group of family members below were trembling with fear, not daring to make a sound. Everyone knows about the matter with the Song family? Ford's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, seeing looks of panic and fear, some even avoiding his eyes. He laughed bitterly out of extreme anger. What, have you all become mute? Bang. He slapped the table fiercely. The news of Assad wiping out the Song family caused a huge uproar in Hayward High, and the news of the Nakajima family's malicious intentions gradually spread. For a time, distancing from the Song family became a kind of correctness. As an ally of the Song family, the Norma family also suffered significant consequences, losing large amounts of capital. Several big orders were cancelled one after another, and even the jade supplier from the southwestern region cut off their supply. The ending. Why won't you speak? Not one of you wants to say anything. Seeing the silence, Ford grew more agitated, his anger increasing, almost like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. I have a way to deal with Assad. Just then, a strange voice came from the doorway. What? Who are you? Everyone was startled. This was the inner courtyard of the Norma family. How could someone suddenly barge in? Following the voice, they saw the main gate open, revealing an elderly Taoist with white hair but youthful looks standing before them. Chapter 130, The Patriarch's Wrath. My name is George, a poor Taoist. Asher strode through the gate, and as he walked, his steps followed the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array, momentarily causing faint sounds of wind and thunder around him. It was as if a celestial being had descended from heaven. This undoubtedly added tremendous might to him, making Jonathan not dare to be careless, immediately becoming respectful towards Asher. He personally rose up, inviting Asher to sit down. After exchanging pleasantries for a few sentences, he asked with some urgency, just now, Sir Yelius mentioned having a way to deal with Assad? Asher pinched his beard and smiled, saying, this poor Taoist does not tell lies. So what should we do? Jonathan stared intently at Asher. Asher, on the contrary, seized the pulse of the other party, remained calm, scanned the surroundings with his eyes, but for Nangjiang City soon. Perhaps Patriarch Norma could play a trick in this area? Jonathan nodded and said, thank you for your advice, Sir Yelius. Here, let me toast you. Tasha, fill Sir Yelius' cup. For a moment, host and guest enjoyed themselves immensely. After the banquet, Asher hugged Tasha into the guest room arranged by Jonathan, while Jonathan hurriedly left the Norma family. At this moment, Assad did not set out directly but instructed Anton to wait outside for a moment. Then he went alone to the restaurant. Upon entering the private room, he sensed the atmosphere was off. Juanita and Jean sat together, appearing harmonious on the surface, but there was a confrontational air between them that couldn't be hidden. Assad, you're back? Brother Luther. The two women stood up instantly, graceful and charming, one gentle and demure, the other vigorous and spirited, like plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, each with unique charm. However, Assad felt uncomfortable under the intense gazes of the two women. Their scorching looks almost made him uneasy, especially with his mother Daisy, grandmother, and Mackenzie watching eagerly. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Things were getting awkward. Finally, Assad turned his gaze to Daisy and changed the topic. Mom, I have some matters to take care of in Nangjiang City. Forward and called out. Anton's gaze swept over Yolito and the others. There was something odd about his kind yet eerie face, which made Yolito and the others feel a chill run up their spines from their feet to their heads, as if their scalps were going to explode. Bryce couldn't help but tug at Yolito's sleeve and whispered, second brother. I feel there's something wrong with this old man. It gives me the creeps. Yolito shot him a glare and said, stop talking nonsense. He's just an old man. What's there to be creeped out about? The group got into the car, with Assad sitting in the passenger seat. He instructed directly, drive. Bryce paused. Aren't we waiting for the old man? I'm already here. Anton had somehow gotten into the car and was now sitting next to Bryce. Bryce felt like sitting next to a block of ice, so cold that his teeth started chattering, wondering if the old man wasn't actually a corpse. Yolito didn't overthink it. Seeing everyone was present, he stepped on the gas pedal and took off. While driving, Yolito asked, by the way, Mr. Luther, what are we doing in Nangjiang City? It's not much. Just need to get justice for some people, Assad replied coolly. At least that's good. Yolito sighed in relief upon hearing this. With Assad being a grandmaster in martial arts, this small matter should be a piece of cake. They hadn't been on the road for long when they arrived at the outskirts of the city. At this moment, Yolito noticed several military vehicles parked there. As they approached, the soldiers around became instantly alert. Mr. Luther, it seems someone is blocking the road. Assad also noticed the situation, but when he saw Farron leading the group, he immediately knew they were waiting for him. They're looking for me. I'll go see. Yolito stopped the car, and as soon as Assad got out, Farron hurried over, greeting with a bow, greetings, Mr. Luther. I apologize for the inconvenience. Assad was accustomed to Farron's respectful demeanor, but Yolito and the others were taken aback. They clearly saw the 2 stars on Farron's shoulder, indicating he was a general in the military region. Yet he showed such reverence to Assad. Although they already knew how high a grandmaster's status was, they never expected that even the highest authority of the region would show deference. What a formidable presence. Bryce stared in disbelief, swallowing saliva repeatedly, thinking that they had definitely backed the right horse this time. They were truly going to make it big. However, Farron brought Assad a piece of bad news. Augustus had been taken away by officials from the southern region. Even the ledgers Assad previously handed over were also seized. It was my negligence, kept outside and unable to act. They used a warrant from the southern region to bypass me and take Augustus. Farron clenched his fists, eyes filled with anger. This must be the Haywardugia family's trickery. Not only did they take Augustus, but all evidence of the Haywardu family's collusion with the Nakajima clan was also taken. This was outrageous. Seems like this Haywardu family isn't easy to deal with. I'm heading to Nangjiang City anyway, and it looks like I'll have to confront them head-on. Let's see how powerful they really are. Ruling the roost with one hand. Assad's expression turned stern. Anyone familiar with him could tell he was angry. When a grandmaster gets angry, blood will flow. This trip to Nangjiang City was destined to leave some people bloody. Chapter 131. Ambush on the way. The car set off again, but the atmosphere inside became somewhat somber. When Neil, Maximilian, and the others learned that Assad's target was Glover, their faces turned grave. After all, it was Glover. In the Southern District, this was a well-known name. As the head of a branch of the Haywardu family, his authority in the Southern District was probably no less than that of the main branch of the Haywardu family, which indicated how shrewd and capable he was. Especially in his early years, he had laid out extensive plans in the electronics industry. Over the years, he had almost achieved a leading position in the relevant industrial chains, with a market value constantly soaring. For us. What? Neil and Maximilian were shocked and looked at Anton. Anton, being a seasoned veteran, might not have been tricked if not for his advanced age. His experience outweighed others' lives by far, and he immediately sensed something was off with the people at the accident scene. From the direction the cars were parked, the positions of the people on the ground, to the man on the side of the road pretending to call for help, everything formed a subtle encirclement. Once they approached, the enemy could easily complete the ballway. Upon Anton's hint, Neil and Maximilian suddenly understood. If it weren't for the warning, they might have fallen for the trap. Pity for them, they encountered Mr. Luther. A cold expression crossed Neil's face. You all fall back. If they dared to come, they must be prepared. Anton smiled, slowly stood up, and surprisingly went through the car door, appearing outside with a faint cloud of dark mist surrounding him. This scene shocked Neil and Maximilian. Maximilian's teeth chattered. Damn, how did this old man get out? The door didn't open, yet he was outside. It just didn't make sense. Wait, shadow. They noticed there was no shadow next to Anton, causing a chill to run down their spines and cold sweats to break out. They had been sitting with a ghost all along? At this moment, Assad also reached the accident scene. Their coordinated attack. We've been waiting for you for a long time. However, Assad remained calm, as if he had anticipated this all along. His squatting body abruptly moved. He swiftly kicked backward, directly hitting the black-dressed woman's abdomen. The force shattered her internal organs and sent her flying. Facing the blood arrow, he slightly sidestepped, easily evading it, then punched downward, smashing the injured man's head into the concrete pavement. The worst fate befell the old woman. As she grabbed Assad's ankle, it felt like grasping a great dragon, and the strength transmitted from it instantly shattered all 10 of her fingers. Crack, crack, crack. Hayward, bursting pearls, her hands disintegrated, splattering bone fragments through her entire body, creating dozens of small holes. She screamed in agony before collapsing dead on the ground. From their explosive encirclement to their complete demise, it took merely the blink of an eye. The surrounding people hadn't even reacted when they saw Assad already charging towards them. Not good, this guy is tough, let's retreat quickly. Someone shouted in panic. It was too late. Assad moved like a tiger among sheep, swiftly taking down everyone within moments. Only the person giving orders remained. Are you human or ghost? He swallowed hard, retreating step by step, his face Chapter 132. Summoning souls on behalf of heaven. Whoosh. A sky full of blue needle shadows all stabbed towards Assad at once. Propelled by the explosion of chi and blood, these needles were comparable to the legendary concealed weapon, Shower of Pear Blossoms. A 30-meter radius was entirely shrouded in this barrage. How ruthless. Assad did not expect that for an assassination attempt on himself, his assailant would go so far as to deploy suicide operatives and use a human body as a vessel for such a deadly hidden weapon. He tapped his toes on the ground, leaping up, intending to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. These poisonous needles moved at hypersonic speed, erupting over such a short distance that even Assad could not evade their attack range. Golden body. Activate. Assad's face darkened as he activated his jade bone golden body, and a golden light suddenly illuminated his surface. All the poison needles impaled themselves into his body. Bang. His body crashed heavily to the ground. With his feet as the center, the asphalt road surface developed web-like cracks spreading out in all directions. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a loud burst of laughter came from nearby, and a young man approached. This youth named Mitchell was precisely the mastermind behind this assassination. Did you think that being a martial arts Isabellister would sing toward Assad's neck? Die for me. Mitchell showed a savage smile. Boom. As the blade flashed past, an unexpected event occurred. Assad vanished. The Assad who had been impaled by poison needles, whom Mitchell deemed as being near death, had abruptly disappeared right before his eyes. This can't be. A wave of intense crisis surged within him. An overwhelmingly suffocating threat enveloped him. Not good. Mitchell screamed in his heart. Slam. Just as he wanted to step back, a foot forcefully stomped down from above, pinning him underfoot. It was Assad. Mitchell looked up at the person overhead in shock and disbelief. Wasn't he severely injured? Unbelievable. With a shake, Assad dislodged the blue poison needles from his body, which fell to the ground with broken tips. This isn't possible. Mitchell widened his eyes. These needles were made from space meteoric iron, tougher than titanium alloys. They could pierce through diamond. How did Assad withstand these needles' assault? It's unimaginable. Why should it be impossible? It's you who are narrow-minded. Anton drifted closer, looking down mockingly at Mitchell. Mitchell's expression changed dramatically, unable to accept the fact that Assad was unscathed. As a gold-level assassin in the organization, he had reached the transformation level, successfully assassinating Isabellisters and escaping unharmed. He personally designed this assassination. No, don't. Mitchell seemed to have foreseen something, desperately struggling, but unfortunately, compared to Assad's willpower that was vast like mountains and seas, he was merely a frail ant. Boom. Mitchell's consciousness was drowned out completely. Hayward, a sailboat in the sea being engulfed by a storm. It sank instantly into the depths, never to return. This scene made Anton's expression change, looking at Assad with increasingly reverent eyes. Ever since Assad left a sword mark on his forehead, restoring his sanity, over time, he became more humanized. This included fear and reverence. For Assad's displayed overwhelming means, he held a deep-seated respect. After a moment, Assad slowly withdrew his hand, and Mitchell ceased breathing entirely. In the recent willpower clash, his consciousness had been shattered into fragments. From Mitchell's scattered memories, Assad obtained all the information he wanted. Mitchell belonged to an assassination organization called Ju Hun Pavilion, which boasted of summoning souls on behalf of heaven without any restrictions. They would go to any lengths to achieve their assassination goals. This explained why the previous assassin carried such a lethal hidden weapon to carry out the assassination. At its core, this organization despised all life, not just others, but their own. Made his heart tremble. May you rest in peace. Yale sighed inwardly and sped away from the scene. Before long, this situation became known to the soul-binding pavilion, and experts swiftly arrived to inspect the scene. Two burly men in black crossed layers of police lines and reached the site of the car crash. You're finally here. A deputy director of traffic management heaved a sigh of relief. The two men perfunctorily nodded and started examining the scene. The ground was littered with corpses, especially the exploding killer whose remains were scattered blood and flesh everywhere. Wait, he's still alive. Suddenly, one of the men in black approached Mitchell. However, after careful inspection, he stood up, disappointed. Damn it, it's just the residual instinct of a Chuanjian martial artist. Mitchell seemed to have an extremely weak heartbeat, but that was merely the remnant bodily instinct. In reality, he was dead already. The other man had a sinister look on his face and fiercely said, "Report to the organization. This matter has exceeded our capacity. Only by sending the Brooks can we solve this issue. There's no choice." After brief deliberation, they immediately made a decision. A message was sent out directly. Shortly thereafter, an anonymous message came through on one of their phones from an unidentified number, which contained only one word. Okay. Though it was only one word, it seemed to carry an overwhelming aura of death. This was the response of the Brooks. The two burly men couldn't help exchanging glances and revealed excited smiles. With the Brooks acting, this guy is definitely done for. Yeah, daring to kill our people, the only outcome for him is death without a grave. With that, the two men left. The deputy director then instructed the cleanup of the bodies, and the incident was officially categorized as a car accident, quietly covered up. Assad was unaware that the soul-binding pavilion had once again escalated his bounty level and even dispatched a Brooks-level expert. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. Refined bone golden body perfected. Foundation establishment peak. At this moment, he had already stood at the pinnacle of some human limits. Even if a deity realm expert came, he could still fight. How could he fear a mere Brooks? The car calmly drove out of Shuiyuan City, and Yale and Maximilian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Creed glanced at them and said with a cold expression, "Hayward, guys, it's a bit too early to relax. There's still a long distance to Nanjiang City." Maximilian couldn't help but say, "Sir, knowing Mr. Luther is here, would they dare to send anyone else to court death?" Mr. Luther was a Wudao master, showing incredible power and lethality. Would the other side foolishly send more people to die? He didn't believe it. Haha. Creed grinned with a sinister smile. Don't forget, money talks. If even deities cannot resist, what about ordinary humans? This road to Nanjiang is only just beginning. His words were meant for both Maximilian and Assad, warning them not to let their guard down, as there might be greater dangers ahead. For Creed, if the Wudao master Assad fell, no one could help him seek justice anymore. Assad glanced at him, seeing through his thoughts, and said calmly, "Since I promised to help you get justice, I will make sure it happens." "Thank you, Mr. Luther." Creed's lips quivered, and he expressed sincere gratitude. Just as Assad was about to speak, he suddenly looked into the distance and said, "It seems some people can't wait to come courting death." Upon hearing this, Yale and Maximilian changed color. Suddenly, Assad's figure flashed and disappeared from the car. Reappearing, he was now atop the car, standing steadily as if on flat ground despite the vehicle traveling at 150 miles per hour. He lifted his head and gazed into the distance. A dark figure was rapidly approaching, closing in from afar. Boom. A deafening sonic boom sounded. It turned out to be a 2-meter-long steel spear, hurled with immense force. If it struck, it could likely pierce through the entire vehicle. But for a Wudao master, what did this mean? Seems like I've been underestimated. Assad laughed, then delivered a powerful punch. Boom. His fist smashed directly onto the spearhead. There was a crunching sound as the steel spear broke into 2 halves, its tip plunging into the roadside. The remaining half flew off at an even greater speed. Supersonic speed. A piercing sonic boom echoed behind it. Assad pushed off the car roof, following the trajectory of the spear's flight, dashing out swiftly. This can't be. On a distant small hill, a tall man over 6 feet with a bronze complexion paled, dodging just in time as the half-spear whizzed past his arm. Zzzt. The friction with air heated the spear so intensely that it left a burnt black mark on his arm, even grazing it slightly. Such power was terrifying. The tall man's face turned grim. He turned to flee without hesitation. However, Assad had already closed in. Seeing this, he immediately pursued. But the tall man only feigned a move. As Assad approached, he suddenly turned, kicking out with a leg swift as a razor blade. Die! The tall man roared. This technique was borrowed from a backstab maneuver. At his level as a Wudao master, executing this move achieved earth-shaking, ghost-crying effects. Swoosh. The leg strike was no less deadly than an actual blade, faster and fiercer, even breaking the sound barrier with a loud crack. In an instant, it reached Assad's chest. If it landed, it would surely create a bloody hole straight through him. Many wish for my death, but you're far too lacking. Assad reached out. A layer of golden light enveloped his arm as he struck downward forcefully, hitting the tall man's calf. The tall man felt as if struck by lightning, losing all sensation in his lower leg. Realizing something was wrong, he attempted to react. However, Assad didn't stop there. He lunged forward. His left shoulder collided heavily with the tall man's body. With a dull thud, followed by a series of bone-cracking sounds, the tall man flew away like a rag doll. Their clash lasted mere moments, yet a soul-binding pavilion master was rendered useless. I'm the Brooks. The tall man still couldn't believe it, falling so easily, not only defeated but utterly humiliated. Assad stood above, looking down at the fallen man lying on his back, saying coolly, I've killed quite a few masters, but today, I'll give you a chance. Confess everything I want to know truthfully, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise die. Chapter 134, The Means of Gods and Buddhas. Hearing this, the big man's face turned ashen. He was a martial arts Isabellister. When had he ever been spoken to in such a condescending tone? Even after a vengeful ghost. A mere vengeful ghost dared to want to possess his body. How outrageous. This idea seems pretty good. Adhering to the principle of waste utilization, Assad found that Anton's suggestion wasn't bad. At least the Isabellister's body wouldn't go to waste. But this body has already been beaten to near ruin. Anton, seeing Assad's tone soften, quickly added, Please rest assured, Mr. Luther, I have ways to restore it. Even if it can't match its original strength, it should at least recover 80% of its power. That's not bad. Assad nodded. Even at 80% of Isabellister's strength, it would be enough to crush all lower-tier martial artists. In case something happened, it could also come in handy. Listening to their conversation, the big man nearly choked on anger. He wasn't dead yet, and these two were already planning what to do with his corpse? Unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. Anger kills me. I'm not dead yet. The big man's face was twisted, glaring at them furiously. Oh, that's right. Assad glanced at him, nodded approvingly, and then lifted his foot to stomp forcefully down on the big man's head. The big man's expression changed. Wait? Too late. Assad directly reversed life and death, crushing all vitality in the big man with one stomp. Before dying, the big man's face still wore a look of disbelief. The other party really only asked him one question, and then mercy unexpected happened. The next second, he would turn to ashes. Just then, Assad finally moved. You dare to haunt even after death. With one finger, he touched the big man's forehead. The deceased big man abruptly opened a pair of bloodshot eyes, filled with venomous hatred as he stared at Assad. You will get retribution. The lingering consciousness of the big man issued his final curse. However, Assad paid no heed. The longevity true chi crashed down, like a galaxy falling from the sky, suppressing the remaining consciousness of the big man, crushing it into pieces. Seal! Anton shouted, his soul fully completing parasitism. He had finally successfully occupied the body. Phew! He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, the bloodshot redness in his eyes fading away, gradually turning from blank to lively. Ha ha ha, I'm alive. I'm actually alive. Anton was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He had endured decades of life, only to end up pitifully lying on a hospital bed at the end. First betrayed by his own son, then transformed into a vengeful ghost, and subsequently used as a container by a grudge spirit from decades ago. His experiences over this short period were nothing short of tumultuous. Now, he had regained life, possessing a body that could be called formidable. How could he not be elated? How could he not laugh? We should set off. At this moment, Assad's calm voice came. After speaking, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Yes. Upon hearing this, Anton's expression turned solemn. He deeply understood where all of this came from, feeling even more reverent toward Assad's capabilities. Watching Assad head down the mountain, he hurriedly followed closely behind, just like a loyal old servant. And at this moment, in the car at the foot of the mountain, Adamar and Maximilian were already anxious. The group seemed like ants on a hot pan, their eyes filled with unease and tension. Mr. Luther won't be in trouble, will he? Maximilian whispered. Bullshit. Adamar glared at him fiercely and said, Mr. Luther is a martial arts Isabellister, almost like a god on earth. How could he be in trouble? Speak such nonsense again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Second brother, I was just saying. Maximilian mumbled, yet dared not contradict Adamar. They're back. Algernon beside them said. He looked honest, rarely spoke, but was the most loyal follower of his second brother, Adamar. The group immediately looked over. Sure enough, Assad returned, but the one following him was not Anton, but a strange big man, causing everyone to look puzzled. How did Anton vanish after this trip? Did something unexpected happen? Adamar quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Assad and Anton directly got into the car, with Anton skillfully sitting next to Maximilian, an action that made Maximilian startle. What about that old gentleman? I'm your old gentleman now. Anton flashed a smile, revealing 8 teeth, showing that his mood was quite good. What, you're that old man just now? Not only Maximilian but also Adamar and the others changed expressions. In their earlier conversation, they had confirmed Anton's identity, believing him to be a malevolent ghost suppressed by Assad and thus following him. They never expected that this old man would suddenly inhabit a real body. This new body radiated with intense warmth, noticeably raising the temperature inside the car, completely different from the chilling ghostly aura Anton had before. Anton cast a respectful glance at Assad and said, It's me. But everything is thanks to Mr. Luther. Thanks to Mr. Luther? Upon hearing this, Adamar and the others exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. Reversing life and death, turning a vengeful ghost into a living human. Such prowess was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, likely not inferior to the legendary gods and Buddhas. God Luther, no one can touch you. But father, the matter of the Nakajima family has already been exposed. How could they possibly let us off? Enough, Qing Yun. The affairs of the Nakajima family have nothing to do with us. We are businessmen. We were simply deceived by the Nakajima family. They merely provided channels into the country, but regarding what they did, we knew nothing. Glover directly interrupted Augustus. How could his foolish son not understand even now? Since he could save him, it meant he had smoothed over all connections. From now on, the matters of the Nakajima family would have nothing to do with the Haywardu family. If they claimed ignorance, how could the southern region dare to press them? Did they think the main line of the Haywardu family was just for show? Was the nearly monopolized electronics industry network of the branch Haywardu family a facade? Moreover, Glover himself, skilled in maneuvering, had built many relationships and networks in Haywardthau's country. All these were his backing. Anyone who thought of harming the Haywardu family could only dream, as long as he didn't openly declare rebellion, who dared to lay a finger on him. Furthermore, despite officially stepping down from his position in the Haywardu Consortium, through a complex system of holding companies, he remained the true master of the entire Haywardu Consortium. This was the source of Glover's confidence. As long as the Haywardu Consortium stood, this giant with tens of thousands of jobs spanning across numerous industries like electronics information, manufacturing, infrastructure, etc., remained unshaken. No one would dare challenge the Haywardu family. At this moment, Augustus seemed to have realized something. His face gradually eased into a relaxed smile, and the tense atmosphere in the study dissipated completely. You may leave. I have things to attend to. Since you've suffered so much in Haywarden High, after returning to South River, take some time to relax. I'll assign you tasks later. Yes, father. Seeing Glover wave him away, Augustus slightly bowed, gave a salute, and left. With his father's words, his steps grew lighter. Soon after he left, a beautiful woman rushed into Glover's study. My lord, there's bad news. The woman wore an anxious expression. What happened? Glover asked. The dark flower we planted at the soul binding pavilion failed. Glover had been looking down at documents, but finally raised his head at this news. The authority in his gaze made the woman tremble. The woman hurriedly explained. They claimed they did their best, making 2 attempts, losing 12 silver-ranked assassins, 1 golden patrician assassin, and a Brooks. A Brooks was dispatched? Glover's eyes flickered. He was well aware of the soul binding pavilion. Kings of assassins were rare, but each was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. These people were no longer underlings of the soul binding pavilion, but partners. Yes, it was Gifford, known as the Glover's gaze turned icy. You want to fight, do you? Then I'll give you a real fight. Money. He had plenty. Let him witness the power of unlimited resources. He said calmly, continue raising the bounty. Add another 50 billion. I want his head delivered to me within 3 days. It seemed to him it wasn't 50 billion, but only $50. Yes. The beautiful woman shivered internally, not daring to further dissuade him, hastily retreating. Soon after, the Soul Binding Pavilion received the news. In the South River branch office of the Soul Binding Pavilion, a man draped in a huge black cloak sat in the meeting room, chuckling. He was the leader of this branch, codenamed Milton. Facing him were 4 men similarly dressed, his direct subordinates, respectively known as Connor, Lowell, Tiger, and Dragon 4. Milton remarked casually, this old man seems rather anxious. After all, being targeted by a grandmaster is no pleasant experience. Haha, exactly. He's someone who can stabilize the country for 2 centuries. The Haywardu family will be in for tough times. They dug their own grave by leading the way for Japan, inviting disaster. They conversed mockingly about the Haywardu family's fate. Connor suddenly looked at Milton and asked, Lord, how should we handle this situation? Assad has killed her soul binding pavilion, causing countless freelance killers to leap into action. This was 60 billion. No one could resist such temptation. Even the martial arts grandmasters, usually above such matters, were no exception. Martial prowess connects to divine power, but money holds even greater sway over divine power. Chapter 136 Outside Nanjiang City. 60 billion? For real? My god. We must take this mission. The moment all members of the Soul Binding Pavilion logged into the organization's webpage, they were all stunned. When they confirmed that they hadn't read wrongly, their eyes turned red with excitement. Even some master-level killers couldn't resist getting involved. Within a mere minute, the assassination task on Assad was accepted thousands of times. This included 6 king killers, over 100 gold badge killers, 780 silver badge killers, and even thousands of bronze badge killers. One could say that this assassination task had become a carnival for almost everyone. Even the killers far in the northern frontier took action, giving no thought to time or distance. In their eyes, there was only the 60 billion. Just as Glover had anticipated, while martial power indeed can reach divine levels, wealth can do so as well, perhaps even more profoundly. However, some still restrained their impulses and did not immediately act. Instead, they chose to wait and watch how events would unfold. They didn't believe that 60 billion would be so easily obtained. This Assad must have a significant background. Nanjiang City. In a meeting room on a high-rise, an elder instructed his subordinate, find out everything about Assad. I want to know his exact information and current location as soon as possible. Yes, Elder Han. Right away. This person was none other than Brock, the renowned independent expert in Nanjiang City, who had reached the master level of the Lone Wolf class. Previously, many forces had tried to recruit him, but he joined none, choosing instead to establish his own family lineage, becoming the patriarch of his own clan. On the South China Sea. On a luxurious yacht, a youthful man with a robust figure and bright, star-like eyes became interested upon seeing the news. Nanjiang City hasn't been this lively for a long time. Just right to pay it a visit and see who is worth such a super bounty of 60 billion. I hope I won't be disappointed. With a leap, he stood on the water's surface, running towards the shore as if walking on waves. Such prowess was clearly beyond ordinary humans, revealing him to be another master-level expert. At the edge of Ice Lake in the northern frontier, a muscular giant was wrestling with a massive wild bear in close combat. The bear stood at over 2.5 meters tall, exuding a bloody stench, likely weighing around 3 tons. Its gray fur resembled armor, possessing immense strength and astonishing defenses. With each swipe of its claws, cold light shimmered through the air. Someone rushed over and shouted, "Master, there's a major mission out." "I know, just wait until I finish dealing with this beast." The muscular giant responded. He unleashed a powerful punch, hitting the bear squarely in the chest, with his thick arm plunging inside. Amidst the bear's frenzied wailing, the giant lifted its entire body with one hand. Burst! With a burst of energy from his arms, the several-ton heavy bear exploded into pieces, blood flying everywhere. It rained blood where he stood. Suddenly, storms began to gather over Nanjiang City. As for Assad and his group, they were unaware of the commotion and continued on their journey. After acquiring the master's body, Anton was clearly adapting quickly, striving to fully master this new form. At this moment, he was sprinting alongside the car at an incredible speed, not lagging behind the speeding vehicle. During this process, he demonstrated remarkable endurance and speed, allowing Neil and Bryce to experience firsthand the terrifying and Aaron suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a voice of surprise. "Venerable Crane, what's wrong?" His subordinate quickly asked. Aaron narrowed his eyes, gently shaking his head and said, "Just now, I vaguely felt as if someone was peering at me." "What?" His subordinate's expression changed. He knew all too well how formidable Venerable Crane was. Anyone daring to spy on him must either be foolish or extremely confident in their own strength. The former would be tolerable, but the latter would pose a challenge to the southern region. "Senior Venerable Crane, shall I arrange to increase the alert level?" His subordinate pondered and spoke. Aaron waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Maybe it was just my imagination. By the way, has anything significant happened recently?" His subordinate hesitated for a moment and said, "Indeed, there is one thing. Oh, it's about that Assad you were concerned with earlier. Someone from the Soul Binding Pavilion has placed a bounty of 60 billion on his head." "What?" Aaron's face turned grim. He had always held Assad in high regard. Unlike the old-timers among the Isabellisters who didn't see much potential in him, he believed Assad was highly malleable. In the future, he might even bring Assad into the combat zone system to serve as a shield for the combat zone and even the nation. But now, someone dared to put a price on his head. Who? Aaron's eyes turned cold. "Crisis. Mr. Luther, should we rest outside the city for a night and enter tomorrow morning? I feel uneasy." Anton voiced his concerns hesitantly. Yale and Bryce also felt something odd, feeling as if they couldn't breathe easily, like fish thrown into mud. But Assad didn't look at them. Instead, he looked into the darkness and said indifferently, "Since you're here, come out." Step, step, step. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures emerged from the darkness. Chapter 137, All Killed. Discovered. 3 burly men strode out. They all appeared in front of Assad and his group. Each was broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, standing like half-built towers, with tattoos coiling on their arms like large greenish-red pythons. Their menacing presence suggested they had crawled out from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The 3 tigers of the south. If anyone familiar with them saw this scene, they would likely gasp in shock. Elder Tiger, Pan Xianlong. Second Tiger, Pan Xianhu. Third Tiger, Jerry. All 3 were Masters-level experts. Moreover, they were triplet brothers born to the same mother, having grown up eating and sleeping together since childhood, with an almost telepathic connection. Later on, they gained some unknown opportunity, started practicing martial arts, and eventually all reached the Master Realm, a rarity indeed. Furthermore, head. Well done. Pan Xianlong hadn't expected the opponent to initiate an attack. He retaliated with a punch. With a loud bang, Pan Xianlong stood firm while Anton staggered back several steps. With just these skills, whether you're Gifford or Anton, daring to obstruct me today means you die. With that, Pan Xianlong took large strides towards Anton. Meanwhile, Pan Xianhu and Jerry stood by with folded arms, showing complete disdain for Anton. Die. Pan Xianlong unleashed a powerful, splitting mountain and crushing peak palm strike, hitting Anton's defensive arms. There was a crack as Anton's arms dislocated. However, before Pan Xianlong could gloat, 2 beams of black light shot from Anton's eyes, striking his own. Bad. Pan Xianlong gasped in alarm. Expecting to easily overpower Anton, he hadn't anticipated being ambushed. The black light felt like sharp needles piercing into his brain, causing him to freeze instantly. Aha! Guided by instinct, Pan Xianlong continued throwing punches forward. But Anton dodged, leaping up and delivering 3 swift kicks to Pan Xianlong's chest, neck, and head. Feint kick. The final kick crushed Pan Xianlong's skull. No. This reversal happened in the blink of an eye, too fast for Pan Xianhu and Jerry to react. Seeing their eldest brother killed, both men erupted in rage. Anger surged like the waters of the Normatsa River. "Ah, you dared kill our elder brother. You will all die." Pan Xianhu and Jerry burst forth with full master power, sending explosive sounds echoing outside Nanjiang City. Boom, boom. They charged at Anton like 2 wrathful Vajras. Anton, with dislocated arms, showed a flash of black light from his shoulders, and the bones realigned. Seeing the 2 charging, he fearlessly rushed forward. 1 against 2. Bang, bang, bang. The trio fought fiercely, neither retreating. A punch here, a kick there. Anton's ferocity left Adeo and Maximilian barely believing their eyes. Is this the same old man? He seems even more fierce than the opponents. Blocking justice makes you accomplices. You will all die. Anton's face twisted in venomous malice, his eyes seemingly filled with dozens of hateful gazes, fixated on Pan Xianhu and Jerry. Brother, this guy is strange. Pan Xianlo was the first to notice something was amiss. The 2 of them together should have beaten Anton to a pulp, with his internal organs shattered. Yet, the wounds on the opponent's body were mysteriously healing. The blood seeping out was black. This didn't look like a living person at all. It rather resembled a corpse that feared neither pain nor death. Moreover, many injuries that should have been fatal did not incapacitate Anton. Instead, he continued retaliating tirelessly. Hearing this, a look of surprise and suspicion crossed Pan Xianhu's face. He clenched his teeth and said, "Use the combined attack technique. We must kill him to avenge our eldest brother." "All right," Pan Xianlo responded. Their vital energy began to surge wildly. A faint layer of blood veins appeared on their skin, indicating that the force within them was exploding violently. Clearly, their next attack would be devastating. A ferocious aura soared suddenly. Tiger Leopard combined attack. The build-up unleashed a torrential onslaught. The combined attack from Pan Xianhu and Pan Xianlo wielded the power of a peak master. They attacked Anton from both sides. "Excellent!" Anton roared, bursting forth with all his strength. His upper clothes exploded outward, but it was just a feint. His figure abruptly retreated rapidly. "Wanna run? Can you?" Pan Xianhu and Pan Xianlo moved in unison, locking Anton in place. Just then, a gust of wind struck the back of Pan Xianlo's head. Someone was attacking from behind. He instantly realized this and quickly shielded his head. However, the punch was too powerful, shattering his hand bones and hitting his skull heavily, stunning him. All he could do was turn around, but when he saw who had attacked, he froze. It was none other than his eldest brother's decapitated corpse, Pan Xianlong. This, impossible. In that moment of shock, Pan Xianlong's corpse didn't stop. It delivered a heavy blow, smashing his head into pieces. Bang! Pan Xianlo, dead? No. Pan Xianhu, witnessing everything, felt a mixture of shock and rage. However, under Anton's relentless attacks, he gradually fell into disadvantage. Pan Xianlong's corpse joined the attack, and finally, Pan Xianhu also fell. Before dying, he still couldn't believe what had happened. Huff! Anton took a deep breath. Looking at the three corpses on the ground, he grinned proudly. Of course, the movement of Pan Xianlong's corpse was due to Anton's manipulation. The black light from his eyes wasn't just an attack. It was actually two vengeful spirits. Using these spirits to briefly control Pan Xianlong's corpse, he successfully killed Pan Xianlo, completely reversing the tide of battle. What a cunning and well-thought-out plan. Adeo and Maximilian watched in astonishment, marveling at how devious and clever this old man truly was. Anton had completely taken control of the battle. 3 masters died humiliatingly by his hands. "Mr. Luther, the roadblock has been cleared." Pavilion had mentioned in its task description that the notorious South River tiger Gifford might have been killed. Most people initially did not take it seriously. They couldn't imagine how a young man could possibly kill Gifford, assuming he was likely detained midway by some unforeseen circumstances and never got to make a move. Now, with the 3 bloody corpses right before them, they were immediately filled with fear, terror, and silence. One man had taken down 3, and not just any 3, but 3 powerful warriors who could collectively match a peak Isabellister. But what they didn't know was that none of this was done by Assad himself, but rather by Kiefer, whom Assad had recruited. Had they known, they would have been even more horrified. What kind of mission is this? I quit. I haven't lived long enough yet. If Isabellister can die, what chance do we have? Exactly. This soul-binding pavilion is too ruthless. These tasks are all posted for us, hired killers, while their own trained assassins don't show up. Let's go, don't stay here. What if Assad comes back? In an instant, everyone there left in a hurry, terrified of Assad suddenly returning. Before long, large posts about the battle outside Nanjiang City appeared on the soul-binding pavilion's webpage. Some even began analyzing Assad's strength based on the scene. Contrary to the initial fear expressed by most, this post provided a detailed analysis of the footprints and battle traces left on the ground. Your perceived super-strong Assad may only be a Chuji Isabellister. This post instantly became the hottest topic. A Chuji Isabellister? How is this possible? The Southern 3 Tigers could rival a peak Isabellister when fighting together. Don't spread lies. Yes, the Southern 3 Tigers once fought against foreign peak Isabellisters beyond the borders. How could they be killed by a Chuji Isabellister? Just sensationalism. Does the author dare to reveal his true identity? With just an unverified account, how qualified are you to analyze a Isabellister battle? For a moment, the homepage of the soul-binding pavilion almost exploded with arguments, mostly Zhiyi the author's claims. After all, the author's assertion was too unbelievable, no one believed it. Especially since the post was made from a level 1 forum account, clearly inactive within the soul-binding pavilion. Who would believe what such a person said? However, shortly after the post was made, the soul-binding pavilion officially marked it as a featured post and pinned it to the homepage. Damn, does the soul-binding pavilion take us for fools? Is this luring us in to be slaughtered like dogs? Wicked soul-binding pavilion. For a moment, curses filled the forums. However, requested to take on this mission. Combined with Brock's post, quite a few people were once again tempted. Especially those skilled in poison killing and long-range assassination felt overjoyed. As long as their methods were sophisticated enough, there was a considerable chance they could assassinate an ordinary Isabellister. Unfortunately, all of them had misjudged. Their analysis wasn't about Assad but rather about Kiefer, that old man. If they went ahead with their plans to assassinate Assad based on this, one could imagine that their outcomes wouldn't be as rosy as they expected. Let them go. Elio actually agreed with the analysis in the post, pondering for a moment before nodding and saying, 60 billion is not to be taken lightly. According to this old fox Han, it indeed seems possible. Especially Gifford's voluntary surrender, in Elio's eyes, it was likely the effect of Assad's mind attack secret technique. It was like enslaving a Isabellister. Even he, Elio, couldn't resist the temptation that arose within his heart. If he could obtain this secret technique, then relying on his resources within the organization, wouldn't it be easy to gather a large number of Isabellister-level powerhouses? At that time, he might have a chance to advance even further. Thinking of this, a trace of greed flashed across his eyes, difficult to conceal. On the homepage of the Soul Binding Pavilion forum, although the storm here did not cause much of a stir outside, it was clear that under Brock's intentional arrangement, many would be tempted, and some would even act. However, Assad and his group were unaware. They directly entered Nanjiang City, the extremely luxurious capital of the southern region. How luxurious! Yale and Maximilian felt like country bumpkins entering a grand garden. In this bustling city of lights, they felt unprecedented excitement. If they could establish themselves here, how wonderful it would be. Mr. Luther, where are we going now? Yale forced himself to suppress his excitement as he spoke. The Haywardu family. Assad said without hesitation. This was their destination for the trip. Since they had arrived, why waste any more time? Especially along the way, the other side hadn't stopped trying to trip them up. It was time to pay them back. Thank you, Mr. Luther. Kiefer became somewhat emotional, and at this moment, the wronged souls inside him were also filled with excitement. After so many years, their justice was finally coming. Yale silently nodded, and the vehicle slowly moved forward. Target: the Haywardu family. Chapter 139. The Night of Nanjiang. Nanjiang City. As the capital of the southern region, this place was almost a city that never sleeps. Even at 2 or 3 in the morning, the streets here remained bustling and prosperous. Real entertainment. Augustus reluctantly followed him. Soon, their car stopped at the gate of Nanjiang University. There were quite a few luxury cars parked there, and occasionally, beautiful girls would come out of the school and get into those cars, which then drove away immediately. That's all the girls from the performance department. Their long legs and flexibility, they will definitely give you an incredible experience. Glenn remarked with a reminiscing expression. Well, I should really see them then. Augustus thought since he was already there. So he let go of his worries and began to look forward to what was coming. He knew his friend quite well. That guy was truly an expert. Especially when it came to women, he seemed to have an innate talent, even developing new methods. His self-created 360 methods of identifying women was widely circulated among the rich young masters, almost reaching the point where everyone wanted to read it. At that moment, a beauty wearing a long dress emerged from Nanjiang University. She had exquisite facial features, with her long hair flowing down her shoulders. Wearing wire-rimmed glasses, she exuded an elegant charm. The black long dress, tied with a belt around the waist, accentuated her slender figure. Underneath the skirt hem, a section of her white as jade calf was exposed. On her feet were black strappy high heels, showcasing her round and smooth toes, and the perfect veer towards him. But Barbara did not know Glenn, so she simply avoided his hand and coldly interrupted him. Please move aside. Huh. Glenn was taken aback. It had been a long time since any woman dared to reject him, which immediately darkened his expression. Woman, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe me when I say that with one word from me, you'll end up in my bed tonight? No one can save you, Glenn said fiercely, making a move to grab Barbara. Barbara stepped back hastily, her voice filled with anger. What are you doing? If you continue like this, I'll call for help. Call for help? Glenn smiled mockingly and laughed loudly. Go ahead and shout. I want to see who would dare to save you. This is Nanjiang, my territory. If you provoke me further, I'll strip you naked right here on the street. The more people you call, the more people will come to appreciate you. Ha 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 ha. Glenn grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes turning red. At this moment, Augustus was standing nearby. He looked at Barbara, frowning slightly because he had an impression of this woman, as if he had seen her photo somewhere. Wait, Barbara. A name suddenly popped into his mind. Along with Barbara's background and some circumstances, he recalled everything, most importantly her relationship with Assad. There was even some evidence suggesting that Assad seemed to care deeply about this woman. Master Su, wait a moment. Augustus pulled Glenn back, his face flashing with hesitation. Logically, since he was now against Assad, he should have let this happen without interference. But for some reason, the scene of Assad smashing Nicholas's hand kept playing in his mind, giving him an uneasy feeling. Does Eric Haywardu also have interest in her? Glenn's eyes flashed with danger. He could give up other things, but women were something he never conceded, especially Barbara, who sparked his intense interest. Even if the Emperor came, he wouldn't back down. Augustus knew Glenn very well, and immediately saw what was on his mind. He said, I'm not interested in her. I'm just advising you not to touch her. At this point, he didn't know that Assad had already arrived in Nanjiang, and even specifically for the sake of his family. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have done this. Oh. Glenn's expression became even more dangerous. It seems Eric Haywardu knows this woman? Barbara also looked at Augustus. She didn't seem to recognize him, and couldn't understand why Augustus was speaking up to help her. I don't know her, but I know someone else, Assad. Augustus shook his head and said, Master Su should know why I returned from Hayward High. Of course. As the eldest son of the Su family, he naturally knew some inside information. It was because of him. Augustus exhaled slowly, emphasizing each word. He's a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. And he's still alive. They're close? Glenn's expression changed slightly. Despite his family having Grandmasters as well, provoking a Grandmaster over a woman, was it really worth it? Chapter 140, Descending Hayward God. Seems so. Augustus shrugged. Glenn's expression began to shift, yet the desire in his eyes for the woman easily overpowered his reason. This is South River, not Hayward High. No matter how powerful he is, can he really come all the way to South River and cause trouble for me? Glenn said. Upon hearing this, Augustus knew Glenn's intentions. It indicated that he would by no means let Barbara off just because of Assad's connection. However, Augustus did not try to stop him any further. To him, it was merely a reminder to Glenn. Since they had spoken in hushed tones, Barbara did not know what had been said, but as she watched the changes in their expressions, her unease grew deeper. She wanted to seize the chance to escape, but just as she turned around, she discovered that her path had been blocked by several burly men who were looking at her with ill intent. Barbara tried to take out her phone, only for them to snatch it away and stomp it into pieces. One of the men threatened, in front of Eric Sue, "You'd better behave. Don't push your luck." Many women beg and cry just to be on Eric Sue's bed. "You should consider yourself honored if he looks at you favorably." They spoke rudely to Barbara. At this moment, Glenn's voice echoed from behind her. "So, your name is Barbara?" Barbara's complexion slightly changed. How had he found out her identity so quickly? Noticing these men referred to him as Eric Sue, Barbara suddenly recalled something her friend had warned her about concerning the eldest son of the Sue family from South River, Glenn. Could this man in front of her be Glenn? Intense unease flooded her heart. The knuckles of her clenched fists were turning pale. Watching Glenn approach, she made up her mind. Rather than allow herself to be defiled by such a despicable person, death would be preferable. "My pretty little thing, why not yield to me? Otherwise, I will make you perform quite a show here in broad daylight for everyone to see." I'm sure they'd all love to witness this. Glenn reached out to grab Barbara, malice dripping from his gaze. "No!" Barbara shouted loudly. Just then, her fingers touched the white jade talisman hanging around her neck, a gift from Assad. "Assad, where are you?" Regret and despair filled her heart. Had she known she'd encounter such a situation, she would have insisted that Assad accompany her. With him by her side, she wouldn't face any danger. But now, it was too late. Crack. As Glenn grabbed her shoulder, the jade talisman emitted a lightning flash, striking Glenn's hand. Glenn screamed, collapsing heavily onto the ground. The thunderbolt nearly killed him, sparing his life only due to an amulet he'd received from a temple. "Eric Sue, what happened?" "Protect Eric Sue." Bodyguards rushed over, forming a protective circle around Glenn, immediately checking on his condition. Terrified, Glenn wet himself. Looking at the shattered amulet, he knew he had narrowly escaped death. The monk had promised this charm could protect him once from certain death. Now, with the amulet broken, it became evident how perilous that bolt of lightning had been. Damn it! Biting his teeth, Glenn stared at Barbara. Not only had he lost the protective amulet, but he also faced humiliation in public. This fueled his anger toward Barbara. "Dare defy me? Good, very good. Get someone to strip her clothes. Make her perform in front of everyone. Film her and post it online. I want everyone to see this bitch." Glenn roared angrily. "Yes." His underlings heard him but hesitated, remembering the sudden lightning strike just moments ago. Who knew if it would strike again? "You fools." Seeing their hesitation, Glenn knew what they were thinking and angrily urged them on, threatening, "Do it, or your families will suffer." Watching Barbara about to be surrounded, she slowly believed. A strong impulse surged in her heart, especially while hugging Assad. She felt an unprecedented sense of security. "Assad, It's okay, everything's fine. Don't cry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Assad patted her back, feeling her trembling body. His words grew softer, yet his killing intent intensified. "Oh no, why did he come to Nanjiang?" Augustus's face changed drastically, wishing to flee but daring not. Running away in front of a master would only mean certain death. Glenn, however, didn't recognize Assad. Seeing Assad knock his men flying, his expression grew even more sinister. "Hayward Tolpunk, you dare play hero in front of me? You're asking for it." Ignoring Augustus's terrified gaze, Glenn threatened Assad. "Hand the woman over quickly." Smack. As his words ended, a loud slap rang out. Assad slapped him hard from afar, nearly smashing his head, leaving Glenn bleeding from 7 orifices. You actually dared to hit me." Glenn couldn't believe Assad struck him. Clutching his face, the intense pain made his head spin. On the street, under everyone's eyes, Assad said coldly, "Speak up, how do you want to die?" Chapter 141, one after another. The indifferent tone was filled with bone-chilling coldness, almost making people shiver. "Do you want me dead?" Glenn, who had his hand covering his face, lowered it, and his expression became even more savage as he roared in anger. "Hey, what are you all doing just standing there? Can't you see someone is trying to kill me?" This shout immediately brought a group of people running from all around. There were over 100 of them. They were all tall and bulky, wielding machetes, with bulging waistbands that clearly contained firearms. They exuded an intimidating aura. These were all the family slaves of the Sue family, specialists specifically raised for this purpose. Ever since Glenn's last assassination attempt, these people had been constantly surrounding him. At any sign of trouble, they would instantly appear by his side. "Sir." The arrival of these people gave Glenn immediate confidence. He looked at Assad with a grim smile and said coldly, "Brat, do you dare to hit me? You want me dead? Do you have the qualifications? I'll tell you, whoever you are, you're dead today. Don't you know who calls the shots in Nanjiang City?" His words were incredibly arrogant. The Sue family held high positions and great power, being exceedingly influential in Nanjiang. It was always him killing others. When did anyone ever dare to openly threaten him? The last person who dared say such things had their entire clan exterminated. And on the side, Augustus nearly wanted to find a crevice to crawl into upon hearing these words. This Glenn truly dared to speak such things. In front of a martial arts master, would anyone really care about your so-called family? To them, squashing you would be as easy as lifting a finger. Sure enough, when Assad heard these words, he couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the group that had just arrived, saying calmly, "What a big mouth. Is it these trash that give you confidence?" Trash. As soon as these two words came out, the faces of these burly men changed color. No one had ever dared to curse them like this before. "You're looking for death, brat. The hell, we will tear you apart today." These large men all started cursing angrily, their eyes burning with rage. If Glenn hadn't given the order, they probably would have pounced immediately. With the weapons and firearms they carried, let alone just one Assad, they wouldn't fear hundreds more. Truly arrogant. Glenn thought he was already pretty arrogant, but he didn't expect to encounter someone even more so today. If not for being struck by the other party, they might even have become friends. Thinking of this, Glenn said fiercely, "Kill him. Be careful, don't hurt my beauty." As soon as these words fell, these burly men rushed toward Assad. The ferocious momentum frightened Barbara so much that her beautiful face lost its color, and she subconsciously clutched the hem of Assad's clothes. "Assad, there are too many of them. Let's leave quickly," Barbara urged. "Don't worry, these trash aren't even qualified to hurt me." Assad patted Barbara's shoulder and whispered softly, comforting her. His gentle voice was like a breeze, gently sweeping through Barbara's heart. Barbara was stunned. And right at this moment, Assad moved. It was seen that he lightly exhaled a breath of white air, which shot toward these men like a white ribbon, extremely fast, directly rushing into the crowd. "What the hell is this?" The man leading the charge froze, but it was too late to dodge. He was pierced through the forehead by this white stream and, after lunging forward a few steps, collapsed heavily. Everyone looked over and saw a tiny hole in the middle of his forehead. Blood spurted out from this tiny hole. Boom. Everyone around exploded into chaos, but the white stream was too fast. They simply couldn't dodge in time, falling one by one. "Damn it, I'll shoot you." Seeing this, one of the burly men knew escape was impossible and hastily drew the gun from his waistband, aiming to shoot at Assad. Bang. In the next second, a flash of white light passed. His corpse instantly fell to the ground. In just 3 short breaths, all the men who rushed up were killed on the spot. This scene terrified everyone present. People watching from afar were also frightened, and some secretly called the police. Assad only glanced once, completely ignoring it. Instead, he found it somewhat ironic. Just now, these people had brazenly bullied and oppressed others in broad daylight, and no one dared to speak up. Now that these villains were dead, the bystanders chose to call the police. How absurd. You actually killed them? Glenn was terrified, both amazed by Assad's strength and shocked by the ruthlessness of his actions. Even martial arts masters wouldn't dare to kill so freely within the country. After all, if too many people died, even the authorities would intervene. Even if you were righteous, you might still face severe punishment. Assad looked at Glenn with a calm expression and said, "These were merely accomplices who assisted in evil deeds. They deserved their fate. Now, it's your turn." No, you can't kill me." Glenn kept retreating. His face was deathly pale. Assad clearly was a ruthless person and wouldn't spare him because of his identity. So, he started to run. However, after only a few steps, he felt an intense pain in both legs and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. "Ah, my legs!" Glenn screamed, watching 2 bloodied holes appear on his legs, breaking the bones. Waves of intense pain swept over him, making him scream continuously. Augustus curled himself into a small ball, hiding to one side, terrified of catching Assad's attention. This man was a real menace. He would never forget how Assad wiped out his entire Haywardu family branch back in Haywarden High. Only he survived that day. Augustus knew that if Assad didn't need him for the war zone, he would have died too. These martial arts masters can never be restrained by ordinary laws and rules. They have already jumped off the chessboard and become the players themselves. Ding ding ding. At this moment, several cars quickly approached the scene. As soon as they stopped, a fully armed police team rushed out from the cars, guns drawn, emitting a deadly aura. Damn it! The lead middle-aged officer saw the bodies strewn across the ground, and his complexion changed entirely. As the chief of this district, such a serious incident placed him under heavy responsibility. Especially with so many deaths, his rating for this year would definitely drop to the lowest possible level. The only solution now was to arrest the murderer. "Uncle 3, save me." Seeing the middle-aged officer, Glenn suddenly got excited and called loudly. Because this man was none other than his uncle Emmett. "Songhai." Emmett paused. Seeing Glenn's broken legs, his face darkened immediately, shouting angrily, "What happened? Who did this to you?" "It's him. He killed these people too." Glenn quickly pointed at Assad. Following Glenn's finger, Emmett looked at Assad and asked sternly, "Is what he says true? Did you kill these people?" "Yes." Assad narrowed his eyes and answered, "Killing on the street and even hurting his nephew? This was outrageous." Seeing Assad's unafraid demeanor, Emmett turned green with rage and shouted, "How daring you are! Take him down. Shoot to kill if he resists." "Shoot to kill me?" Assad laughed, asking in a tone that Emmett would never forget, "Are you sure?" Though his voice was casual, Augustus, standing not far away, felt a chill rise from his feet to his forehead, breaking out in cold sweat. He had to leave here. Otherwise, he would surely be implicated by the Sioux family. Chapter 142, to make you account. However, Emmett didn't think much of it. To him, this was just Assad pretending to be calm. Did he really think the police officers under his command were useless? They were all elite among elites. At this moment, these police officers surrounded Assad layer upon layer. Even if he had wings, it would be hard for him to escape. "Uncle 3, be careful. He might be a martial Yale master." Glenn couldn't help reminding. He wasn't stupid either. Seeing his subordinates die in clusters made him immediately realize something was wrong. Coupled with Augustus's words earlier, how could he not confirm Assad's identity? Martial Yale master? Emmett sneered in disdain. Just because of this yellow-haired boy? A martial Yale master? He doesn't deserve it. If he is a martial Yale master, then I'll kneel and eat feces. Poof. Hearing this, Barbara, who was originally tense, couldn't help but laugh. "Are you laughing at me?" Emmett's face turned grim. With Assad by her side, Barbara felt unprecedentedly reassured. Seeing Emmett question her, she retorted unceremoniously, "What? Can't I laugh?" "Laughing, of course you can laugh, but we'll see if you're still laughing later." Emmett shouted fiercely. "So it's none of your concern, but I want to see someone kneeling and eating feces." Barbara said calmly, "Hemph, arrest this woman too." Emmett, ridiculed in public by a woman, couldn't keep up his composure. He shouted loudly, "Yes." The policeman responded loudly. Barbara's expression changed slightly as she shouted, You come here disguised in official uniforms and act recklessly without understanding the situation or believing one-sided statements. Are there still laws in this world? Laws? Ha ha ha, I am the law. Emmett couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Seeing Assad approaching him, Emmett's legs went weak, almost kneeling down. He hastily said, "Your Excellency, please calm down. I apologize for my short-sightedness. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a proper explanation." Explanation? Yes, I will definitely give Your Excellency a thorough explanation. Emmett quickly capitulated. Facing a martial Yale master, he had no choice but to surrender. At least surrendering was better than losing his life. Assad said coolly, "Everyone is here, and there are witnesses around. Aren't you supposed to give me an explanation? Conduct an investigation now." Now? Emmett was taken aback. Not possible? Seeing Assad's calm gaze, Emmett couldn't help but panic, hurriedly saying, "Of course. Since His Excellency orders it, I will conduct it now." "Do it." Assad watched him coolly. Emmett had no choice but to start summoning the involved parties and witnesses. Under Assad's watchful eye, the witnesses dared not lie, recounting everything they had seen, all pointing directly at Glenn. Wiping sweat off his forehead, Emmett understood why Assad asked him to conduct the investigation now. He wanted him to punish his own nephew. "Songhai, do you have anything to say?" Looking at Glenn, Emmett hesitated in his heart. Seeing everything going against him, Glenn panicked and quickly said, "Uncle 3, this isn't me. They are framing me." "So what really happened?" Emmett asked immediately. He thought his nephew wasn't that stupid, knowing to deny responsibility. Glenn was already scared witless. Casting a glance around in confusion, he said, "That woman, she lured me." Upon hearing these words, the crowd first fell silent before bursting into an uproar. Emmett clearly saw more killing intent in Assad's eyes, shuddering with fear. He hurriedly rebuked Glenn. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Glenn regretted speaking as soon as the words left his mouth, hastily correcting himself. "It's Augustus. It's him. He knows this woman and incited me." With those words, Glenn seemed to have found his way out, rapidly saying, "He has a grudge against this official and knew of the connection between him and this woman. So he deliberately encouraged me to capture her, just to threaten the official. Sir, I swear these words are true." "Bullshit." Augustus was so angry his face turned green. He never imagined Glenn would drag him down just to escape this disaster. "Augustus, accept it. Just now, you mentioned how you had harbored hatred towards the adult since Hayward High, wanting revenge, and took the chance to torment his woman properly." Glenn couldn't care less anymore. To save his life, let alone Augustus, he would even betray his own father. You. Augustus pointed at Glenn, trembling all over. Emmett instantly had an idea and said, "Sir, things are clear now. Everything was orchestrated by Augustus. My nephew was just misled." Assad had already learned everything from Barbara, and naturally wouldn't be fooled by these people. Thus, he directly interrupted Emmett. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Emmett stopped talking abruptly. Augustus gritted his teeth and stood up to say, "Actually, I did try to dissuade Glenn, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on making things difficult for Miss Cheen." As he spoke, he recounted the entire event again. Assad gave Augustus a deep look and then looked at Glenn, coolly saying, "I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, you won't speak again in your life." Glenn clenched his teeth and said, "What I just said is the truth." Bang! Assad kicked him in the chest, breaking his ribs, causing Glenn to fall to the ground, coughing up blood. Assad looked down at him and said, "Say it again." "Yes, it's me." Glenn looked utterly defeated. "Now can you conclude the interrogation results?" Assad looked at Emmett. Emmett said with an ugly expression, Yes. Glenn is guilty. I will handle him according to procedures." "Procedures? I don't want to hear about any procedures. I want him punished now. If you can't do it, then I'll do it myself." Assad said. "Hospital yet?" "Yes." His subordinates hurriedly responded and quickly carried Glenn into the car, sending him to the hospital. At this moment, Emmett wanted to find trouble with Augustus, but couldn't find him at all, only giving up angrily. "Consider yourself lucky for running fast." Emmett clenched his fists. "My lord, are we just going to let this go?" A subordinate asked unwillingly. After killing so many of their brothers and even causing Glenn's disability, this filled them with both panic and anger. "Just let it go?" Emmett said through gritted teeth. "Dream on. Don't think that being a grandmaster allows one to do as they please. In our country, such arrogance is never tolerated. Though overwhelming personal martial prowess can bring significant changes in status and position, it does not mean they can truly stand above everyone else, because the state machinery of the Dragon Nation would never allow such a thing. My lord, then what should we do?" The subordinate's eyes lit up. Emmett said with malice, "I will make him infamous, make him disgraced for eternity. A discredited grandmaster may still be formidable, but he will no longer be the revered terrestrial deity. Instead, he will be a massive tumor. Eventually, someone will step in to deal with him." Regardless of how they were concocting this incident, Assad had already pulled Barbara away, discussing matters while walking. "Why did you come to Nanjiang?" Assad asked curiously. Barbara smiled helplessly. "Isn't it because of company business? The 2 pieces of top-grade jadeite I got from you inspired the designer, who created 2 masterpieces, one named Dragon Ring, the other Phoenix Pavilion, bringing fame to the company. I came this time to negotiate business and arrange an exhibition." "Dragon Ring? Phoenix Pavilion?" Upon hearing these names, Assad became interested, about to ask when Barbara interrupted, "What about you? Why did you also come to Nanjiang? Didn't you say you were going to Haywardsheng?" Assad replied, "Some incidents made me end up in Nanjiang." He briefly recounted what happened. "What?" Barbara stopped abruptly, her expression changing slightly. "You plan to go to the Haywardu family?" "Yes." "Assad, that's too risky. I know you're strong, but the Haywardu family, as the richest family in the southern district, has immense financial and political influence." "I know all of this." Assad interrupted Barbara and said firmly, But things have to be done, and justice must be pursued, right? Barbara's lips moved, showing complex emotions. Starting work for the company in her teens and taking charge of a family business line in her 20s, despite her youth, Barbara has experienced many events. Justice? How could there be true justice? She had seen countless injustices, such as supervisors forcing female subordinates to drink with them, colleagues sabotaging each other, stealing others' achievements, or distributors ruining each other's goods out of malice. Such incidents were common within the corporate group, let alone elsewhere. As for the Hayward family's rise from obscurity to the wealthiest in Nanjiang, it was certain that illegal activities took place behind the scenes. Their current facade merely covered past ugliness. Uncovering the truth wasn't just opposing the Hayward family, but also challenging their network of vested interests, facing possibly greater difficulties. Noticing Barbara's thoughts, Assad laughed. Zhu Qing, I know it's not easy, but I'm no ordinary person. Peak Foundation establishment. Just one step away from reaching the Golden Core stage. Once entering the Golden Core realm, one's lifespan could reach 1,000 years. A real observer of the world's turmoil. No matter how powerful worldly forces were, what did they mean to him? Forget the Hayward family. Even dismantling the entire associated interest network would be possible. Barbara knew Assad's decision was hard to change, took a deep breath, and said, I understand, but you must take care of yourself. Don't worry. Before Assad finished, Barbara unexpectedly kissed his cheek, then stepped back, pretending nonchalantly. Remember, don't overdo it. Assad's smile widened. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, this sky will never fall. Barbara lowered her head, her face flushed red, feeling Assad's fiery gaze, somewhat ashamed. Just now, in her emotional agitation, she could not hold herself back and ran into the hotel. Before leaving, she threw a sentence over her shoulder. Remember to come pick me up when you return to Hayward High. I will. Assad watched as her figure disappeared into the distance and smiled. This kiss had taken their relationship one step further. Although they had yet to officially define their relationship, Assad knew that he could never let go of Barbara in this lifetime. Such a clingy little enchantress. Assad was somewhat smug. She was an Ice Queen CEO. In the future, could he just sit at home and happily live off her? It had to be said that although Assad and Mackenzie were not siblings by blood, their thoughts were astonishingly in sync. Assad watched as Barbara went upstairs, and the tenderness in his eyes gradually faded, reverting to his usual sternness. A car stopped beside him. It was Neil and the others who drove over. Assad got into the car, noticing there was clearly one more person inside. The same Augustus, who was restrained with tape over his mouth, his eyes filled with unease and panic. When he saw Assad, his unease turned to terror. Rip. Assad tore off the tape and said, I didn't expect to meet you so soon after coming to Nanjiang. Actually, Assad was also surprised. If it hadn't been for Barbara's interruption, he would have captured Augustus immediately. After all, when Augustus was taken away from Hayward High, he realized something was amiss. Now, seeing Augustus swaggering on the street, it was clear that the collusion with foreign powers had been covered up. How astonishing! Despite this, Assad secretly signaled Anton and others to capture him. Otherwise, if missed, Augustus might hide anywhere. Augustus forced himself to remain calm and said, Mr. Luther, we don't seem to have any deep grudges. Why must you be against my Hayward family? In his view, he merely helped the Nakajima family with some secrets, and even the Dragon Vein matter was just a bonus. The vast country wouldn't miss a bit of Dragon Vein, right? Compared to the illusory Dragon Vein, the Hayward family had earned solid order profits, enough to be counted in tens of billions. Biting his lip, Augustus offered his terms. If Mr. Luther lets me go, I'm willing to give you 50 billion in cash and assets. Assad sneered, 50 billion. What a generous offer. But this money is tainted with too much blood. I can't bear to touch it. You businessmen thrive on people's blood without giving anything back, and instead betray your country for profit. You are true traitors, deserving of everyone's condemnation. Augustus choked, realizing the conflict was irreconcilable, and sneered, so what? Do you think you can bring down my Hayward family by yourself? Dream on. Don't think being a grandmaster makes you capable of such feats. Our family has countless grandmasters backing us. We'll see if I can do it or not. Assad said coolly. Chapter 144. The Trial of the Vajra. Humph. Augustus gave a few cold laughs but did not say anything. Given his understanding of his father, Glover, he was sure that his father had made ample preparations. Forget about one Assad. Even 10 Assads wouldn't be able to bring down the Hayward family. Maximilian, standing nearby, saw that Augustus was still being arrogant at this time and slapped him hard on the face. Keep smiling. I'll bash your head in if you keep smiling. Augustus turned around abruptly and gave Maximilian a cold look, saying, remember this slap. Don't regret it when the time comes. You young brat actually dare to? Maximilian despised the mannerisms of these rich kids most, and raised his hand again to strike Augustus, but Adamar reached out and grabbed his wrist. Don't get angry with this man who's about to die. Adamar, with no change in his expression, glanced at Augustus and sealed his mouth directly with duct tape. Only then did Maximilian stop angrily. Under the cover of night, the vehicles continued to drive toward the Hayward residence. Soon, they arrived in front of the Hayward family villa. The luxurious independent mansion stood there, indicating to everyone just how prestigious and prominent its residents were. Seeing this scene, Creed's eyes started to turn red subconsciously. Suddenly, the souls within his body surged with rage, almost causing him to lose control over his body. Parts of his body began to bulge and deform as if something was trying to break out. Revenge. He obtained all of this by trampling over our corpses. We hate it so much. Kill. Kill them all. Kill the whole family. The souls roared in fury and anger. They wished to rush in immediately and stir up chaos in the Hayward family estate. Creed's clear gaze rapidly decreased as his eyes quickly filled with blood. Even his internal chi became uncontrollable and turned violent. Bang. Assad landed a palm on his head and said coldly, behave. This blow felt like pouring a bucket of cold water over burning coals. Sizzle. The fire was instantly extinguished. Creed's eyes returned to clarity almost instantly, looking at Assad with gratitude, and said shakily, "Thank you, Master Luther." Had Assad not intervened, he might have been swept away by the furious souls, completely turning into a vengeful ghost. Yuan's expression became increasingly benevolent as he bowed and said, "Hatred can never end by more hatred. Since so much time has passed, why continue to dwell on it? Besides, Sir Haywardu has long repented in his heart, and has decided to donate 10 billion for the temple's incense offerings. Our monks will chant daily prayers for the dead. Such good deeds. Pray for the dead? Who do you think you're fooling? Enough." Assad's expression turned cold instantly. Can decades erase the crimes committed decades ago? And the so-called good deed you speak of, is it really a good deed? All I see is him using so-called offering money to silence your conscience and corrupt your morality. Is the Buddhism you've learned supposed to make you an accomplice to evil? Assad rebuked without any hesitation. How audacious. Yuan's face changed instantly upon hearing these words. Angry because I called it like it is? Assad's lips curled up, his expression full of disdain as he said coldly, "If you still have a shred of humanity, go back to your temple now and reflect. If you dare to meddle further, beware that I may cut off your unjust head and topple your upside-down Buddha." Those few sentences stabbed into Yuan's heart like sharp blades. Do you, sir, dare to insult the Buddha without fearing his wrath? Despite this, the compassion on Yuan's face seemed only to deepen, giving off an unsettling sense of unreality. Assad was the first to notice something amiss. Centered on Yuan, a circular formation roughly 100 meters in diameter had formed subtly at the entrance of the Haywardu family manor, encompassing Assad and his group within it. Faint light on the ground seemed insignificant, yet an unusual force silently spread out. Have we been discovered? Unfortunately, it's too late for you. The Buddha is compassionate. Boom. As soon as Yuan spoke, the entire formation emitted a Buddhist light. That intense light completely enveloped them, and faint images of countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could be seen. Yuan, who was standing right in the center, suddenly dispersed. A decoy. The real Yuan appeared outside the formation, holding a magic subduing staff, looking compassionately at Assad inside the formation. "Sir, it's not too late to turn back," Yuan said with a look full of pity. Assad said bluntly, "Turn back? I think the one who should turn back is you. That's truly regrettable." Yuan shook his head. In his view, Assad was still too young. This formation was a secret technique from Inshan Temple, the Vajra Tribulation Formation. It boasted the great power to subdue evil spirits and enlighten all beings. Simply put, this formation could change one's mind through its powers and supreme Buddhism, making someone completely convert to Buddhism and become a fanatic follower. At this moment, Creed, inside the formation, was the first to show signs of trouble. He, being composed of Yanhuan, a body made of vengeful spirits, carried dozens of years-old malevolent ghosts within him. This Vajra Tribulation Formation was his nemesis. Under the Buddhist light, the omnipresent Buddha energy felt like hot oil poured over him, burning his body into ashes. "Mr. Luther, save me!" Creed screamed miserably, seeking help from Assad. Assad glanced at him, then looked at the old monk Yuan outside the formation, saying coldly, "Is this your ace? Is this not enough? Sir Luther, don't struggle. Stay peacefully in my formation until you truly understand the true meaning of Buddhism, and I will release you," Yuan said with a gentle expression. Looking at him, he was evidently very confident, expecting to subdue Assad effortlessly and transform him into a mad follower of Buddhism. After all, this was the Vajra Tribulation Formation. In the past, he had once used it on a grandmaster who was caught off guard. The master was brainwashed by the Buddhist power and became his Dharma protector, protecting him ever since. Thinking of the rumored powerful combat skills of Assad, Yuan's smile deepened, and his gaze towards Assad became increasingly kind. With such a Dharma protector, his status in the Buddhist circle would be even more secure. Assad looked at him coldly. "Since this bald old monk refuses to repent, I will break your shield and make you die knowing." "Break. Mountains. Rivers." Assad shouted lightly, and the resplendent giant sword on his arm slashed out. Chapter 145. Swordsman Confrontation. Crack. A beam of golden light appeared within the formation, ruthlessly slicing through it and slashing down directly toward the old monk Yuan. What's happening? Yuan could not help but turn pale with fright, his eyes fixed on this sword beam, unable to understand why the formation had failed to obstruct this strike. "My will is as firm as heaven, unbreakable. How can such a mere formation erode it?" Assad sneered coldly. This Vajra trouble-passing formation could delude people's minds using Buddhist power. In essence, it utilized the amicable nature of Buddha force combined with layer upon layer of illusions, implanting the will of Buddha into people's minds. Though powerful, its effectiveness depended on whom it was targeting. Someone like Assad, who feared neither heaven nor earth and dared to make promises to vengeful spirits for justice, would he care about Buddha? If there were truly Buddhas in this world, how could there be so much injustice? Therefore, he did not believe in Buddha. He only believed in his own strength. So, this sword slash was invincible, the formation utterly powerless against it, shattered effortlessly, and descended right before the old monk Yuan. Bang! After all, Yuan was a master-level expert. He blocked with his demon-subduing staff, attempting to deflect this sword strike. But Assad's strength was too overwhelming. The immense force transmitted from the sword caused the demon-subduing staff to snap cleanly in two. Crack! Yuan let out a pained scream, rapidly retreating. His severed hand remained on the ground, while blood began to spread across the floor. As he retreated, the formation exploded violently. Anton and the others finally returned to normal. Assad held a large sword, his expression grim, and pursued Yuan step by step, charging directly into the Haywardu family estate. "Old monk, weren't you trying to persuade me to turn back? Why won't you turn back yourself?" Assad watched as Yuan fled in a disheveled state ahead of him, bursting into laughter. His voice echoed throughout the entire estate. What's going on? Something's wrong outside. Hearing the commotion, the guards of the Haywardu family estate rushed out, only to witness their respected guest Master Yuan being pursued in a desperate escape. The sight filled them with terror. Master Yuan. He was a master-level expert. Only another master could have chased him around like this. Thus, they all dared not approach, fearing that they would be crushed by the aftereffects of the battle. After all, a master in full power would not care who you were. Mr. Luther, I offended you earlier. Now, I realize that Glover, for his selfish reasons, has committed atrocities and deserves severe punishment. At this moment, Yuan couldn't care less about the incense money promised by Glover. He just wanted to save his life. Assad's sword made him feel like he had thorns pricking his back, especially after losing one hand, which plunged his strength to rock bottom, making it impossible for him to withstand Assad's sharp edge. Now you say this, isn't it too late? Assad laughed aloud, but Yuan quickly added, it's not too late at all. I'm willing to lead Mr. Luther to Glover, who's in the small courtyard ahead. Indeed, without waiting for Assad's response, he immediately changed direction, heading towards the small courtyard where Glover resided. This courtyard was located towards the middle rear of the estate. Inside the small yard stood a 3-story wooden pavilion, an ancient and elegant building exuding grace and tranquility. Yuan stormed into the pavilion, but in the next instant, he flew backward as if struck by lightning. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the pavilion, filled with shock. Truly useless scum. A figure emerged from the doorway of the pavilion, lean and holding a long sword. Though plain-looking, he radiated a piercing sharpness, standing like a sword itself. Talon. Old Monk Yuan glanced at the sword wound in his abdomen, his face deathly pale. The strike from the entrance almost tore him in half. Fortunately, he retreated quickly, or he would already be a corpse now. This realization filled him with both fear and anger. You actually attacked me. Yuan roared in anger. Talon sneered, foul monk, shut your mouth. Say another word, and I'll cut off your tongue. Yuan's eyes widened, but then, remembering something, he closed his mouth. After all, this was Talon, the top-tier swordsman who dominated the southeastern region, whose every strike aimed to spill blood, renowned throughout the south. He hadn't expected him to appear here at some point. Are you Assad? Talon's gaze fell on Assad, his eyes scrutinizing, with a faint glint of swordlight that was captivating yet intimidating. Assad looked at him calmly and said, Are you here to stop me? No, I'm here to kill you. Talon bared his teeth, revealing a smile filled with killing intent. Kill me? Assad also laughed. This was the first time he had met someone so straightforward, but the last person who dared speak to him like that had already been smashed to death by him. Yes. Talon flicked his finger on the longsword, producing a clear, ringing sound, then smiled and said, Young man, how about we make a deal? How would it be if you handed over your head? Master Hayward paid a hefty sum for me to act, and I can't stand to see all this money slip away from right in front of my eyes. So, I'll have to ask for your indulgence. Lower your head, and let me take one slash, alright? Assad couldn't help but laugh again. One slash? And may I ask your name? Talon. Talon gave a slight smile. Assad sneered and said, Looking at your ugly face, you sure have some nice ideas. You've been a dog for too long, assuming others will follow your example? Do you even have the qualification to make me lower my head? Talon's face darkened as he retorted, Shut up. With death approaching, you still dare to mock me. I intended to give you a dignified end, but you seem incapable of appreciating it. Dignity? Assad asked with a laugh. I think you should keep that dignity for yourself. Talon's gaze turned cold. So there's no room for negotiation? There is. Oh. Talon raised an eyebrow. Assad chuckled and said, You could hand over your own head. I'll personally ask Glover for your funeral expenses afterward and burn them all for you, ensuring not a single penny is missing. How does that sound? Humph. Talon's face darkened, saying coldly, With just you? You're not qualified enough. How do you know unless you try? Assad's calm voice fell, and the atmosphere abruptly changed. The originally peaceful air instantly turned lethal. A vast, imposing pressure swept through the small courtyard, causing the ground to start cracking. Two sharp, murderous sword lights spread out, slicing everything in the courtyard into pieces. Old Monk Yuan's expression changed as he staggered toward the exit of the courtyard. You stay too. Assad pointed his sword straight at Yuan's back. Startled, Yuan tried to evade, but severely wounded, he had no way to dodge. He cursed his fate and prepared to fight to the death, when suddenly, Talon's sword arrived. Want to kill someone in front of me? You're a bit too confident, Assad. Crack. The two sword lights collided, sparkling together, their exploding energy shredding Yuan's clothes into fragments, leaving only a thin, white-haired old man standing there. Yuan's face first turned red, then black, utterly embarrassed. He wanted to escape but found both sword lights locking onto him, leaving him frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. As Yuan watched the two continue their standoff, feeling the wind blow past his body, he wished he could bury his face in the ground, seething with humiliation. Two bastards, are you going to fight or not? Give me a quick death, will you? The wind is strong. I'm a bit cold. Chapter 146 Retribution is swift. Swoosh. The sword light slashed down, and Assad clashed with Talon again. They exchanged blows midair, and only two black figures could be seen engaging in fierce combat. Almost done playing. It's also time to send the two of you to your deaths. Assad fiercely swung his sword, using brute force to break through Talon's intricate swordplay. Bang! Talon hurriedly turned his sword back, but a tremendous force erupted from Assad's greatsword, sending him flying. He looked down to find a new wound on his chest, 3 inches deep into the flesh. If it had gone any deeper, it would have pierced his heart and lungs. Seeing Assad charging at him again, Talon's expression changed drastically as he rapidly retreated, no longer able to protect Ned. Ned's face paled. "If you want to kill me, you won't get away either," he roared loudly, his whole body glowing with golden Buddhist light, like a huge sun rising from the earth. However, Assad's sword light flashed past. Slash. Execute. Sever. The terrifying force concentrated in the sword light, pinky finger. The bloody digit fell to the ground as he yelled, "Mr. Luther, I've offended you today. Please forgive me. Get out." Seeing this, Assad finally stopped. Relieved, Talon fled without looking back, escaping from the Haywardu family manor. Luck is on your side. If not for my worry about Glover escaping, I'd have cut off your head this time. Watching Talon leave, Assad then turned towards the pavilion symbolizing the core power of the Haywardu family. Inside the pavilion, all was silent. The intense battle outside seemed not to have affected it at all. Assad's expression was indifferent as he walked into the pavilion, determined to ensure Glover's certain death regardless of any remaining support. Thump thump thump. Footsteps echoed within the empty pavilion where Maxwell sat calmly watching Assad walk in, even offering a smile. Glover. He appeared right before Assad. Assad was somewhat surprised. His opponent hadn't planned to escape, but sat here waiting for him calmly. So confident? You've finally come. Sit. Glover pointed to the opposite sofa, actually inviting Assad to sit. Assad walked forward and sat down, saying, "You didn't plan on running." Glover smiled and said, "In front of a grandmaster, even if I wanted to run, where could I possibly escape to? So, you're prepared to die by my sword." Assad said indifferently. No. Glover shook his head. "I don't intend that because you can't kill me. Why can't you be killed?" Assad showed a bemused expression. Glover, however, didn't laugh. Instead, he spoke seriously. "Because I cannot die. I'm the president of Nanjiang Chamber of Commerce, an honorary citizen of Nanjiang City, and a senior member of the Southern Regional High Council." Each title carried immense weight. Just the identity of being a senior member of the Southern Regional High Council limited to less than 10 individuals across the entire southern region. Imagine, a region encompassing billions of people. Such individuals represented nearly 1 in 10 million, standing at the pinnacle of the southern region. The death of anyone would certainly cause enormous waves. Nearly cataclysmic. Glover continued, "I know Isabellister Luther harbors resentment over what happened in the past, but the dead are dead, and the living must look forward." So, the dead died in vain? Assad's expression was mocking. Glover shook his head slightly and said, "They did not die in vain. Without them, how could I have reached this point today? Master Luther, do you know how much money I invest in charitable causes each year?" As he spoke, he raised one finger. "Exactly 100 billion. Glover said with a sigh, "Tens of thousands of people in the entire southern region have been saved by me. Moreover, tens of thousands work for me, touching almost every aspect of society. I bear the burden of so many families, and in some areas, people have even built temples to honor me while I'm still alive. Tell me, with such significance, how can I die? How dare I die?" Assad looked at him and said calmly, "So it seems I really can't kill you." Glover spread out his hands and said, "At least that's what I believe." "But that doesn't erase your sins," Assad said coldly. Glover nodded and said, "Indeed. I often wonder if my actions back then were wrong. But if given the chance to choose again, I would still make the same choice." Done talking? Ready to face death? However, Assad's words caused Glover's complexion to change drastically. "You're still going to kill me?" Assad stared at Glover without any expression. Although Glover had spoken much about how important and indispensable he was, the more outstanding and significant a person, the greater their harm when they commit evil. Assad would never forget the wailing cries of the souls being burned alive in the fire. Nor would he forget the Haywardu family's collusion with the Nakajima family to steal the dragon veins, undermining national prosperity. Such crimes warranted more than just killing Glover. Even grinding his bones to dust wouldn't be enough. Assad said coolly, "It's not that I want to kill you, but you've committed too many sins, leaving no room for survival." Seeing Assad's determined resolve, the ever-composed look on Glover's face finally vanished. He had thought his status would make Assad yield, but he was wrong, terribly wrong. Because Assad didn't care about these things at all. Secular power and status seemed like fleeting clouds to him, completely insignificant. "It seems I've underestimated you," Glover said, his eyes darkening as he looked at Assad. When had he ever been pushed into such a corner by a young man? Even as Isabellister, Glover had seen many of them, yet few could resist his power and wealth. But now, Assad made him understand something. Some people truly don't care about his power or wealth. Assad raised his hand, and a green light shone from his fingertips like an arrow ready to launch. He said coolly, "You overestimated yourself." Whoosh! The green light pierced directly into Glover's heart, instantly passing through. "We will meet again." Glover's expression froze, fixed permanently on his face. "You won't get that chance." Assad glanced deeply at his corpse, turned around, and walked towards the door. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside. Among the sounds, a voice full of urgency broke through. "Move faster. You must stop him. Absolutely nothing can happen to the head of the Haywardu family. If anything happens to the head of the Haywardu family, you will all share his fate." Chapter 147. Appearances can be deceiving. A group surrounded a Maxwell with a dignified appearance appeared at the doorway, just in time to see Assad walking out from inside. The Maxwell's heart sank. Glancing past Assad, he saw Glover sitting on the sofa inside. There was an obvious bloodstain on his chest, still dripping. "Lord Haywardu." The Maxwell hurried forward, trembling hands checking under Glover's nose and discovering that he had long since passed away. His heart sank into the abyss. Glover was dead. This outcome felt like the sky falling for him. He lifted his head, just as he saw Assad about to leave. In frustration and fury, he roared, "Stop! You are not allowed to leave." "Are you talking to me?" Assad paused, turning back with a dangerous glint in his eyes. The Maxwell's heart plummeted, feeling like a heavy stone pressing down on it. Facing Isabellaster's gaze made him feel like confronting an ancient fierce beast. But debts must be repaid, and murderers must pay with their lives. Even if the other party was Isabellaster, he would not yield. Therefore, he steeled himself and said, Assad, you killed Lord Glover. Are you planning to walk away so easily? Assad said coolly, I merely eliminated someone who deserved it. Deserved it? The Maxwell's face darkened, his voice straining through clenched teeth. He was the president of the Chamber of Commerce of this district and a member of the High Council. If he committed a crime, it should be judged by the law. What right do you have to kill him? This is abuse of vigilante justice. This is murder. Murder? Assad laughed. Who are you? The chief of the Southern District Police Department, Ivor, the Maxwell replied solemnly. Such a high-ranking official indeed. Assad raised an eyebrow, half smiling, half serious. Then suddenly his expression turned stern, causing the temperature around them to plummet as if it had dropped to freezing point. Everyone present felt the bone-chilling cold. Pity, your impartiality is misplaced. Where were you when Glover set fire and burned dozens of families alive? Where were you when Glover colluded with Japan to steal state secrets? Assad stared coldly at him, his gaze becoming increasingly dangerous. A martial artist's anger could cause bloodshed within 5 paces. No matter who you were, in front of Isabellaster, everyone but another Isabellaster was insignificant. A single slap could end one's life. Your life belongs to me. What right do you have to shout at me? As Ivor heard Assad's consecutive questions, his face turned grim. To him, those deceased people were just matters of the past. The parties involved were already dead, so why bother pursuing accountability? But now that Glover was dead, the entire Haywardu family conglomerate would be thrown into chaos, risking suspension of its annual investments and projects. This was what he was truly worried about. Compared to such a vast network of interests, the deaths back then, and even some state secrets seemed insignificant. The more Ivor thought about it, the angrier he became, though his expression remained stern. He loudly declared, regardless of how you try to defend yourself, my police department will handle this case. Men, arrest this suspect. Interrogate him thoroughly. Upon hearing these words, everyone around him was startled. Ivor actually wanted to arrest Isabellaster. It sounded exhilarating, but for those underlings, it wasn't friendly at all. Who knew if Assad would give them a fatal slap when they approached? Sir, shouldn't we reconsider? A deputy officer rushed forward to dissuade him. No need. Now, immediately, go and arrest him. Ivor waved his hand, speaking with an unyielding tone. His subordinates exchanged glances, only to take cautious steps toward Assad. Their hearts quaked. Assad watched Ivor coldly, a faint light beginning to gather in his palms. Did they really think he was an ordinary person they could manipulate? They were mere ants. If he wished, he could annihilate them all with a flip of his hand. Hold it. At this critical moment, a loud command came from outside. Rushing in, a group of elite soldiers, armed and fully geared, burst into the scene, radiating an intense killing aura. In an instant, they surrounded everyone present, guns pointed diagonally downward, but ready to engage in combat with a slight upward tilt. Ivor's face changed upon seeing this scene. Who are you guys? Chief Jiang, how have you been? At that moment, a tall man walked in, dressed in green military attire and boots, exuding more authority and dignity than Ivor. Seeing the newcomer, Ivor was shocked, quickly lowering his head and shouting, reporting to Marshal. It was none other than the War Marshal of the Southern District. Hector, originally from an ordinary family, he had risen through the ranks and steadily climbed up in the military system. With the support of Crane Honorable, he finally secured his position as War Marshal. This was truly the pinnacle of power in the Southern District. Stand up. Hector waved his hand but didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Assad with a smile, saying, so this is Master Assad. I never expected you to be so young. Truly a hero emerges from the youth. War Marshal, please don't be too polite. Assad waved his hand, the dark light in his palm gradually fading away. Hector glanced at his hand, his smile deepening as he said, Oscar brags about Mr. Luther all day long for his sense of justice. Now that I've met you, it's indeed true. Why not join me at the War Zone headquarters? Dominicami Honorable is also there. Sure. Assad nodded. His cultivation had advanced, making his hands itchy, but unfortunately, there was no worthy opponent. This time, he must find a chance to test his skills with Dominicami Honorable. As they were about to leave, Ivor's face turned green with blackness, then red, continuously changing colors. How dare these people ignore his existence like this? Marshal, he can't go. Ivor abruptly stepped forward, blocking their way. Hector's face darkened immediately, his gaze coldly focused on Ivor. He grew increasingly displeased with this tactless individual. Ivor was determined. Biting his teeth, he loudly declared, he is suspected of murdering Glover and needs to be questioned by the police department. Everyone present felt a bead of sweat roll down their faces on Ivor's behalf. Was this guy crazy to dare block the War Marshal's path? Hector said with a cold expression, Chief Jiang, you are really dedicated to your duties. Whether this was sarcasm or praise, everyone could feel Hector's dissatisfaction. Ivor lowered his head, saying, I dare not. Although his attitude, do whatever it takes. The law applies equally to all, even the Emperor. This time, I must ensure this case ends with a conviction. Although Glover fell, the Haywardu family remains. This is our opportunity, the chance to enter the Central District. It turned out that his desperation was for this reason. He wanted to use the opportunity of avenging Glover to connect with the Haywardu family in the Central District, laying the foundation for his advancement into the Central District. What a deep calculation. What a cunning old fox. Chapter 148. Interrogating the wrong person. Southern District Police Headquarters. As the highest enforcement body for relevant cases in Nanjiang City, they wield immense authority, both in terms of jurisdiction and status. Thus, Ordinary people walking past here would always feel a shiver down their spines. Several cars sped up and stopped at the entrance of the police headquarters. Assad and a few officers got out of the vehicles and walked inside, with Assad curiously observing his surroundings. First time coming to such a place, didn't expect it to look like this. Assad commented enthusiastically. He was almost about to pull out his phone and post a travel log. However, the officers beside him didn't dare to speak much. Instead, they cautiously served him, fearing offending this master-level powerhouse. Should they truly anger him, who knew what kind of trouble might arise? Not to mention, they had personally witnessed War Marshal Hector's attitude towards Assad. Although Assad came to the police headquarters due to Ivor's insistence, they were convinced Assad wouldn't be in any trouble. Other officers within the police headquarters, however, didn't think so. Who is that guy? How can he still act so arrogantly after coming to the police headquarters? Yeah, looks like he's visiting the place. Many officers started whispering among themselves. Mr. Luther, please come this way. An officer led Assad respectfully to the interrogation room. Upon entering, Assad saw indeed a small table with an iron chair facing it. The lighting around was dim, giving the whole room a somewhat gloomy appearance. Instinctively, Assad glanced at the wall behind the table, recalling from TV dramas that there should be a two-way mirror here, allowing views from the adjacent room. But whether it was real or not, Assad couldn't tell. With a confident posture, Assad sat on the chair while the officer retreated outside. Soon after, a stunning woman in uniform with an S-class figure and angelic face walked in. Her skin seemed to glow under the dim light, exquisitely delicate, making one want to pinch it. She walked in confidently, her clothes barely containing her impressive physique. Bang! She threw her notebook onto the table, propped herself up against it with both hands, and looked at Assad through her beautiful almond eyes, saying, "Talk. What did you do?" As she leaned over, her décolletage was almost fully exposed to Assad's eyes, revealing smooth skin along a deep cleavage. Assad couldn't help but blink his eyes. Was she interrogating him, or providing some form of service? Nevertheless, so white, so large. Beatrix frowned as she watched Assad, feeling somewhat displeased. She thought, this guy really is stubborn, still being tough even here. Unbeknownst to her, she was exposing too much. On the other hand, Assad was leisurely admiring the scenery before him, inwardly reciting a poem. Seen horizontally, it forms ridges. Seen sideways, it turns into peaks. Seeing the lady's impatience increasing, Assad cleared his throat and seriously said, "I am innocent." Tisi. Beatrix couldn't help but scoff. Almost no one admits guilt when they come here. I suggest you be honest. Save yourself from more trouble later. While Beatrix was interrogating Assad, a tall and handsome officer named Denham was waiting anxiously in the adjacent interrogation room. He kept glancing at his watch, wondering where Captain Sue was. After waiting for a while, he left the interrogation room and spotted a few officers downstairs smoking. He asked, "Have you seen Captain Sue? Didn't Captain go with you to interrogate the prisoner?" "No." Denham was taken aback. Denham, a graduate of the police academy, joined the police force with excellent grades and impressive family background. He was smitten with Beatrix since day one. Recently assigned to work with her, he felt extremely excited. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the interrogation room, definitely coming from Beatrix. "It's the captain." Something happened. Denham's face changed, rushing to the sound direction. It was indeed the interrogation room Assad had just entered. Inside the interrogation room, Beatrix's face was flushed red, almost dripping blood. She tightly covered her chest with one hand, glaring furiously at Assad. The mere thought of what just occurred made her wish she could strangle him, this despicable lecher. Assad, on the contrary, spread his hands innocently, saying, "I wasn't trying to. You fell, and I just tried to help you up. Who told you to touch me there?" Beatrix glared at Assad with gritted teeth, feeling a burning sensation in her chest where she had been touched. The feeling of being pinched still lingered in her sensory nerves. Her heart trembled violently. Although she knew it was the broken table that caused her near fall, she couldn't help but direct her anger towards Assad. Her beautiful almond eyes were filled with flames of fury. When Denham and the others barged in, they saw this scene. Seeing how Beatrix clutched her chest and her blushing face, along with only Assad and Beatrix being in the interrogation room, their minds immediately imagined a dramatic scene. Damn! Denham's eyes turned red with anger. He swung his baton and struck down at Assad in a fit of rage. Wait. Beatrix's expression changed. Despite having been taken advantage of by Assad, she still maintained strong self-control. She knew this was an interrogation room, and any action here would involve illegal corporal punishment, a big problem indeed. Bang! Though Assad felt apologetic towards Beatrix, he didn't show any kindness to others. With one hand, he grabbed the baton and flung Denham away. Bang! Denham slammed heavily against the wall, nearly disintegrating on impact. Damn you! Assaulting a police officer. He threw accusations recklessly. Assad laughed bitterly. Clearly, you started it first. Everyone present has eyes. Who gave you the courage to lie in front of everyone? This is abuse of private force. You. Denham wanted to retort, but Beatrix shouted, "Enough! All of you, get out!" Seeing Beatrix's stern expression, Denham and the others left sullenly, all harboring intense resentment towards Assad. Just then, the officer who brought Assad returned. "Why are you here?" He was puzzled. Captain Sue was interrogating the prisoner, and we happened to run into them, one officer growled. Where his hand had just been, he couldn't help but feel a thrill. Sinful, so sinful. He hurriedly murmured a couple of phrases to himself. Lecher. However, his expression infuriated Beatrix. With a snap, she broke the ballpoint pen in her hand into two pieces and stormed out in anger. "Hey, you've misunderstood." Assad wanted to explain, but Beatrix was already gone. He shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Zone, Hector, also arrived at the police department. As soon as his grand motorcade reached the gate, it caused quite a stir within the department. No one could have imagined that the first person of the southern zone would come here in the middle of the night. For a time, all the police officers gathered at the entrance to welcome him in line, nearly treating this war marshal with the highest honors. But Hector remained low-key, giving orders to a confidant, "Tell them all to disperse."
Yes.
The confidant nodded and immediately went to coordinate. Soon, these police officers returned to their posts, yet they were filled with intense curiosity. Why did the war marshal come to the police department late at night? Could something major have happened? Is it possible that the war marshal came especially to comfort us? We've handled many cases recently, and we're about to collapse from exhaustion. Just for your little bit of achievement, you hope for the war marshal's consolation? Someone nearby snickered, saying, "I think the war marshal came here mostly due to the case of the master battle outside the city." Master battle? Exactly. The commotion earlier felt like cannon shells bombing the city. It was definitely a master battle. My brother told me that the scene was horrific. It said that several masters died. Several dead? Impossible. They are master-level experts. Why would I lie to you? For a moment, everyone began to buzz with discussions. Seeing them continuously arguing, Police Officer Tosha finally couldn't help but interject. "Stop guessing blindly. The war marshal didn't come here because of the master battle, but for a person." A person? Could it be that a relative of the war marshal has gotten into trouble? Everyone turned their puzzled gazes towards Tosha upon hearing this. Tosha shook his head, hesitating before saying, "Not a relative of the war marshal, but, according to what I know, he is also a master expert." Another master? The crowd exchanged glances. The frequency of masters appearing tonight seemed unusually high. "Isn't it the one you brought in just now?" Denham's face changed. "Yeah." Tosha nodded. "No way." Denham opened his mouth to object, but seeing Tosha's confident demeanor, he became hesitant. How could someone barely in their 20s possibly be a master? Someone asked curiously, why was he arrested? Since he's a master, how could he be sent to the police department? Such powerful figures, how could they be caught? Even if they committed a crime, who would dare arrest them, and who could? Tosha looked around, lowering his voice. "This matter is still classified, don't spread it around. We promise not to leak it. Hurry up and tell us, don't keep us hanging." With interest piqued, everyone urged him on quickly. Seeing the expectant looks, Tosha felt a strong sense of satisfaction and whispered, "You know the Haywardu family, right? That massive business empire, their boss Glover was killed." "What? Impossible." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Haywardving in the southern zone, Glover's status was almost legendary. Yet such a figure had been killed? For a moment, no one dared to believe it. Just then, Giles, looking disgruntled, walked in from outside. Seeing these people whispering in groups, his anger flared. "What are you doing? Do you have nothing else to do? Get back to your posts. I assigned you to work overnight shifts, not to chat. If you don't want to do this job, take off your uniform and go home." Giles snapped, seemingly having swallowed gunpowder. Afraid of getting into trouble, everyone quickly dispersed. Only Denham stayed behind, stepping forward to ask softly, "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" They turned out to be father and son. Giles took him into the office and, after fiercely tugging at his collar, said, "This time out, I nearly lost my life."
"What?"
Shocked, Denham hastily probed for details. Emmett said resentfully, "Isn't it because of bad luck? Your eldest brother has been sowing wild oats everywhere, and this time he provoked someone who can't be messed with." As he spoke, he briefly recounted the course of events. When Denham heard that Glenn had been crippled, his heart leaped, and Assad's matter was completely forgotten. "Father, Chris is Uncle's only child. Even if you have a valid reason, it will be hard to explain to Uncle. Cutting off the lineage is worse than losing a life. At least, in Uncle Philip's view, it would be easier to explain as a death. Now, Philip would likely suspect them of some ulterior motive right away." Emmett sat down on the chair and said coolly, "I was left with no choice. He is Isabellister. If I did nothing, not only would Glenn die, but I wouldn't escape either. But what do we do now?" Denham began to panic. Emmett replied, "We don't need to do anything. Just sit tight and observe. Over the years, I have indulged Glenn's wanton behavior for just such an occasion." Now that Emmett, paired with his righteous expression, made Hector laugh uncontrollably, his hearty laughter filling the conference room. Then it abruptly stopped. Ivor, you are still the hypocrite you were back then. However, I hope you won't regret it." Hector waved his hand, his tone turning cold, and instructed, "You may leave. Since you want to interrogate and Mr. Luther agrees, I'll wait here for the results." "You shall see." Ivor bowed slightly and exited the office. Once outside, his face turned vicious. Having served as chief for so many years wasn't for nothing. "You should not underestimate me. Send someone to invite Mr. Bayamoku."
"Yes."
A confidant immediately went to carry out the order. Soon, a dark-skinned Maxwell walked in, with white lines painted above and below his eyes, giving the impression of having 8 eyes. Chapter 150, Mr. Nash. "Mr. Nash?" Ivor smiled. Nash laughed, his 8 eyes seeming to rotate as he said, "Director Jiang must have called me here in such a hurry because something serious has happened." Ivor nodded and said, "This time we need you, Mr. Nash, to take action personally." Nash said, "The old deal? 10 million? Rest assured, the 10 million will be transferred to your account immediately after the job is done." Ivor emphatically nodded. If he could thoroughly subdue Assad this time and connect with the main branch of the Haywardu family, the benefits would be unimaginable. Thus, the 10 million cash was nothing to him. "No problem. I can even make a stone." Swish. The lights directly enveloped Assad. Assad felt his consciousness blur instantly. His clear vision began to turn hazy, realizing something was amiss. He had been tricked. Seeing Assad's confusion, Nash pretended to be full of sorrow and said, "Child, I didn't expect you to cause such trouble after I left for a short while. I can't save you anymore. The Haywardu family said they would spare grandfather if you commit suicide. But, how could I bear to lose you?" Tears forced out of Nash's eyes. His words implied he wanted Assad to commit suicide. Grandfather? Sitting behind the small table, Beatrix was startled. This man was actually Assad's grandfather? However, his face looked oddly bizarre. After looking a few times, Beatrix felt a bit confused. Thump. She fainted onto the table. Hearing this, Assad was furious. His muddled consciousness struggled fiercely. The longevity true chi within him circulated rapidly throughout his body, clearing his mind instantly. Even the 6 white lines on Nash's face and the faint, fishy smell indicated some potent hallucinogen. Combined with Nash's movements and incantations, it almost got the better of Assad, a master. Assad raised his hand abruptly and slapped Nash hard. Nash was in the middle of casting a spell to get Assad to commit suicide. Unexpectedly, he received this slap. Bang! The slap hit Nash squarely on the head, dazing him completely. Had Assad used more force, this dog dared to bite its master. This was simply outrageous. Nash glanced at Assad, gritted his teeth, and knew this was his moment to prove himself. He abruptly turned to look at Ivor and said, "Look into my eyes and tell the truth." Buzz. The chaotic mind technique was activated again. Ivor struggled for only a brief moment before losing his sanity, mumbling mechanically, "I am Ivor, and it was I who asked Nash to come here to kill Assad. The purpose is to get closer to the Haywardu family's main branch so that I can advance further into the central district." He revealed everything like spilling beans from a bamboo basket. Assad's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he listened. Because Ivor not only admitted to plotting against him, but also revealed many of his secret deals with the Haywardu family, each one pushing Assad to his limits. These included using power to provide protection for the Haywardu family's smuggling operations, smuggling national treasures, prohibited items, and even aiding in genocide. If the Glover branch of the Haywardu family were the criminals, then Ivor was their protector. Damn you! Enraged, Assad raised his hand to strike. But at this critical moment, he stopped himself. He couldn't just kill Ivor. He needed to expose his crimes to the world. An example must be made. Thinking of this, Assad looked at Nash. He touched the center of Nash's forehead, implanting a sword chi directly. Then, Assad coldly said, "This is a strand of my sword chi, controlled by my thoughts. With just a thought, it will explode instantly. Just like this." If he dared to refuse now, Assad wouldn't let him off the hook. Better to die later than sooner. He plunged forward. Chapter 151, causing a major stir. Joel had made up his mind and registered as a streamer on Bluefish's live streaming platform using his mobile phone. As he completed the registration process, his heart trembled. Was it from nervousness or excitement? The thought of such a powerful figure about to be ruined by his own hand sent shivers down his spine with an intense thrill. "Ivor, you've always bossed me around. Let's see how you die this time." Joel and Ivor had a mutually exploitative relationship. At present, since he himself was in danger, he naturally held no mercy for Ivor, wishing Ivor would die sooner rather than later, so that Assad could see that Joel still had some value. Soon, the live stream began. Ivor, suppressed and deprived of his rationality, could only mechanically recount his true experiences like a parrot, particularly his collusion with a branch of the Haywardu family. Sealed-away events gradually came to light. The Bluefish live streaming room immediately erupted in chaos. Initially, people didn't believe it, but when they compared it to previous incidents, the heat instantly exploded across the internet. "What a bastard. I said that major highway accident last year couldn't have killed just a few people. It turns out over 100 died. Falsifying data truly deserves death. So that was the Haywardu family's smuggling convoy. No wonder they didn't dare announce it. These rich bastards really deserve death. Brothers, quickly record the screen. This might be taken down in a bit." In the police department, officers who were casually browsing online also noticed this live stream room and were stunned at the time, followed by endless panic. No, not good. He immediately reported this matter to his superiors. Quickly, the upper echelons of the police department started to seal off the information, and the live stream on Bluefish was instantly cut off. However, many netizens had recorded it, causing news to spread wildly outside. In the top-floor conference room, an adjutant knocked on the door and walked in, whispering something in General Wangbai's ear. Hector's expression slightly changed. After a while, he exhaled, "What ruthless means." This time, Ivor was definitely dead. However, Hector originally harbored dissatisfaction with Ivor's past, and now was an excellent opportunity. Thus, he said, "Send a message to the district chief, expressing our serious concern about this matter." Yes. The adjutant's eyes lit up. In Long Country's system, based on the 8 trigrams positions, there were 8 major military regions responsible for guarding the country's 8 directions. The central yin-yang symbol position served as the central zone. Each military region had generals in charge of external battles and territorial defense, while internal governance was led by the district chiefs. Luthurg Su, the southern zone district chief, was from a prominent family and held differing views from Hector, who came from a humble background. And for Ivor to be appointed police commissioner by Luthurg Su meant he was one of Luthurg Su's confidants. Such a huge mess would certainly implicate Luthurg Su. Even if he could retain his position, this blotch would make any further advancement nearly impossible. "Let's go down and see Mr. Luther." Hector stood up and headed towards the interrogation room with a group of guards. At this point, the police department was already in utter chaos. Fortunately, Vice Commissioner Josue promptly intervened, managing to control the situation. Seeing Josue, Hector smiled and said, "Fengji, well done. I was about to go get someone. Why don't we go together?" "Follow General's orders." Josue barely concealed his excitement, quickly saluted, and followed Hector. He had always been close to the military region, earning his current position due to Hector's strong recommendation. With Ivor in trouble, he had a significant chance for promotion. Naturally, he dared not slack off around Hector. Soon, they arrived at the interrogation room. Although the live stream had stopped, Joel was still nervously controlling Ivor for video recording. Assad stood with arms crossed, coldly watching, until Hector and his companion entered. "Why has the general come?" Assad looked at Hector. Hector laughed bitterly and pointed to the phone broadcasting the live stream, saying, Mr. Luther has caused such a big issue. How could I not come? Haha. Assad couldn't help but laugh. Josue, standing beside Hector, was suddenly alarmed. So the live stream revealing Ivor's confession was orchestrated by Assad. No wonder it felt so familiar to him. It was in the interrogation room all along. In the corner, there indeed stood a wooden-faced Ivor. A police commissioner of such importance reduced to this extent made Josue swallow hard, deepening his respect for Assad. Indeed, a grandmaster martial artist. Secular rules meant nothing to him. No matter how powerful or high-ranking someone was, they were merely fleeting clouds before him. Fengji, I'll leave this matter to you. Handle the aftermath properly. Senior Chance is still waiting for Mr. Luther in the war zone. Yes, War Marshal. Josue nodded quickly. Assad smiled but did not leave immediately. Instead, he reached out and wiped across Ba Mu's face, removing the false eye that resembled an inscription. Ah! Ba Mu screamed in agony. This method of disrupting the mind was both divinely granted and man-made. Now, with Assad wiping it away, one extraordinary. Upon learning that Hector was the war marshal of the Southern Zone, their respect grew even more. Not just for Hector, but also for Assad. Considering Assad could speak on equal terms with a war marshal, there was no doubt about his status and influence. A grandmaster who controlled fate was indeed terrifying. Ordinary grandmasters did not receive such treatment. If not for Senior Chance recognizing Assad's potential to become a divine envoy, someone like Hector would not personally visit. Bang! At this moment, in the district chief's office, Luther Xu slammed his hand on the desk, the loud sound silencing everyone present. This foolish waste of space. Luther Xu cursed bitterly. Though he didn't specify whom he was referring to, everyone knew he meant Ivor. They silently sympathized with him. This time, he was finished. The repercussions alone were enough to dismiss Ivor, not to mention the numerous dark secrets revealed, which would cause significant trouble for the Zhang family as well. In short, this live streaming incident had truly caused an uproar. Thump thump thump. Just then, Luther Xu's secretary walked in and whispered, District Chief, the war marshal has sent word expressing serious concern over this matter and urging us to handle it swiftly to prevent internal unrest and instability. Luther Xu's face darkened. Talking about unrest and instability, wasn't this Hector deliberately pressuring him? It meant that if he didn't harshly deal with Ivor, Hector would personally intervene, and any ensuing chaos would be his responsibility. Yuan Luther, I'm leaving benefits. They were all officials with terms of service. Once their term ended, they would either step down, be transferred horizontally, or be promoted. In any case, their power came from the entire system, which sometimes forced them to curry favor with some large families. At least it ensured these huge powers would help them during their tenure. While these people were discussing, Assad arrived at the core base of the Southern District under the guidance of Hector. This was a building that was low-key but imposing, and this was where he saw the divine light rise outside the city. Has Einar broken through to the divine arrival realm? Assad was surprised. Taking steps inside, the base was quiet and solemn, with sentries every 3 steps and guards every 10. Every few minutes, patrol personnel would pass by. Monitoring equipment and hidden sentries could be seen in various corners, forming a dense web. Among them were many martial artists of the transformation realm serving as guards, so even if Isabellister invaded, they would probably be detected in the first instance. Truly worthy of being the core base of the district, Assad marveled to himself. At the same time, he felt a hint of formation array taste from the layout of the building. As they approached the core area, a figure strode out. Aaron. He still wore the same attire as before but appeared more majestic, with bright, divine light in his eyes. There was a circular divine light faintly visible behind him. This divine light was indeed the manifestation of the divine arrival realm. Just like ordinary people who worship in temples or Taoist monasteries often see a circular halo behind the Buddha and the Yale Venerables' heads. That is the divine light. It turned out Aaron had reached this stage too. Huh. When Aaron saw Assad, he couldn't help but be startled. In his eyes, Assad seemed enveloped in a layer of golden light. His torso, limbs, and internal organs were all permeated with golden radiance. With every move, there seemed to be immense power. Hayward, a god walking in the mortal world. Have you met Einar? Assad showed respect towards Aaron, knowing that he was a strong warrior who had experienced world wars and the founding wars, dedicating immense effort for the rise of the country. Hayward told friend, I didn't expect you to reach this level in such a short time. Aaron held Assad's hand, amazed. Assad shook his head modestly, saying, it's just luck. Instead, this step forward by Venerable Crane is truly a blessing for the country. Aaron sighed softly, saying, the difference between divine beings and humans is akin to the distance between heaven and earth. Taking this step feels like walking on thin ice. To truly cross over might take several decades. Although he already had the divine light behind his head, it was mostly due to external forces. Once he left the Southern District, he was still a peak Isabellister. However, after years of accumulation, he had glimpsed the future path. He had confidence that he could truly take this step within a few decades. Divine arrival. Seeing the excitement in Aaron's heart, Assad thought of something and asked, Venerable Crane, recently I feel I've reached a certain limit. May I have the honor to spar with you? Oh, that's exactly what I wanted too. Aaron's eyes lit up. They agreed, not caring about others, and flashed away toward the magnificent sea. Nanjiang City was close to the sea, and covering 100 kilometers was swift for both of them. Standing atop the waves, regardless of how the sea surged, Aaron stood unmoved. He laughed loudly, come on, little friend. Let me see your progress. All right. Assad did not refuse, saying, I have 3 sword techniques that once cut down near ancient warriors and the avatar of a witch deity. I wish to learn from Venerable Crane. Finishing his words, a radiant giant sword shone on his arm. What a body is sword. Aaron's eyes lit up again. Swoosh. Assad shouted, cut, punish, annihilate. The sword light pierced through the air, and the entire sea surface was pressed down by the sword light as if it dared not face the sharpness of this sword strike. This sword strike replaced the daylight, turning the dark night into daylight. Come on! Aaron roared, one hand reaching out to grab, as if seizing a star or capturing the moon, with a cluster of stars and moonlight appearing in his palm, actually grabbing onto the sword light. Bang! Both suddenly fell silent, then exploded with force. Boom! The sea trembled, raising waves 100 meters high. However, as these waves approached the two men, they eerily calmed, windless and waveless. Good, good, good. Aaron, seeing a white slash mark on his hand, said, good, 3 times consecutively. This sword strike could make even he, a quasi-deity, feel pressure, which was naturally extremely formidable. An ordinary peak grandmaster would probably not be able to withstand this strike. Break, mountain, river, berry, sky. Assad spoke nothing, delivering 2 consecutive sword strikes. Even Aaron felt a bit pressured, fully exerting himself to block them. This made him more astonished internally. No wonder Assad claimed to have slain the avatar of a witch deity. Even if the witch deity were there, Assad's strength might allow him a few rounds of combat. After exchanging blows, Assad had a sense of his own level. In fact, though his sword skills were strong, what truly excelled was his body. This perfectly cultivated jade bone golden body, greenwood immortality body. These 3 sword strikes had gradually turned into his regular offensive methods. To be evenly matched with Aaron was enough to prove that his true strength had firmly reached the divine arrival realm. Once he broke through, he would almost immediately become a powerhouse within the divine arrival realm. Returning to the southern district base, both looked satisfied, and their relationship grew closer. In conversation, they also mentioned the Haywardu family. Aaron smiled and said, just a small family like the Haywardu family. My young friend need not worry. Let me handle this. If they acknowledge it, all is well. If not, we'll beat them until they do. That's right, venerable he. Seeing the domineering Aaron, Assad also smiled. This was the demeanor of a martial predecessor, a man of iron and blood, unmatched dominance. Regardless of how significant the Haywardu family seemed, they did not concern him, a cornerstone of the founding era. If they did not submit, he would beat them into submission. By the way, would my young friend like to accompany me to Japan? Aaron suddenly brought up an event, speaking in a bold manner. Originally, he hesitated, but after exchanging blows with Assad, he thoroughly acknowledged Assad's strength as Chapter 153, Human Bone In Talisman. Osaka, International Airport. Assad and Aaron walked out of the airport. The two were not accompanied by any entourage, traveling light without even luggage. Due to their martial arts training, both had robust and imposing figures, exuding a powerful aura that made them stand out in a crowd. This gave those around them a strong sense of Yapua, oppression. Hayward told friend, follow me. Aaron confidently chose a direction and flashed forward. Assad tapped his toes on the ground and quickly followed. They instantly vanished from the crowd's sight. Where did they go? Some people were puzzled by how the two disappeared in an instant. Shwa. When Aaron and Assad reappeared, they were standing atop a towering building, looking around as if all of Osaka was at their feet. Aaron said, Martial Yale opens the eyes, Immortal Yale observes the aura, and the Great Yale converges. At our level, we can tell how a place's fortune stands. Hayward told friend, what do you think of this city of Osaka? Aaron looked at Assad. Upon hearing this, a hint of golden light flashed in Assad's eyes as he gazed down at Osaka. A vast will rose up, and he began to feel the city's chi. This modern city has existed for too long. Skyscrapers lined up closely, one after another. The population density here was higher than back home, especially on the streets where crowds surged like waves. Only in the suburbs were there fewer people, with many temples established in those areas. As Assad focused on these temples, he noticed something odd. There were pillars of divine light emerging from them. These pillars shot straight into the sky. A rough count revealed no less than 30 or 40. How strange. Assad furrowed his brows. Such divine light pillars usually only appeared among experts at the divine arrival realm. He couldn't believe there were so many super strong individuals in Osaka. He shared this observation with Aaron, who laughed heartily. This is Japan's Sianto. Sianto? Assad raised an eyebrow. Yes, ever since Jinjin's voyage eastward, the temples here rapidly developed. At their peak, it was said that 3,000 deities coexisted here. Are these deities really comparable to those at the divine arrival realm? Assad was skeptical. If there were truly so many masters, even just 30 would be enough to dominate the world. Aaron smiled and said, of course not. They're just minor deities. They have grasped some spirit techniques and proclaim themselves as gods, gathering offerings and faith from the populace. The prosperity of Sianto is a known phenomenon here. However, despite this, the Sianto forces were extremely powerful, being the strongest faction in Japan, with temples spread throughout the land. Below them were many ninja clans and martial arts factions. So that's how they extract the bones of their enemies and refine them into these talismans. It helps suppress the family's negative chi and serves as a trophy to showcase their power. Judging by the number of human bone in talismans on the door of the Nakajima family, it must exceed several hundred. Perhaps they have already become the top noble family in Osaka. Clap, clap, clap. As he explained, a person walked out from the doorway. He lightly clapped his hands and smiled, saying, you have keen insight indeed. This man was around 50 years old, not very tall, wearing loose gray clothes with wooden clogs on his feet. His hair was neatly combed, and he carried a ninjato at his waist. Standing there, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he exuded an energetic aura. Just as you said, my Nakajima family has already defeated the Matsui family, Inoue family, and Tamafuji family, becoming the top family in Osaka. He proudly declared, how should we address you? Aaron and Assad exchanged a glance and looked at this man. Daryl. The Maxwell reported his name. He was none other than the current head of the Nakajima family, the strong man who elevated the Nakajima family from a medium-level clan to the top family in Osaka. He was hailed as the glory of the Nakajima family within the clan. Not only was he outstanding in business acumen, but also extremely powerful personally, having reached the rank of shadow-level ninja long ago. He had successively defeated no fewer than dozens of challengers, and was known as the best swordsman in Osaka. May I ask how the two of you should be addressed? Daryl looked at Aaron and Assad, stuck the ninjato into the ground, placed both hands on the hilt, and asked solemnly. In his mind, these two might be martial artists who came to challenge them. This kind of thing was quite common in Japan, happening every year, as they relentlessly challenged renowned masters to build their own glory. Daryl admired such people, but would thoroughly defeat them. Aaron and Assad exchanged a look, not expecting to encounter one of their targets just after arriving at the Nakajima family. It was truly coincidental. For a moment, both felt surprised. Should you go or should I? Aaron asked. You go. Too weak. Not worth bothering. Assad casually shrugged. Though weak, he is still the best swordsman in Osaka. You use a sword. Why not a clash of blade and sword? Pass. Assad clearly showed no interest. They were talking in Chinese like this, but Daryl's expression became increasingly unpleasant. Because he understood Chinese, Daryl angrily looked at the two men.